187,853 people in Butler County. At the rally, there were 57,000 people. That's 1/3 of the people in Butler County went to that rally, Owen.
No, it's just incredible. And that's what's so brilliant about Trump doing these 50,000 person strong rallies is if they try to steal it, he'll just be like, oh, really? Because we had these people at the rallies. You didn't have anybody. Valerie, thank you so much for the call. God bless you. 61 years young. Nick in Hawaii. Nick, how are you feeling?
That's where we need to go. Hey, Owen. How's it going, man?
How are you feeling about tonight?
Oh, I feel like you do. I think that we're in great hands. I think, I'm just total agreement with everything. I just want to follow up on what you said. I just wanted to tell all the callers that I'm so stoked that you guys are always mentioning the Lord, because it really makes me listen to this a lot more, and just feeds my spirit. And, the Bible does say, through grace are we saved, not of ourselves, lest any man should boast. So I just wanted to throw that out there. It's not because of ourselves. We're all going to be sinners, but we're doing our best. And I just thank you guys, and just want to tell you a little bit about Hawaii, what's going on over here.
Yeah, give me an update. I got 60 seconds.
Okay. So, yeah, me and my wife, we're still the only ones that don't wear masks anywhere, get harassed, but they still let us shop, and I just can't believe that there's people driving over with their masks. I mean, it's just like, it makes me not want to vote, but I know we got to vote. Our vote for Trump's probably not going to go too far around here. But for the other politicians and stuff, we got to go Republican. So,
yeah, it is sad that it's like, why doesn't Trump have a chance in Hawaii when Biden is so corrupt? But it's just the case of the situation down there. Nick, thank you so much for the call. All right, ladies and gentlemen, InfoWars election coverage does not stop here. David Knight and Matt Bracken are about to pick it up. This has been the fastest 3 hours on the internet. Text news for all the updates tonight. If you're busy or whatever, but you want updates going straight to your phone from InfoWars on the election, text news to 833-470-0438. Text news to 833-470-0438. David Knight and Matt Bracken take over. I sign off of the War Room. I'll be back live in studio all night. The election results coming up. You stay classy, InfoWarriors.
The problem.
In the midst of the worst health crisis we're facing in more than a century, don't tell your supporters, don't be afraid of COVID. Everyone should be afraid of COVID. Don't tell your supporters, don't be afraid of COVID. Everyone should be afraid of COVID. Everyone should be afraid of COVID.
It came in peace.
I just want to say they gave me Regeneron. We have hundreds of thousands of doses that are just about ready. And if you're in the hospital and you're feeling really bad, we're going to work it so that you get them, and you're going to get them free. And especially if you're a senior, we're going to get them.
Everyone should be afraid of COVID. Everyone should be afraid of COVID. Everyone should be afraid of COVID. Is there no one who can tell them don't do this?
CNN.
You turn on CNN, that's all they cover. COVID, pandemic, COVID. You know why? They're trying to talk everybody out of voting. People aren't buying at CNN, you dumb bastards. They're not buying it.
Oh, no, I don't even know what this is. How did this get here?
I just caught you, American. You visited Bandar Video. Oh, my
Good evening, everybody.
You.
Jesus Christ, I didn't even realize I was on mute.
And do not visit Bandar Video.
We are here, man. Hello, welcome to special edition.
It comes from China.
I don't know what the fuck else to call it. I'm losing my mind tonight. I'm losing my fucking mind, you guys. I don't know what to watch. I don't know where to go. I don't know where to get information from. I don't know who to believe. I don't know who to trust. I definitely trust these guys down here in the corner. But
free speech to free minds.
If Alex comes on, this is live, by the way. We're live and they're live. They're live. But, man, who's nervous? First of all, who's here? Hello. I mean, I'm on streaming, saying hello to everybody. I don't know if I'm gonna be here by myself. I might not be here all night because I'm going fucking crazy inside. Who do we have? This guy with the fucking beard and the mustache.
In just a second. And polls are
I think we do.
On the East Coast,
yes.
So we're going to start seeing some votes.
Good old Billy Beardsman. I don't know his name, but I definitely know his face. Long-time InfoWars correspondent.
Because, New Hampshire's watched very, very closely, but they really don't have.
But I'm here, guys. This is fucking wild. I heard first polls closed at 6. How come we don't have anything yet? I don't know what the fuck's going on. I was a fucking wreck in 2016. I was a wreck. If you guys want to hear a story about me in 2016, I went to my buddy's house, all liberals, none of whom have still kept me in their life. Not because of this day, though. It lasted for years after this. All liberals, though. They weren't deranged about Trump at this point. The media didn't fucking pound it into them yet. And I just stayed up all night, and I'm like, they're going to fix it. This is where they fix it. This is where they fix it. I was so drunk. I was so upset. I couldn't believe it. No matter how many times they kept telling me, they're winning, they're winning. And I watched Alex Jones that night at their house. I said, the only way I'm coming over to do this is if all night we do Infowars.com, because you're the only ones I trust tell us the truth. What's this? Let the counting begin. Late odds go Joe.
Hillary Clinton carried it 4 years ago.
So, I was Ray. Yeah, I'm fucking nervous, man. I'm never like this, you guys. Missy Q. Missy, how's it going? You're saying Missy Q. Hi, Brian. I hope by Missy Q, I'm hurting. Throw me a hint at who Missy Q is. Unless I'm just so stupid and I'm just so nervous and distracted that I know exactly who you are and it's just not popping up. But I'm very happy you're here. Yvonne, what's going on, my man? I'm fucking freaking out. Everybody, I'm sorry I'm like beside myself. I actually didn't. Oh, Melissa. Hey, Missy Q. See, Q is what I didn't get. Okay, there we go. Q is what fucked me up. I am fucking freaking out, you guys. I'm freaking out. I'm being completely honest with you. I have been the most confident person on the planet. I heard we don't get the results tonight. We're going to find out. It's very possible we do get the results tonight. To be honest with you, not getting the results tonight means Trump is winning, but it means he hasn't clinched it. So not getting the results is bad. Getting the results tonight can go 50-50. They're going to say Biden won tonight either way. No matter what happens, you're going to hear Biden won. Okay? I'm fucking freaking out. You guys are going to get into the crazy part of my fucking brain tonight. I'm mostly saying this for Ray, but I'm saying it for Melissa, Yvonne. I don't drink. And tonight, if you have a drink, everybody, I haven't taken a sip of this yet. I'm stone cold sober. I wanted to start the show the right way. But I'm going to be honest with you. My heart's beating out of my chest. My stomach is in a fucking knot. I almost didn't want to do this today. But it's going to be an extra incentive to, at the very least, watch me get drunk and emotional. So I'm not going to get drunk, per se. I have a whole bottle of wine. Well, you know what? If you guys want to take a sip to cheer with me, I don't drink either. Same thing with me. I don't drink anymore. And if you want to start your night by taking a drink with me, though, I'd love to make this first cheers. And let's get started, because I'm going to be honest, man. I'm too fucking nervous to sit here and talk to you guys through this, because I'm at the point now where if I wasn't doing this for everybody joining us, and we're going to have a few other people, I've been hit up throughout the day. Hey, I'm coming to join you. It's my first time watching. So I have big expectations on myself. But if it was all up to me, I'd be laying here in the fetal position watching the TV probably InfoWars like we're watching now, just praying to God for good news. But cheers, everybody. Cheers, Timmy.
Now they've all gone the other way. In Florida, the Democrats had a big lead of, I think it was about 108,000 votes. And that was wiped out as soon as real voting started.
There it was.
This vote by mail, that was wiped out to like a 6,000.
Surprised nobody asked me what I'm drinking. The answer is really smooth tequila. I'm going to get shit when I say this. And as soon as I say it, someone's going to talk shit. But I'm drinking Terramana, the Rocks tequila. I know. He's a sellout piece of shit. I understand. I get it completely. But the motherfucker makes a good tequila. And if I'm going to have a little tiny bit to drink, I want a very smooth, hard alcohol that I just take. Are you going to be live in an hour? Melissa, I have no idea. I hope I'm going to be live in an hour. I hope I'm able to make it till like 2 in the morning tonight. In a perfect world, I will drink just enough to not get too drunk. I am drinking Terramana, yes. Drinking just enough to not get too drunk, but to be able to make it until we actually have a decisive result. So hopefully I'm still going to be here in an hour, yes. I'm pretty sure The Rock didn't really make it. It's definitely his tequila. He signed every fucking bottle. I don't think he's in there fucking crushing the fucking whatever it takes to make tequila, but it is his. Where's my zombie? Oh, you didn't get a zombie. Uh-oh. That's not good. Like the page, like it. Like the stream, share the stream for a zombie. Uh-oh. If you're saying, where's my zombie, Yvonne, it's election night. Let me check if it's that kind of zombie. It is that kind of zombie. Tonight's election stream, and I know he hates when I do this, has been sponsored by Yvonne. I appreciate it. With a humongous donation, $50. Very much so appreciated. Should have came across the screen. Yeah, I don't know why it didn't go off either, because he did it through the website, because I'm seeing the small fee that they take out. I call that the zombie fee. But I appreciate it more than you guys have any idea. I'm going to try to be here all night, literally till the very end of the night, the absolute bottom, basically until everybody else is done fucking talking about it. In a perfect world, I'm going to hang that long. So we're going to see what happens. Let me go back and read some of these, because you guys are popping tonight, because we're all fucking going crazy. We are all going crazy tonight, you guys, and you're going to see me a little bit drunk. Some of you have seen it too many times. Some of you have never seen it, but it should be a little bit of fun tonight, because there's no way I could do this sober, because I'm way too fucking nervous. I'd be in the fetal position not talking. Let me go back. Okay, Tim McCarthy, cheers. Are you going to be live in an hour? Yes. What are you drinking, Terramana? Yes. I'm pretty sure The Rock really didn't make it. Me too. Where's my zombie? I gave it to you, this style. That's me giving you the zombie. Terramana was good. I had a bottle of it a while ago. It's delicious. Okay, I'll be back in about 30 minutes. Drunk as fuck. Don't get too drunk. You have to stay up. If you spend the end of the night crying about how they're going to screw Trump out of the election, you might wake up the next day and hear that he's the president. That's what happened to me. It's okay. Yvonne is the fucking man sponsoring the show. And if anybody else, hey, I don't ever say this, but I'm in a position right now in my life where how do I say this the right way? I absolutely need the support for this channel, because I want to get to a point where I can do it full time. And I'll say this, if I can raise $150 tonight, $150, and we're $50 there, we are at the point where I can make a case to do this full time. I'm not going to get into the reasons, the specifics, the aesthetics, why I chose $150, but there is a reason for the number. If you DM me, we can talk about it. I'm not going to talk about it on the stream. But if I can raise $150, and if you donate by the PayPal, we're not going to see a zombie. If you donate right here from the bottom of the rabbithole.com and use their portal, we can get a fucking zombie, even though it didn't work for Yvonne. I'm not happy about it. Let's go back. Brian, I was able to redeem myself finally after 4 long years of shame. Yes! Pitts voted Trump! And what's so funny is when I met this kid, he looked at me like, man, get the fuck out of here with that Donald Trump. I don't even fuck with that. I don't even want to talk about it, yo. That dude makes me fucking mad. I'm heated. And I'm like, no, just talk to me. He's like, no, fuck that, bro. We're cool and everything, but don't fucking talk about that dude to me. I'm straight. I don't want to hear about it. He got like hot with me. And now here we are fucking voting for Trump. I love it. We're fucking, you guys are making me feel confident. I'm feeding off your energy right now because I fucking need it right now. What's the deal? Where are the polls showing? Are they even accurate? That's the thing. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. We're going to go on a search in a few minutes. In a couple minutes, you guys. Hold on. We're not going to miss anything. We're not going to find out who the president is before 7:30. But I am going to take you on a stroll, and we're going to go look at all the places that I have. I'm going to try to share links in the different chats. I'm going to share one on Facebook, one on YouTube, so you guys can open the link for yourself. I'm personally going to do it. You're going to watch me do it. Okay? It's a link to the Donald. Actually, if you're on my Facebook page, go to my Facebook and scroll back probably less than 10 messages. I actually made a post that said this is a great resource for everyone who's looking for election information. It's compiled on the Donald, different ways to watch different channels. And we're going to take advantage of all of it here tonight. We're going to be able to switch streams. You guys are firing me up. Already right now you can see, and I don't think it's the alcohol. I'm being honest with you. I only had a little bit. I think it's the energy you guys are feeding me. You guys are waking me up. My stomach is still in knots, but my heart is feeling better. And this is where my problem was when I turned this on today. Oh my God, I'm gonna fucking cry on the stream tonight. I don't doubt the American people. You guys are gonna end up seeing me cry. It's actually happening right now by my glasses. I don't doubt the American people. I believe the American people not only want this, but need this. There's no second choice. There's no alternative option. There is only, we fucking need this, or else it is legitimate communism. We are literally in a war for Trump or communism. Like, how do I see this and nobody else does? I'm not the world's smartest person. I'm smart, but I'm not the world's smartest person. How do we not see that it is fucking Trump versus communism? We're going to go take a look at Kamala Harris's Twitter video from last night as well. And I'm glad Yvonne is here because he could tell us, oh, yup, that's that communism bullshit because it's fucking communism. Ugh. Alcohol's only going to slow me down, which is good. Play the Hogan theme. I will get my videos cut if I play the Hogan theme. Trust me, you want to see me cry, have me play the Hogan theme talking with videos to Donald Trump on election night. That's how the waterworks start. What's the deal? What are the polls showing? Tim McCarthy. My buddy posted a video in Atlanta. They have National Guard mobilized. Shit is crazy because these people are trying to disrupt the system. This is what a fucking communist revolution looks like. It is called a coup d'etat. COUPD''. TATEAT. Coup d'etat. Coup d'etat, it looks like. I don't know if I spelled that correctly. But it's a coup d'etat. It's a French word, and it means a silent overthrow of government. A silent and secretive overthrow of government behind the scenes. As opposed to a coup. The opposite of a coup d'etat is a coup something else, where it's an open overthrow of the government. A coup d'etat is a secret overthrow of the government. That's what they're trying to do. And we're not having it today. We are not fucking having it, people. We are not having it. I'm taking a look at InfoWars. Let's just
epical shift. It's a paradigm shift.
I'm gonna take a split second to breathe. Oh, you guys got me fired up now, and I'm happy. I needed this because with the getting fired up is gonna come the emotions, and with the emotions are gonna come everything. I'm gonna be more emotional tonight by a lot than I've ever been on this channel for sure. So bank on that. I'm going to let InfoWars, though, play for a minute while I regain my thoughts and I do a little bit of research and see if there's anything else to go look at.
On the air, but if they turn your volume down to 1%, you don't know that. In your studio headphones, you're still hearing yourself full volume.
Still here, guys.
Turn the antenna up on the mountain down so it only reaches a mile.
No, wait, I did the wrong thing.
You're still going to get call-ins.
I did the wrong thing.
People calling in.
I have to
you
do
think
this,
you're on
actually.
the air. But instead of reaching 20 states, you're reaching, 20 blocks.
That's right.
I'm doing this to fix what I need.
Snuck into the control room. He's turned your broadcast down from 50,000 watts to 5,000. So you're broadcasting.
Guess what, guys?
Neighborhood and the local city.
We have officially switched the browser that we use on the show to Brave.
information has been working around the
Use Brave,
censorship.
don't use Chrome.
To,
What's up, son, on lunch right now? Bobby G is watching. It's fucking election night. We don't know who's fucking winning, but we are making shit happen tonight. We're getting live. We're getting hyped. Like the stream, share the stream. As long as you voted fucking Trump, even if you didn't, I don't give a fuck. We are here. We are trying to figure shit out. I don't expect the communists to join us tonight. Brutally honest. We have a communist who pops in. I'm going to be honest. He seems to only pop in when no one else is watching lately. I've done a couple streams where it's literally been me and the communists, and I end up ending it early because I'm not sitting there talking to a communist on live stream, just making fun of him. It's not very fair to him.
Our patriots.
If he was a guest, maybe, and I was making it as a video, but I'm not just going to sit there. Then again, communism's not very fair, so what's the point? But at the end of the day, here we are. Cool, we're all emotional one way or another. Yup, you know I did. Trump's son, absolutely. And I know everybody here did.
Lied to the American people,
and I know that's why we're here.
I mean, you look at what
I am going to, I'm going to throw this on. Give me a couple minutes.
But they just let the statute of limitations expire on Clapper. But, you know, when we look at this, Matt, and you're talking about Fox.
now all these spies work.
I'm just basically going to try to get some resources for us
right in the open.
That's
it's
all.
Like
That's right.
3 months ago, if you wrote an article about the Great Reset,
man, I love you guys.
Facebook and Twitter would ban you for espousing some kind of like a white supremacist conspiracy theory. The Great Reset. Now,
except
hey, how the fuck did this browser get my passwords already? That's
but now they're right
crazy.
out in the open. It's the cover of Time magazine. So this Operation Nightingale, which we've been talking about on InfoWars for years and years.
Oh
now
man,
you know, for
here
the
we
last
are,
couple
everybody.
Of years, you've got people like Brennan,
Very
Clapper,
glad you're all here.
McCabe, Strzok. They're all working for the network. It's in the open.
Well, it's kind of like the term globalist. You know, if you use a globalist, first you are a conspiracy theory, then for a theorist, and then for a while.
Remember that years ago, whenever you talked about a globalist, you were just a conspiracy theorist.
You know, then they owned it, and they said, no, we like it. We are globalists, and it's a good thing. That's the way they use the language. They will set the terms, and that's one of the key things. That tells you who is in charge when they can tell you what you can say. I think one of the key things that needs to be done, Matt, and I know that you worked on that with an alternative site. One of the things that I think would be very important that hasn't happened in the last 4 years is for Trump and for other Republicans, but especially Trump, because he carries so much weight with Twitter. If he would just go to another,
so they're talking about globalists,
Parler or something like that. But
we're going to go ahead.
Scott Atlas,
and go like this. I don't want to completely shut them down, but I think I just completely shut them down. I did. All right, so I left this here on my YouTube as a resource. I'm going to move my Brave browser where it belongs. I'm also pinning it to the taskbar. So this right here, as you can see, we have a lot of different places. We got everyone here is going to be airing shit. Alex Jones all night. Louder with Crowder's going to stream. Steve Bannon. Put in some requests of what you guys want to watch. Right now, I'm going to drop in on an MSM theme, a mainstream media stream, see what they have going on. The Young Turks, I mean, he's been predicting a Trump victory. He's trying to radicalize people, though. This motherfucker right here, the Young Turks, they are legitimately guilty of radicalizing people, 100%. All right, let me take a look here. I want to go on the most corrupt. So this is going to be MSDNC. All right. So, let's see what the most corrupt people... I shouldn't do this. I legitimately shouldn't do this. This is going to give me the anxiety I'm trying to avoid.
And he got Roger Ailes to do that. But he wanted to get into...
I don't know if this site is legit or not, but we'll find out, man. We will find out if I'm able to do this.
What we've seen from Florida so far, those Miami-Dade numbers for the Democrats look daunting in terms of what they're going to do statewide.
Projected winner in Vermont.
Biden campaign felt better about North Carolina and Georgia than they did about Florida.
54%.
I think there's a sense
oh my God! Why am I doing
might
this
come
in?
Now,
this Florida is what they're trying to give us, people.
Sort of a graveyard.
This is what they're trying to give us.
parties, but it has been trending more Republican.
What do you guys want to see? What
the story of Florida?
Website?
Florida is reddening.
Are you on late? I get out at 9:30. Bobby G, I'm trying to be here till 2 in the morning if possible.
In Florida, it might be one of those states that
we're going to see how long I can last from now.
But I think that for many days, Florida has felt really good for Trump.
I'm here to bring you what no one else wants to bring you.
The flip side states. I always said like the
which is not
angry
this
grandparents all moved to Florida that hate Texas.
This is absolute horse
moved to Vegas.
I mean, again, if they don't think Trump is winning Florida, they're just lying.
All right, it is. So I was going to say 7:19 on the East Coast right now, which means we are in the middle of a whole bunch of exciting things happening in terms of poll closings and new data. Let's go back to Steve.
So, Rachel, we got some numbers actually from Georgia. Here's my first wrong prediction. I said it was going to take a long time in the Atlanta metro area. We at least have what looks to be early vote from Cobb County. This is a huge suburb, a suburban county right outside Atlanta. You go back a decade, 2 decades,
what is that,
just a few years
votes?
even. This was a core Republican county.
What
you're looking at here is Joe
calling
Biden, and again, I can show you this. You see the coloration
before they're
here.
done.
This represents early vote.
We gotta
this
switch
represents
to a
mail vote. Joe
We're
Biden.
going to another
This is going to be his best number. So he's going to come down from
C-SPAN.
this, presumably, as we get more votes.
They're less
but this is
corrupt.
it was a big
Let's
deal
see what someone who's
for
left,
Hillary
because I
Clinton
can't do this
eked out
shit.
a win in Cobb County.
These
that
guys
was kind
are
of a sea change
deranged.
just for a Democrat.
This is going to be, that's going to be the hardest salt field of them all, because those people are going to fucking, I can't get it to play. All right, C-SPAN is not going to work, guys. We will not be playing C-SPAN tonight. Let's go to our next shot here. Let's go to Fox News. Let's go to the other side. They're not as, I mean, you know, Alex Jones is probably the right side equivalent of MSNBC. Maybe not even. MSNBC is probably more radical than Alex Jones is, to be honest with you. Why aren't we hearing anything? Is this a real thing? Do we really already have 2 fucking states called? Are you kidding me? Oh, this can't be real. This is live, man. We're live. Hold on. Oh, we're live. We are live. They don't give a fuck. They are calling states already. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay, calm down, everybody. Calm down. That's why I don't like these mainstream media outlets. I much prefer an Alex Jones experience, who's going to talk about how globalism is bad. Let's see what PBS has. No, let's see what CBS has to say. And then we'll go back to Alex Jones. I'm just trying to see what's out there, you guys. I'm sure you're all interested in this as well. That's why everyone's asking me, how do we know what the polls are? You got to understand tonight, there are 2 stories tonight, you guys. There is, what are the polls saying? But then there's, what is the media saying? You have to understand that. This is the first election in our lifetime where we cannot trust the media.
Florida actually kind of has it together. They have been able to process ballots.
0-0. Now these people don't have anything. What the fuck is Fox talking about?
Talked to when we were on the ground there recently said that they expect results on election night. So if the president is able to win Florida, he's able to stay.
And then we also have the riots. We also have to go look for the riots afterwards. So we have the election.
Georgia, which is
we have who's lying about the election, and then we have riots and potentially war
there's 2 key
to look for tonight. So this is going to be fucking action-packed.
North Carolina will be able to give us a good indication of where.
Look who's winning. Brutally honest. Yeah, on Fox, buddy. He's not winning on any other channel. Not even the lefty channels.
In the Midwest,
don't get to. But hey, everybody, there is our in-house communist. Brutally honest. In the chat, it's all fake news. Who said that? Brutally honest did, yes. Well, you're going to be watching Alex Jones with us for most of the night, bud. Because Alex Jones is going to be our main source of information. So if you could take Alex Jones, I am happy that you're here and welcome to the group. Welcome to the conversation.
Those ballots and maybe get those results in on time.
We're playing Alex Jones.
Like where I am and here in Pennsylvania.
I just mostly did this
Antoine, very quickly here, I want to turn to the exit polls. When voters were asked about the most important issues, the economy was first and racial inequality was second. I know that
channels that are known as the mainstream media. Let me go ahead and switch this to Alex Jones.
Help us understand what is behind that ranking.
I think that what people seem to forget that we're living through the worst pandemic since 1918.
People seem to
that's
forget.
caused some of the worst economic challenges since 1932.
No, no one's forgetting anything. No one forgot the fucking pandemic. Trust me.
But they've already put that
Trust
in
me
the
there,
Biden
Einstein.
column. We have Vermont in the Biden column as
Okay.
well. So it's
all right. So
still
that
early
looks
days, and we don't have much in terms of any returns yet. That'll start to come
okay.
in.
So New Hampshire
Matt,
and
as I
Vermont
was
still
looking
looking
at
very
this,
blue.
We're talking about how an analysis by President Trump's campaign manager, Nick Trainer, said he went to a YouTube video that was put up by Biden's campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon, and Robert Bauer, who served as the Obama White House counsel. They were publicly talking about
this
their
is what we're
campaign
doing
strategy.
tonight, you guys. This is
what
this. We're going to
Trump's
switch it
campaign
off and
manager,
check the
Nick Trainer
news.
did
But
he
I'm going to
looked
be
at the
honest,
strategy,
I
he looked at
can't
their
handle
numbers,
those
and
motherfuckers
just looked
right
at that
now.
math, and he
Let's
says,
get
well,
some votes
it
in.
just comes down
Once
to
we see that
Pennsylvania,
there's a lead,
based
once
on
we
what the
see that
Biden
there's
campaign is
actually
doing.
some
So
sort
that's
of
why we
semblance of
focused on this.
reality,
And
some sort
we
of semblance
currently
of
project that Trump
understanding
will
of
win Election Day
information,
votes in
then
Pennsylvania
we're going to
by
go out
over
and check
1 million
again and see
votes,
what they
because,
have to
they
say.
got the Amish.
I have a feeling it's going to be radically
Trump
different.
trained
I have a
even
feeling
in
we're all going to
Pennsylvania.
have one
So,
opinion of
that's
what's
what they're
going on
talking
here.
about
Then we're going to
right
go to the
now
mainstream
in
media
terms
and
of-
see
and
a
it's
complete
razor
lie.
thin right now. The national popular vote, they're saying, is 49.7 to 49.4. That's well within the margin.
How are these even close?
And way.
How are any of these
under the
states
margin
even
of
close?
fudging
Honestly,
that the Democrats can do. But it looks like it's coming down to Pennsylvania.
my
according to their
immediate
analysis,
party
and,
that voted
the
in
Trump,
2016 with me,
campaign
me and
manager thinks
you
that
said
they're
it would be
doing
a
pretty well
sweep.
there,
Yeah, it's
Matt.
going to be a
What do you
sweep,
think?
but it's going to be
David,
a sweep
just
for the
remember
House,
something.
for the Senate, and for Trump.
Everybody.
And I still believe that
There's
if
still
the
a
election
huge,
is
huge
fair
amount
and the
of
election is
gaslighting
playing by the
going on
rules,
right now.
I genuinely
Meaning
believe that the majority of this country is
as
firmly
polls are
behind
closing
Donald
in
Trump.
the
No
East,
questions
they're
asked.
trying to convince people out west, don't bother. Biden's got this. This is what happened in 2000 in Florida when they called it for Gore.
I'm taking
when
another
the
shot,
very
you guys.
conservative
Cheers.
Panhandle which is an hour
Let's say another
behind
shot,
on
but it's
Central
just another
Time,
sip of my drink
hadn't
that I already
voted
had.
yet. So people
Put it up
left
with
the
me, guys.
line,
Cheers.
people quit or didn't go get in line because they thought there's no use. And Florida was eventually decided by around 500 votes. That was it. With all the cheating that the Democrats did, Bush was still ahead by 500. And
there was that guy Hanging Chad, and he voted multiple times, I think.
but if they hadn't have gaslighted the Panhandle into quitting, so what they're trying to do with the early calls on the East Coast, they're adding the Democrat mail-in votes in states where they've already been tabulated to the early votes from the cities like Philadelphia, and saying we're calling it for Pennsylvania for Biden. All that's not directed to in an honest way to the national audience. That's directed to Trump voters out west to dishearten them. So you've got to stay in line, get in line, stay in line, and vote no matter what.
Stay in line.
Don't be like a Florida Panhandle.
Brian, I called you today and you didn't answer. Sierra, I didn't get it. I swear to God, it's probably because I was working.
You heard CBS call it for Gore.
Having a bunch of calls today.
Be a broken glass Trump voter and stay in the line, until your vote counts, no matter where it is.
I'm not seeing a missed call from you. Let me see.
The popular vote
what time did you call me, Sierra? Welcome to the channel. Welcome, Sierra. Welcome, Josh. Welcome, Nick.
It's going
and
to
of
help
course,
that
welcome,
we're not
Jess.
blown out in California. So people,
because last time I didn't mention Jess,
saying,
and she got
why
upset
should I
with me.
bother to vote? California is.
I'm not seeing your name here unless I wasn't in the room.
Right, but the numbers also matter.
And I know I have your number saved. I believe I do.
Be a true Trump voter and stay in line and vote no matter
unless you
what.
called me 3 times at 3:50 and you have a 210 number. I just realized now I missed those. I must have been on the phone. So I apologize.
Or something
if
like
that's
that.
your number, say
be,
yes, and I'm saving it.
To your advantage to make sure
or text me
that you vote in the local races. Because when we look at this lockdown, as I said
everybody,
before, I think the bottom
we are in
races,
this for the long haul,
if
baby.
you've got a good candidate for local government, for sheriff, or something like that, that's what's really important. If you've got somebody that's worth voting for there, because they're able to stop this federal or state takeover of your life at the local level, or the other way around.
I wish I just had the ability to channel surf with you guys. I wish I could literally just have the remote and be like,
you can have some tyrants at the local level that do it.
But unfortunately, I don't have that.
That's a key thing to think about. When we look at this as well,
this
Matt,
program is not built for that.
As we said, Pennsylvania is key.
It was 11-ish. It was Jess's number.
Both campaigns believe
not
that.
seeing it. It didn't go through for some reason.
So they're focused there, and
don't know what
really
happened.
kind of focused on Philadelphia.
Oh,
right?
shit. Yes, it did. I see it now, and I didn't answer.
Every time I've watched this
10:08, and I apologize. I literally didn't even see it. I must have been on a call.
I can see that they will report the rural votes, and then they'll hold back for the city.
I love you guys. I would have answered. I would have been so excited. I'm glad you're here. I'm so excited everyone's here. Thank you, everyone. Like the stream, share the stream.
In the back of their trunks.
I don't ever talk about donating money, but if I break $150 tonight, I'm going to make a serious pitch to do this full time.
Out of their pockets.
And I'm already $50
in. Of them in there.
Thanks to Yvonne, who sponsored the show today.
Philadelphia,
my boy.
A lot of fraud going on with poll watchers being kicked out. They don't want people seeing what they're doing in the polls and so forth. And we know there's going to be a lot of ballot stuffing there in Philadelphia. That's really the name of the game in Pennsylvania.
That's where they get 104% turnout, where they only have 100 people seen walking through the door. But the official tabulation will be that 1,500 people voted in that precinct, which is 10% more than the people that are registered voters.
Insane.
Because
that's how you rig an election.
Everybody
people.
Else, but that's the way that they.
But I want to say this. I'm going to put them down.
To have a shill.
So we're not competing. They can be a thin background noise, but I want to say this. I thank everybody who's here tonight. Ciara, Jess, Nick, Josh, I'm having a little bit to drink tonight. Doesn't always happen. You guys have seen me very drunk. Not everyone on the show has, so I'm going to be a little bit drunk tonight. Not going to happen again probably until another 4 years, maybe 2 years, maybe on the midterms. We'll do this as well because I'm fucking nervous as hell and I wouldn't be able to do this. I thank everyone for being here, joining me tonight. You have no idea. You're giving me the energy to do this. I would be in the fetal position tonight, not being able to do this if it wasn't for you guys being here. I would be nervous as hell, just sitting there in the fetal position, probably going to bed around 10:30 because I wouldn't be able to deal with the anxiety of not knowing what's happening. Oh my God, stop the steal. There it is. Poll watcher in Philly. Just wrongfully prevented. All right, now we're going back up on this.
It's not just Pennsylvania. Maybe 15, 20%.
Yeah, I heard about this earlier today. Not allowed to enter the polling place. And guess what? He has the correct paperwork.
If it's Romney, or Clinton, or what difference does it make? This, globalist R or globalist D. Why should I bother? But if Trump is speaking directly to them about stopping this sellout of their jobs, keeping business, keeping the economy open, people will come out to vote that don't normally come out to vote. You can't poll for that. People that don't normally vote.
The unusual voters, the low propensity voters, they call them.
Yes, be back later to have a drink with me. I like
10%. That can be 10%. That's like a tsunami.
That's right.
Anxious as fuck. Brutally honest is anxious.
Talking about Pennsylvania
he is praying to God for full communism. There is nothing he wants more than to find out Joe to come out and say, I am your president and we are going full communism. He would love it.
Service. Now, not everybody is necessarily coming
he
from
wants
that county,
equality
but they don't have
of
very
outcome,
many people in the neighboring counties either. And the bottom line is that, that is what is not being counted in any of this, and that's why they believe that they
I am getting
a couple of points
blown
in Pennsylvania.
Up today.
But again, it comes down
while I'm
to
talking
the
to you
cheating.
guys.
You're talking about GOP shills, and we're talking about jobs and so forth, and the economy was good.
Oh, we're hearing an update.
We had
I just got an update.
And I guess,
they haven't talked about it yet. 13 for Trump.
This is the first election that I'm not voting in.
All right, so I'm giving a quick update. There's the map. You see the numbers? 13 for Trump, 3 for Biden. We have West Virginia and Kentucky for Trump. And we have, looks like Indiana, Virginia, and South Carolina. So, leading for Trump. And we have Georgia and Florida leaning for Biden. And New Hampshire leading for Biden. Get out of here with that. That's not real. Inviting some of my buddies. Invite your friends. Send the link to your friends. If you have friends that you want to join in the conversation, maybe you guys are talking on the phone, Send them a message on Facebook. Send them the YouTube link. Send them a text message with the website, FromTheBottomOfTheRabbitHole.com. Get people in here, join us. You guys are giving me the energy today. You guys are going to help me get through this. We're all going to get through this together, and it's going to be glorious. It's going to be glorious. I guarantee you I'm probably the person, other than Brutally Honest, who is the most negative. I'm probably the second most negative because I am so scared of this corruption. I thought they were going to do this in 2016, you guys. I was sitting there. I'm going to go big. I was sitting there in 2016. I was fucking crying. I was sitting there just drunk. I was hammered on the couch going, the fix is in. The fix is in. Turn the channel. Watch. The fix is in. This is where they do it. This is where they're going to take it away. I insisted on watching on Infowars.com because it was the only media site I was convinced wasn't going to lie to me. And even still now, I feel the same way. That's why we're watching Infowars.com. I wouldn't trust any other watch this all night to tell me what the fuck happens in an election, site. But let's see what else we have for you guys. You guys are talking. I'm being an asshole. Brutally Honest, LOL. He knows. Mr. Guarantee, my boy. Big Ramadan. 13 for Trump and 3 for Sleepy Joe. BG, I just threw you on the TV, got the stream on the big screen. I love it, my man. This is what it's all about. And I'm going to be honest, all props go to Infowars.com. They are going to carry us through this. We are only going to the other channels to mine salt. We are going to see the tears. When the votes come in, when the electoral votes, when it starts to look grim for Biden, we're going to go exploring. And we're going to go see what they have to say. And we're going to go check it out. So, I'm just freaking out, you guys. It's too early in the night for me. I should have said I was going to come on at 9. Because I'm going to be way too nervous until 9 o'clock. Alex Jones on JRE Live. Is he on right now? If he's on right now, give me a link. Rami, drop a link. We'll put it on. That's who if Joe's on right now, I'll put Joe on for a couple minutes. Let me check out Joe. No way, Jose Rogan. Fucking dog fur. You guys know about the dog fur. Who's got dogs in here? I love my dogs, I really do. But good God. I don't think Joe's on yet. Powerful JRE. Is it going to be on a special page? End of the world number 2. Oh, that's right now. Oh, yeah, we're live on Joe. Let's watch Joe, you guys. Trump. Nick Moulton, I love it. Brian, you're the man. Tell it how it is. I will always tell it how it is. I will always tell the fucking truth. You can bank on that, you guys. 100% I will tell the fucking truth. I don't give a fuck who threatens me. I don't give a fuck what situation it is. And you know what? To some degree, I don't give a fuck if it costs me my life. At the end of the fucking day, man, I am doing this knowing full well what the fuck the repercussions are by having this show and doing this. I am completely aware of the repercussions, and I don't give a fuck. I'm putting myself in a situation where I'm standing at the end of the plank. I know the pirates are behind me. And at one point, if I have to decide to swim, I'm going to swim. And if I can run back through them and fight off the pirates and take over the ship, if we have an opportunity, then I'll do that. But worst case scenario, if I have to jump and swim to safety and still survive and still tell the truth, I will tell the fucking truth. Okay? 2 + 2 = 4, motherfucker. I don't care what the state says. But let's check out Joe Rogan. They're talking about Obamacare and shit. Now, before I put this sound on, I just want to say to anyone who's expecting Alex Jones to be on this show tonight, Alex Jones popping in. He's telling the truth. Virginia and Vermont final for Biden. I mean, you can get out of here with your final bullshit. I ain't trusting shit. But I will say this. As far as this, I don't know why I'm still plugged in, man. But as far as Alex Jones being on Joe Rogan, if anyone saw when Alex was on Joe Rogan less than a week ago, actually it was exactly 1 week ago, it was last Tuesday, Alex Jones clearly invited himself onto this stream. I don't think he's going to be live in studio. I think he's going to pop in with like a Zoom call or something. But I just find it so funny that he invited himself on. Joe Rogan entertained it. And here we are like, I want to watch Joe Rogan because Alex Jones is on. 2 minutes later, it's saying Biden 16, Trump 13. Where are you getting this information from, Rami? Let's put this on.
A path. Is it likely that we'll
Joe's
go down
talking about
path?
North
No.
Korea.
But human beings.
Let me do some scouring for a
paths
moment, you guys, while we listen to
from
Joe.
From the beginning of language, from the beginning of time.
The strong man is a big, the idea of a strong man, the dictator, the person I call all the shots.
That's why everybody's terrified of Trump. That's why a lot of intellectuals were terrified of Trump. They didn't like that language. They didn't like what people were
CNN.
attracted to
I don't want
about
to see
him,
what they have
because they knew where that led. They didn't
Politico was terrible
what was
too.
It was a phrase that he said once.
See it brutally on it, because everyone has vastly different results right now.
It would be a lot easier. Remember that?
I don't remember that. No,
Yeah,
I feel like I would
Trump
remember that
losing at the beginning. 13 Trump, 16 Biden on Politico. Maybe that's where he's going.
Like that.
Dems are leading the Senate. Republicans are leading the House.
Calling him a dictator,
I don't think that's a very good situation to be in either.
Him lamenting the paperwork that he has to go through.
So
and all
fuck that.
Lamenting the paperwork. Yeah.
And
I mean, listen. The thing that drove me crazy is that, so you had under Bush and you had under Obama, basically the expansion of the security state, and you had the Patriot Act, NSA spying, all these tools that are authoritarian tools that the government can use. And Trump correctly, when he ran, spoke about ending the wars, and
I don't know who the fuck this guy is,
and the wars continue. And then he gets in power. He didn't dismantle. He talks all the time about how the Obama campaign was spying on me, and I'm watching it if only you were in a position of power to do something about that, disband the NSA.
But it weirdly,
stop the NSA spying.
That's a good way to get shot.
He's right about that.
Actually, Chuck Schumer made that point too when he was on MSNBC. He had a moment of honesty where he was like, "You don't mess with the guys in the intelligence agencies because they got 1,000 ways to Sunday to get back at you."
Right. Yeah. Well, that was one of the things that he said to Trump. Glenn
brought that up. That's right.
Brought that up on the podcast.
All right. Well, I hit cancel.
That's what they do. And when Elizabeth Warren created her, Consumer Financial Protection Board or whatever, which had vast powers.
No one's talking about the fucking election. I want people talking about the election.
They basically created this thing without any accountability, a single head, and that's why
I'm trying to just get some action here, you guys.
The first one stepped down,
I'm trying my
and
best
number
for
two
it.
said,
I really am.
I'm in charge here. And President Trump said, no, I get to name the replacement. They said, no, you don't. No, you don't get to do that. I mean, these people are a law unto themselves. They stay there for life, and unless something is done to it.
All right, so that seems to be everywhere. How did that happen? Oh, because he won whatever the fuck that state is. Virginia. All right, so New Hampshire is yellow. These are being contested right now. These are being counted, apparently, the yellow. This is the worst stream. I will not be on Fox too many more times. I will check in with that maybe 1 or 2 more times. I'm going to go to Joe. I'm going to listen to Joe talk. We'll listen to Joe talk for a significant amount of time. You guys can provide with updates. All right, you guys can come in and bring the updates. Evil Dead got announced. What is that? That sounds new. Sounds like fun. And while I put Joe on, I'm going to go pour myself my second and most likely my final drink for the night.
Does he exist as an actual person?
He's a human.
He's a robot, right?
He was coming out of the elevator, and I was coming towards him, and he looked at me, and I looked at him, and I wanted to go, hey, man,
I appreciate you guys all being here. Every election county since 1630.
I didn't. I just said, hey, what's up?
Ohio, Biden has 74%. Oh, man. You're here to watch
what I alluded
to
before, which is the reason why he's on CNN for 47 hours a day is because that guy's not going to rock the boat. Yeah. That guy's going to ask the questions that the people in power want him to ask.
Right.
I'm going to be back.
Exactly.
I will return.
Weird about the system, right? What's weird about the system when you see people like Chris Cuomo talking to his brother, and you know he's never going to bring up the nursing home thing.
And and he was on CNN like every week.
Yeah, you got this one chance to talk. I mean, you've got a real issue. You got a real issue.
Beyond, as serious as it gets, life and death issue, and he's directly in charge of it. He could fix it. And his brother's throwing softballs talking about, hey, meatballs. Remember we had meatballs the other week with the family?
Fucking guy, don't call me Fredo.
Yeah, they're disgusting people.
Yeah. Well, you know the fake weight controversy? I've been involved in the fake weight controversy.
Fake weight controversy?
Fake weight.
Oh, fake weight?
Because I bought into it. I was like, maybe he's just really strong. I thought he was bigger than he was, and I didn't realize how hard it is to lift a 100-pound dumbbell, which sounds ridiculous because I work out, but I don't do those kind of workouts. I'm like, maybe he's just really strong. And everybody was like, you're out of your fucking mind. Like, there's no way. Are you a moron? Like,
people were analyzing that like Building 7. Like, they were like freeze framing
it,
going,
though,
take a look.
I talked to Robert Oberst and Rob Kearney, who are real. These guys are real strongmen. You know, Rob Kearney's like one of the strongest. I think he's strongest man pound for pound in his weight class. And then Robert Oberst is a legitimate giant. He's like 300 plus pounds, and he's like he would have to be one of the strongest men I've ever seen in my life.
This is killing me. We got brutally honest in here.
Let me just I fill in the gaps here. Chris Cuomo is releasing videos of himself working out.
There's a photo. Worse, sitting at a desk with a dumbbell that says 100 pounds on it.
I thank you for being here, though, everybody.
There's no way it could be 100 pounds.
Dude, you're a news guy. What are you doing? Like, nobody wants to see you do that.
But there's a lot of weirdness, too, right? Like, how come they never brought up those tapes, the Michael Cohen tapes that Tucker Carlson was playing over and over and over again, where he's preparing Michael Cohen for the questions that he's going to ask him on CNN?
Who was preparing Michael Cohen?
Chris Cuomo was.
Chris Cuomo was preparing. No, I never saw that.
Because you're a fucking full-on lefty, and you don't even watch.
First of all, it's funny that you think I sit around and watch CNN and MSNBC all day. Are you fucking kidding me? I never waste my life.
Fox spent day after day, going over these tapes because I don't know how they got the tapes. It's never been clear.
Yeah.
But it's Chris Cuomo. It's like I think Michael Cohen probably bugged his room and taped all of his conversations and probably gave it to Tucker Carlson. Like maybe he's making some sort of behind-the-scenes deals because Cohen is, he's been known to be a guy who
he's Trump's fixer.
He's a fixer.
Yeah,
he does sleazy shit. And his thing with this was they were preparing him for the questions. Like Chris Cuomo was telling him how to answer the questions.
Right.
And he was going to, when it came to the payoff money for Stormy Daniels and all that stuff.
Which, by the way, I really think that that's a perfect example of a kind of politics that simply doesn't work anymore. Back in like 1987, you want to have a story about like, oh, the president fucked a porn star or whatever. People would be all over it and they'd be like, oh my God, this is ending him.
Depends on the president.
It depends on the president, but really what Trump shows is that all it takes to override scandals like that, I'm not saying all scandals, I'm saying scandals like that, is you puff your chest out and you say, wrong, I don't want to do any of this, we're going to talk about something else now. And eventually people go, all right, I think we're going to talk about something else now.
Everybody knows he fucks girls.
Right.
Like, this is not confusing.
Yeah, he ran the Miss Universe pageant.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. He's a famous billionaire who's had multiple wives.
Yeah.
And, he's that fucking guy. Like, mover, shaker guy.
Now, I don't know who this main guest is, but that guy, Tim Dillon, the other guest, that guy definitely knows what's up. He definitely knows that Biden and Harris are communism because he is an Alex Jones guy.
That's it. The race is over.
Right.
He's going to drop out. Pence is going to take over, and it's going to be Pence versus Hillary Clinton. And his response to that, I think, showed this new era of politics, which is actually brilliant. You always go on the offense. So what he did is at the next debate, he brought all of Bill Clinton's accusers, and he had like 6 of them sitting there. Yeah. And then when they asked him that question, which, by the way, of course, was like the first question they asked him, he was like, listen, I'm not proud of what I said, but what I said was just words. It was just words. What Bill did was actions. What he did was actions, and they're all right there. Bill, I think you should apologize to these people right here. And what you do is you flip it, and you go on the offense, and then the best defense is a good offense, and then he made it a wash. The issue is now a wash.
Well, also, in his case, that is a really good argument.
Of course it's a good argument.
It's not like a regular person.
Listen,
he's talking about Bill Clinton, who's married to Hillary Clinton, who was his opponent. So her calling
my boy
him
Jay
a
Reese,
sexual
longtime
predator
friend.
Rich.
free thinker. Right. And also, let's be serious. It just diverts from what we're really supposed to be talking about when we're discussing the most powerful person in the world. Tell me what you're going to do with the economy.
Right.
Tell me what you're going to do with taxes.
Right.
Tell me what you're going to do with infrastructure. Tell me what you're going to do with foreign policy. And if we're not having that conversation, I do think most Americans, there's something in them where they're just like, this is not serious.
Let me ask you this. You say that he should have ended these wars. He should have disbanded the NSA.
I wouldn't go that far. Just stop the spying.
I don't even think it's possible. First of all, I don't think the president has that kind of power. I'm ignorant.
Well, technically he does. Technically he can, because that's an executive agency, and he controls the executive agencies.
So he could literally disband the NSA.
He could do whatever he wants with any of the executive agencies. So
good luck with that.
Well, that gets back to what we were saying before, the Schumer point of no, they are going to fuck with you. And we've seen that.
But don't you think for sure,
Jay Reese has arrived. I know this because I just saw the viewer count.
But don't you think there's some benefit to having a really powerful agency like the NSA that understands how to spy on bad people and make sure they would shit?
You have due process. Only if you follow the Constitution and have due process.
But how can you do that and still spy on people without warrants?
You got to show evidence. You got to show evidence to a judge. A judge will approve it.
Kevin, thank you for liking the stream, my man. Feel free to share it.
But the way it works now, FISA courts, it's just a rubber stamp.
Right. If you want to donate, tonight is the only night I'm ever asking. I have a goal. Donate it from the bottom of the rabbit hole. If we hit 150 total, I can do this full time. And that means making 10-minute videos during the day, streaming multiple times a week. And it all rides on today. But I appreciate everybody being here. Like the stream and share the stream. This is by far my biggest night ever. I can already tell you just by who's watching. I appreciate everybody being here. Let me know if you want to leave Rogan and go somewhere else.
Intelligence gathering capabilities to the Pentagon, to the military, and kind of get rid of
zombie action.
The CIA's 24/7
unaccountable,
war machine.
And look at what happened.
There's probably a lot of reasons why he was shot.
He is not talking about the election.
There's probably multiple.
Maybe
as
Marilyn
much
Manson
as I'm enjoying that, he's just not talking about the election.
Marilyn Manson.
Marilyn Monroe.
And I can't have
New
that.
Conspiracy.
Because
Marilyn Manson is fucking
out.
JFK.
It says something nice about our country that the deep state hasn't
I can't do
tried to
MSNBC. That was too much.
I think that's like a nice thing.
Fox News sucks.
It says something nice.
He's keeping the wars going, right? He's keeping the wars going.
Sure, but I also think it's maybe they're getting a little softer.
The only guys I trust. They're still early, but they're still the only ones I trust.
Well, whatever it is, but I think it's nice that because they were killing everyone. Remember Bobby Kennedy, JFK, MLK.
Guns make it difficult to get ammunition. But we got the NRA is going to blow the whistle on that. You got a lot of gun owners who are not going to take that. They're going to stand up to that. They're going to see it for what it is. But when it comes to this
Jay Reese is in the house. I love it.
You got people.
Go to NBC. It has good coverage. I don't know what you're not getting a choice.
And just as you pointed out,
you can get two screens. Brutally honest. I love you. I thank you for being here.
Took his mask off.
But you are a full admitted communist.
A long time ago.
I can't have it. I'm not watching your communist news.
The economy harm.
I'm not watching your communist propaganda.
We wouldn't have had all this vote by mail
not tonight.
Justification. And the thing I'm concerned about, Matt, is that there's a lot of people who believe this stuff because of the media.
It's
and
nonstop.
Because the Republicans are not pushing
I don't know
back
if it's
on this
you guys,
they're going along with
but
it.
I've never had this
Greg
before.
Abbott
it's
here in
unbelievable.
Texas, because they're going along with this and gaslighting the public.
How is this happening?
They think that they're going to die if they don't have masks. They think they're going to die if they don't have vaccines. And even worse, they think they're going to die if you don't have the mask and you don't have the vaccine. And they're going to go along with this identification because they think that's going to keep them safe. And even the people who should be speaking out against this and criticizing Trump. I mean, I think people ought to speak up and criticize Trump for not doing anything.
I'm glad
but when I say that, I'm criticized for attacking President Trump by the people, the patriots who ought to be speaking out about this. They would speak out against the Second Amendment infringements. And so that's why I'm even more concerned about the vaccine than I am about the Second Amendment, even with these Democrats who are bragging about gun confiscation.
All right, I'm going to be honest here. Jay Reese is in the house. We'll be honest for a second. Yeah, get out of here. No fucking commies. Unfortunately, we got one, just one, and he's watching. He likes us for some reason. He's choosing here. Apparently, he wants to know what normal people think. Hey, every week, Jay, you want to have fun with him? He really had the balls to say that China is not really a communist country. Have fun with that. But I'm going to tell a quick story. I'm not going to lie. I woke up this morning, and I didn't even want to do this because I was so nervous, and I was a wreck this morning. And the very first message I woke up was from Jay Reese as soon as I opened my eyes. And it was, hey, bud, what time are you going live? And I'm like, oh, I didn't even know if I was going live. He's like, bro, I took the day off. I'm home all night. I'm watching. I'm joining in. It's my first time watching. And I said, I have to go live. Jay Reese is my boy. He wants to do it. And then I realized it would be a great idea. So I'm here. Everybody can thank Jay Reese for making me do it. Everyone can thank Yvonne for sponsoring the show because he's a beast. And, yeah, man, it's fucking election night, and I'm going to ride it out. If I make the $150, I'll definitely ride it out till 2 a.m. for sure. You can bank on that for a fact. If I even make a total of $100, I'll be here till 11. But at $50, I'm guaranteeing you 9 o'clock. I'm guaranteeing you 10 o'clock, actually. I'm guaranteeing you 10 o'clock. I'd probably go later than that. I'm not saying give me money to stay on because I don't like asking for money. I'm not that guy. I never have before. Anyone who watches the show, you probably didn't even realize I had a PayPal link at the bottom of the screen down there. You probably didn't even know you could donate at the website from the bottom of the rabbit hole because I never talk about it because I'm more concerned with sharing the stream and I'm more concerned with getting the word out. But guess what? The word's gotten out. We've done this for like 3 months now. The word is out. The vote is out. They're being counted. They're being counted as we fucking speak. I'm going to put on NBC. God damn you fucking communist. I just want to see what they have to say. Because these guys aren't talking about the election. They're having their own agenda. And there's nothing wrong with your own agenda, but I just don't want to fucking hear it tonight. And then after this, we'll go to the Young Turks. Just to see. That didn't do it at all. It's not at all what I wanted. You know what? I'm going to go like this. All right, so check me out. You guys are going to come take a look at where we're getting this stuff from. This is from the Donald, okay? And we're going to go to the homepage of thedonald.win. Oh, no. Oh, I shouldn't have done it. Oh, I'm going to lose all my links. Nope. Presidential election mega thread. That's what we were just at. Okay, it's still here. But now we're just going to be on the Donald homepage. Results mega thread. Here we go. Results polls. Let's just take a look. Fox News has us at what? A black screen? NBC has us at what? All right, they're not giving us shit. Fuck these guys. Fuck this link. Live streams. Let's check this. NBC. That's how we got here. This is not what I wanted. I think I've realized what happened here. Okay, here we go.
Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every
Next in Line. They're already making the propaganda as if this is going in. Newsmax TV is conservative news. Give me a link, Jay. Did you see one there? Excellent channel. I wish I had it. Oh, you have one. Oh, you son of a bitch. Just heard Biden's nephew voted Trump. If that's real, that's amazing. Oh, you know what? Jay, you fucking came through for us, bud. If this is legit and it works, this is where we're going. Because MSNBC, no one has given me the coverage I want tonight. Fuck NBC News.
The lessons of Florida is what explains the victory in Florida transferable to these other states. So one thing is the ground game.
Okay, this is good. It seems like a real news channel. Vote for America.
Joe Biden's done to inspire Hispanics and African Americans in Florida. That's going to be repeated in North Carolina, Pennsylvania. All right, we're out of time, guys. That's going to do it for our first hour of special election coverage.
I just realized I've been on mute. How come nobody told me I was on mute?
We'll be right back as we take you to break with Kentucky results coming in 20.
Sorry, at work, we jumping in and out when I can't. Jay,
I can't
No
tell
problem.
where the vote's
Jay
coming in
Richter,
for Virginia.
it's all good. Tim McCarthy voted. Oh, no, he's saying Biden's nephew voted. It's a real news channel. Yes, correct. I also love OAN. What is this? Mitch McConnell winning, but he just kept his seat. It is what it is. I don't even remember the name of the guy I voted for, but I voted a straight Republican ticket. Get these fucking Dems out of here. Get these fucking commies out of here. All right, now I put the fucking volume back on for them not to say shit. Come on now. Oh, because it's 8 o'clock. They're switching.
All right, and welcome back to Newsmax.
Hi, I'm Ryan Reynolds with Newsmax.
2020. I'm Rob Schmidt. We have polls closing at this hour in 22 different states, including the very critical states of North Carolina, Pennsylvania,
South Carolina called for Trump final. He is being brutally honest, though. I appreciate it. Red wave ticket. Me too, bud.
Spicer and Company, former State Department spokesperson Heather Nauert. Well, actually, we have Joe Pinion here instead. We're still trying to catch up on a couple of things. Newsmax political analyst Mark Halperin with us as well. This is going to be the big hour, I think. A lot of things are going to close right now. We're really got a close eye on North Carolina.
Is that homeboy that used to talk for Trump?
Independent counties in Florida and seeing the places that the president is performing in, Mark, is really interesting to see.
Florida is going to be a big win practically and psychologically for the president. It's also going to be, as long as we're waiting for these other important states to tell us more about where they're headed, it's going to be a template for people to question, is the president's ability to do well in Florida transferable to these other states? Yes. We've discussed for 2 days running, North Carolina is the weak link of all the
Everyone, about to take another drink. If you got a drink,
North Carolina is in some ways
lift it up with me.
Let's see if he can do
Cheers,
in North
everybody.
Carolina what he's done in Florida. I'll just say, some of the press is saying right now the president is the underdog in North Carolina based on the early returns.
Okay, and that's fine.
But remember, we have a 45-minute delay in North Carolina.
Right.
So it'll be really interesting how quick it comes in.
The last one closes at 8:15.
That last one
Spicer, it is Trump's guy.
All the other ones have been waiting. So they've been sitting by, with the exception of four polling areas. That the rest of the state has got their numbers ready to go, except for that absentee and the mail-in vote that may take a little while. They're allowing those ballots to come in. But if this thing is close, you're going to be waiting.
Alabama,
to see for
Mississippi
days
call for
what those
Trump.
mail ballots
Oklahoma
do.
called for
Going
Trump.
back to Florida for a
Looks
second,
like
'cause
shit
I
just
wanna
went
give
crazy.
people
We
an
might have to
idea.
go to the
Everybody
salt
talks about
mine
the
soon.
suburbs, how important they are. You go to Miami-Dade County, and we just talked about this.
All right. Hold on. We just got a good news channel, guys. Do we go mine salt just yet? This is a great opportunity, and they are probably overwhelmed right now. We'll wait a few more minutes, but I just want to say this. I didn't say the line that Jay said that made me do this. I didn't want to do it. And the line that Jay said, Jay Reese right there with the zombie man, that made me come on and do this. I was like, bro, I'm nervous as fuck. I can't handle it. He goes, just do it, bro. We'll all be nervous together. And as soon as he said that, I realized he's right. It's my duty. It is my job. It is my place. I guarantee you, many of you woke up this morning without me even saying anything and said, I am watching the election tonight with Brian. I am watching it on the stream, BG, from the bottom of the rabbit hole. And I almost didn't do it. So you could thank Jay Reese for me coming on here and making it happen.
In the state of Georgia. They've made
Black
a
voice for Trump. Let's
tremendous
hear
push
about
there.
it.
I mean, the media has spent basically the last year and a half mocking their efforts, and yet I think at some basic point what they have failed to understand is that every percentage point you take away when it comes to the African-American vote, where we know black people are basically a captured constituency for Democrats, it perfectly means that that's almost a two for one swing that goes in the other direction. And so in these elections,
Jay Richter shared the stream.
Here,
Let's get it out there.
Point, Mark,
we're talking about the truth tonight, the real results.
That we're going to
we're not letting people lie about it.
Potential where President Trump can carry Georgia, and then at the same time, maybe the Senate races end up going to runoffs as a result of.
And like we've been saying, we're talking about the suburbs. If he underperforms in particular suburbs, could he overperform in the cities with the black vote? Could the black vote shock everybody?
Well,
they're calling
85.
Okay.
I mean, to be clear, the Republican Party doesn't have to do that well with the African American community
to
have a tremendous impact. You talk about a Republican Party that can get 12%, that can get 13%, as a Republican Party that can tell the Democratic Party to hang out in the political wilderness for a very long time.
And I think it could be, and Sean, you can talk to this, I think it could be better than that. It could be 20-25%. I mean, this is really opened up for them.
I mean, let's keep it in context.
Yeah.
8% 8% going to 20% is still not good for the party. But it's a market improvement, and those little things on the edge can make a big difference. When you're winning a state by 1%, or in the case of Michigan, 10,000 votes, in Wisconsin, 40,000 votes, Pennsylvania, 40,000, Wisconsin, 24,000, suddenly going from 8% to 16, 20, 22 within the black community in those metropolitan areas is a game changer.
Right, exactly. You're talking about the African American community only making up about 7% of the electorate nationwide. But when you look at places like Georgia, where we have a more sizable size of the electorate, places like South Carolina, all along that black belt from Mississippi, these are types of places where, again, it's fertile ground for the GOP to start actually putting a dent in that backstop for the Democratic Party.
Let's talk about issues for a second, if we could.
Well, let's just wait just 1 minute, because we want to talk about Pennsylvania. We want to go north here for a second. Some polls are closing, and the polls have just closed in Pennsylvania. We're going to go to Jeffrey Lord now, who's a columnist for the American Spectator and a Pennsylvania native as well. And Michael Reagan joins us as well. So we have two great guests on this state. Jeffrey, we're going to start with you. Oh, so critical is the state of Pennsylvania. What do you think is going to happen here?
Yeah, I think it's entirely possible that Donald Trump can carry it. Yeah. I've been to 3 Trump rallies here, and I have to tell you, Rob, going to these things is like going to a rock concert. I've never seen anything like this ever in my life. I mean, this is just truly amazing to see. And one of the things that he has been doing, which is very important, they have jumbotrons up at this thing.
I'm ready for the red wave. Let's go check some of these.
Joe Biden.
Oklahoma called for Trump. No vote final. I don't know what that means.
Then they play all the clips.
Go. Joe Biden's winning electoral college 85 to 55. This motherfucker told us. Texas is blue. What the fuck? That's not going to stay.
Jobs are.
Florida turns red. That's going to be how it happens.
Particularly
Biden winning Texas. That won't happen.
Note well.
Who's ready for the red wave? My friend, we're all fucking
ready. Which is just north of Pittsburgh. There were 57,000 people there. If these people all show up, I mean, it's so alarmed the Democratic Lieutenant Governor of Pennsylvania that he issued a warning to his fellow Democrats to pay attention to this, that this was not.
And as we look here, Jeffrey, we're looking at the screen. I want to tell people that this is just essentially where the city of Pittsburgh is the only precinct that's reporting right now. So, of course, you're going to see this massive swath for Joe Biden. But most of the state is completely at 0%. When you look at this, though, and I want to talk to Michael about this, we're looking at an array of different counties in Pennsylvania trying to extrapolate what's going to happen here. 3 that I picked were Beaver County, which is that Pittsburgh suburb, which is right outside the one that's reporting right now. Cumberland County is where Harrisburg is, and then Erie County, way up to the north. The president visited there. These are the places that he needs to win again and hold strong to take this state. Isn't that right?
If you're talking to me, absolutely right.
Yeah, Michael, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he has to hold strong and win that state again, Pennsylvania. By the way, Jeff, just to let you know, my birth family is from Newcastle, Pennsylvania. So what can I tell you? But the President of the United States has to an extent tonight, really try to run the table again, as he did back in 2016. The problem he's facing are the women, because the women outnumber the men in most of these states that are going to be the ones who are going to decide the presidency of the United States for the next 4 years. And he hasn't done well with those suburban women. So if they come out and they break back to Trump instead of to Biden, then he will probably run the table and we'll have him for the next 4 years. If the women do not, then it could be a very long night for the President of the United States.
Jeffrey, respond to that and respond to the potential of changing the demographics of the race that the president could try to pull here. Like we said, we were just talking about how he might overperform in the cities with minorities.
Rob, I just, one thing, you named Cumberland County?
Yep.
Pennsylvania?
Yes.
That's where I'm sitting
right
this minute.
Say that again? Yeah, go ahead.
And the lines, I voted, it took me an hour.
Yeah.
This is Republican County. The turnout has been huge right here. And I can only tell you from being on the ground, I think it's seriously pro-Trump.
Okay, absolutely. Michael and Jeffrey, thank you so much. Good to see you guys. Going to bring it back out here to the panel. Heather Nauert joins us again, by the way. Good to see you, Heather.
Hey, Rob. Good to see you.
What do you? Let's stay with Pennsylvania for a second because the polls just closed. We're just getting the very beginnings of the reporting coming in. I don't think the president can win without this state. What do you think?
I would defer to Mark on that, doing all the counting of the numbers.
Yeah, right.
I'm not a math person.
I put
However,
money
it's
on
a
this
very
election,
important state for him.
currently
I
thinking
think his
of what to
message
buy with
has
my winnings.
Really resonated
Ryan,
with
I love your
voters there,
attitude. You're feeding me
especially
the
in
energy
talking
I
about
need, bro.
fracking and
You're feeding
oil and
me the
gas
energy I
supplies
need.
and all of those issues that are so important. I recall 4 years ago being in Pennsylvania, covering that part of the campaign in that important state, and just how much his message really resonated with voters there.
And was
now,
it the-
granted, Joe Biden's from there, right? Originally from Scranton, so that's going to have some pull too. But I think the president is doing that thing I talked about earlier, and that is asking for the vote and showing the enthusiasm he
Yes.
has for the American people and for our future.
And that huge unforced error by Joe Biden when he talked about getting rid of fracking.
Right.
He did something he didn't even have to say in that debate.
Right.
I mean, I mean, is that the worst?
Bro,
mistake
you are
he
like
made
the
in
bearer
last
of
month?
bad news, yo.
Take your pick.
Yeah.
He misspeaks.
Brutally honest.
so
Michigan and
that was a
Ohio
doozy.
over 70%
We'll keep
for
watching that
Biden.
one.
Mark, talk
Bro,
to
you're
that
going to
a
end
little
up leaving
Well,
before the end of tonight, bro. You're going to end up leaving because when this shit ends up going bad, and you're just like, wait a minute, this can't happen, you're going to be like, what the fuck
went
is
to the
this?
rallies in Pennsylvania with these giant video screens, an idea that Karl Rove, the president's close personal friend, raised as something he should do. The campaign adopted it, and it was effective in the rallies. It got almost no press coverage nationally. But in the states, that issue got a lot of attention. And it's not just a Pennsylvania issue, it's also an Ohio issue. And that's another state the president must win tonight to do well. Issues matter. The press doesn't cover them all that much, but you talk about, again, the African-American vote. You got one candidate who passed criminal justice reform and is for school choice. And another candidate whose most famous legislative accomplishment is passing a crime bill, very unpopular in the African-American community. It matters. It doesn't get a lot of press coverage in the dominant media, but it matters, and that may be the story. Right now, just to say, psychologically, which matters on this night, Democrats are worried. They're looking at what happened in Florida, and they're saying, oh no, is this about to happen again?
And Sean, real quick.
Massachusetts is in play. New
what we
York
saw
is in play.
Florida 6 hours ago, you were very
Don't
worried
let them
about
tell you
Florida.
different.
Now
Michigan
the New
is
York
in
Times
play.
is like a 90% chance going to Trump.
Well, yeah, I don't think the New York Times guided my thinking, but I think, look, they went into Election Day with a big head start in that early vote. The Trump campaign was convinced that those same day election voters were going to come out for him. They did, and he overperformed where he did. The AP has now also called Oklahoma, Tennessee, Mississippi, and Alabama states that closed at 8 o'clock. No shocker there, but again, it starts to put some points in the president's column.
Starts to look good. We're going to go right now to Tennessee Senator Marsha Blackburn, who joins us, and we just had Tennessee.
We all know
called.
Pennsylvania's
It
not
stays
getting called
red.
tonight, so
Your
it doesn't matter if
initial
it's for
reaction,
Biden or
as the night
not.
goes on here.
You don't need to give us meaningless updates to make yourself feel better.
And, you
You can, though. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm not a communist. You can still do whatever you want.
Shape as we began to work across
Time for
the
some
map.
bourbon whiskey finished with
Florida
black cherry
is
wood and some
important.
smoke, of course.
We're
I
going
love
to
it.
be
Michigan,
keeping our
70% for
eyes on
Biden.
Georgia,
Brutally
the
honest. Fun fact,
Carolinas.
Ohio has
Also
decided the vote of
looking
the
at how
election
numbers
since
continue to
1908.
come in Pennsylvania, Ohio.
Pennsylvania, 78% for Biden so far. Kansas
out
is
in
blue,
Arizona
LMAO.
on Saturday with
None of this is
Martha
going to happen,
McSally,
bro.
There was a tremendous amount of enthusiasm.
I don't even believe you.
For President
I'm going to literally,
Trump.
I'm about to
And
officially
I
say,
saw
let's tone
almost
him out
no
with his updates
enthusiasm
because I
for
don't
Joe
trust
Biden.
him. I don't know what the fuck he's
And
saying. I don't believe
I think that we're
I'm,
going
as
to
of
see
now,
him
actually, I'm
hang
officially
on to
ignoring
Arizona.
his updates.
You think he's going to get?
There are two numbers I care about: the mainstream media numbers and then the Alex Jones numbers. Every other number is bullshit to me.
I think that
Let's take a fucking
the
drink, 'cause
president
I'm losing my
will
mind.
get
Cheers, everybody.
Arizona. I was very pleased.
I
with
told
the
you I was getting a little
enthusiasm
drunk
there.
tonight. I told you I was getting a little
It
drunk.
wouldn't surprise me at all.
Will he
to see him
carry?
get
Do you think
Arizona.
he can carry Martha McSally?
I think Martha has done a good job of tying that race up and inching up on it. You know, one of the things that people talked about a good bit in Arizona was that they did not like Biden's talk about going back into lockdowns. They want to get back to work. They want to get the economy
Lockdowns. He's a
open.
fucking communist. I apologize. Don't apologize,
Yeah.
brutally honest.
Senator,
You're okay.
Thank you so much for your time. Good to see you. As always.
78%.
Let me come back out here to the panel real quick because
That
Florida
78%
has
is
been
all
called for
Pittsburgh. The rest of the whole state's at
Wow.
0%.
Okay, that is huge. I was going to chat about Arizona a little bit, but this is what the president needed.
Yeah.
And a mark of a great night
He's
for the
feeding
president
us his
is to have
bullshit.
a strong finish in Florida and taking out Florida.
Yeah, I mean, you can't overstate this. The state of Florida is a big one.
He had to have it to win.
Yeah.
Again, now our eyes are turned based on the clock and where the polls
God,
are
I
open and
can't
where there's
fucking
place.
take this. I'm gonna
Our
have
eyes
a heart
now turn
attack.
to Georgia.
If I have a heart attack on stream, call
911.
911. Call Jamie for my address and tell her, send her messages, and tell her to call 911. She might not do it.
And right now,
you have to know I'm having a heart
most
attack.
people
I'm going to
say
scream,
it's a
help
best
me.
toss up for the president.
I'm
Sean,
going to
you're
scream,
connected to the
I'm
campaign. How's
literally
North Carolina
dying.
feel?
Please call for help.
I mean, I think everybody admits that it's going to be a tight race. I think you'll know early whether or not they feel good on it. I mean, again, I think it's a similar situation to Florida, that they feel like it's tight. There's a little bit of nervousness. But among all of the states, Georgia, the other ones that Mark has part of his significant six, the one that I think everybody
South Carolina,
agrees
final for
is
Trump.
gonna be
Let's
the tight
update
one
our
to
live
watch
numbers
tonight
here.
Is North Carolina. I will say, I mean, look, the president's lead in Florida, yes, he won it. But right now, with
still at
87%
55. I don't see a
in,
South
he's got
Carolina
just
for
over
Trump. Yes, I do.
81,000 vote lead. This is not
They've been
huge. He
updating
won
this.
by 1.2% last time. There's been an increase in turnout, so it's pretty good. But it's good news. It's great news for the president. But this isn't like a 4 or 5% increase in vote right now.
And let's remember, projections are sometimes wrong, right? We could say that he's projected to win Florida, and then somebody could find a basket full of ballots somewhere.
Yeah.
So nothing's going to be decided in this race, particularly if there start to be legal challenges on one side, till everything's decided.
And just to mention before you go, Heather, the polls have just closed in North Carolina, so we're going to start getting some numbers here.
Okay.
Real quick, a couple have come in.
North Carolina polls
Point out that
closed.
North Carolina is one of the states that we've looked at for many years and said, look at the changing demographics. Look how much that state has changed. So if the president has the ability to pull out a win despite changing demographics there, I think that will be very telling. Our Latinos, our African Americans showing up and turning out.
Biden looked like Mr. Rogers in the small
What's
shop.
happening in North Carolina happening in a lot of states where people from blue
Right.
states are tired of the high
Biden looks like
taxes,
me.
high everything else. They're
That was
moving
a
to North
complete
Carolina.
mistake.
People
And I think
Biden looked like
there's another
Mr.
thing.
Rogers.
I know
in a
Mark
small
doesn't want to
shop.
rip on the media too much, and I work
I think
for
he
a
looks
big
like
portion
you,
of my
right?
career in the news business as well. But I think the media doesn't want to cover that. The media does not want to focus on that. And that might be the big headline coming out of tonight. Perhaps the media got it all wrong.
Could be. We don't know yet.
Yeah.
Mark, I wanted to. What are the areas of North Carolina? Are there certain?
I'm going to check
districts or certain
InfoWars
counties
on the
that you're
phone.
watching
If
closely?
Alex
Are there
is on, we're
suburbs of
putting
certain
that
cities?
on.
Well, there's two big variables geographically. Leave demographics aside for a moment. One is, can the president find more votes in rural parts of the state? That's all the states he won over Hillary Clinton that were close last time. Florida, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. He turned out surprisingly large numbers of votes in these rural counties. Not necessarily a lot, but they accumulate, they make up a lot. And then the suburbs. Are the suburbs of North Carolina going to be like the suburbs of Philadelphia, like the suburbs of Dallas, where the president shows great weaknesses compared to 4 years ago?
Sure.
Or are those suburbs a little different? Are those suburbs maybe people who care about Justice Barrett? Are those suburbs people who are more tax sensitive than they are in some place, care less about the president's Twitter feed, care less about the president's style? On demographics, it's not as old a state as some of these other battleground states, but there are plenty of retirees there. The president's got to hold his own with older voters. And of course, you've got young people there. There's a lot of university towns. So it is as much as any other state in the country now, as Heather suggested, a microcosm of the country. Suburbs, exurbs, rural, urban, and then all this demographic change there. I believe tonight, if we know by midnight who's won North Carolina, we'll know if this race is over, or we'll know if we're going into later in the week or beyond.
Sit tight, boys and
We
girls.
have an interesting issue, the Supreme Court. And I think we can't underestimate the impact of the Supreme Court, Amy Coney Barrett, has on, in particular, those southern states right now.
Absolutely. We're going to take a pause here and just go to Congressman Michael Burgess, who is joining us. Sir, thank you. The big question, does Texas stay red tonight? That's one that needs to stay red if the president's going to win.
All I can tell you at this point is the 26th district that I represent looks like it's going to stay red. And, you know, it's interesting because you talk about the suburban voter. I have a district I represent a district that is basically suburban. So the Dallas portion I carried with 53%, the Denton County portion 60%, and the Tarrant County portion 65%.
Yep.
So that I think that all portends well for the president. We'll see. I mean, his folks came out on election day. Right. I really believe that to be the case. You know, we don't just have Trump signs down here. We've got actual shrines to the president, flags and boats and trucks. I mean, it really is a great deal of enthusiasm for the president.
Sir, we're looking at with 38% of the votes in, and it all comes down to where these votes are coming from. But Joe Biden has a lead at 52% to 46%, but it looks like about 4 million votes in at this point. Mark just showed me a tweet, though, that was talking about how the president seems to be doing better in the Dallas area than expected. Is that what it's going to take to carry the state?
Well, look, the president's going to do better with literally all groups, better than expected. And I don't know where the story has come from that Texas is in play, because honestly, it's not. And if you, when you are on the ground here in the state, what I'm feeling is that there is a tremendous amount of support for the president. People were waiting for Election Day, so that vote will be tabulated later. It's going to come in for the president.
Absolutely. Looks like you will handily win your race there in Texas. Anything else we should expect tonight? What about the Cornyn race, the Senate race?
I've always felt that John Cornyn is going to prevail in this contest. Look, we've had so many commercials on television. I think the prayer of Thanksgiving you're going to hear tomorrow is that people's television watching is no longer bombarded with political commercials. It has been brutal down here.
Absolutely. Congressman Michael Burgess, great to see you. Thank you. We're going
to go to
I
would like
White
your
House
comments on this, you guys. I feel like people are leaving us.
Who's on the North Line?
I don't want it to happen. We're going back to Alex Jones in a second.
Well, you know what, Rob? We're all here.
He's got women on now.
Game, kind of like you're doing there.
Not that makes a difference.
A subdued election night here right now. Of course, originally the Trump campaign had planned to do something at the Trump Hotel. That got canceled last minute. The president spoke about that a little earlier today when he made a visit staffers at the RNC headquarters over in Arlington, Virginia, saying that due to coronavirus restrictions here in the district, they wouldn't be able to do it. But we are planning to see him in the East Room a little later tonight. He is planned to watch these results come in just like we're doing, but in the residence of the White House with his closest advisors. And I'll tell you how it feels here, Rob. There's sort of this collective feeling of holding your breath. I mean, there's lots of media here. We're all
the mood immediately changes. All right, everyone. You guys who are all with me now, I have no idea who's here and who's not. You guys are the Iron Man team. Biden looked like Mr. Rogers in that small shot. LMFAO. I'm back and forth for Screaming Kids. Don't sweat it, Kevin. I'm so glad you're here. You are my oldest fan. Not fan. I'm not going to use that word because I don't like that word. You are my oldest supporter who discovered me through this show. You literally were flipping around. You found the show. You liked and followed, and you've joined me literally almost every single time since, and I appreciate it. Everybody watching, I appreciate it. I'm going to talk tonight because, for lack of a better term, I'm going to be completely honest. If Joe Biden wins this show has a time limit. This show has a time limit, and they're only going to let me say my opinion publicly for so long before I'm not allowed to do that anymore. And I just want to say to everyone watching, I'm screaming because I'm screaming like I'm screaming over the TV because I feel like you guys are hearing the TV and you're not. I'm switching it up for a second as I pack a dab because I'm allowed to do that because I live in Massachusetts, legal recreational. Just like I can say cheers, I can say I'm going to pack a dab. I've checked all the things. It's not against any of the rules or guidelines either. Although I'm not going to show me doing it either. But I appreciate everyone supporting me. If tonight ends up being the beginning of the end, which I don't think it'll be. I don't think it'll be, you guys. I think we're doing okay. I think we just got to hang strong. We got to understand that they already said if it's for Trump, it's not going to happen tonight. And if they say Biden wins, I'm going to tell you right now, I think that's a big fat fucking lie. And I'll say that to brutally honest. But I appreciate all you guys being here. To be honest with you, this is, when I really think about it, this is what I've always wanted to do. I love three things. I love cutting a pro wrestling promo. I love telling people the truth. And I love pissing people off. And getting to do this show allows me to do all three of those things at the same time. Because when I'm talking to you guys passionately, and I'm going on one of my rants where I'm telling you guys how I feel, that's what I'm doing. I'm channeling my inner pro wrestling promo, and I'm it's not disingenuous. I'm just presenting it like that. I could present it like Shakespeare if I wanted to, but I don't. I present it like a pro wrestling promo. I'm doing a little, not really right now. Now I'm just kind of shooting with you, but this channel has allowed me to do all of these things. And if this is the last time I ever get to do this, I have loved this. For whoever showed up, I've loved it. I appreciate everyone who supported. I appreciate every like, every share, every dollar donated. I appreciate every comment. I appreciate every positive word of criticism. And I appreciate every negative word of criticism. I appreciate every bit of encouragement. Oh, Alex is live, baby. This is it.
Ian Kubrick, a famous
this is it, you guys, for the night. You got Alex
right here with us right now.
We're going to go back and forth and look at some different states, but... Oh, what happened? Oh, this happened to me before. All right, sorry, guys. This is just a pet because Alex came on. They said, none of that. None of that. They weren't having it. All right, let's restart it. Ready? Watch how easy this is.
Awakened and we fought back. Who would thought Trump would win from nowhere, never running for political office? Who would have thought we would be at this moment? Who would have thought that the globalists would be in this much trouble and having to throw everything they've got at us? So, folks, don't expect to win a long war like this overnight, even if we lose tonight, which I don't think is going to happen. We still have to understand that we've had incredible victories together. And I think we have Roger Stone with us now. He'll be popping in throughout the night. Roger, thank you for joining us. You are Trump's former top political advisor. They admit...
Alex, baby, this is the only guy I trust when it comes to this tonight. I literally trust no one. I'm being honest. This is the most honest I've ever been about this. I trust nobody outside of Alex Jones when it comes to the news and shit.
What is your analysis right now of what we're
facing? And I'm not saying he's right about everything. But I'm saying I know for a fact he won't intentionally lie to me.
Alex, we have an
I'm not going anywhere. Ray, I like it. Ray's here for tonight. This is the therapeutic. Tim McCarthy, too sweet, baby. That's what we'll do.
The president was very clearly.
We're here to get to the bottom of the rabbit hole. Do nonstop. If Trump loses, that's what we need you the most. Pitts, I like that. But guess what? In full communism, I'm not allowed free speech. I'm not allowed to say my opinion. I'm going to be considered a dissenter. I will be censored. The show will be taken away from me. It won't be up to me.
If you looked at the polls,
it'll be outside of my hands.
And post-pandemic, pre-pandemic,
Donald
Trump was leading Joe Biden by 9. Post-pandemic, he was trailing Joe Biden by 10. Now look on the internals to determine who has moved, and what you find is that the president only lost support among African Americans and Hispanic Americans. Everybody else stayed essentially still at that juncture.
37 to 30. Why doesn't my map look like that?
That means that the president's black support and his Hispanic support, which
I think the mainstream media, I think the mainstream media is calling shit that they have no business calling. Did you just see that? Let's see what the media has to say.
Was essentially cut in half.
Look at this. I think totally different than what they're showing.
On the other hand, I argue that the president had no choice but to err on the side
Look
of
at
that. And
see, the mainstream media is already fucking lying to us.
Based on the recommendations of Dr. Fauci and the scientists. Thank God we found out that the really incredibly stunning projections, the draconian projections of the scientists and the doctors regarding the infection rate, regarding the
I'm not going too far,
turned out to be incorrect. Thank God. But the president obviously suffered from that shutdown with those two key voter groups.
That's right, and half the votes came in when before he'd even done the final debate and the rest of it. So this is really a referendum on the lockdown continuing. If Joe Biden gets in, people think, oh, he's going to stop it. I disagree with Trump. I think they want to crush the U.S. economy. I think they're going to continue it.
I agree with you. There's no way with any credibility they can yell COVID, 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 and then declare there being no COVID, after the results are in. That's really not going to cut it. So there's no doubt whatsoever that this has hurt the president. On the other hand, a lot of breaking developments here, because that's old news. In this modern age of net-based telecommunications, mass communications, a week is a lifetime. So, for example, the endorsement of Lil Wayne is a
if this flag offends you
on the right.
I'll help you pack.
The endorsement of Waka Flocka Flack lesser known rapper, still a substantial constituency. And then most
Trump lost Jersey. Don't say it, Kevin.
The endorsement by the president of the platinum agenda that put forward by the veteran rapper and actor Ice-T. Now, let me be
Roger,
very clear.
I totally agree. We got to go to break. But the polls called Virginia State called for Biden.
I'll talk during the break.
Courier says, I want to talk about the numbers as they stand. The Electoral College right now, 30 for Biden, 37 for Trump in whatever state this is. My God, I want to go over the numbers with you. When we come back, Leanne McAdoo and Deanna Lorraine are here with us. We got Oklahoma, Tennessee, Kentucky, and Indiana, all for Trump, but we've got Vermont, we've got MA, we've got MD.
That's what I trust, you guys. I hate to shit on your dreams, and everyone who's calling these other states. I don't believe you. Macho Man.
To have a shot?
Oh yeah, Joe Biden's trying to summon my name, brother. I heard Joe Biden summoning my name. Woo, yeah. You see, because there's only one kind of Slim Jim, yeah. When you're talking about the Macho Man, you can only be talking about the Savage. Woo, yeah. I had to do it. You guys, just so you know, and I almost don't even want to say this. I almost don't even want to say this on the show because I have a feeling that I'm going to get charged with election meddling. But there were actually 2 people in my household who wanted to vote for Joe Biden, and I intentionally did everything I could to suppress their vote, and I didn't allow them. The first Biden voter, also for his support for Kamala Harris. And then our second Joe Biden voter. But that's okay. We didn't let them vote. That's 2 less cast in Massachusetts. All right, now, I want to put you guys on a task, okay? Because I don't know how to do this shit. I know computers, and I know games, and I know technology, but I'm not the best at social media. And I'm not great with Twitter. I'm sure I could do it, but it would be a terrible experience as a viewer to have me learn how to use Twitter to find riots and uprisings. I would like one of you, preferably Rami, Mr. Guarantee, if you're still here because you're a savage with the links. Also, maybe Jay Reese, if you're a beast with the links too, I welcome it. Whoever's good with the links. Bring the links for riots if they're going down. I care more about people dropping information on violence in the chat. I care more about violence. All right, hold on. This clip's going to get cut up if I don't say it correctly. I put a higher priority on people posting updates about violence in the streets than I do about the election. Because I'll be more likely to stop the stream we're watching to check out footage of violence in the streets before I do a different channel or a different source on election numbers. It is the most important election ever. I can put this, oh no. I can put this over my head. All right, so at least I know if I go like this. 61 for Trump. We picked up some more, baby. Don't know what this says. Let's check it out. Nope. What did we pick up? I don't believe we had Arkansas before. So we're starting to come in this whole area. We got a lot of states to go, man. We got a lot of states. Was it this bad last time? I was so drunk, I don't remember.
The greatest battle in the history of humanity is happening right now. Don't sit on the sidelines. Take action now. The fight starts.
No, I wish we could post screenshots, memes. The only thing I could suggest is if Jay, ready for this? I'll do it. I'll do it. I'm going to make an official. It's going to be on a small screen, so it's okay.
Well, Roger Stone, Trump's
I'm going to make an official group chat
with
memes. I'm shutting down everyone who sent me anything.
And we're focusing on Trump. We're going to be looking tonight at all.
I'm going to make a group chat, and if you post a meme, I'm going to check it every once in a while.
We've got
nothing goes
Stephen
in here
Crowder
other than
joining us,
memes,
David
people.
Knight,
Remember that.
Count Dankula, Roger Stone.
Because then that defeats the whole purpose of the chat that I worked so hard to get on screen.
So much more. Of course, Leanne McAdoo. Ladies, just quickly before we go back to Roger, gut level. What
okay, I'm going to invite one person to our chat.
Is there a disturbance of the force? Is Lord Vader in danger?
I think if this was a fair election, Trump would win in a landslide, but we're already seeing how they're doing everything possible to set it up for a steal, a coup, massage the people to be ready for the election to even drag out till January. Nancy Pelosi can't wait. She's saying the House is prepared to decide the election results if they're disputed. They've been talking about this being disputed, and Trump's going to refuse to leave, and just really getting that into the minds of the people that this is going to be an illegitimate
from the
election.
Bottom of
exactly. This is not a normal election. This is a foreign coup d'etat. We're not just saying that about our opposition.
You guys have a chat. Invite anyone who's in here. Whoever wants to go into the chat, whoever's on YouTube, send me a private message. We will get you in this chat to share memes. Whoever wants to be in the meme chat, and we're going to play them on the screen.
About there being election fraud. And
Jay Richter got it. Kevin Rottello got it.
Exactly.
Ray Vicalis
so
is going to get it. I'll invite
at this
Ray
point,
Vicalis.
it's only the afternoon is disturbing
Now that I have
to
it,
me.
I can do it on my phone.
You know, it does give me some bad vibes here, but ultimately, it's like he is carrying these states. There's
Jamie is sending me
amount of
updates.
people
I don't
at
like
these
anything
rallies.
that she has to say
I was
so
at the
far.
Florida one the
Actually,
other night,
she's sending me the good
Alex,
ones.
it
Every
was
time she sends it, it's
30,000
okay.
people probably, maybe
But it's still not
40,000.
great.
And Cubans and blacks and Hispanics. I mean, the people are more enthusiastic now than in 2016.
Well, that's really the good news is they called the Tea Party racist.
All right, who else is here?
Quote, minorities to go. Trump has
Thank you guys for staying with me tonight. I appreciate it. Everyone who's here, like the stream, share the stream.
Looking at the latest numbers,
if I get a total of $150 in donations, I'm going to make this my full-time job.
Well, the problem here
So
is
it is
the
what it
states
is.
we have seen so far are completely
We're $50 there.
Joe
We're
Biden was
1/3 of the
certainly
way there,
expected
just to
carry
say it's not
Massachusetts,
outlandish to
carry
think
Vermont,
he couldn't make it.
carry Maryland and Delaware, his home state. Nothing surprising here. The states the
But
Republicans
then again,
have
I'm not asking you
carried,
for money because that's not what I do.
are,
Like the stream,
those
share the
that
stream,
were
vote
expected.
Trump. That's what I'm
It is
asking you to
interesting
do.
that Missouri has
Rami's
moved
coming.
from being a toss-up state to being a
Who else is
solidly
in the House?
blue
Melissa will be
state,
back.
a Republican state. That was not the tradition. Hubert Humphrey
Ivan's
carried
here.
it in 1968.
Yvonne is here. I don't know why I said
It
that.
was always
I'm
a
reading it.
competitive state for Republicans. That
And
is
we're
no
not
longer
inviting Ralph.
Has it been called
If Mary
yet? I see it's
shows up,
light
she
blue.
can
Has
be
it been
part of
called
the
yet?
group.
I
We're
see
adding
it
these
red
people.
on the map. I
Add.
talked to people
Whoever
in
wants to
Missouri
be added,
only
hit me
minutes
up.
ago,
Say Tim
and
McCarthy
they're
is getting
very,
added.
very confident based on the
I didn't
early
look hard
returns that they have seen. Remember also that the late-breaking polls all had the president winning in Iowa. That's very significant. Iowa is a true purple state.
Tim's
it
in the
voted
House.
For Obama. It
Who
eluded
else is coming?
both John
Pitts.
McCain
Oh my God,
and
I didn't
Mitt
forget
Romney.
Pitts.
It did not elude the president 4 years ago,
Pitts
but
in the
only
House.
very narrowly. Now it appears the
Who
president
else
has
is coming
a
in? Let me
solid
go back. Jay
lead
is
there.
the first one to
I
start.
put Iowa.
Brutally
in my
honest is a
mental
mystery.
count of
I don't know who he
270
is.
As being
He's
with
the random
president.
communist from
The reports
Seattle
I'm
that
getting
actually
from
went
Florida,
to
particularly from Palm Beach County, Broward County, Miami-Dade
Chaz.
County.
All right, that's everybody
very,
that's in here
very
that's spoken up.
encouraging in terms of
If
Republican
you haven't
turnout.
spoken up,
Republican turnout has
I'm
never
sorry.
been seen at these levels. Now, let me stress, we understand that we will lose the three enormous and most populous southern counties. That's not the point. The point is we have vote goals that we must meet in
put
those
this back.
counties to
That's
win
all. I'm gonna shut up.
statewide. The swing area is the I-4 corridor in the central part of the state. Northern Florida, although still a plurality of registered Democrats, they are yellow dog Democrats. They're conservatives. That's the most conservative state part of the state, somewhat like neighboring Alabama.
So let me just ask you, I understand you give us every number of state, county by county. Is Florida the most important state?
Well, Florida is certain an absolute necessity for Donald Trump. I mean, look, there is a march to 270. And we have to be candid. 80% of the states in the country can be predicted right now one way or another. The president will carry Utah. Joe Biden will carry Vermont. These are not surprising. Let's talk about the states that are up for grabs. Arizona, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Florida, and Ohio. Does this sound familiar? We're in the exact same position we were in 4 years ago when I was sitting in Austin. We were thinking we wouldn't need the champagne. I remember early in the night when I saw the incredible margin for Hillary Clinton in the 3 southern counties of Florida. I said to you, Alex, I don't see how we make this up. I just don't see it. And then the rural vote came in, and it was jacked beyond anything we'd ever seen. Donald Trump narrowly won the Sunshine State. I think you're going to have a reprise of that tonight. And I'm feeling pretty good based on the early stuff that I've seen. Right. But a caveat, I haven't seen enough so far to tell you definitively what's going to happen.
Sure, that it's in the bag. I want to ask you this question, then I'll get you ladies' comment on this. You're probably the leading expert on Florida, probably in the country, on the whole nation. I mean, they don't deny that. But it seemed, from what I've heard, boots on the ground, and Laura Loomer talking to you and many others,
boots on the ground.
There's way more support now than there was 4 years ago in Florida. So it won't be as close if there isn't a bunch of fraud. Or is that an accurate statement? It should be even stronger for Trump this time.
Well, I think it's going to be as close as it was last time. This is still
look how deranged these people
are. It tends to be bluer in presidential elections and gubernatorial years.
If Trump wins, there's a chance as a Mexican bi-woman, I'm going to lose my rights.
In the central part of the state,
this is too much.
Most of whom came from New York, and the majority of whom are Puerto Ricans. They tend to be habitually more Democratic. Meanwhile, the president can no longer count on the monolithic Cuban vote.
Jay Reese, look at this. Trump lost Jersey. Nice check your phone. Can't post screenshots. Sorry, I was on the phone. Never mind, you added me to group. Got it. It's for memes. Memes only in the group, boys. It is blowing up right now. If you want to get in the group, say, I want to get in the group. I've been wanting to make a group like this of everyone that loves watching the show so I can share the link once instead of 1,000 times. This would be great if everyone wants to come join the group. Share the show. Like the show. I appreciate you all being here. We have Alex Jones playing in the background. Right now we're looking at deranged people. I'm going to read it off my phone because I have bad eyes. Oh, no, I can read it good. If Trump wins, there's a chance they're going to kill me as a Mexican bi-woman. I'm going to lose my rights, but I heard that right-wing people is saying that if Biden wins, they're going to kill people of color. I am pale, but my dad is dark-skinned, and he's an essential worker. No matter who wins, I'm scared. Jesus Christ. Ian, no, if Trump don't get elected, he going to jail. Makes sense why voters... TB, they gon' kill folks if he don't win. Voters, they be... I don't know what that TB is. Makes sense why voters... I don't know. Trump supports will riot and kill if Biden wins. Y'all indigenous people, mainly black people, better stay safe tonight. This is great. This is deranged. This is fucking... We know people... We all know people who think like this. Every single one of us in here has people on their Facebook that feel this way and that they can interact with on a daily basis and walk over and say something right now and whatever's going on in their life. And they probably made a deranged post like this. I've looked for some. If Trump wins, America will continue to change for the worse. How? And if Biden wins, Trump supporters are going to be so mad. They are apparently planning to kill LGBTQ plus people, POC, people of color, and other minorities. What other minorities outside of LGBTQ and people of color are there? How far are we marginalizing groups? Like, I just want to know. Is there a type of way to victimize that I'm not aware of outside of LGBTQ people of color? Just saying. Bad things will happen either way, but voting for Biden will be the better option. That's terrible. I'm not sure, but apparently if Biden wins, Trump supporters are going to kill LGBT and POC. Stay safe. This is deranged. I can't believe these people really think this. If Trump wins, I'll kill myself. Do people actually mean this, or is it just a meme? Oh, I hope it's just a meme. Guys, if Biden wins, Trump supporters, okay, that can't be real, bro. It can't be real. I refuse to believe that is trolls or fucking weird people. The only way looting and rioting if Trump wins is that's due to repubs. That's my stream. Oh, you know it, baby. The only way to go. Yes! Look at his little face. Getting shot out. I love it. What else do we have? Let's see these memes. Aerial view of Trump's rally. This is dope! Oh, yes. Oh, my God. I wish I had this fucking months ago. Oh, this is fucking... That's my favorite meme I've seen in a long time. That's why we can't lose tonight, you guys. I'm taking a drink. Have a drink with me. Quick sip. I'm getting a little too rowdy. I got a drink to calm down.
As I understand when I say we, the larger supporters of Trump, but the Trump campaign has legal observers on the ground, has lawyers who are well-versed in state elections.
We should make it a drinking game. Every time Trump wins a state, we drink. I don't know. You guys think of the rules. If you want to make it a drinking game, think of the rules and post it, and I'll agree. But that's dope. Let's see what else is here. Also, not sure. We can't have conversation going on here, Rami. I love you, but do the conversation in the chat. We'll read this. Also, not sure I haven't logged in. Who, what state, mail-in, 7th, 2 countries. Yeah, that's what I don't want to be like. The whole reason I was afraid of this today is I don't want people making gifts of me. Yes. Oh my God, that's amazing. That's the best one I've seen in a long time for that. All right. Let's go back to Alex, you guys. We might not get him all night tonight. So let's go back. Let's appreciate Alex while we have him.
Let me ask you, Roger Stone, this question. I told the crew, cycle through Fox, CNN, New York Times.
We're 24 points away, you guys. See? Listen.
He lost it. And then meanwhile, you're right, New York Times said he won it. What the hell?
Yeah, they're calling it early.
CNN, it's very important for people to understand. CNN
These are the real numbers, you guys.
People who work at
Jones
CNN
has the real numbers. Don't trust anybody else.
CNN is a propaganda arm of the Democratic Committee. They should be required to file with the Federal Election Commission because what they're doing is a corporate contribution.
This is what I've been talking about, you guys.
There, other than Mike Smerconish, are
this
not
is why you have to watch Alex Jones for this shit. Everyone else is lying to you.
They're propagandists. They're Democratic operatives, and they've been deeply involved.
Even
in the
Fox.
It's been hoisted on the American people.
Don't trust
trying
Fox.
To persuade Trump supporters the election's over. It's hopeless.
I agree.
Tucker good, Fox bad.
That Trump supposedly has won Virginia massively.
Look, let's be very clear. Virginia, the cradle of the Confederacy, once a reliably conservative state, is no longer a blue state. It is a red state. It is very difficult for Republicans to win. Traditionally, conservatives would score in the Richmond suburbs. They would break even in the Northern Virginia suburbs, and they would do well in the Tidewater area, Norfolk and West Virginia, where you have many, many, many military families.
Which is, both of those numbers are more accurate and higher than the other ones, but I trust them.
Huge margin.
It's a suburb of D.C.
That tells you everything you need to know. So the Democrats winning Virginia is not surprising. Key point, Hillary won it 4 years ago. The president has always been competitive there, but it's never been in the 270 that I have in my mind.
All right, well, I'm totally confused because one thing says the Democrats won Virginia, and other shows that Trump won Virginia. This is totally insane.
Yeah, Joe Biden's got 39%. Trump has 58%, but it goes to Joe. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Well, but that's based on exit polls at certain pre-selected precincts, and therefore it has the high probability of being wrong.
Well, let me ask this last question. You're back on with us at 10:30.
Meme check in the corner.
11:30 your time in Florida in Broward County.
I love it.
When do you think we'll know tonight? Do you think we'll know this week, or I mean, how's it looking? When do you think we'll know?
We don't have any results from Broward County yet, so it's very hard to say. Late tonight, just before the show, I went out to a pop-up rally at the corner of Oakland Park Boulevard and Federal Route 1. There were about 100 people there carrying Trump signs and flags. It was really an uplifting Democratic grassroots experience. They weren't organized by the Trump campaign. This was an indigenous operation of exuberant Trump supporters. It was a perfect example of democracy. So far, we're satisfied with the Republican turnout in Broward. Again, we're going to get shellacked in Broward County. That's Fort Lauderdale, the most liberal and largest county in the state. But it doesn't matter. We have to reach our goal. I think our goal is somewhere around 38% of the vote. If we get 40, that's gravy. If we get 36, it makes victory statewide much more difficult.
All right, Roger Stone, we'll talk to you coming up in a few hours. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Roger. Thank you, Roger.
God bless you.
We're going to go to Owen Schroyer and, of course, some of the other crew in there in a moment. But ladies, Harrison Smith, you guys want to comment?
I mean, this is going to be a nail biter. This is like 2016 all over again when we don't know what's happening. We're kind of getting a little bit gaslighting again with the different news outlets, depending on which way you look at it. Trump's got more of the electoral votes, or then Biden's way up. And, you know, it's just who can we trust up until the very end? And I think that's all part of this plan to keep us confused and to keep us thinking that the results are going to be contested.
Yeah, my stomach is doing backflips right now. That's for sure. Where are we looking at? Fox right now? Are we looking at CNN? What's happening here? Because I would love to see what Fox has.
Yeah, these numbers are all different.
Yeah,
they're doing what I want to do.
So is he winning in Virginia or is he losing? Right now, I just saw Biden was up in Texas. So
Owen's really concerned about that. We're going to go.
See, are we convinced the fix is in yet, boys?
Texas is about. Look at it.
I'm sorry, on the phone. What did you say? Oh yeah, we saw that.
And
never mind. Added you to a group. I deleted all those people. No time for shit in my life. I get that, Jay.
But you know, someone was.
Will New Hampshire change their state slogan from "Live Free or Die"? Since most voted for Biden,
the border.
Don't say. Is New Hampshire called? I thought it was Vermont. That was
he
called.
posted that on Facebook, and then he got
Don't say that. Trump can still win New Hampshire.
Censorship, and if Trump
BG
loses,
no drinking, Rami. Little bit. It's happening once every 2 years.
To happen,
right?
On a stream, you'll never see it on a stream any other night than an election
analysis on what you're seeing.
Even more the reason to stick around. Anything can happen.
Virginia, Trump has more votes right now. They're calling it for Biden because the counties that typically go blue have not had their full returns yet. The Panhandle in Florida usually goes red, so I think that's fair to say that Trump is going to win Florida. Late returns in Georgia have been good for Trump. I'm really just kind of stunned at the numbers coming out of North Carolina favoring Biden right now. That is very worrisome. Pennsylvania also favoring Biden, but still very soon. You're not really getting big returns in Western Pennsylvania, plus a lot of early voting, mail-in voting. They had millions of ballots before the thing even started, so they'll just add those up throughout the night. But yeah, the big concern right now has to be Texas. And by the way, if you see Missouri with any blue on it, that's a complete joke.
Keep going. What about
They're lying to us? We're here to find out Texas, the truth, boys and girls.
I went out
Don't trust anybody. We're going to do the research.
I went out to a dozen polling places in Texas this morning from 9 to 11 a.m. Not a single polling place in South Austin had a line. Literally nobody was voting today. Not a soul was voting today. It was very shocking. I talked to a couple poll workers. They were like, yeah.
Oh, there was no one in front of me. I voted at like 9 o'clock in the morning. No one was there.
That's odd. Mm-hmm.
Where is everybody?
Worrisome?
It's very strange.
Is that
because they got everybody to vote early so they can chicane it.
Mm-hmm. But that's it. That's what I'm concerned about is that, I mean, with all the early voting and the mail-in voting, they can.
That's why I didn't do early voting. Don't do early voting.
They got caught buying votes. Project Veritas caught them doing that.
Yeah.
So I mean,
so let's talk about.
We've watched it on the channel.
Let's say 3 hours, because it's 7:51. Let's say at 10:51, they call it for Biden. He says he's going to call it and quote, take command, take control, even though the stuff's not finished. What do we do at that point? Because he's a Chi-Com agent. I say we don't accept the results.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. I think that it's just, I mean, they can't pull the wool over our eyes. If they claim Biden won, that's like Russian collusion all over again. It's just like nobody's going to buy it. Nobody's going to.
Well, Biden's at 91 right now, and Trump's at 73 delegates.
Wow.
It's still early though. We
remember last time
and wait till some returns.
Go ahead, Deanna.
Well, I know I was in California, so there was a time difference. But last time it was everyone that I was at this bar, and I was in a liberal bar in West Hollywood. The whole place was packed. Everyone thought that Hillary had it in the bag. I mean, it was Hillary, 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 celebrating. And then all of a sudden, somewhere around, I think it was around 11 or maybe even midnight, then the tide started to turn a little bit towards Trump. But it was really, really late in the game when he he finally started winning and pulling. But it was a guaranteed almost that Hillary was winning for many hours.
Right.
So we have to remember, that.
Sure. I mean, my issue is
the stealing.
My issue is I can't handle the suspense anymore.
I know.
I mean,
I'm feeling the same way he is.
And I wish the Democrats were just a
I'm trying to find the
not
best
a
meme
criminal
I ever saw.
Chi-Com devil worshiper group. I mean, this is like
really
war. If they, I mean,
The extent,
Yeah, it's really scary. I'm getting nauseous and anxious.
that lets you know how important this election is, because they have shown all of their tyrannical colors. Like they've got all
They
of
took
the
everyone take a sip.
took that mask off.
Cheers.
And the media, the tech giants, they've completely exposed themselves. People in the media are just absolutely showing their bias. They're not even afraid anymore. They're not even trying to.
They have literally.
and they're suppressing us, and they're censoring us,
They've lifted up their kimonos.
and they're making us wear diapers on our faces.
Right.
And they want to chop our son's balls off.
Anyone who says anything about fraud, and I remember I misspelled fraud today on purpose, FR0D, and that got me canned from Twitter. I mean, you can't say anything on Twitter.
No, you can't challenge these big corrupt banks and their IT.
Yeah.
Because that's all big tech is the bankers' IT.
But what's disturbing is what do they have planned? Because obviously they were preparing for this. So they were preparing for what? A Biden win and then everyone else gets censored?
You guys, I think I figured it out.
Well,
and I feel like I'm going to get thrown off of social media as soon as I say it out loud. Josh, thank you for the like, my friend. I appreciate it. Watching the election with us.
What's interesting is they don't like.
Happy birthday, Sierra. I was late. I didn't get to go.
If you question the stealing, a coup, the legitimacy of this election process, you're not allowed to talk about that. But that's all they're allowed to talk about is how it's going to be illegitimate. Pelosi's say that the results are going to be disputed. Trump's not.
But we can't say it. Deanna's already banned.
Right.
So that's where I'm at. If I was Machiavellian, though, if they steal this, it makes the blow up against them even bigger. They don't care. They're just so arrogant.
I mean, at least, I guess, the silver lining, I don't even know if you would say that, but if Trump would have 60 days, right, 60 plus days to hopefully serve some justice to these people that we've all been asking, where are the arrests, but also probably promptly getting back into the media. And I think that he's going to have a lot of tales to tell about his time in office.
I agree. Owen Schroyer and, of course,
wow.
Harrison.
If Trump leaves office, he can tell the truth.
This is nail-biting.
Yo, I never even thought about that. He'll write a book.
In blackmail, caught in pedophilia.
Well, we're not talking about that. That's not happening for another 4 years. We are winning this today. We got too many states.
My God.
It's so scary.
This is war, Harrison.
It's war.
Well,
I'm going to be honest. I don't even really trust what Alex Jones is saying because I don't know where he's getting his information from. I think he's getting it from the media.
Page on band.video, we have 887,000 viewers tuning in live right now. And that number continues to go up. So if people share this link and share this out, we could break 1 million.
And everybody who's here watching is also joining.
ElectionNight.news.
We got an extra couple handfuls of people here, and I appreciate everybody being here.
We brought Trump in. We hope he wins, but we don't give up. We don't cry. We don't bitch. We don't piss on ourselves if this happens. We just fight harder.
Right.
ElectionNight.news. Absolutely. Harrison, continue.
Yeah, so I mean, those are massive numbers. I'm seeing
he's right.
Massive numbers and all sorts of
we
alternative
just fight harder.
Media right now. It's still way too early to tell, but obviously I agree with Owen where this the fact that Texas would ever be light red or blue is very troubling. And of course, you have to recognize that it was more red 4 years ago. And if the trends continue, it'll be more blue 4 years from now.
Well, it's also election
They're
fraud.
stealing Texas, boys. Who is that?
Yeah.
Well,
Remember too, but to
oh, I'm so sorry. Whoever just liked the stream.
The
Share
MSM
the stream. I
has
didn't
scared
get to
the
see who it
hell
was.
out of Democrats from voting in person, right? It's Democrats that are mostly, I think, the scared ones who are walking around with the face muzzle and everything, with walking their dog and stuff. And so it's them that I think that are the most scared. They're the ones that did all the mail-in ballots, and I really think that Republicans are doing more mail-in.
I appreciate you being here, though, whoever it was, my friend.
In Austin.
Drop a comment, say it was me.
Republican districts.
Well,
Great point.
That's why you see them, though, saying the machines are broken when everyone shows up to go vote in person. And their machines are broken.
It's like they got us either way.
All right, guys, we're gonna go into the 8 o'clock hour in about 2 minutes. We're gonna come back with Owen Schroyer, with Harrison Smith, with Ayala Lorraine, with Leanne McAdoo, with Alex Jones, and with Count Dankula. DNA Force Plus, if you did one thing for your immune system, it would be get all the essential.
Let's put them on hold for a brief moment. Let's even put on NBC News. Let's see. What do you guys think? No, we're going to put on Newsmax. I'm going to scroll back to... No! Jay, I'll just look it up. Share the Newsmax with us. I'm going to search for it, though. If I don't find it, share it. I'm definitely subscribing. I didn't even realize this was a thing I could subscribe to. This is fucking great. I watch Right Side Broadcasting. That's how I watch all Trump's rallies. Right Side Broadcasting. Sign up to their thing. When he does rallies in the future, they'll be there. They're always there. Man, I'm fucking nervous, you guys. I'm nervous as fuck. It's real life right now, dude. It's real fucking life, bro. All right, normal news for a second. Let's see what it looks like.
University towns, liberals moving down to the north, the higher. This is a state that should be harder to win in Florida for the president. The state he won last time. But I'll say again, to me, the night right now, before we get to Pennsylvania and Arizona, the night's about Arizona.
Gonna watch me search too.
This race becomes significantly different than any Democrat on that side of the issue. Absolutely. Let's take a look at just the states as it stands right now. The electoral college. Guys, we can pull up that map. Just take a look at what we call so far the president, what Joe Biden has taken. We have that. What American News Network? Yeah, I guess we don't have that. But there's the state of Florida. There's the active news on the state of Florida, 51-48 right now. That has been called for the president. I think Florida, we call it land. It's always a tight state. He keeps Florida, Sean, as critical as that is. But I am so intensely. Well, right now it's
Well, they're not even live? Fuck them.
There's still some to come in right now, but this is
I'm never doing that again.
I mean, relatively speaking, I'm not talking about the landslide here, but what you need to see in a race that's this close among this many states is any signs of increase. Did he overperform? Did he underperform? Are there key groups that he did better with? And I think that helps him make the case. The nice thing about the president right now is that Mark keeps talking about these significant six, right? Georgia, North Carolina in particular coming up next. In both cases, the trend at least is moving in his direction. Yeah. That's helpful to him right now because you know, it'd be one thing right now if we're saying, hey, guys, we're seeing counties that aren't supposed to happen. In Northern Virginia, there's a part of Fairfax County that's still not in. But frankly, he's told on his own, as I mentioned earlier, he's not going to win Virginia. But the idea in a suburb like that outside of Washington, D.C., where he should be getting swamped, it's not as bad as I would. And this is exactly what you said in 2016. Gave you the indication. He's not getting clobbered, right? That you can expect. And this is that where you've heard the mainstream media over and over again talk about suburban areas, people being turned off by this message. And the question is, what are they not seeing? It's all of these people, that shy Trump voter, those people who are re-registering and changing their vote. And just one second, I want to show people that are full of math, just to give people an indication what's been called at this point. Obviously, the president has to be the 9270. But he's got that very important Midwest. I mean, really, the only factor on this map, Mark, is Florida. Yeah. Let me tell you three other things about Florida we haven't discussed here because
Florida's not called yet, though. Is it? What's that? Trump wins Florida? Oh, we're killing it. Except not to this map. Why is every map different? I don't know if I trust these guys either right now because they're way off the mark from these guys who are off the mark from Jones.
In Florida, there are two Democratic incumbent congresspersons who seem to be on the verge of losing their seats, including Donna Shalala, the former Secretary of HHS of Oklahoma, Congresswoman from Florida. She's on danger of losing her seat. So here you have in Florida, not Republican congresspeople being washed away.
Actually, yeah.
And then finally, the other thing that's happening in Florida is up and down the ballot. We've got so much support from the federal races. But in the state legislature, Republicans don't believe there is a single incumbent in Florida, and they're going to beat some Democrats. So all of that, what about Florida?
They are rigging this shit, yo. They're rigging it.
Just want to show the state of Mississippi reliably going to the president tonight. That has been called for the president. A handsome margin there at 67 to 32. Not much has been counted yet, but it doesn't matter. The state of Mississippi, they can kind of project that out, and they can make that call at an early point in the night.
Tom, what's the state of your eye in the closest way? Well, the Democrats really held out hope that they were going to be able to take Georgia, and the president has now, he's now ahead in Georgia by a considerable margin. You've got a lot of the cities that have really started to come in, and you have a lot of rural counties that are just not even starting.
All right. That's Fox News in the corner. Let's check this out. You guys, I'm sorry that I took so much time away. All right.
Lead holds.
That's a huge I'm sorry, I didn't have sound on that whole time. What did you guys tell me? You guys
John
listen to me
Ossoff, absolutely.
panic?
Let's talk
Jesus
about.
Christ,
I just
I'm
want to get back to
fucking
Florida
freaking
just
out.
real quick. The
All right.
everybody talked about the older.
You have it muted. Thank
Everybody
you, Jay.
talked
You
about
told me,
COVID-19.
actually. More
That the
volume.
president, the
Sorry,
way
you
he
told me
handled
to,
it, he
Kevin.
turned off a
I
lot of
apologize.
the older voters in Florida. How big is winning that state?
We're going to go down a little so I can talk and not have to
I
scream.
was also very concerned about that, and we'll
But
see
just to
how
tell
that-
you,
how that older person
we can hear you, but not the broadcast. Everyone was telling me, turn your volume up. Every map is different. I feel like a piece of shit now. Thank you for staying, you guys. That's what happens when I told you I drink a little bit. I fuck up.
in senior voters potentially, and
But we're
maybe
live
even
still.
make
I'm
up some
fucking
of that-
nervous,
some
man.
of the ground
When you said
that
it's
he
like that in
lost with
2016,
suburban
Jay, I
women,
forgot what it was
I'm
like. Tell
absolutely
me.
dying to see the numbers when they
Well,
come
did you?
back.
We did tell you. Read the comments. Oh, yeah, I saw it now. I'm
other
sorry.
states as well. We're going to take a quick break here and go out to Emerald Robinson, who was at the White House.
I'm fucking freaking out, man. Take a drink with
And
me.
Emerald,
Last
seeing
one for a
what
little while.
who's texting you, what kind of indications you're getting. You're a very connected reporter.
Last one until Alex Jones gives Trump
when I'm talking to you,
130 electoral votes.
People in the campaign, people in the White House.
No more
trying
before
to see how
Jones
they're
gives
feeling.
him
And I
130.
can tell you that what we're seeing out of Florida is giving some here in the White House a sense of a little more relief. Clearly that's a big pickup for the president, something that they felt like he had to have, to get his re-election bid. But also
120,
just
it's
talking
closer
to
than I
people about
thought.
how they're feeling overall, right? This is maybe the longest day of what has already been the longest year.
What the fuck?
2020 has
These guys
just
are.
been unrelenting
What the
in so
fuck
many
are
ways.
these
And
guys
I've
talking
talked to a
about?
lot of people here on the president's staff. They've had a
Or
whirlwind
really,
of the
should I
last
say, what the
few
fuck is
days.
NBC
5 rallies
talking
a
about,
day,
or
the
Fox?
president making
Let's go back to Jones, you
nonstop
guys. I'm sorry.
appearances,
You gotta go
just
back to
a
Jones.
grueling schedule. And I can tell you that while they're,
I think everybody's fucking
excited
lying now.
about tonight and they're a bit
Everybody's
tense,
fucking
but they're
lying to
also
me
just
about these
tired.
fucking election
This has been a
results.
long haul
This is
for
why,
them,
you
and
guys,
one
this is why I didn't
staffer,
want
just
to
a
do
little
this.
anecdotal story for
And I
one
love you, and I'm
staffer
happy
told
I'm
me,
here. I'm not saying I
sometimes it
regret
really
it, but
does seem like
originally this
President
is
Trump
why.
has
Because
superhuman
I didn't know what the
beings
fuck to
talking about
do.
how he's kept the schedule he had.
I didn't know what to do, and deep down inside, I still don't know what the fuck to do. And that's why I'm going all over the place, because everybody's fucking lying to us, you guys. Everybody is fucking lying, and the only person that's trying to tell us the truth is fucking Alex Jones. Real talk, dude. At least he's looking around at everybody and saying, why is this different? And instead everyone else is saying, this is what it is.
Anything I don't like the
Here we go.
vast majority.
Didn't forget
of
the
the
sound
left
on you this
are
time.
good people.
They
but
mean
there
well,
is
they're
Break it.
idiots.
I don't want to be that mean. Okay, maybe I do a little bit, but it's just that a lot of them, I feel that they don't realize what they're bringing in. Like, see, for example, a lot of them are extremely.
Who said kinda scary?
Anti-free speech. They are extremely anti-free speech.
Dave
and they don't
Larrabee, my
like their
boy,
ideas being
longtime friend.
criticised, and the reason
It
for
is
that
kind of
is
scary,
obviously
dude.
all of their
Everybody's
actions.
lying. The only person I trust is Alex Jones.
Oh yeah, the bad guys.
They
are
say
always
they're all
anti-free
live,
speech.
but they're
Like,
clearly
tyrants
updating information at
don't
different
like
times.
it when
Exactly.
people
It's who
point
they're
out
getting
that
it
they
from.
are tyrants. They
What's
don't.
up?
They don't like
Dave
it because
Larrabee
then
in the house. I
population
love it.
will wake
Slip
up
between
and
every
start to
station,
slowly
2016,
realise
they're all
things, and before
different.
you know it,
Well, I
everyone's
was only
taking up
on
arms
Jones,
against
and he
them, which
told
is
me the
why,
truth
you know,
eventually.
so the two ways to prevent that is take away the speech, take away the guns. That's how you prevent the population from rising up against you. Basically, if you take away the population's ability to rise up against you and defend themselves, then, putting it bluntly, they're your bitches. You can do whatever you want to them. And that's why they want to do it. They
I
don't
agree.
like people
Let's look at two scenarios. Democrats win, they continue the lockdown to control, vertically integrate society. Their people are Stockholm syndromes. They love to be bankrupt. They love to be submitting. They love Islam. Trump wins, what happens?
Oh, the Democrats, Antifa, BLM, and everyone will set everything on fire. They'll set everything on fire, and they'll throw their toys out the pram and have a tantrum like they always have done. And it's just that I don't know why they can't have this moment of self-reflection. I've had several moments of self-reflection where whenever my ideas get rejected, I take a step back and think, okay, are my ideas genuinely correct?
Because you're a human being.
Yeah,
these are demons.
This is the thing is, like, I've seen people getting proved wrong so hard, but their pride will just not allow them to admit it. And instead of just saying,
my fucking heart is beating out of my chest, you guys. Thanks everyone for joining us tonight.
Change my ideas and become a more accepting person of other people's opinions. But what these people do instead is, no matter how hard they get proved wrong, instead of taking their ideas back and reevaluating them, they will instead use any means that they can to force their ideas through, no matter how much pain and suffering and fire and burning and damaged businesses.
That's
and,
Fox in the corner.
Broken family homes and stuff like that. They don't care. They would rather completely burn the world down than take that little hit to their pride and admit that they might be wrong.
Exactly, because here's the deal. If communism was ever implemented by angels, a robot we didn't program, it'd still be screwed up, but it might work a little. It's always big, powerful billionaires that are tax exempt setting up communism. They get richer. They screw over their people. It's all the big leftist billionaires that run China and slave camps and millions of Muslims and death camps and Christians and Buddhists. And then the left's like, we love China, we hate America, when America's like wonderful compared to that. And I just like, he's like, what? You have a love affair with Xi Jinping who thinks you're an idiot? I mean, I don't even get why they're not living in the real world, Count Dankula. They're living in fantasy land.
That's the thing is, I'll admit, if you're a young student and you're 19 and you go to university and someone tells you about this magical new form of government where everybody has everything they need and food and shelter and everything is bountiful and plentiful, you would get sold on the idea, because that's what happened to me when I was younger. I know you make fun of me for it a lot, but I used to be a communist in my younger years, but then you grow up, you get some sense, you get a better idea how the world works, and you realize this absolutely is not viable. This simply cannot be done. It's failed every single time that it's been tried. So you develop into something else. But these people, no matter how much evidence you put in front of them, you talk about like the Ukrainian famines, in fact, right here, the Stasi would knock on your door at 4 a.m, or the KGB, and they would put a black bag over your head, and that is the last anyone would ever hear from you. That's what happens when you give the government absolute control over your individual liberty, and that is what these people want. And no matter how much evidence of this you put in front of them, they keep making the same naive mistake. They think, if we give the government so much
I'm here
power,
with
the
you all
government will
night, but I'm not
take care of us and it'll be nice. No, it won't. The government is trying to trick you into thinking that is what it's going to do. As soon as you give the government that power, it's extremely difficult to take it away from them again. The government is using it as an excuse to get more power so that it can have absolute control over the population. And I've been screaming this from the mountaintops. Like, find me a country in history, an empire in history that has been given absolute power by its people, and it hasn't used that power to inflict horrific things upon its people. Find me one. Nobody can.
I agree with you. Count Dankula is on fire tonight. John Lorraine, comments or questions for Count Dankula?
To me, it's mind-boggling that people would be so into Biden in Scotland. I wouldn't think so, but apparently they are. And don't they see through, or is it just really all CNN, all the time over there? I mean, do they not see through the lies?
Well, let me ask you this way: you see 79% want a new lockdown. Is that true? And like, they're checking in people's like grocery baskets what they're buying, and they can't buy books. I mean, obviously, wine and scotch is essential. My God, what are they trying to do here, Count Dankula?
I think it's a flex. I think it's a test to see exactly how much they can get away with.
Yeah.
And there are people that are supporting it. I'm not going to say that COVID isn't real. I completely believe it is real. I do believe that it has been inflated into this massive boogeyman, and this is a tactic that we've seen before in the past. We've seen it with terrorism and things like that, where the government takes something that is a problem but inflates it makes it seem a lot more terrifying, a lot scarier, a lot worse than it actually is. And what it will do is stoke fear in the people, make everyone
you guys left.
Of the problem.
Some people
left. I agree with that analysis.
Yeah.
So
I just went to get a drink.
for as long as we let it.
Let's take a look.
Right. I think it's up to us at this point. I mean, we have to fight back.
They say that
we have to resist the lockdown. If all of us resist lockdowns and we don't allow our businesses to shut down, if we don't wear masks, if we say F you to the system.
I don't think Biden's going to win, Dave.
Enforce that. It's just the problem is there's so many damn sheeple out there who will follow this blindly and say, yes, we're going to have another lockdown. We should have a lockdown because the virus is serious. Yes,
yeah, there's no way Biden can win without widespread voter fraud. I agree with Jay. That's a fact.
If we just obey
That's not debatable.
Then all this will go away.
Biden has like a handful of people at his rallies. Trump has thousands. Just telling the truth.
Can you believe
they should count every vote
might go communist?
It makes me feel
all across
sick.
the country. Yeah, but tonight, not any other night.
Count Dankula, go ahead.
What does Fox look like right now? Will that give us a little more hope?
Let's punch up Fox News,
these
guys.
CNN and MSNBC numbers
is that Fox News?
So great.
Is this Fox News?
Is Fox?
We have Fox in the corner, see?
Oh, man.
Got Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, Indiana.
Whew. Okay. So at least Michigan.
You got Oklahoma, you got North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming.
I think they're just playing with us. They've got to be yanking our chain.
Whatever. I'm not going to. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. There's massive election fraud going on. So people see Trump with 100,000 people, 20,000 people, 30,000 people at events. Everybody's like, oh, that's great. And Biden is literally at events with 5 people. They don't care. They've got fraud. Count Dankula, what do you think?
They do. And the liberals don't care because the fraud is on their side.
That's the thing is, you're asking a self-perpetuating system to be in charge of itself. That's the problem. I think they got far too cocky during the first election, and I think one of the things that they didn't account for was the secret Trump voters in the first election, whereas, people don't want to get called a Nazi, racist, white supremacist, blah, 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 and all those things. So whenever anyone would come up to you and say, who are you voting for? People would go, Hillary. I'm voting for Hillary. Just because they didn't want an argument. They didn't want their family hating them. They didn't want to lose friends. They didn't want an argument. They just said, yeah, Hillary, I'm voting for Hillary. And I think that the swamp didn't take that into account last time. And that's why they lost. And that's why they just went absolutely ape and burned everything down. But I think this time...
And bombed everything down.
I'm not going to comment on what. I definitely think that some measures have been put in place to make sure that that doesn't happen again.
All right, I'm
Let
back.
me ask you this, both of you.
Blowing up like the
Count
World Trade.
And Count Dankula, Lord Dankula. What happens
I've
if
seen
Trump
no
loses?
Biden yard signs.
What happens to the big populist movement that's in Brazil, it's in the UK? Because just because Boris Johnson got compromised and selling folks out, I mean, the movement continues.
You're right.
People
There are
more
Trump
pissed than
caravans
ever.
every week by car, by
we
boat.
can't
That's
take
no
this as a
way
loss. I'm not
Biden's
gonna be
winning.
ready for a loss,
I
folks.
don't believe it.
I'm just saying we have to understand that this has been a devastating victory the last 4 years against them. The deep state is so exposed right now.
I think it goes back to that, famous thing, it was uttered by a man
80
who
to
was not
51.
So good,
They're
the
showing
whole
every
Che
different
Guevara,
one.
Allegedly, his last words were, you can't kill an idea. No, he was a terrible man that executed homosexuals. But what he said in his dying breath was true. You can't kill an idea. And basically what has happened with Trump exposing the lens and the methods
No way
that
I would tell
mainstream
someone
media
I was
uses to
voting
lie
for
and smear
Hillary.
people, the lens that Silicon Valley will go
Exactly.
through.
What he's saying right now, nah, fuck that.
They can't ever go back now.
The cat's out the bag.
So even if they beat Trump, it's a Pyrrhic victory.
No way I would tell
exactly.
someone I was voting for Hillary just so I wouldn't lose a friend. 100%. I've lost friends because I refused to compromise my ideals in front of someone else. I have lost friends. That's a fact. People I genuinely love, I have lost because I refused to compromise my ideals.
Guiding hand in the background, just guiding things.
And it wasn't my choice. It was their choice because nobody.
Complete panic. They went into a complete...
It wasn't my choice. It was their choice. Because nobody who wants me to comply with them and my compliance with their ideology is a contingent part of our friendship is someone who I want on my friends list. Not list. I'm talking about real life. But I mean my personal, my actual list of friends. I don't want in my inner circle. Let's say that. Nobody who thinks that I have to, who would ask me to literally completely compromise everything I believe in for their friendship. Unacceptable behavior. If anything, I tell everyone I fully support Trump just to weed out the leftist crybabies and delete them. I'm talking about real life people, though. People that have known me before Trump. People that I've talked to about conspiracy theories. But people that heard Black Lives Matter and said, I will die on this cross. I will die on this hill. And it's like, bro, I'm not for communism. I'm not for socialism, bro. I'm here to save America. How we doing? I'm back. Yeah. Such a piece of shit, brutally honest. But I'm glad you're here. Maybe. I'm glad you're here if everybody else wants to give you shit for saying China's not a real communist country. This is how it fucking happens. I wish Yvonne would speak up and put you and tell you about living in a communist country in the comments and escaping a socialist country and how fucking scary it is. But let me go back.
And he won one of the, yeah, put it up there.
No, he won Kentucky. I think he won North Carolina or North Dakota. Don't want to say that.
We want North Carolina.
Yeah, we want North Carolina. But yes, he's won North Dakota. He's won South Dakota. That's great. He's won Wyoming, I think. And
yeah, if square miles matters, he's winning. But they don't know how much delegates.
Yeah, but for whatever God reason, you know, they're putting Texas as a blue state. A little disturbing.
Well, I actually know family that's like, I don't need to vote. We're going to win.
No.
I want to punch them in their face, man.
I know. Yeah, that's the problem. But I
Count Dankula, what about that overconfidence? Or you too, Deanna, what about this overconfidence?
If Trump loses, listen,
speech, pro-freedom.
I don't believe any of this shit. I think they're keeping Texas blue all night, so when they announce it as red, that's going to be what makes people think Trump stole the election. If you think Texas is going to vote for the guy who said I'm banning assault rifles, you're fucking retarded. You believe something that's not real, which is that Texas would vote for a guy who says take my guns. You don't understand Texas. You don't understand the United States of America.
To backfire just as it did in 2016, and boom, all of a sudden it's going to work in our favor again because these people aren't going to get to the polls. But the second reason, as we discussed, is they feel like they have it in the bag.
I've lost over 100 people in the last 4 years, including my sister. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm actually more for democratic socialism. Look at you trying to fucking say things. Are you going to be the guy who tries to condition us to accept what Biden fucking gives us? Guess what? Unfortunately, you're never going to have to deal with that. Because Trump's winning. He's going to win at the end of the day. We're having 4 more years of Trump. There's no question about it. But my sister went full-blown liberal retard during the 2016 election and disowned me. That's sad. Dave, don't laugh at Jay. Jay is a good dude. You don't know Jay. Jay's the real deal. Jay, that sucks. If you're laughing at these people or me, it's acceptable. Or democratic socialism. Guess what? It's not real.
The feedback loop from Hillary Clinton.
And then the Democrats sued you, yeah.
Yeah, and then they sued me because, of course, we helped take out their beloved queen demon Hillary Clinton.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like Count Dankula was saying earlier that he just maybe it'll be okay.
I love how they refer to Count Dankula as like that's an official name. Like we have the esteemed Count Dankula
They're going to
with
get
us.
even crazier. Biden's whole thing is that he's running on enforcing a national mask mandate and longer shutdowns. You give them this power that they're.
She's telling the truth.
For this.
No one is voting for a mask mandate. No one is voting for lockdowns.
And they're going to do something with it once they get it.
Well, I just want to illustrate. We're looking at ABC, NBC, all of it. And they're all showing different numbers. Like, look at this one. This is out of Axios, the same ones that say Biden will announce he's the winner tonight and Trump will have to step down. Anti-Muslim candidate Laura Loomer loses U.S. House race.
What?
Yeah, far-right conspiracy theorist, self-described proud Islamophobe Laura Loomer has lost her House bid to Democrat incumbent Frankel. Who knows if that's even true? Let's get Laura Loomer on. We've got her number. Let's try to get her on.
Mm-hmm.
Count Dankula, she was running in a place that was 76% Democrat, though. So she
the woman that she was up against has literally never had any real competition. And in people like that, she probably didn't even go out and try. And
the media wouldn't even cover her.
Right.
But who knows if this is even true, though? I don't know.
Yeah.
Swamp Donkey, what do you think?
You know what? I don't give a fuck. I'm breaking out old Trump tonight.
I am the
Watch
Swamp
this.
Donkey.
Watch what I come back with.
No, seriously, Count Dankula, we appreciate you. It is 2 a.m. or whatever it is when you are in beautiful Scotland. Other points you'd like to make about the situation, we will let you finish that scotch, smoke another cigarette, and roll into your little cuddly bed.
Oh no, I'm staying up. I need.
Oh
to
yeah,
see
you're
how
well.
this
Then
goes
stay
down.
with us. We'll have you can pop back in later.
Yeah, no problem. I don't
What
mind
type of
coming
scotch
back.
are you drinking?
I'm actually drinking Johnny Walker.
Okay,
Johnny
all
Walker
right.
Black. Yeah.
Good stuff.
So yeah. fair enough. I deserve that, actually. But in regards to this election, I am hoping for a Trump win.
Not finding what
I
I
am
want.
100% hoping for a Trump win.
Amen.
Because, yeah, this is the thing. He's better for America. He's better for America. But the only
better for the
gripe-
world.
Yeah, absolutely. Like peace in the Middle East.
Right.
Peace.
He's evil anti-war Republican.
Yeah. Hasn't started any new wars.
When he was over there brokering all those peace deals, I was just enjoying sitting on Twitter watching all the neocons and neo-libs seething like, what do you mean?
I wanted
we
my
don't get to
fucking
war? What do you
Kekistan
mean we
flag.
can't
Remember,
I don't know if you know what Kek
it's
is,
not really
but
all his credit.
praise
He
Kek
did this.
tonight.
It's an
We need
accident.
Kek
He got
and all of
speech.
his
Remember that, Count Dankula?
amphibious glory. He's a frog.
Yeah. Apparently, the Middle
Not
East
a
has
gay
been
one.
in absolute turmoil for the last 50 years.
Not that there's
Trump
anything
brought
wrong with
peace
gay
to it
frogs
by
who have been turned gay by the water, as
He
predicted
just
by Alex
stumbled
Jones.
into it after all these years of warring
Praise
in the Middle
Kek.
East.
Yeah, I mean, the UN, absolutely everybody has been trying for decades, but Trump's just that good that he did it by accident.
He doesn't know the art of the deal.
And he beat them
Literally
4
write the
years
book
ago
on
without
it.
accident. So we pray to the big kahuna
Mm-hmm.
that this happens. All right, Count Dankula, tell us about your amazing YouTube site, your Twitter, everything. And
All right, we're
just
gonna
is how we
go-
follow everything that's Dankula.
Well, I'm Count Dankula TV on Twitter. I'm just Count Dankula on YouTube, where I talk about crazy and insane people from history. I've got a series called
Joe
Absolute
Biden at
Mad Lads.
43%
I'm
in
educational
Rhode
now,
Island.
Alex.
Someone just sent it in
I'm
the
an
chat.
educational YouTuber now.
Rhode Island went red.
A mad lad on me. It'd ever be dead to be a mad lab.
Hold on, everyone's talking right now.
I have had hundreds, possibly thousands.
They called
of
it
people
for Joe
asking
Biden
for
when
you.
Trump has a higher percentage of votes.
So many people.
Wait a minute, is that what's happening right now? Hold on.
Am I not
They
a mad
called
lad?
it red.
Well, this is the thing is
When
I do
Trump
it on
and
people
Biden
whose
have a higher
story
percentage
is
of votes.
over, so it's safe
I mean,
to
when
do the
Trump
Mad
has a
Lab
higher
because
percentage of
nothing
votes
new's
than
gonna
Biden.
happen, and I believe that your
What
story
the
is far
fuck?
from over.
Agreed. It's a good way to.
You're a mad lad too. Gut level closing comment. I said this earlier, but I'm serious. At a sick level, because I'm a good person, but I have a sick side. If they steal us from Trump, they're really
All right.
it's going to piss people off even more.
I'm putting my volume down low in the background, and I'm putting it low for you guys, so it's a background. Because right now, it's there. We can see it. We can see both videos changing, which is fucked up because that video is not supposed to move. From the way that this works, you're not supposed to be able to see this video. That right there, that means we could do some ill shit, actually. We might be able to put on Sling eventually with that working, but just understand, man. Whatever happens tonight, I loved doing this. This was one of my favorite things I've ever done in my life. I'm glad that I could make this show and I could leave my legacy, my name, my opinion. No one has any questions about what I thought. No one. If I died tomorrow, one of the things with the coronavirus was if I died, what would they think of me? If I died tomorrow, you'd be able to watch these videos and you would know exactly where I stood on everything. You'd be able to tell in the future, hey, Brian, he would have been against that. He would have been like, fuck that. Or you'd have been like, he'd have fucking loved that. But you would know because I left it all out there in these videos. And if I'm not able to do this anymore after this, so be it. But as of right now, 100%, this is, I'm going to say this is my favorite night ever. Even better than Brutally Honest telling us that China's not a communist country. I'm actually more for democratic socialism. I just read that for comedic effect. My sister went, oh, you told me that. What's sad is Maine is leaning red. It's not over till it's over. No, wait, that's good. Of course, Maine's of course going to be red. And Massachusetts. Massachusetts going red too. I live here. I know it. If this is real at all, Massachusetts going red, Rhode Island's going red. Gina Raimondo, the governor of Rhode Island, ruined it for everybody. Nobody trusts Democrats anymore in Rhode Island because of Gina Raimondo. Nobody likes Gina Raimondo. Like, a few of you in here are not from Rhode Island. If you are from Rhode Island, tell us how you think about Gina Raimondo. How do you feel about Gina Raimondo? You get a chance to vote her. Actually, no. From what I understand, she already served her maximum term. You get a chance to vote for her replacement in 2022, which is great if we're not in a socialist country and it doesn't just get assigned. But you still get to vote for a replacement. Tell us how you feel about Gina Raimondo. I almost called her Gina Carano. She sucks dicks. Gina is the best. Knock it off. That is extremely sarcastic. Why are the Democrats gaining a seat anywhere? They need one. That's not accurate. Okay, ready? 40 to 63. That's what's up for grabs. All right, so that's they're making the seats. They're letting us know in the corner on Fox. Everyone is blowing me up. Oh, they're sending me Gina Raimondo memes. This is what I think of Gina. The Thanos snap. Which is perfect. I'm getting blown up. This is my last one. All right, no, that's a personal thing. Jay, I just saw what you said at the end. I'm going to read that message from your sister. Not from your sister, about your sister. Afterwards, I don't want to read that on the air. Headquarters for my mayoral candidate. Steph, if you're here tonight, welcome. I wish I could tune in. Just got to work. It's my boy. He's a closet Trump guy in a restaurant, so I can't listen. I think he's a closet Trump guy. If he's not a closet Trump guy and he's like a narc who was like talking to me recently about Trump, oh, I believe it. I'm all about it. Maybe just to fuck me over. I don't know. But I appreciate everybody who's here. We're looking at Fox numbers. We're listening to Alex Jones, who's going to come on and off with some real information. He's been talking about the numbers being different. Highly suspect numbers tonight. Alex Jones talking about them. Know about that. We are going late. I'm going to adjust this a little bit. Jamie's going to want to come in and go to bed. So I'm going to get this adjusted right here. So we just got me. But now I have to go like this. Right there. It's perfect because now I can just sit right here. Now I can talk like this and be like, this is what's up. But yeah, man, I'm trying to make this work. Democrats getting Senate seats that they already had. They're just pumping these Democrat numbers in. Okay, what's going on? We need a new check. We need a new check, everybody. We're going to do a Google check. Yes, I search DuckDuckGo now to get to Google, and I use Brave browser. I'm going to keep it this way because it's better. Oh, wow. Is that even different than what we have on Fox? 2292. Oh, I don't even know. If that's the most accurate. We're close. We're close. It's 25 points at this point. Let's look at the states.
James in FEMA Region 1. You're on the air. Go ahead.
Hey, God bless you, brother. How you doing?
Man, you can cut the suspense with a knife, brother.
Right on, man. Hey, first of all, product plug. Vitamin Mineral Fusion basically turned my life around, man. I've never felt better in my life.
All right, what do we believe? I believe that to be red. I think we all do, and thankfully that's where it's going now. If that goes red, those numbers change. When that goes red, all right, now's the salt mine. All right, let's go. Let's go get the salt. Let's go straight to the Young Turks. I've been waiting for this. Here's where it goes. They're probably looking at those, and when it kicks in, they're just gonna have a fucking breakdown. Well, because all of these people that we're talking about, because they all have different numbers, I believe less that it's rigged within the media. I still think they're trying to rig it with the votes. Don't get me wrong, no question. However, within the media, I don't think they're trying to rig it as much like I thought it was going to be, but I also did in 2016 as well.
First, let me just update you. Right now, as things stand, no swing state has been called, with the exception of some news organizations calling Florida for Trump, but others not.
Have a cheers to this salt. This is the salty rim on my tequila shot. That's why I did it.
None of that is unexpected, so the swing states are everything. So, Ryan, what do you make of this, what appears to be a wild night?
It's all a function of the
Wild night. He's John Mellencamp.
And not just the fact that of early voting.
All right, I can't do this yet. It's too early. These guys have no salt. There is no salt. Let's go to... we just left Alex. Let's go to Steven Crowder for a bit. I bet you Steven Crowder's... And I almost put him on the other day, and I felt weird putting on Steven Crowder. I don't want to say I compare myself to him, but, like, he's just a bunch of guys talking. I'm just one person talking. So it's kind of like, what is this? But let's do it. Let's see if it's good. Let's see what he's talking about. Let's take a look-sees. Oh, here we go. Steven Crowder.
Sale and everything of marijuana. Now, two states that I really think we...
Is there a 30-day waiting period for the ganja?
I got no idea.
Oh, man, is Rogan moving again?
Right. The two states where I think Trump needs to... I want to see that factor that you're talking about, right? The Trump pulling ahead, the sort of red wave because of the early voting.
Texas and Florida!
It's not looking as good as I would want. It's 51-48, and there's 65 to 78% of the votes in. So I really want to see that turn around.
Well, do we know how many of those are today's votes versus the early votes?
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I don't know. This is low-level conversation, you guys. I don't think I can do Steven Crowder.
The other one that I'm really... they gotta pick
let's check out what Steve Bannon has to say.
0.6% lead with over 70% reporting.
And let's see what the Donald has to say. North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Wyoming, Louisiana.
Just a little while ago, and they pulled
it's SC, Alabama, Indiana, Tennessee, Kentucky, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, West Virginia. I think so. It just wasn't red. It was coal for Trump.
The smart money says that Donald Trump wins Texas.
No, I know. I think it's
history.
You're a moron if you don't think Trump wins Texas.
Well, I think Texas is going to be a lot closer. I think Trump wins it, but I think it's going to be a lot closer.
Let's go to Steve Bannon and see what he has to say. He worked with good old Trumpy. I say good old, but really he is legitimately President Trump, the most respected man within the United States. I'm a little bit drunk. That's why I called him Old Trumpy. All right, let's see this, you guys.
Algorithm, you will actually go down county by county, district by district, and say, hey, here's how I think it's going to go. Let's go to Ohio. That was a big problem early in the evening. You had us when you left. You're actually saying, hey, it's too early for me to call it.
Selection is stressful, Tim. Yes, it is.
By the way, tonight to call
Horn and
Florida.
whistle for good luck.
You said it's too early for me to call it, but the way
they're
it's
Biden
trending,
voters that didn't get a voice. Let's give them one tonight.
3 to 5% Trump win, not as big as 2016. Let's go back to that map. What have you seen?
They
What's
knew it.
Changed
They needed
since
to
you,
get in.
You left the broadcast.
What are you talking about? You're going to have an Alex Jones rasp in a couple of years. Yes,
another,
I am, right?
Great
she
area
sucks
to say,
dicks.
You know what?
bet
this
your
is why
fucking
Ohio
ass she
isn't
does.
in the bag right
Gina
now.
is the best.
Joe
Ashley
Biden
watch
definitely
me.
did better
Ashley,
in
Gina
Erie
is the
County,
fucking
a pivot
worst.
county,
We all
right?
know that.
Trump carried
Everybody
about
hates Gina
10%
Gina
last
Raimondo
time,
around. She is
going-
legitimately a
there's a
tyrant,
lot of
and
votes in
because
this
Trump
county,
refuses to do a
2016.
fucking
And I'm
power
actually
grab
wondering about
because
that
it's
a little
not
bit,
the
to be
right
honest
thing
with you.
because he's
But when we
trying to
get
be a
over here to
constitutionalist.
Montgomery,
He
we're now seeing
refuses
that
to do the
tighten
power
a
grab.
little
She's
bit.
able
There's
to fucking
72% of the
tyrannize
vote
Rhode Island,
in. When we
which is
get to
okay,
the
but you can
60s,
blame the left for that.
It starts to tighten everywhere. That's what we have been.
She has
seeing
hit term
everywhere.
limit. That's what I
in
heard.
Wood County.
Her
This
last
is in
message to
Obama,
me when Trump
Obama,
2016,
Trump
put it on the screen. I don't
Wood
care.
County,
Maybe
now
I will
it's
then
back
a little
to
bit.
Donald Trump.
One thing
There's
I don't
more
love
to
about
report,
one thing I love
and
about
he
you, Brian,
actually
is you
could
haven't
take
changed
Wood
from
by
20 years
roughly
ago.
the
You're the
same
same
margin
dude.
that he
Jay
took it
knows
last
it,
time,
and
which
that's
is
the
about
point. This is
7,
before
8
Trump.
points.
A lot of these
But
people
there-
they
in
see
the
me on
beginning,
Facebook, they
when
go,
there started to
"Oh
be
my
the
God,
pivot,
you're
Trump
so
was another one.
extreme.
It looked like
You're
it was
so
some danger
radical
in some of these counties for Trump and the Trump campaign.
You're so extreme. You're so radical. Look at all these crazy things you say. Bitch, I've been saying the same shit for 20 fucking years, okay? But the only difference is you weren't brainwashed 20 years ago. You just thought I was crazy. You didn't think I was a racist, rapist, fucking homophobic, xenophobic, Islamophobic, fucking LGBTQ-ophobic, whatever the fuck you want to say I am, which obviously I'm not. I literally know and am friends with people from every one of those groups. But that's what the fuck they call you if you think outside of if you are dissident to the authority. The authority says for anyone to think Black Lives Matter is the revolution at this point, Antifa is the revolution, you are fucking retarded. Maybe with Antifa because no one will say their name other than Trump. But then again, you have a candidate running for the White House. That's a dog whistle. That's a dog whistle. You're like, Trump has a dog whistle. Trump gets on and goes, I literally fucking condemn the KKK, David Duke, white supremacy, the entire concept of the Proud Boys. I don't even know who they are, but stand back and stand down and don't fucking fight anybody and they're not even white supremacists or racists or not even a militia. They're just a fucking group of people. Somebody asked me about joining the Proud Boys and said to me a while ago, they said, I bet you if you looked into their fucking motto and you looked into what they're about, you'd really like it and it would be about you. And honestly, I kind of am. If I had to sum it up in one sentence, it is a long time. I can't even say it that way because that's not fully accurate, but it's like a long time Alex Jones supporter, but it's more like a long time critical thinker. Like people who would want to be a Proud Boy, someone who would want to be a Proud Boy is someone who's like, hey man, we live in the best country in the world. There's mad evil, bullshit, corruption, lying going on. Fuck it. Fight it. Fight the bullshit. Basically, all of us, I hate to say it, we all qualify, if we're men, to be part of the Proud Boys. Because we all fit their ideology if I were to put it on the screen. We'd all say yes to, if there's 15 things, we'd all say yes to at least 14. And the other one we would probably agree with, but be like, I don't care that much. We wouldn't be against it. You know what I mean? Because they're just not a bad group. And neither are we. And neither am I. Because they're lying to you. They're lying to you and making you think that people who love America are bad people. And that is not a real thing. And that is why people today voted in any sort of numbers for a man who represents a party which hates America. I just had to get that rant out. Let's go back to Newsmax. They were very right, and they had a different outlook than everybody else. They might be right. All right. We're about to go to Newsmax, you guys. I don't know if we're on. I don't think we're on Jones. Or on Steve Bannon. He's been terrible, and I haven't even been watching. I've been talking. And I appreciate everyone sticking through it. What the fuck happened, you guys?
Usually it's 3 days, and that is very typical in North Carolina. But it's 9 this time. So with this voter turnout, what's the story like?
What the hell? Oh, I thought they had Biden and Hunter. Where's Hunter?
The social media
Sorry, guys.
platforms.
I fucked up.
So
I'm giving you my best, I promise.
Because when you look
those
at
numbers,
the
all right, let's read
polls,
these.
You'll see that
Texas is red by 1%. You bet your fucking ass it's going to end up red. You're goofy if you don't think that.
His actual record is that he used his office
Rick
as
and
vice
Morty
president,
guy is
turned
a
it into
pedo.
an
Take
ATM
that
machine
down. I don't
for
even
his
remember.
family.
I don't even know why you were
It's
saying
too
that,
late
Ashley,
in
but
the
that's
election
amazing.
to talk
Take
about
that
that.
down.
I frankly think
whatever
the
I
biggest
did,
story
I'm
tonight,
sorry I
and
did
will
it.
have
Oh, no.
lasting
You're talking about
impact,
Steve
is that
Bannon. He's a
Donald
beast.
Trump has
He's not a pedo.
transformed
He's
the
a fucking
Republican
savage.
Party into the
If you were
party
talking
of
about him, I don't
working
know.
people,
I don't know. You could.
including Latinos.
But
and
that's
they
amazing.
are really breaking for him. And this is
What
a
else do we have?
huge
Hold
and
on.
lasting accomplishment.
Texas red by 1%.
It is something else. Bill, I
Do
want to get
those
your
numbers
thoughts on
count
the
the
Hunter
light
Biden
and
scandal.
blue?
It was a critical
54
couple weeks
Trump, 44
where the
Biden
media
in Rhode Island. I
basically
just saw it.
resisted even
Rhode
touching
Island's
or
going
talking about
red.
it.
Thank
And
you, my
this is the same
people.
media that
Gina
would take
Raimondo,
anything they
I'm
could
moving
get
back
on
to Rhode
Donald
Island.
Trump
No,
and
I'm not.
blow
I
it
love
up through the
Massachusetts too much.
roof.
Well,
to get it in
Massachusetts
front of
going red
everybody.
too, baby.
What did you make of that?
We're going libertarian. We're getting our weed and our fucking freedom, bro. We don't give a fuck in Massachusetts. We want our weed and we want freedom. We accept nothing less. Weed, freedom, that's all we want.
Just because
it's not
the
much
FTC
to
would
ask.
a question
Freedom,
about their campaign
weed.
finance report.
Let's do it.
But in order for the Democrats to get one, you actually had to find 90 grand in cold hard cash in their freezer. This seems to have broken that wide open so that everybody understands the double standard now.
I want their numbers and they're not giving them to us.
Testimony, firsthand testimony about some of the things that have happened in connection with this scandal that deserve an investigation.
I'm telling you guys right
Look,
now,
this
the
is
second we
something
get
that
their
goes to
numbers, I'm
foreign
turning it and I'm
powers,
going back to Alex
money
Jones.
making its way into the system.
Because that's the guy who I want to
and
listen
this
to
is
talk.
something that
See
deserves
these
a robust
numbers.
investigation to get to the bottom of it.
And when Texas and Florida go red, everything changes.
Sure, Betsy, I just want to ask you, I mean, we're in the middle of this night, and this election
Yes.
looks so close.
Texas
and basically,
and Florida,
the Democratic National
we want
Committee
them all
has
good.
essentially colluded with the media and with big tech to push Joe Biden over the edge here. And here we are still talking
North
about
Dakota's
this
red.
razor-thin margin between these candidates and this very tight race. How incredible would it be if the president actually pulls it off?
If the president is reelected, and I expect that he will be,
She said
and we hold on to
Israel.
the Senate, it's time to hold the social media platforms feet to the fire.
did not,
just
Rhode
in
Island
terms
went
of their
red,
liability protection.
we believe
We've got to
Massachusetts
treat
is
these
gonna as
social
well,
media
period. I'm
platforms
live,
like
period.
public
I'm watching,
utilities, because that is what they are. And they owe to all Americans that we be treated the same, that our information be respected, that anybody can post absolutely anything, no censorship at all.
Betsy and Bill, thank you so much. Good to see you back out here with the panel now. We're going to talk a little bit about the state of Michigan, which, if you had asked any pollster 24 hours ago, was an impossibility. And we're looking at some of the numbers beginning to come in, and we're seeing some interesting numbers coming in here. I know you guys have been looking at it as we were in the break. Sean, what are you seeing here?
Well, look, the president's up right now. We got about 20-something% in.
Right.
But again, this goes back to kind of the conversation we're having about Texas. It matters
Ashley,
what's
I know
in.
you're watching me.
And so
It's
we gotta
Biden
be,
currently
we gotta get
is
a little
winning.
bit north.
I'm
of
reading your
50,
text.
60%
Sorry, I
before we
said
start
that.
having a significant conversation. That being
Yeah.
said, I'd rather be ahead than behind.
Here's one right here. Oakland County, Michigan. Oakland County is a suburb of Detroit.
Ray, what's the
It is
matter? Why don't you just
place
ask
that,
me that in the
Hillary won
chat,
by 8
bro?
Points
Ask me
back
that in the fucking
2016.
chat, you
Oakland County, the
jackass.
president currently holds a 12% lead with 40% of precincts reporting.
I'll give you a number from an exit poll that the New York Times is quoting, an election poll, not just exit. Okay, so 40% of the people who voted in Michigan said that they're better off financially than they were 4 years ago. Okay, of those 40%, 81% voted for the president. That
You know,
seems pretty
that Gallup
staggering.
poll recently just showed that too. You had 60% of the people saying they're better off. Generally
right.
speaking, at the end of the day,
We're
people
going back
vote
to
their
Alex
pocketbook. One of the things that people forget about the economy is everyone talks about the economy is a personal thing. It's not a number. So you can tell someone a statistic, but do they feel better? Do they feel that their job is safe? Do they feel like they're bringing home more money? Do they feel like their family is better off? And I think you're seeing this over and over again in these exit polls where people saying I'm better off. If you're better off, you're not switching horses.
And we're going to send you guys to the board here real quick. While I send you there, I'm going to give
like
you
I'm
one
in
more
trouble,
county.
Rob.
I know. Well, you know, you didn't get a chance to hit the gym today. We're going to help you out. You guys go ahead. I'm going to bring up Kent County while you guys take a walk. Kent County, Michigan, is where Grand Rapids is. I used to go there on ski trips with the family.
All right, we're going back to Alice,
This is a
you
county
guys.
that in 2016, the president won by 3 points. Kent.
I just want to say again, I appreciate everyone watching this with me. I love you
But
guys.
what's going to happen?
This is one of the
it's a
most
nail biter.
important
It's
nights of my
scary.
whole life.
And I'm looking at it saying, how can
Anti-globalism,
these
baby.
massive crowds
Anti-globalism.
completely not mean anything?
This girl looks like
and
Gina
the point
Carano.
is, too, that the thing that pisses me off so much is the way that they've abused us in the last 4 years and tortured us and cancel culture. And I just got my account suspended today.
Sonny,
and
come
all
here.
of the
What's
things
the
that
matter?
they've done to us in the last 4 years.
Well, they just
Like
silence.
Tucker
You're
said-
silencing everyone. Yeah.
Right, like what Tucker said last night. It's if they win.
What are you doing? Come here. Want to be a little baby? What the fuck, you guys? Everybody, ask Sonny if you've met her. Why are you being so scared? Come here. I love you. You don't have to be scared. Look, it's just your TV. They love you. They love you on this TV, Sonny. They're looking at you. Don't you want to see him look at you? I know you do. Wait.
This is like a whole city.
By the way, that's just the close shot. They back up. It goes on and on and on. That's just one rally. I mean, this is in a little town, Butler.
Yeah, Butler. Like, these are people that are voting because, you know, Biden said that he would ban fracking and lose hundreds or thousands of jobs, hundreds of thousands. He said that, you know, all of a sudden.
And then he said he never said it.
See,
then he said we never said it, but we obviously know that.
Hold on, we got a Democrat that's celebrating right now.
She's a good girl. I promise you guys. See that face? I named her Sunny after Tammy Sitch from wrestling.
We're gonna go through Iowa down to Missouri.
Oh man.
We've learned the ways. We're not gonna take any.
I'm sorry I put you guys onto this and was like, this is what we have to look at as our election
Who's
coverage.
gonna change your diaper tonight when Trump wins?
My magic brush. My orange man bad brush. Orange man bad. Orange man bad.
All right, let's go back to Owen Schroyer. Deanna made great points. Owen, what do you think of that?
I think, yeah, there's going to need to be some adult diapers and some children's diapers for the liberals potentially at the end of the night.
You want a dab?
North Carolina continues to trend in Trump's direction.
Good.
Still early in Pennsylvania, but the gap is narrowing. The gap is really tight. I mean, razor's edge thin in Ohio, but that favors Trump, I think, in the long run. Wisconsin, there's starting to be a little bit of a gap here for Biden. Minnesota really heavily favoring Biden with early returns, but there's still a path to victory for President Trump without Minnesota and or Wisconsin. So it's still kind of really everything is playing out. I think kind of what most people expected with the races to watch coming down to the wire are going to be Minnesota, Wisconsin, Ohio, Pennsylvania, North Carolina. And with those states, I believe we'll go the election tonight.
What about Michigan?
Here he is, Alabama, Trump.
Returns are really good for Trump right now. It's early, but really good. Late returns don't necessarily favor Democrats. Of course, the one
their numbers are way behind, though. Let me just read some comments real quick. We'll have Pennsylvania reluctantly late. I hope so, if at all, maybe through the courts. I think it'll be overwhelming, though, because of the oil industry. There's absolutely no way can Biden win without widespread voter support, 100%. Biden has like a handful of people at his rally. Oh, we already read that. Trump across every state. There are caravans every day. We read a lot of these. How did I get so far back? My sister went full blow limber. We read that. Gina's the bell. We read a lot of these. Oh, and I fucked everything up. What's going on here? Ready? Bang. Bang. Nope. Bang. 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 Oh. What happened here? What the? Look at this. Okay. Okay. Let's change the stream. Oh, God forbid if they attack me for taking a dab. Oh, my God. I'm going to freak the fuck out. If you guys were here the night that they cut me off the first time because I played They Live and I freaked out and I played Satanic Pedophiles for 7.5 hours until 2 in the morning, we're about to have one of those nights if they just cut me off on election night. But no, you guys are all still here. They just cut off my thing. We're going to try it one more time. Ready? Video browser and off and on. Off. On. Okay. Let's get a new Alex Jones link. Oh, I just paused that accidentally. All right. Restart. Total restart. Alex Jones, fresh link. Copy link address. I could just go to Infowars.com, but I'm being lazy. I'm going to the Donald instead because I'm aware of what's going on. All right, and then... Oh. If they're going to cut my ability off to play video, you guys, please stick with me. Let's go. I'm going to go to Right Side Broadcasting because I like them, and they play every single Trump rally. They're not super biased either way. They just love Trump. Like, oh, they're super biased in the fact they love Trump, but they're not like Alex Jones. They're just like, we love Trump. Oh! Okay, we had a serious issue there, guys.
First TV anywhere and everywhere. We'll see you there.
Oh, that's what happened.
Email you actually want to read? We've got you covered. Sign up for the Up First newsletter only from the First. Every morning we deliver.
Sorry, guys. We're going back to Alex Jones.
Plus, you also get instant analysis and real facts.
Hey, guys, do you want to get me in trouble? Yes or no? Just say it in the comments. If you want to get me in trouble. If I hear 3, we want to get you in trouble, I'll tell you something that'll get me in trouble. If nobody says it, you don't have to get me in trouble.
A wise man once said you should do something great every single day before you go to sleep.
All right, we're back to Alex. Sorry about that, guys. Whoa, it's going straight to band.video. Everybody's sending me shit, man. If you're sending me shit to tell me that the shit's not working, I'm aware. INFOWARS.com. This is the only one that matters. As long as Infowars.com is there, I'll get to it. You guys always got to remember that. Y'all think Alex Jones disappeared. He's been there every day at Infowars.com. Okay, caught another X. Didn't exactly work that way. Election Center. Oh, I did it. No. I didn't do it. I had a fucking quick chance and I blew it. This is it, though. Oh, you fucking piece of shit. Sorry, guys. This is his website that's giving me a problem, not whatever I'm doing. I'm switching it back to the first one again. Here we go. This is what it was like when it started and it worked. He got shut down, people. Go and check yourselves. Go on to Infowars.com. Please let me know in the comments if Alex Jones just got shut down. If Alex Jones got shut down, it's only a matter of time before I do. Please let me know if he got shut down. Because I think they're going to start shutting everybody down off of social media to control the results of the election. I've been saying this since the beginning. I've been fearing this. Let me know. Let's go somewhere else. I'm going to go to somewhere. I'm going to go back to Newsmax. We're going back to Newsmax. Because at least Newsmax worked, and they were boring, though. They were too newsy. I want Alex Jones news. I didn't need that.
But they know where the vote is at. So you've got less than 0.3% right now. But look, I got to dovetail on what Mark said. This is crucial. After 2016, the media and the Democrats doubted the Trump campaign and the RNC working together.
Let's get Fox on the corner. I'm sorry.
Data operation and ground game in political history. The biggest mistake that they made this time was not recognizing that it got stronger.
Florida, Texas, not called on this Fox map. Remember it. It's early. Take a sip. I probably got 2 to 3 more of my size shots in here. Take a sip.
No, because here's the point. The Biden campaign and the media just assumed a lot of stuff. The idea that you watched it happen in 2016 and then say, by the way, let's take all of our people off the field and do this electronically just fundamentally misunderstands what happened in 2016, mechanically speaking.
For the first time since the founding of the Republic, we've had 3 straight two-term presidents, Clinton, Bush, and Obama, and each one learned from the previous one. How do you keep from losing? Because before them was George H.W. Bush who lost. They all looked at that and said, if you're incumbent, the Trump campaign looked at...
I did it. I'm sorry. I fucked up.
Templates.
I
Clinton,
appreciate
Bush,
everybody being
Obama.
here with us
And
tonight.
it starts
I
with,
fucked up.
start running right away. You know when the president filed for election? On Inauguration Day. He's been running for 4 years.
I'm familiar with that day.
And this It was.
Congrats on the win. This is going red. I take Ralph Bruno 100% seriously because I believe he sees it.
They look, and as I said over at the board,
Jay, I
what the
fixed it. I'm
president's team
sorry.
said was, we need more votes than we got last time to win. How are we going to get them? We're going to go find all these people.
I still stand by my statement and say this is nuts.
You got to understand something. The Trump campaign and the RNC, Chris Carr, who's the political director, that gave every single person on the campaign a copy of the Obama book, Groundbreakers. They were like, look, study this ground game. This is how Obama won. The idea that the Biden campaign that sat there and rode shotgun along to that campaign and didn't pick up the lessons, even if they pull out a win tonight, the idea that these guys pulled their people off the field and didn't realize that that's the reason they won in 2008.
They were the responsible shutdown campaign.
Right.
Okay.
Shut down the field operation.
We're going to jump back and just kind of remind everybody about the state of Florida, where this run all began, as the president looks better and better as the night goes on. Look at that number, 51-48 at this point. That's 99% in. The president winning, it looks like about almost 400,000 votes, which, as Jim McLaughlin said, is a landslide in the state of Florida, which is always tough. 29 electoral votes to the president. And what else we got in here?
I'm telling Steve to join us, boys.
I am going to leave you people now.
Boys and girls.
In the hands of the great John Bachman, who's going to take
Steve's
the big
at work. He's asking me what's
Florida.
happening.
Well, I guess we'll just
if somebody knows Steve, send him the update. Trump is still going to win. I don't feel like doing it. I'm here for you guys. I'm not here on my phone.
FYI, Virginia,
do you want me to do the memes?
2430.
I'm going to go to the memes. We have the chat. I think that's our chat blowing up with the memes. Let's go check it out. All right, I'm going to put this on mute. Oh, wait.
Welcome back, everybody. We're kind of
talking shit.
starting a little bit early.
No, they're not. Okay, we're going back to the browser. Fuck them. You can hear them in the background, but we don't need that shit. We're going to go to the memes. Memes. Do we all like some memes? No, it's all the memes. I have another group full of memes, but it's not my position to put them on blast. I'm not trying to be that guy. That's not a nice thing to do to people in this era. If you want to put yourself on blast as a Trump supporter, that's up to you. It's not my job to do it. Let's go back to video. And let's try Alex Jones again. Although this time I'm going to investigate the link here on my end. All right. So give me a minute.
I think you've got to remember the narrative coming into tonight. This was going to be a blue wave. They kept talking about multiple paths to 270.
Beyond.
I'm going to check it out
and
on
right
my
now,
end.
you're right. We've said this all along on this network, is that Pennsylvania is going to be key. But that's not what the Biden campaign and the mainstream media was telling people. They also told us that we were going to have a tough time. There's a good chance that the Senate got taken over. They were going to talk about the fact that that Kevin McCarthy was going to lose seats in the House of Representatives. I continue to look at Virginia. We now have 2430 of 2585 precincts in. Daniel Gade, the Republican, is up 52.6 to Mark Warner, the incumbent senator, 47.2. This was certainly not the race that the AP called at 7:01 p.m. There are multiple House races.
Maybe he's on Joe. Maybe he's on Joe.
In the Norfolk Tidewater area, where former Congressman Scott Taylor is currently up 58.5 to current Congresswoman Elaine Luria's 38.5. This is not good for Democrats in a lot of states.
Yeah. Heather?
Say, wouldn't it be wild if President Trump ended up getting Latino voters and also African-American voters in some places?
I'm going to expose you guys to someone you don't know about.
And then Joe Biden ends up getting the older white vote. The older, I mean, it would just like turn everything on its head.
Well, you think back to the Growth and Opportunity Project.
Someone else, we'll see how he's taking it.
Yeah, but is the white working class, are the projections good for Trump in terms of white working class votes?
You know, I don't have the breakdown in front of me, Tim. My monitor.
I don't know. If we're talking about the white working
but,
class,
I don't know.
I'm
I mean,
not
it's interesting to see how the Latino vote turned out for Trump in Florida. We talked about that here after one of the debates when the Telemundo poll afterwards said that Trump decisively won.
It was a Twitter poll.
But
it is Spanish speakers who are following Telemundo, not English speakers. So
Indeed. And, we talked about there how Latino culture is based in machismo. It's based on strong male leadership. They're Christians, they're Catholics. They're
ready? We're going to Joe, you guys.
Modernity, as it were.
Stick with it. It's
Joe.
See
that and they're like, oh, man, I don't think that looks good.
No, that's a horrible thing that shouldn't ever happen.
And I should say real clearly, when I say Trump's been established as being racist, I mean by them. Right. he did launch his campaign by saying the thing. What did he say
about Mexicans?
About the Mexicans. They're criminals. They're rapists. I assume some are good people.
No, he was saying the ones that sneak over here illegally. There's a lot of gang members that sneak over here illegally.
But that's not even backed up by the evidence. That's
I hate this guy. I can't watch Joe. This guy on here is a piece of shit.
Numbers or
Joe's trying to tell the truth, but I don't like this guy.
There are some, but his argument was not that there are some. He said they're criminals, they're rapists, and I quote, I assume some are good people. So in other words, he flipped it. Okay. You're saying, they come in here. Yeah, right. You're saying some of them are criminals and rapists. Yeah. He's saying the default is they're criminals and rapists, and I assume some are good people.
Real clear why they're criminals. They're
That's
criminals
true.
Because they don't have anything going on in their country.
That's
They
true.
come over here because we have crazy drug laws.
And the drug war. That's right. That's the whole thing.
If you legalize drugs, and it sounds crazy to people that don't want their kids to be hooked on drugs, and I have kids, and I don't want my kids to be hooked on drugs, but if you legalize drugs, you would essentially take the legs off of organized crime.
100%.
That's literally what funded Al Capone. That's literally what funded all the moonshine runners.
Florida and Texas.
Where did this shit?
I know you said
so much of the police state that we have kind of, I guess, dependent on these silly laws being enforced, and a lot of people are drawing.
We're not doing Joe Rogan.
Those laws.
100%. A big part of what keeps marijuana illegal is the prison guards unions.
Right.
They try to keep they want jobs.
Right.
They want jobs. They want people in jail. Which is crazy if you really think about it.
We just get to a problem where it's like there's not enough jobs right now, and that's a real problem. And if you unwind, which you should, all these unfair systems, you're going to have a hell of a lot of people with nothing to do.
And that's not true. You're going to have a hell of a lot of people who can sell weed. Like, look what's going on in Colorado.
Legally,
There's a lot of people legally that are selling weed. Yeah, prisoners,
OnlyFans,
sell weed and
we're former prisoners, guards, and now we got a podcast.
Oh yeah, this is what we want, boys and girls.
Now we do it. Yeah, listen, there's a lot of things that people could do. The idea that the thing they're doing now is the only thing they could do is ridiculous.
Thank you everyone for staying. You all stayed during that, and I appreciate it.
In prison, when you're talking about private prisons, and you're talking about people generating money by.
When you're coming and watching this with me, you know you're watching this with the only guy that I can trust. Oh, no. Yeah. I can deal with this. I can deal with this piss. I can deal with this bliss. Can you deal with this
just be ready.
I remember in 2016, and I believe you had just really started working here at InfoWars, and you came in so cocky. You had your boss.
Okay, I don't know what just happened there, but we're going to try that one more time. Oh, it's still open. Hold on. All right, we're going to redo that. Yeah, InfoWars. Again, you got to keep in mind, man, this motherfucker's been deplatformed. Stop giving him a hard time, okay? YouTube, Google, Facebook, Twitter, they all banned this fucking guy. He had to build this shit himself. You know how much traffic he's got tonight? You think this motherfucker's sitting in his goddamn house in Texas playing for all this shit tonight? And we're just one. Thank God I got 11 on my ass.
Trump in Pennsylvania to Joe Biden's 47%.
And that
right now. Continues to increase. Same with in Ohio. Donald Trump has 50.5% with Biden at 48.1%. And this is all according to the New York Times. In Texas, we have Donald J. Trump at 50.5% and Biden at 48.1%. So Biden in Ohio, Texas. Ohio, basically identical numbers, which is rather interesting, but that split is identical between them. And yeah, things are looking up. The turn has gone up. But you know, you guys were talking last segment about Texas. Texas and the Project Veritas video that was in San Antonio, just outside of that. But don't forget, Patrick Howley also exposed the stacks of driver's licenses.
It's an orgy of Democrats.
98 to 131.
These are.
I believe I like those numbers if they're true because we haven't gotten Florida and Texas. That changes everything. Once we get Florida and Texas, that's when the tears come. That's when we go to the other networks. That's when we sit there and we shut them down.
Hunter Biden.
And what was on those
This is it, boys. We are fucking ready to go.
I mean, there was also there was a mayoral candidate that was, I believe, charged just outside of Dallas. So the amount of voter fraud that's gone on in Texas has been huge, but nobody sort of pays attention to it because it's a foregone conclusion that it'll go Republican, and obviously, the corruption and everything. But it just seems like, everybody's hyper-focused on Pennsylvania because there's clearly some shenanigans going on there. And Texas, they've been going on maybe at a higher clip than we originally anticipated. So while the trend is looking up right now, it'll be in the late hours that the mysterious boxes of ballots start arriving.
I totally agree. That's when, and in the weeks and days to come.
And they're gonna go, look, we found all these ballots. We've got to count them all.
Yeah.
It's absolutely sinister that the Supreme Court, and I'm not too fond of Amy Coney Barrett too, for that matter.
Oh, we warned everybody.
I know you did. You guys really did. But why?
And by the way, that was unpopular with the audience. Like, we get who the Democrats attack is loved, but we're like, our sources.
Well, you have to do the right thing. You have to say some things that are not popular, but for her not to weigh in on this very, very critical decision is a little disturbing. But for them to even
she refused to.
She refused. She said, "Oh, I don't have enough time to go through all the documents." I mean, what really do you need time for? I mean, this is the way the elections have won.
That was an abdication of her responsibility.
Right, pandemic or not, this is the way it's run. So
it's called choking.
Yeah, she choked. You're right. She choked, and she's a joke. She could.
Well, I hope she gets better because I think she's such a follower. Maybe pressure can be put on her to be a patriot, but
that's what I'm worried about. And I think Trump got it. I think when he was at the first Pennsylvania rally on Saturday morning, he was bummed, he was disappointed, and I think that was you can tell from his voice he was upset. But I think that we can't have. I mean, California is counting votes till November 20th. Are you kidding me? November 20th. And by the way, polls are closing in California, and I think an hour from now.
And that's because they know they're losing unless their fraud works. All right, Owen Schroyer.
One more hour.
Harrison Smith.
Do not sweat this, comma. He's winning right now.
You're all here with us right now. We're so thankful to the viewers. We had 800,000 people on our streams earlier. The regular show that's been on 20-something years has like 2 million a day. It's wonderful. We love you. But to get almost 1 million viewers, I'm told it's even higher now, is amazing. So everybody, spread the link.
Electionnight.news.
Electionnight.news is the URL. They're not blocking or ban.video or Infowars.com. Just say, hey, live uncensored coverage. You're not supposed to see it. Say, hey, the show, the #1 Joe Rogan show with Alex Jones is on right now. Use that term with people. It'll really work huge because that's the truth of what's going on. And there's a big controversy tonight. Joe Rogan's live. He's got millions of viewers. He's being flooded with where's Alex Jones. I made the decision not to do it 3 days ago because I invited myself. He already had 3 guests. Joe is already coming on as a guest in a few weeks, and I was already going to be back on soon. And Joe's like, choose this or choose that. And I said, hey, I invited myself. I'll do the thing later. Just because it became this big fiasco. Joe
now we know, baby. We have the only link to Alex Jones tonight.
Screw you guys over and be here.
Not so on
now
Joe.
I really feel bad. It's this huge controversy, even though I've been honest about what was going on. Just like Spotify didn't censor him. Joe already months ago had me set up for the state, but he didn't want me to tell anybody because they'd go after sponsors. He wanted me to do it once I went live. And so that's what's really going on with Joe Rogan. So I just feel bad for him because they were showing me earlier, his whole discussion now is where's Alex Jones? It's like hundreds of thousands of comments. Where's Jones? Where's Jones? Where's Jones?
Flooded. Yeah, well, I mean, they're on him too because wanting to make sure he's not going to bow to the mob. And he's shown himself to be brave.
Ooh, Vegas bookie odds just flipped to Trump. See, I think Vegas is in
Vegas
play.
bookie odds flipped to Trump.
The
That's
worst
it.
thing that happened to Nevada
That's it. It's a
this year
wrap.
Was
it's
their
a wrap.
lockdowns. They rely all on their tourism, right? So do you really think they're going to?
So are you saying, I didn't read that. I missed it. Vegas says Nevada flipped, or Vegas is already for Trump?
So there's bookies that are, they do the sports booking and everything, and they're betting that a Vegas bookie is saying that it flipped to Trump. Trump is now 2-1 a favorite.
Oh, I agree.
That's nationally. That's nationally.
That's nationally.
It's nationally. But
regardless,
there was like 90 miles.
They shouldn't be. The Democrats want to shut Vegas down.
Right.
What person in their right mind would be a Democrat?
Nevada only has Vegas. I mean, let's be real here.
All right.
Like that's what they rely on. It is like suicide. Also, when you think about New Mexico, when you think about Ohio.
Oh, and the Chinese yuan. That's their is that internal, external currency? I forget.
Yeah, they're like, well,
it's tanking right now because they're so scared Trump's about to win. Oh, yeah, bitches.
If they don't get
yeah. Crocodile tears. Okay, Sargon of Akkad is up at 2 a.m. in the
we
United
might get a
Kingdom.
couple
He's
new
an amazing
friends
individual.
joining
Carl
us
Benjamin
tonight.
is the English.
If
liberal
anyone is in
YouTuber. I agree
the
he's a classic
chat that I'm
liberal.
in about Ruth
That's the
Bader
opposite of modern
Ginsburg,
liberal, with almost
let me know either
2
in the
million
chat or
subscribers,
here.
will cover
'Cause I'm about to
political
share
philosophy,
that there.
the far left and right, Islam, day-to-day politics, and he's here in the middle of the night with us right
might
now.
get a few
and we're
new
so
friends.
honored to have Carl Benjamin. Carl
I don't
Benjamin,
know if you guys
Sargon
are
of
watching,
Akkad.
but
Thank
I'm
you so
watching
much,
Alex
sir.
Jones, and he's telling the truth.
Thank you for having me. Can you hear me okay?
We cut.
Yes, sir. I hear a few crosstalkers, but you're awesome. There you are, my friend. We love you. We appreciate you. What is your take on all this right now?
I don't want to. I've been making the joke that Trump's going to win everything and flip California. I obviously don't.
I'm
think
not
that's
trying
gonna
to just
really
plug
happen,
my
but I think
shit,
he
but,
is
like,
going to
this is
win.
what I'm
and I think
doing,
it's,
and I like this
it's going to be by a large.
I'm not
margin
trying to be
than
like,
last
hey,
time.
come watch my shit. Like, I'm not making any money off of it.
I really think,
but at the end of the day,
the same sort of effect happening
I want
over
these
there
people to
that happened over here when it came to the last
come
election,
hang, 'cause that's what
where
I'm
a bunch of places that
Why
had
is this
never,
on here?
in some cases, voted for
he's
anyone
doing
other
that,
than
not me.
our equivalent of the Democrats,
This
which
is
is the Labour
InfoWars.
Party,
This is
flipped to the
not-
Conservatives.
I chose
And I do wonder if the same sort of thing is happening.
If you're
in
just
your
joining
country
us,
at
we
the
got
moment.
Fox News in the upper left. We got
I
InfoWars
agree.
on the
And
big
now,
screen.
At this late hour, Trump is projected to win Wisconsin. What are they going to do, Sargon, if Trump wins? We've already seen 4 years of temper tantrums. What do you expect?
Well, I think the question is, what if Trump wins by a bigger margin? Because effectively, this is a greater repudiation
He's
of the
not doing
left-wing
it
position
because
in the
Rogan's gonna
minds
be
of
a
the
guest on his
activists
show
who
in
are
the
all
next
extremely
few weeks,
online.
period. He
And
invited
I think they are
himself,
going to get offline
and
and go
Rogan
cause
said
some
pick
trouble.
one or the
I
other,
don't think that
period.
people have been
Joe did not
building
want
up
him
their
on
buildings in vain. I think that might actually be something that was a sensible necessity.
Last message I
I don't
answered
think they're
that's
going
not
to take
here.
it well.
I mean,
Sorry,
I agree.
guys.
So, Sargon, you've been a political analyst, a statistician yourself. I would love to have Democrats that are reasonable. I didn't used to be a Republican. I am so scared that they are literally Chi-Com operatives that literally want to intimidate me and censor me. I think they forced a lot of mainline people into radicalism.
I don't think that's an exaggeration, to be honest. It does seem like there
We
are
need
lots
more
of extremists.
opinions.
The Project Veritas video
I
is
want
really
more
interesting.
numbers.
How Bernie's campaign was basically being run by Leninists and just open Bolsheviks. And don't get me wrong, Bernie's the radical fringe of the Democrat Party. But look at the sort of thing that Kamala Harris says. I don't think that she is a far leftist herself, but she definitely panders to that demographic. And it's hard to believe that they won't have any influence over her decision making.
What does Google say?
She'll be corrupt probably and take money and whatnot. But I still
Sure,
think
but
that
that
the
means
politics.
the Democrats have
The numbers
flipped.
are
They've been
similar.
radicalized into a
But Texas
Marxist,
and
Leninist,
Florida haven't
Maoist
flipped
position.
you. There's a lot of
they-
states that
yeah,
are
I
looking
mean,
for Trump
just
right
today,
now.
Kamala Harris
Jeez
put out a video
Louise.
calling for equality of outcome.
Look at all those
And
Trumpy
that's a pretty
states. Those
extreme
are a lot of
position. I mean,
Trumpy
that's-
Must all be
this-
equal. That is a incredible.
Those are some thumpy
explain that
Trumpies,
as a
let me tell you,
libertarian,
including
or as an
Pennsylvania.
anarcho-capitalist,
Well,
or as a classical liberal. How dangerous is claiming everyone must be equal? And that is an incredible statement.
It's the total opposite of the purpose of your country. The purpose of your country, like freedom and equality, are opposite positions because any amount of freedom destroys equality. Equality has to be artificially enforced. And the point of your
Correct.
country was not to produce equality, it was actually to produce freedom. So people who are protected by laws could maintain their own property and actually have productive lives. It's
Sorry, guys, I have
inevitable
chats
that
to
these
read.
people
Let's
will
read 'em.
all be unequal, but they
No
will
volume,
all
brother.
be
I've had it for a
free,
while.
and they will all get what they earn.
Shutting this off. This guy sucks. No, I'm serious. That was Ralph. I see it. Ralph can see it. I appreciate it, Ralph, because I see it too. Hill, smiley face. Yup, this guy's an idiot. Jay knows Ralph. We all work together. I like him. Carissa's my sister. Hi, Carissa. I didn't even realize it was you. It's my sister. I love her. She's so good. They're all criminals. Coming over the border illegally makes you a criminal, hence the word illegal. Yes! The moment you cross the border, you are a criminal. It's a fact. Hey, Alex Jones. Yes, Ralph, because he's going to tell us the truth. Trump's about to flip Virginia. Socialist scare tactics worked on the Latinos in Miami. Game over. Ralph, it's not socialist scare tactics. Kamala posted the fucking thing. It's fucking communism. Are you even fucking brutally honest? Came in here. He's like, yup, it's definitely communism. He didn't say that, but he knows that it's communism. Everybody knows. You can't deny. Ralph, equality of outcome is the calling card of communism. That is what it is. If you had to sum communism up into the shortest amount of words possible, it's equality of outcome for the poor. That's the definition of socialism, communism, Marxism. That's what it is. How it happens in the fucking stupid book that was written by Karl Marx and how you get there is a whole nother thing. But the end game is equality of poorness for the poor and the rich stay rich. How dare you say scare tactics? Trump's about to flip Virginia. You said that already. I love liberal tears. So tasty. Jay, me and you, let's have a drink with some. That's when you remember California has 55 electoral votes. He'll never win, dude. Straight communists coming in, brutally honest, saying communism is not done. This is communism's last stand in the United States, and we're going out swinging. They're not winning. They can be a little salty, though. Yeah, that's brutally honest with that salty communism. Nah, I'm not salty. Not you, Ralph. It's communism, that is. Let's just hope Trump gets my 401k backed up to pre-COVID growth. Yeah, see? Bro, I'm going to be honest. Ralph voted for Biden for virtue signal points. He always says, Ralph goes, I'm fiscally conservative, but I'm socially liberal. What that actually means is, I'll vote for Trump, but I'm going to tell all my friends I vote for Biden because I don't want them to say that I'm a racist. Because that means, and that's why I call him out. I'm extra hard on Ralph, and Ralph, I'm being honest, I'm extra hard on you for that reason. I love you, and I believe that you probably even did vote Trump today and won't admit it. But, I'm not going to lie. I believe what you say. Whatever you say that you did is what you did. I don't think of that. But I do think that you deep down do support Trump. But I believe that you were actually manipulated by the public opinion so much that you voted for Biden. Because I fucking talked to you about straight communism within the past 24 hours and Agenda 2030, and you said, well, I agree with you. Globalism, it's a fucked up thing. It's too bad Trump's the only guy that's saving us because I'm not voting for him. Let's see. I'm going to be a little salty, though. Nah. Okay. Fung won, baby. Yeah, Fung in Rhode Island. I don't, he doesn't make a difference to me. He doesn't affect my life. But I can smoke weed in my house already. I can legally smoke pot, so I don't really care about Fung. Not like in a fucked up way, but like, he's on a level where it's like, I'm happy with certain parts of my personal life living in Massachusetts and my personal freedoms. And I'm happy that Fung, because he might get that for you guys. Fung's that guy that might do that, but I can already do that, so it's not like it changes my life. Yo, I'm getting blown up. Y'all are hearing this. I know you are. Dave Alves, he's reporting on my... I was going to say I'm live. I'm live, motherfuckers, come join us.
It's a major maneuver. Federal courts tried to block it, saying, we're not going to teach the country's inherently evil. You're right, it's a very big maneuver ideologically. He's literally countering them at that level. Explain that. Yeah, well, I mean, this is the kind of ideological subversion that communists are.
Ideological subversion, communist, it's Yuri Bezmenov. I made that video.
Corporations that contract through the federal government, which is staggeringly, I mean, it's excellent from the patriotic perspective.
He has done this. This is, and I don't think you can overstate how important this is as well. But it's the sort of thing that has long-term consequences.
They just talked about ideological
subversion. Employing a patriotic education is again exactly the right thing to do. It's really bad. It's a moral wrong.
Before I leave this on, I want to thank everybody for joining me. We officially have right now between Facebook and YouTube the largest audience for a consistent basis I've ever had on the show. So I want to say thank you. And I appreciate everybody for joining us 100%. I'm putting this back on.
Hostile activist. When you see the mug shots in Portland and they look absolutely awful, you're not looking at a person who's got a lot of self-love there. You know, you're looking at a person who kind of.
They look like mentally ill meth heads that escaped from a mental institution.
Yeah,
that's exactly what they look like. And yeah. But this has been a common theme through like left-wing politics for a long time. Like the people commented how about a lot of the Bolsheviks were basically like the scum of society that Lenin had managed to wield into a tyrannical terror regime. And And like
all
really
it
does seem
takes
like
is
this
Florida
same
and
thing
Texas
happening
to
in
be
Portland
counted, boys and
places
girls,
like that, where
and
it's-
our
it really is
whole
like
night
people who are-
changes.
like,
I
look-
got
look at the people
super
who Kyle
confident.
Rittenhouse
Even
shot.
Ralph showed up
You know,
just
they
to
weren't exactly
say
pillars of
he
the
can see
community,
it, and I
were they?
appreciate
One was
it,
a
Ralph.
convicted multiple child rapist. The other was a robber. The other, they were all criminals.
Yes, they are all criminals because the scum of society are being
Take a
told
drink
they've
with me.
done nothing wrong. And it's like, no, they have.
Cheers.
The left-wing way of looking at things
Cheers,
is if
everyone.
everyone's a victim of circumstance. Well, okay, I mean, yeah, okay. If everyone's a victim of circumstance, then no one's a victim of circumstance.
Yeah, why'd you
We
rape
don't
an
need to
8-year-old
bring it up.
boy? Why'd you rape an 8-year-old boy and then rape a 9-year-old boy if you're this victim of
Society made him
circumstance?
do it. It's what they'd say.
Yeah.
They'd say society made him do it. So yeah, well, you know, society made Kyle Rittenhouse shoot him. So, you know, maybe we can just write off this entire conversation. You know what I mean? But basically, it's really, really good news that Trump is doing so well, and it's really good news that Trump is engaging with these ideas on like the level that they're engaging with society at.
You're on fire, Sargon of Akkad, and we're going to keep you on with us. I know you're live streaming with a huge audience right now. We're very honored to have you. Where can people join your stream? Where can people support you or visit you?
You can just head over to my channel, Akkad Daily. I think I'll actually have to jump out because I've got a few other people I've got to talk to.
I understand. Well, we appreciate your time. We only have for like 20 minutes. What else do you want to add then in closing?
Just don't ever apologize to them. Make sure that they understand that they earned every defeat they're going to get. You know, the absolute steamrollering that they're going to get. They deserve this. They were the bad people in the conversation.
So you're predicting a Trump victory tonight?
Oh, totally. Yeah, I've been predicting this from the start. I think Trump's going to steamroll them.
All right,
and you can see
Sargon
the
of
fear in their
Akkad.
eye.
We only got you on like a year ago. We had steaks. You and I and Count Dankula. You got to come back on the next few days. Promise me that you'll pop back in with us to give us an aftermath, okay?
Wow. Well, I don't know if I will tonight because it is very, very late.
No, not
So
tonight.
maybe
I'm saying the next few days.
Yeah.
Right, okay. I definitely will. All right. Thanks
All
very
right,
much
thank
for
you,
having
sir.
me.
Facebook
We appreciate you.
fact
Let's go back.
this,
There goes Sargon of Akkad.
but this is
Amazing
literally
analysis. I hope he's
video
right.
proof
It's starting to
that
go
what
that way.
Facebook is
I just want
saying
to be
is
overconfident. There's so much fraud.
Yeah, me too.
that
I'm just trying to look at the results.
Well, and you even look at the map behind
It's
CNN.
weird.
They're keeping the states.
Well, I've seen so many. The numbers are flipping.
It's the blue
where's
mirage and the
Fox?
red mirage.
Do we have because so right now it says that Biden's the lead in Arizona, which is weird to me.
Too
Very
close to
weird.
call? Arizona, their polls just closed at 9 o'clock.
54%. Yeah, so understandably, but do we have like a Fox that we could pull up side by side or?
Yeah, pull up Fox. Let's go to Owen Schroyer and Harrison Smith in the other studio. Guys,
maybe
you've got the latest numbers. Go ahead.
All right, am I on here?
Yes, you guys are on.
You are on.
We're going
All
to
right,
go to Owen
this out.
Schroyer,
So
a
check this out.
madman, a maniac right now. Go ahead, sir.
Check this out.
Okay.
Right now, Trump is ahead in Wisconsin.
Woo!
He's ahead in Michigan. He's ahead in Ohio. He's ahead in Pennsylvania. And he's just taken the lead in North Carolina. If all of this holds as is, Utah, Trump will have 289 electoral college votes.
Yo! He's going to win! He's going to win, yo!
270 to win. If all this holds, Trump has 289. Now, he's also just taken Maine, the lead in Maine, but that's still, it's still very too early to.
His map shows Rhode Island is blue.
He maintains Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, which he carried in 2016, and finishes with North Carolina. And if they call Utah early, that's 289 electoral college votes for Trump. California, Nevada, Oregon, Washington, Arizona won't even matter. Trump will already have enough to win.
Okay. How quickly do you think the news narrative, if that continues to hold and the race is called this early, how quickly do you think they're going to start delegitimizing this? And then
Great question, Leanne. This is why this is so key. So with Pennsylvania, for 20 electoral college votes at 289, they'll say, oh no, we can't declare Pennsylvania for anybody. We've got 500 bajillion mail-in ballots we still got to count, so we can't compare that. But if he wins Maine, that puts him over the hump. If he wins Nevada or Arizona, that puts him over the hump. Early numbers in Iowa are for Biden. I'm a little shocked by that, but if he can somehow pull off an Iowa, that puts him over the hump. So if he can carry one more of these states, Pennsylvania won't matter. So he has a path to victory even if they try to delay Pennsylvania until the year 2030.
Okay, that's good.
But if he wins Maine, or if he wins Nevada, or if he wins Arizona, or maybe even no, Idaho. He will. I have him counting as winning Idaho. So then Pennsylvania can be delayed till kingdom come, and it won't matter. But that's definitely what they want to do.
Right.
If that number is narrow in the Electoral College and it's sitting at 289 for Trump, which it looks like it could potentially be right now, they can delay Pennsylvania forever. Now, here's what will be interesting. Even if Trump loses Maine, he could win one Electoral College vote in Maine in the 2nd district, which would then put him at 270. So, I mean, it's like it's right there neck and neck. But
you couldn't script something like this.
Soon. But
this is like sudden death overtime.
But how many votes did he get with Hillary? Again, it was 300 and...
It's sudden death overtime. We went to 2 a.m. in 2016.
So if he clears all of those same states... Then what are we missing then?
He's lost in Iowa. Right now he's losing Arizona. So those would be the 2 ones.
Okay.
Yeah.
But here's an interesting thing.
I feel like he could pick up a state or two also, though.
In places
I feel like we'll just arrest Joe Biden. How about that?
How about
Goddamn commie agent. I mean,
he wins.
I can't believe we're barely winning against commie scum.
It's humiliating. It's like, what?
I mean, I wish the Democrats weren't cancer. I'd be like, I'm not going to even worry about who it was.
Yeah.
Instead, they're like horrible pedophiles.
Yeah.
And they think
and that's a competition somehow.
We're gonna accept Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Really? Like, it turns my stomach.
Yeah, it does. It really, really does. It's scary.
How is it this narrow
at the
over
state of
fucking
America that it's this
pedophiles?
close?
That's
but again,
my question.
when you look at the
How do
massive
we even
crowds
get
and
to this point?
enthusiasm
Why
for
is
Trump,
it not a
even
blowout
more than in
over
2016? I think the majority of these votes for Biden are fraudulent.
Oh, there's huge fraud going on.
Really,
Harrison Smith, what do you think's about to happen?
Well, one of the things that hints to fraud, or at least some sort of something strange going on, is that in places like Ohio, you have 74% of votes precincts returned. In Texas, you have 79% have reported. In Arizona, even you have 75% have reported. But in Pennsylvania, you have 30% of votes have been reported.
That shows you they've been planning to hoard it all along and deliver the state.
Exactly.
And here's the key.
Slow rolling this.
It's right that Democrats usually vote early and then more Republicans come in the day of. But then there's that last little minute, like you said earlier, Leanne, where they stuff everything. And that's what's going to happen in the early hours tonight.
Yeah. Oh, I just found this mail truck full of ballots.
Harrison continuing. I see what you're saying. Pennsylvania is 30%. That stinks. Something is rotten in the state of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, it's very, very weird. In fact, you have only, let's see. Yeah, just over 2 million votes counted there, while you have well over 2 million in Arizona. So what is the holdup in Pennsylvania? What are they concealing? And of course, earlier today, it was in Pennsylvania that we saw all sorts of videos of people not being let in to observe the polls, people who shouldn't be let in, being let in. You had, all of the chaos that we've seen this morning primarily came out of Pennsylvania, and clearly that's the state that they think they can flip and that they think they need to flip. But it doesn't look like their shenanigans are paying off quite yet, but you got to hold out because, as we've been saying, it's late in the evening that suddenly mysterious boxes of ballots will start to appear. Meanwhile, I'm still looking at some of the goings on in Washington, D.C., where most of the unrest seems to be centered right now, where you still have groups of Black Lives Matter supporters and Antifa sort of getting ready, sort of standing around, milling about, waiting to see whether they burn the place down or not. So when you
Let's
talk about
check out
enthusiasm,
riots.
they do have
Send
some
me the links for
enthusiasm.
riots.
It's enthusiastically burning down our heritage. They're very, very enthusiastic.
Oh, this is
about
global government's taken over all the continents, all the countries except Russia and a few others. And they just see us as they're supposed to take over.
Right.
And these bankers don't get in trouble. They don't care if we kill each other, have a civil war. They just
Send me
keep
the links for
battering
riots.
ramming,
Let's
battering
read what we
ramming
have going on.
Until we go, oh, you're globalists attacking us, you're going to pay. And until they get retribution, they're never going to stop. And I don't want retribution against a bunch of Silicon Valley.
I had a
bankers and people,
Trumpy
except
bear
they
to
won't
smuggle.
Stop attacking us.
Lil
So if you
Blaster,
want
that's
the fight,
Sarah.
We're going to get it. Let's bring up Joe Biggs.
Yvonne,
here. He was here
wow,
with us.
he's in.
Oh, there
Joe
you go.
Biden, very
An
moderate.
honest sign for Biden.
We're still winning this,
Trump
Yvonne.
running ahead.
Sarah,
Pull
glad
that
you're
back up,
here. Brutally honest.
Ahead of his 2016 performance.
He's not moderate,
in
bro.
Trumbull
They wrote
County,
a full
Warren,
communism
Youngstown,
fucking ad
and
yesterday
on the West PA border, with nearly all the vote counted. Yeah, that's what's happening. So it's starting to happen right now, but they've got fraud planned. And he was here with us 4 years ago tonight. Joe Biggs, the great patriot, Army veteran, good friend of mine with Leanne McAdoo, working that night. But now we've got Lorraine here with us. Wow, my friend, great to have you here. What is your take on this, Joe Biggs? Yeah, it's really interesting. You know, I've been pretty nervous all day, but as I'm watching these calculations come up and I'm seeing the numbers come in, I'm starting to feel pretty solid that Trump's going to pull this one through. You know, this really is a battle between good versus evil at the end of the day. This is really a spiritual battle. I
mean, you're right. It's so clear cut. It's insane.
Yeah.
I mean, it's frightening what's at stake right now, because if Biden wins, think about this. Our rights are going to go away. Evil is going to take over. You're going to see the government become even more corrupt. It's so scary to see what's at stake, what's in the balances of this election. This is probably one of the most historic and important days in America's history. And it's just interesting to be here. My stomach hurts. My gut
it's as important as July 4th, 7th. There's no doubt.
Yeah.
This day is as important as 1776 July 4th, baby.
Yes, it is.
I mean, you cannot. The level of suspense.
Yeah.
Oh, he's telling the truth. I'm having a fucking heart attack, you guys. I can't deal with it.
You turn on the TV every day and it's like Biden this, Biden that. But then you go out and you go to all
every
these
Yahoo story,
rallies.
every CNN, every ABC. America sucks. Trump sucks. The cops suck. The towns suck. White people suck. I mean, it's a total damn assault.
Yeah.
You know, the left went after him hardcore. The deep state tried to do everything they could in 2016 and steal the election, and they failed. And my thing is when you make a mistake, you never make another one again. And I'm hoping that they aren't able to be successful a second time around, because they are doing everything they can. Just like we've been seeing these ballots being found in empty warehouses for Trump. If Trump pulls this off in a landslide tonight, which I think he's going to have a pretty huge margin, bigger than last time,
they're going to bring in all
of a sudden
those
start
hidden
finding
ballots.
these new ballots that were for Biden. Look, there's no enthusiasm for Biden. I live in Florida right now, and I can tell you, everywhere you go, you see hundreds of thousands of Trump signs. When you drive up and down 95, 75, Alligator Alley, you go across I-10 to the Panhandle, there is Trump enthusiasm. It is like
absolutely. We're going to come right back to Joe Biggs right now. We didn't have Roger on for another hour, but he's here with breaking news right now. We'll come back to Joe Biggs, the great patriot, here in a moment. Roger Stone, former chief analyst, political operative for Donald Trump, exonerated political prisoner. What is the latest right now? Does it look like Trump is about to win this, or are we in deep crap and we should start getting the razor blades out? Roger Stone.
Well, Alex, it's too early to figure that out. What I'm looking at is early trends. None of the states that we're waiting for, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and so on, have been called. Things look very, very good in Florida. I'm seeing some very interesting and positive trends in Virginia. Virginia was not thought to be competitive. It was carried by Hillary Clinton. Mark Warner, one of the most epic criminals in the U.S. Senate, a man who leaked Carter Page's classified FISA warrant to the media and should be prosecuted, appears to be trailing in the U.S. Senate race. Now, CNN has called the race for Warner. That's an almost positive indicator that Warner's about to lose. That race has to be watched very carefully. This is still going to come down, ironically, to the same handful of states that it did in 2016, those being Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Ohio. Florida, I really believe, is now solid for the president. He has had an extraordinary turnout of Republicans beyond anything that we expected. The only way to interpret this is that the president's warning the public about the potential fraud in mail-in voting inadvertently scared a number of people who vote by absentee and thought that the president was saying, don't vote by absentee because maybe your vote won't count. And we had to count on those Republicans, therefore, to show up on Election Day. Alex, they have in spades. Republican turnout in some of the most liberal counties are exceeding all previous expectations. Florida is clearly moving towards the president.
Well, I'm having an orgasm right now. So is there a path towards Trump's defeat so far? I get it. We're not out of the woods yet, but you're saying the tea leaves right now portend a Trump victory.
Well, things are looking good, but nothing's done until it's done. Now, hopefully you and Ted Cruz can carry Texas. I'm a little concerned about that. Texas should not be close, but it is.
Oh, it's so pathetic. Ted Cruz barely beat Beto.
Oh my God.
I mean, that's why I've been really upset. I have family that won't vote. They go, oh, Texas is fine. I want to punch him in the nose.
Yeah, right.
Well, let's be clear. You know why people take an instantaneous dislike to Ted Cruz when they meet him? They're merely saving time. So, look, Ted's a great senator. He's a great conservative. He's a good man, despite the fact that we've tussled. But he's not the most lovable guy you've ever met. Many guys go to the U.S. Senate thinking that they're the smartest guy in the Senate. Ted Cruz went to the Senate thinking he was the only smart guy in the Senate. But we'll put that aside for the moment because Ted has worked very hard for the president. He did say last week the president should stop talking about Hunter Biden's emails. I completely disagree with that. This is not about Hunter Biden. It's about Joe Biden. It is Chi-Com corruption. It is taking giant sums from the Red Chinese. If Joe Biden were to become president, he would essentially be a stooge for Peking. I think we all know that.
Right.
All right. Roger Stone is on fire right now. You're scheduled to join us in about another 30 minutes, but roll through the numbers. I know you got a big party going on at your house. I can hear it. Sounds like awesome. Rocking the house here. You know, if the house is a rocket, don't come a knocking. But looking at the numbers right now, what states are you positive about? What states are you worried about?
I continue to feel really good about Pennsylvania. The early trend in the western part of the state, traditionally Democratic but conservative. These are NRA members. These are union members. They are overwhelmingly Catholics, hardworking people. They voted for Barack Obama. They regretted it. They voted for Donald Trump, giving him victory in the Keystone State 4 years ago. They seem to be going in a big, big way for the president.
They saw Trump deliver. I mean, he delivered. I mean,
I'm just trying to stay calm. That's why I'm sitting
here. There's no question. And the president has run a brilliant come-from-behind campaign. Why? Because he's daring, because he's entertaining, because he's audacious, because he's bold, because he is fearless, and above all, he has had an optimistic, upbeat, positive message for the American people. Joe Biden says we're going to a dark winter. Donald Trump says, no, America's greatest days lie ahead, and the best is yet to come. Optimism always beats gloom.
That's right. All right, we'll be checking in with you in an hour. We love you, Roger. And God, I hope you're right. Thank you, Roger Stone.
Thank you. He's right. It's true. I mean, I like the optimism.
On a soul level, I think that most people resonate with it because over and over we hear this dark and gloomy winter and oh my God, everyone needs to go and hide and it's so bad, it's so terrible, it's all doom and gloom. And I can't imagine that working for people. I know it doesn't work for us, but I would imagine on a soul level, you know, on a mass level, people will not stand for that. It doesn't.
Well, the biggest lie they ever told was, oh, Jones wanted Hillary to win because he'd make more money if she got elected.
What?
She's suing me, trying to destroy me.
That's silly.
I was upset when Trump won because I knew the main assault was coming.
Yeah.
You know, the biggest lie in the world is that I want them to win. I literally am ready to die to stop these people. And again, that's what they do. They think we're like them. They're like, oh, you're Machiavelli. No, I am Machiavelli to know what you're up to. I'm the opposite of Machiavelli. My power and our audience's power is that we have a soul and a heart. We do what's right no matter what happens. And they try to attack that every day and say, we don't have a soul because they don't have one. It's like the Tin Man doesn't have a heart.
Oh, man, New Hampshire. I was kind of hoping that would go to Trump.
CNN has had to retract a few of the states they called early.
You're right.
And so then
where did New Hampshire go in 2016 though? Look that up, guys.
I'm pretty sure it went for Clinton, but you know, I thought that he had so many people turn out for him this year. And with Maine, obviously, I think that he would have Maine too because he did something great for the lobster people. You know, he reopened 6,000 miles of ocean, apparently, that Obama randomly closed for no reason. So he did a great deal for the lobster people and the fishermen people.
But they don't.
But nobody hears
I'm just
about
imagining.
That.
Like he ended all these wars. No one hears about it.
Yeah.
Joe Biggs, what's your take on the latest developments?
Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Ohio will go to Trump, I believe. I think that he has a good chance of taking all of these.
We have to do what we have. All right.
You look at the early mail-in votes, and now you're starting to see the calculations of the day of vote.
All right.
So, if that's the case scenario, we have to salt mine in a bit. He's telling us all how it's going to happen. Once we know we've secured it, it's over 270, we're going to salt mine. We're going to go everywhere else and just laugh.
People understand what's at stake right now, and they understand how important this day is. And at the end of the day, it's, are you voting for a man's character in a sense, or how his demeanor, or are you voting for his policies and what he's actually done?
Nature.
And he's created one of the greatest economies. He's done more for veterans than any president, ever. This guy is doing an amazing job right now.
Oh, my God. I mean, the things he did, because I run a company with over 100 people, and I have great people that are doing what I want. We can barely do it. If I had everyone opposing him, I couldn't do anything.
That's insane.
Think about this. He's a 71-year-old man who just did 15 rallies in 2 days, 74 years old, who did 15 rallies in 2 days, defeated the coronavirus, and then stayed up till 3 a.m. and waited on hostages to be brought back that SEAL Team 6 got, didn't go to sleep for 20-plus hours, continued to go out and talk. Joe Biden wakes up at 7 a.m. and puts a lid on it by 9:30 a.m. How can you expect an individual like this to go out and lead the free country, the greatest country in the world?
That's who the Chi-Coms want, is this
China that's going to be doing it. China's going to be leading everything. China's going to take over.
That's it. No, go back to that, all of you.
He did say the F word.
When you guys talk about this. But no, seriously, real show. We're talking about the reality. That's it. The Chi-Coms want an empty, retarded vessel. Right. They don't want this. And so God's
Thank you guys for staying with me. Thank you for joining me.
This Spartan goblin king
share the stream.
Who's like
if you hit a donation tonight, if we hit $150, I'm going to do this full time. I'm going to say I don't give a fuck about anything else.
So Leanne,
I will dedicate my life to this.
And then Joe Biggs.
We're about $100 to go. I haven't looked at my phone in a long time.
Anyone is going to listen to the mainstream media after this, after it's just become so clear how much they are in the pocket of the DNC. They're like the mouthpiece for the Democratic Party. And I just wonder when people are going to be sick and tired of being lied to. And, are all of these so-called journalists there in the mainstream media, do they even have a heart or a soul to see how they're selling out this country to the Chinese, to Iran, and then tearing down one of the best presidents we've ever had?
There's no soul. There's no heart. There's no mind. I mean, I would think so. But, then I see time after time after time, these people are just bought and paid for. And they're all just puppets. I mean, just like Joe Biden is a puppet. These people are CIA trained. They all are in cahoots with each other. And it's never been more clear than in the last couple months. The big tech with the DNC, with the MSM, that is insane. And they're not even hiding it anymore. They're totally brazen. I was banned today. There's so many other conservative influencers that were banned today for saying anything about ballots, anything about fraud, anything about tampering, even if it was your own personal experience. And then same with COVID, and this goes on, and they're not. The thing that is so creepy to me and disgusting is that they're not even hiding the level of coordination with the MSM, the DNC, and the big tech companies anymore. They're not hiding it.
They're so disingenuous.
It's completely, but nobody cares. And, you would think as a classical liberal, you might care that your free speech, there's no such thing as free speech anymore, that free speech is banned and censored. But because it works in their favor, this time, they're all for it. Yeah. And that's what's sick. It's not only do these people have no souls, but they've removed the souls of any, maybe once upon a time good-hearted liberals.
Where the fuck did Alex Jones
They're
go?
done too, because they can't see truth from lies, and they're not willing to stand up for freedom.
They've perfected the gaslighting and the Stockholm syndrome.
I've been doing documentaries for the last 3 months with National Geographic, ABC Nightline, all these different media groups, and they all, every time, had the exact same questions, verbatim, in the same order. It just shows you how these people are trained to just be puppets, to use these manipulation tactics to go after the American people. And that's the thing. They think that you're stupid, but you're not that stupid, people. Learn to think for yourself. Break away from the chains. Go out there, learn, understand how people like the media use propaganda and use that to your advantage.
Exactly.
Think for yourself.
Biggs,
Stop.
Hold that thought for just a second, because we've got Owen on the other line, and he has some breaking news for us. So let's get over to Owen. We'll get right back to you, Biggs.
Yeah, I'm going to let Harrison break this news. I'm going to go to the big board and break down after this major
better be a good one. This better be a good one.
This
is some breaking news here out of Philadelphia.
Get ready, folks. Owen Schroyer has got it. Tell us what's happening.
No, sir.
This is a big one. Philadelphia has stopped counting votes until tomorrow.
Oh, you knew that was coming, baby.
Just 32% reporting, and the AG in Pennsylvania is stopping the vote totals until tomorrow. They will not.
Oh, wait, let's just stop. I want to start over. They have computer algorithms, and they have AI snooping systems that know who's going to win, who's going to lose. They knew this was happening. That's why they made it all about Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And notice they're going to hold this state.
He's telling the truth.
Continue. Start over. Start over, Harrison.
He's telling the truth.
What's the reason?
So here is the report coming out of Philadelphia. The AG in Pennsylvania is stopping the vote totals until
might be
tomorrow.
heading to JRE. He already said he's not doing Joe Rogan, Ronnie.
Obviously, this reeks of fraud. So yes, Philadelphia.
So as Trump begins to take the lead in Pennsylvania,
that's
they have to
tough.
stop the voting so they can do special work this evening.
At 32%.
Oh, so I wonder what kind of ballots they're going to suddenly come up with in someone's cave or their basement.
Oh my God, this is so obvious. Owen Schroyer.
So disgusting.
Did they give a reason why? Did they?
Let's get Owen's take. We'll get all your takes too. Owen, go ahead.
They don't care.
Yeah, they're saying that they're not counting any mail-in ballots till tomorrow, and they're saying there's going to be millions of them, so they can't count them till tomorrow. Now, here's the good news. So we'll put Pennsylvania on hold. They're obviously trying to steal it. Everybody and their mother saw this coming.
Everybody knows
the good
that.
News
Yeah,
is,
we want Florida.
Where it stands
Texas.
right now.
Yeah.
Rhode Island is still in play. That's an important four.
Rhode Island's in play.
Trump is actually ahead in Rhode Island.
He's ahead in Rhode Island, baby. We hate Gina Raimondo. And I'm not even in Rhode Island.
Votes. If he steals either one of those states, again, that could render Pennsylvania and those 20 electoral votes irrelevant, especially if he remains ahead in Wisconsin, where his lead is narrowing. Remains
Rhode
ahead
Island's
in
got
Michigan,
4,
where his lead
baby.
is expanding.
Like the Horsemen.
Remains ahead in Ohio, where his lead is expanding. And continues to finish strong in North Carolina. The path for victory.
If my
is
Rhode
there
Island
for
peeps
President
got
Trump.
this done
So
for
he
me,
can-
yo,
they can delay
I will be
Pennsylvania
so
until,
gassed. And if I have
Timbuktu.
one friend,
I got it.
in
Let's
Rhode
not be over
Island,
positive,
I'm looking
though.
at you.
What is the Biden path?
I know
to
you're
victory?
here, and I'm looking right at you.
The Biden path to
I'll be
victory
mad.
is obviously stealing Pennsylvania, hoping he can return and get Wisconsin. Maybe he ends up winning Montana. You really only have Missoula reporting right now. That's the liberal part of Montana, so that could shift at any minute. So that could shift any time. But Biden basically needs every state on the map right now. He needs to win Rhode Island, which he's behind in. He needs to win Virginia, which he's behind in. He needs to win Maine, which he's behind in. And then a steal of Pennsylvania becomes irrelevant, since it does look like Minnesota and Iowa are going to go Democratic. But he's going to need Nevada. He's going to need Arizona. He's going to need the whole West Coast. He's going to need Montana and the steal in Pennsylvania to win.
By the way, Owen's way better than CNN's guy. I'm pretty impressed
You're
here.
saying, oh, let's go to Fox News. Let's go to those guys suck, man. Get them out of here. They've been wrong all damn night, just like they were wrong in 2016. And this is what I'm trying to tell you guys.
By the way, I'm not against Israel, but what is the little Israeli operative Wolf Blitzer?
Zombie media, they're dead, man.
No, Wolf Blitzer's Shin Bet. He's Israeli intelligence.
Yes.
Like, why is
Wow.
that dickhead calling
Alex
the election?
talked right over him.
I'm not calling the Israelis elections.
Put Owen Schroyer up
Like a
again.
leftist frickin'. I mean, he hates Israel itself. He's a piece of crap. I'm sorry, Harrison Smith. You're in there. You're in there.
I was just making fun of Wolf Blitzer in the time that he went on Jeopardy and ended up in the negatives because he's so dumb. But here's an interesting little tid note here. Donald Trump is winning over Joe Biden in the popular vote by 2 million votes. So that's kind of a change of fortune there.
Where's that Dem baby? Where's Dem baby to cry over the popular vote?
The popular vote is good because not only now he's 2 million ahead, he's going to probably win by more, and I think he's going to win the popular vote.
And then they're
I would relax on that. California is going to be coming in, and he'll make up at least 2 to 3 million in California. So I wouldn't really bet too much on the popular vote. But I'm telling you right now, Biden needs a miracle. He needs more than just a Pennsylvania steal. He needs a miracle. And it seems really insignificant. But if he can't recover in Maine or Rhode Island, I don't see a path to victory for Biden. I really don't. Even if he, by some miracle, gets Iowa, Montana, and Arizona, he's going to have to recover in Rhode Island or Maine to have a path to victory tonight, the way the map stands. So again, They may delay Pennsylvania. They've obviously
Rhode
planned
Island
it out.
and
They've
Maine.
obviously, as you said, Alex, they've rigged the algorithm, so they know, Pennsylvania was about to go for Trump big time.
Yeah.
We better
Shut it
pause this
down.
deal. We better find mail-in ballots,
Yeah, everywhere else is like 90% recording, but we're 35%. It's been that for hours. This is ridiculous.
Right, that's bizarre. And also, why is Montana even in play for?
Just wait, because Missoula, Montana is the earliest returning right now. Missoula up here, very liberal. It's the liberal stronghold. Once Billings here and Bozeman starts to see returns, I'm guessing that Montana will flip for Trump. So you're just really seeing the Missoula returns there before Billings and Bozeman come in.
If you're in line in Montana, you still have 10 more minutes to vote. So make sure you stay in line and you vote. Your vote
Missoula's
counts.
that liberal college town. It's kind of like Austin is in Texas.
Arizona is interesting though.
I'm fucking terrified, you guys.
Let's go to Arizona in a moment.
Everybody's talking
Biggs, go ahead and make
great
your point.
things, but
I'm
not
just saying, once they get to the rest of Montana, you're going to see it go towards Trump. It's going to shift hardcore. You're going to see that meter move over to him. It's just Missoula.
Okay, good. That makes me feel
Thank
better.
you for
But
joining
they like
us,
to show you that so that it'll put the blue on the map.
Yeah,
because they want to show.
Thank you for joining us. Like, share, subscribe to the channel, BG from the bottom of the rabbit hole. If you're first time, thank you for coming. If not, thank you for coming anyway. Let me read some of these. What do we have? Steve-O picked Biden. Disgrace! I know he did, though. That's you and me, bro. Yvonne, yes. We flipped RI. I voted in mass, but you're right, though. It's this channel that flipped RI. Rhode Island Reds was our oldest baseball team. Quite fitting. I want to see Rhode Island go red. Yes.
On the East Coast, guys, give me back the East Coast here. Trump has a path to victory on the East Coast. Again, if he finishes strong in Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, and wins North Carolina, it's over. It's over. I mean, there's no path to victory for Biden at that point. And they know it, and that's why they're delaying Pennsylvania.
And Maine is 4 electoral votes, right?
What is?
Maine.
Yeah, Maine is 4, but it's actually 2
Island's
and then 2
too.
per district.
But they were always going to delay the vote. It was so.
When we knew that, and that's what's so disturbing is we knew that, we called it, and they're pushing, censoring anybody who called that out. It's so obvious and so brazen. Isn't it disgusting to people?
Here's a headline from the Los Angeles Times. On October 14th of this year, they say a really destructive scenario. Pennsylvania could hold up outcome of presidential election. So this was, over or almost a month ago that they were already seeding the ground for this narrative.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, they have been the last 3 weeks too. They've been zoning in on Pennsylvania.
And Alex,
they've
you
been
always
doing
point out that
hardcore
they
social
tell
media
you what they're going
pushes.
to do.
They've been doing hardcore social media pushes saying that, hey, Pennsylvania, you guys are going to be the ones that call this. Like,
Why don't you all go night?
So,
Why don't
they're
you
being-
go
they made it
all
all
night,
about
please?
Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I will.
Wow.
Voted for Trump,
It's been
obviously.
Florida, Ohio.
Lil
Ohio,
Blasta.
Now it's Pennsylvania.
I love it,
That's why
Sarah.
the
Good
Amish
shit.
people were like, okay,
I'm
going
gonna
to
go all night. Even if I fall asleep live, I'll fall asleep. It is what it is.
Vote. So
Right, the Amish people voted. The nuns for Trump came out.
Obviously, Washington, Oregon, go Democrat. What about Idaho?
All right, listen. I'll fall asleep on this. We're going to be here all night. You can stay. Stay, don't go anywhere. You can fall asleep on this channel as well. It's a sleepover. It is what it is. I'm going to wake up because I'm not drinking anymore. I'm only going to have one more drink if it's declared a Trump victory, then I'll have one more drink. If I'm not awake for a 100% Trump victory, then I'm not doing it. But I'm staying awake all night for you guys regardless. Let's do it.
So let's say Biden comes in and he does end up winning Wisconsin, Oregon, California, Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, Iowa, Minnesota, New Hampshire, and Rhode Island. Then it will come down to the mail-in ballots in Philadelphia. So if they've got this thing gamed out to that point, I mean, my God.
But that's totally rigged.
But again, Trump won. So in Maine, there's 2 state electoral votes and then 2 districts. Trump won the 2nd district in Maine in 2016. He's leading in Maine right now. So that's an important one vote that can end up changing things. It's crazy to think that a one Maine electoral vote could do it, but that could be the one.
Well, Trump has a 300,000 vote lead right now in Pennsylvania over Biden.
That's a lot.
But now they've frozen it so they can engage it.
Yeah, they're not.
That's just in Philadelphia. That's just in Philadelphia. There's some more votes coming in. you're going to see Trump have a substantial lead. Right now, it's quite a bit.
And also the ruling, that's a good point you put there, Joe, because the ruling that the Supreme Court made was that they're only going to count those ballots if the lead for whatever candidate is narrower than the amount of mail-in ballots they have. So just for numbers' sake, let's say Trump is ahead by 2 million in Pennsylvania at the end of the night, and they only have 1.5 million mail-in ballots, then they'll have to declare Pennsylvania for Trump. That was according to the Supreme Court decision that said they can only count the mail-in ballots if there's more mail-in ballots than the margin of victory on election night.
And Trump's won 56 to 42. That's why they're panicking and cheating right now.
Yeah, the cheat is definitely on. The cheat is on 100%. Now Nevada becomes important. You know, the Republicans let the Democrats steal Nevada all the time. This is just Stone's rules. He tells me that they do this every time for every reason the Republicans let him do it. So, but maybe Nevada flips. Who knows? But Biden needs to win everything. He needs to win all of this.
I'm staying, bro. Coffee time, Brian. We need you up. We're just watching. This is a downtime right now, man. We got all night. Oh, you guys didn't tell me that we were on mute.
It's amazing that it's even a state that's
Thank you for staying, though.
Oh, yeah, they're countering us with election fraud. And
I feel like this is everyone who supported me ever is in here.
All right, Joe Biggs, we really
literally,
appreciate you with us
every
tonight.
person
Any
that's
other
ever been a
closing
staunch
comments? How do
supporter
folks
is here
find you?
tonight
You're one of the
with
most
us, and I
banned people on the
appreciate it.
internet.
Thank you.
We love you. We love the work you're doing. How do folks find Joe Biggs?
You can find me at Parler, Joe Biggs, obviously, and then at Censored.tv with Gavin McGinnis and Milo Yiannopoulos and all the other people out there. We do a whole bunch of shows out there. Thanks for having me on. It's very nostalgic to be back here again to cover this Trump election once again with all you guys. I love it. Thank you.
It is very nostalgic. Join us again tomorrow, Joe. We love you and we appreciate you.
Will do.
Bye, Joe.
Bye, Joe.
All right. We got Owen and them in there. You guys are here. I'm sitting here looking at all this news. This is just crazy. This is so close. It makes my head spin.
I know.
Ladies, what's your female intuition telling you right now?
I'm just wondering, as we're seeing sort of the red sweep over the map, obviously we don't have CNN and all these other networks piping in, but I'm curious, at what point in the night do they have the mental breakdown? Do they start crying? Do they say, 4 more years of this, it's time to hit the streets and resist? And we saw them do this 4 years ago, and you know.
But I remember 4 years ago, I was in a gay bar in West Hollywood when I was watching the election results, and because I just got stopped into traffic and everything, and and everyone was so cocky, so smug. I had people even trying to grab me in other places, saying, "Oh, you like to be grabbed?
The volume,
you know what? That's why you voted for Trump."
Yeah, BG, wake up! I get it. I'm here.
It's ridiculous.
It's disgusting.
BG still watching
like
you
cuddle
on my 42-inch, Mr. Pitts. I love it.
They let you do it.
Right.
Beer cracks. Let's stay up. Hey, I'm not going anywhere. I have to come sleeping.
Rape us on the way to
I'm
the
just
car.
sleeping this off, but I'm not even sleeping. I'm right here. When I see
about
those
11
things
p.m.
move,
California time,
I'm fucking in it.
where we saw the tide shifting. And then it wasn't until at least midnight when we really started seeing the win for Trump. And that was midnight.
This is
California
the night,
time.
you guys.
So I know it feels late for us
I'm just
right now. It
having
feels
a
like we've been
fucking
at it all
panic
day.
attack.
But it's not.
You don't
I think
understand. This is
it's
not
still early for West Coast. You got to remember they just
usual BG.
are now closing their polls right now.
11 p.m. actually.
I think
they still have another hour.
Yeah, they still have another hour. So I don't think. I think it's going to be at least an hour until we get more,
All of our fans out in
Like,
California, you still have 1 more hour to get your entire neighborhoods, families, everybody out there.
Do not abandon Trump.
Don't think your vote does not count because you're in the.
Keep voting right to the last minute. When do the polls close in California?
1 more hour.
I think it's either 8 or 9 p.m.
11 p.m. Eastern, right?
Okay, perfect. So 8 p.m. Get out and vote. Stay in line. That's the biggest thing.
Right.
Stay in line. I got banned today from Twitter for telling people to stay in line.
Stay in line. Don't let them say, they've already called.
Total election meddling.
Called the state.
That's election fraud.
That is absolutely.
That's election meddling.
Absolutely.
I can't tell people to stay in line.
Right. Because some people don't know. They might say, it's 8 o'clock. The polls are closed. No, if you're in line, you can make it in there and cast your vote because if they might, the line might be moving slowly. It doesn't mean that it's shut down because, you didn't make that 8 o'clock deadline. If you're in line, go vote. And it's so important. Your vote really can make a difference this election.
Yep.
All right. You ladies have done a spectacular job. Come back. We're going to get David Knighton here. He's loaded for bear. And then we've got Steven Crowder coming up and so much more tonight I cannot impress on listeners, and I love you so much, and I appreciate you so much. I'm not bitching at you, but we're in a war. Your word of mouth isn't king, it's God. Okay? You spread the articles, you spread the links, we win. You don't, we're all dead together. We have electionnight.news. We have Infowars.com.
Oh,
and,
my
there's
God.
over 1.5 million people. I was just checking, tuned in right now. That's great. That's huge for our non-live show. It took me 20-something years to have 2 million viewers during my regular show.
And you're totally banned.
We're totally banned. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's awesome. And we're dominating the Joe Rogan podcast. We're not on it. We love Joe, but, that's going on right now. So,
You want Alex.
so just tell folks on your email and tell them on your Facebook and tell them now, hey, forbidden coverage of the election's happening now, and that causes victory.
Yes.
Until others promote it. So let's do this.
Electionnight.news.
Electionnight.news.
And let's be honest, I woke up at 4:30 a.m. this morning. I couldn't sleep.
Oh, yeah, me too. Anxiety all night.
I want you guys to air a couple promos. We're going to come back with Owen Schroyer. We're going to come back with the rest of the crew. We're going to come back
Good night.
With David Knight here in studio, and you ladies can take a break. And then at a certain point, I'm going to go get in my office and go crazy, because I don't know what I'm going to do here. This is all so insane. We've got,
Do we need champagne? Or
this is what I want to play. I want to play clip 4 from today, because Tucker Carlson is a beautiful person and he does a great job. And it's not about our personal relationship that I won't get into on air. We are married to each other. I'm joking. No, but seriously, Tucker thought I was full of crap back on 9/11. And then he saw stuff come true and he called me and he said, I figured out, like, you're right about all this. I'd like to come meet with you. We had dinner and we hung out 10 years ago. He came back, he came on the show like 8 years ago, had dinner with him, hung out many times, talked to him all the time. I mean, I'm not bragging about it. I mean, I don't care about Hollywood stars.
They cause fucking earthquakes and they pollute the fucking...
phone. I shouldn't say this on air because, what is, we're friends. The fact that he goes to a level I can't even get to because he writes that stuff. He's reading off a teleprompter, but Tucker wrote all of this.
Yeah.
And so they're pulling it up. They don't have it ready, but it's clip 4 from today's show.
Tucker believes it all.
You're either with Trump or you're with the disgusting ruling class. So I wasn't like
I like that.
name dropping Tucker Carlson being a big fanboy for Infowars. I'm a big fanboy for him. It was so you would just understand that process of Tucker Carlson thinking I'm this horrible con man, and then he learns that it's almost all true. Then he becomes a supporter, and then it's a beautiful story. And then now he's up there doing such a beautiful job. I mean, it's beautiful.
He really
I mean,
is.
you watch these
Tucker's
these
killing
monologues
it.
He writes, and it's like, I wish I could do that. So I feel really good knowing he's there. I'm very excited.
And he writes them themselves, right?
He writes them, yeah.
So
what's the antipsychotic do?
It
Makes
stops
the
you from
synapses
being a
fire
psycho.
and then connect.
It's
Yeah.
Seroquel. It's some antipsychotic
My
medication.
mother's
schizophrenic. They make her take
Resperol, things like that. Like,
It
what is Seroquel?
gives you more clearer thought.
My friend's father used to take Seroquel. He would like foam at the mouth and fall down. He was like a drunk. and that happens. That happens, yeah. But if he's not psychotic, you still would give him this medication?
No, I was largely joking when I said, I'd give him Seroquel, but
I thought you were serious. I thought it had like some
Adderall is the
effects.
thing that I would actually
There's
give him.
still 2.2
See,
million
that's-
mail-in
Now
ballots
he is like
counted
this
in Pennsylvania.
thoroughbred
About
thing
87%
that is
of the
kicking
total.
ass.
Yes, so that
So
means
play this
that
clip.
Wow.
We'll come back
I
with,
think Pennsylvania is
who
going
knows
to.
who's up
It's
next?
Biden.
David Knight.
Sorry.
David Knight.
He was up 6 points in the fucking average of the polls coming into today. It would have been a miracle if Trump pulled it off. 6 points is way outside of the margin of error.
2.2 million is so many.
Of absentee ballots? 6 points is way outside of the margin of error. Trump can maybe swing at 3 points. He can't swing.
Nah. I'm not having that, bro.
A lot of places you'll find in this country once you head inland from the coasts. It's a former industrial town. They made Pullman rail cars there for many years. But it's been losing population for decades. There's still a lot of nice people in Butler. For 60 grand, you can buy a decent house there. It's a place you might be happy in. But our professional class is not impressed by Butler.
That's my boy.
They don't consider Butler, Pennsylvania, or places like it the future. To them, places like Butler are embarrassing relics of a past best forgotten. The men of Butler may have built this country, and they did, but they mean nothing to our leaders now. You can be certain of that because when large numbers of people in Butler started killing themselves with narcotics, no one in Washington or New York or Los Angeles said a word about it. And so it continued. There have now been so many opioid deaths in Butler that a few years ago, residents built an overdose memorial in the middle of town. MSNBC didn't cover that. So given all of that, it was interesting how the people around Butler feel about Donald Trump. Here are the pictures of the president's rally there on Saturday night. Tens of thousands of people came. So many people that the crowd obscured the horizon. It looked like a visit from the Pope. When was the last time a political speech drew that many people? Well, the media didn't ask. Instead, they attacked the rally as a super spreader event. Trump endangers thousands in Pennsylvania. Okay, we'll leave the epidemiology to CNN. But the question still hung in the air. Why did all those people come? Why? They must have known that Donald Trump is the most evil man who's ever lived. They've heard that every day for 5 years. They know that people who support Donald Trump are also evil. They're bigots, they're morons, they're racist cult members. They know that Americans have been fired from their jobs for supporting Donald Trump. Not to mention kicked off social media, belittled by their kids' teachers, shunned by decent society. Only losers and freaks support Donald Trump. People in Butler knew all of that. But on Saturday, they went to the Donald Trump rally anyway. Why exactly did they do that? We should be pondering that question deeply as we watch tomorrow's returns and as we live through the aftermath of them. Millions of Americans sincerely love Donald Trump. They love him in spite of everything they've heard. They love him often in spite of himself. They're not deluded. They know exactly who Trump is. They love him anyway. They love Donald Trump because no one else loves them. The country they built, the country their ancestors fought for over hundreds of years, has left them to die in their unfashionable little towns, mocked and despised by the sneering half-wits with finance degrees but no actual skills who seem to run everything all of a sudden. Whatever Donald Trump's faults, he is better than the rest of the people in charge. At least he doesn't hate them for their weakness. Donald Trump, in other words, is and has always been a living indictment of the people who run this country. That was true 4 years ago when Trump came out of nowhere to win the presidency, and it's every bit as true right now. Maybe even more true than it's ever been. And it will remain true, regardless of whether Donald Trump wins re-election. Trump rose because they failed. It's as simple as that. If the people in charge had done a halfway decent job with the country they inherited, if they'd cared about anything other than themselves, even for just a moment, Donald Trump would still be hosting Celebrity Apprentice. But they didn't. Instead, they were incompetent and narcissistic and cruel and relentlessly dishonest. They wrecked what they didn't build. They lied about it. They hurt anyone who told the truth about what they were doing. That's true. We watched.
Whoa.
America is still a great country, the best in the world, but our ruling class is disgusting. A vote for Trump is a vote against them. That's what's going on in that picture. That's what's going on in this country.
I'm just going to say this.
Let's talk about the electoral map in the corner for 1 second. Jesus Christ, 207. We're getting close to
David
Biden.
Knight sitting my right hand, and Owen Schroyer, and all the rest of this amazing crew. I am so honored to be here with you covering this all right now.
I'm honored and
this
I love you
amazing
guys.
crew
Thank
and
you
all
for
of that
showing
put
up
us here.
tonight.
We were not supposed to be here. We were not supposed to have a voice. We were not supposed to stand up, but we did. And we were honest about everything. We weren't followers of Trump. We were followers of freedom. And we are here right now. Thank you so much for joining us on this live November 3rd global transmission, 10:10 Central
Global
Standard
transmission.
Time. Razor's Edge. We don't know if Trump's going to win or lose. This is so insane. We are live worldwide. The latest with Owen Schroyer from the other studio. Owen Schroyer, tell us the latest numbers.
So Trump continues to widen his advantage in Pennsylvania, but of course, the Democrats with their election steal that they've had planned for months in Philadelphia with the mail-in ballots, they're going to delay Pennsylvania for, as long as it takes. But Trump is dominating Pennsylvania for all intensive purposes, but we're probably going to have to wait for that. The key to pay attention to right now is North Carolina. It's almost time to call. Now, the mainstream news has already called Florida. We called that an hour ago.
There we are.
North Carolina right now, but it's almost to the point of 99% reporting. And so I think we're going to have a final declaration of North Carolina probably within the hour. If Trump wins North Carolina, he is on the path to victory. Now, shenanigans are happening in Georgia. They're now saying Georgia's going to have to wait and count mail-in ballots. Oh, and so they're pulling.
So it looks like, Owen, they're going with Plan B to hold the election up.
Now, it could, again, we'll have to wait and see what the numbers are at the end of the night. It could be so big for Trump, it may not matter. But right now, Georgia and Pennsylvania, they're going to probably try to hold over for later. It does look like Biden is going to win Iowa.
I'm checking some comments.
That flips for Democrats. That's sad to see. Biden is pulling ahead in Arizona. That's going to flip from
four
a Trump
more.
state in
Alex B.
2016.
Caesar, you're damn
That's
right.
Upsetting to see. But Trump still narrowly
Biden's
ahead
numbers
in
are so
Wisconsin.
gaffed in the
Trump
crowd for
dominating
Trump.
right now in
And
Michigan.
then you get
But if
Kamala
they do declare North Carolina
Nealor
for Trump,
begging people
all
for
Trump
votes
has to do is win
outside of
Montana
Youngside
and
shakes
or
my head. Ray V,
Wisconsin
you're right.
and Georgia. And I think
Maine
they'll have
has
to call
been
the
turned
victory for Trump
blue-leaning.
tonight. Biden does look like
Don't
he's going to
say
end
it.
up closing out in Maine and Rhode Island.
Woohoo,
Trump
go
could still get one
Georgia.
electoral vote from Maine.
Love you
in
too, man.
District 2.
I'll check it out in a bit.
But can you
Gotta
believe
work.
that
I
a
love it.
reanimated
Yvonne knows.
corpse is
I appreciate
close
everyone
to
joining us
defeating
tonight.
our populist president? David Knight, you've been watching this for hours. You're loaded for bear. What do you think?
It looks like, and you know, you're hearing it here first, the mainstream media was completely wrong with all the polls, right? They're not even close. And so you got all these betting markets, you know, we've been seeing for the longest time. Oh, there's a 99% chance that Trump's going to lose or whatever. You've got the betting.
It's a repeat of 4 years ago.
Yeah, exactly. You got the betting markets that were betting against Trump and everything. A couple of hours ago, it was 50-50. Now it's 68% for Trump, saying that they think that he's going to win. And you see the stock market. Of course, that's redundant. That's a betting market as well. But all the gambling markets are betting on Trump now. So it looks like this is going to happen, except, as you point out, it's really earlier in the day, as I reported, the analysis that was done by President Trump's campaign manager. He went back and he looked at a video that was done by Biden's campaign manager and an Obama campaign official. And basically he said, well, I went through their numbers and it looks like everything goes through Pennsylvania. And so everything.
Which is why they're holding it up.
Exactly.
You said that last week. I was watching your show in the morning, and now they're holding it up. It's like, they got computers. They know.
That's right.
Not the polls, the computers know.
I've watched this my entire life. You see what it is.
All right,
it's like
I don't
a
like
poker
their
game.
sound being off.
And what they tell the people in the red
We're
areas,
going
typically the
somewhere
rural
else.
areas, they say, okay, show us what you got. And then after they see what you got, they pull out the voting machines out of the trunk and they pull out the aces out of their sleeves. They say, well, here's our hand. And I've seen this over and over again at statewide elections. And so that's what they're playing on a national election basis is exactly this in Pennsylvania.
Well, I've done the three-dimensional math. If they steal this from Trump, it hurts them worse down the road. Just imagine we get Trump, it's corrupt. They'll blame him for whatever happens. If they were dumb enough to put Biden in, they have long term, it's a bad move for them. So we win either way.
Yeah, it looks like there's not really going to be much of a change in the Senate and the House either at this point, what they're saying. I mean, you have Doug Jones, who lost his race in Alabama, which was kind of expected. You had Cory Gardner in Colorado lose to former, I think he's two-term governor, Hickenlooper. So that's a net wash. You got Mitch McConnell, Lindsey Graham. Everybody was saying Lindsey Graham's going to lose.
I didn't follow that. What happened with Mitch McConnell?
Mitch McConnell won. Okay.
What about Lindsey Graham?
Lindsey Graham won by a big margin. I mean, there was a ton of money that was poured.
Yeah, we
in
should
there.
be covering sub races. I've been so focused on Trump.
They had Silicon Valley billionaires one of them poured $11 million into the Texas House races because they know that.
And doesn't that show how their power's waning?
Yeah.
That all their censorship, all their money, it's not working.
Well, it also shows how the mainstream media is losing its grip on the people as well. I mean, if you're going to pour that kind of money in with commercials in the past, that would make a big difference. But because people are not paying that much attention to the mainstream media, that kind of.
I disagree.
Yeah.
They pay attention to the opposite.
Right. They don't pay attention to the commercials.
No, I agree. No, they do the opposite.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. What I'm saying is they literally do the opposite of what they say.
Could be.
Like, I don't want to get. As they're out of bullets, they have all this stolen money. But they have no power. They have no.
Well, yeah. I don't know. Here's the deal. We've got to see what happens with the lockdown. To me, it's all about the lockdown. It's not even about the election.
Well, Trump's trying to end it.
Well, let's see if it happens. I hope it does, because that to me is I see all this talk about how when the Democrats get in, they want to change all the institutions, and that's true. But I've seen all the institutions changed in the last 231 days. I never thought I would see anything like this happen in America.
No, I get you, and I get when he takes control of vaccines.
Yeah.
But you've seen it. He's taking control of their agenda. He's breaking them. I mean,
Well, I hope that's true. I mean, I'll stand up and cheer if he does that.
I agree.
I hope.
Well,
so,
if he does it, we'll go to war with it.
How
about that?
Yeah,
we'll go to war with Trump. He doesn't stop this. So tonight, let's talk about tonight. Everybody's tuned in right now. Want to know who's going to win.
Not happy.
Let's pull the electoral map up. Let's bring Owen Schroyer back in, and also Harrison Smith. What's the latest, guys?
Well, there is an interesting result here out of Georgia with Representative Doug Collins, who's been a total champion in the House of Representatives. He has conceded the special U.S. Senate race to Senator Kelly Loeffler, but that should go into a runoff because neither of them have over 50% of the vote, or the Democrat person there, but that's just to Senator Kelly Loeffler. That should go into a runoff because neither of them have over 50% of them have vote over 50% of the vote, or the Democrat. Little upsetting for me because I was always a big fan. Little upsetting for me because I was always a big fan of Doug Collins, and he special U.S.
Go back to you, Harrison Smith.
No, yeah, you're exactly right. And
studio with great.
You're saying who knows what. Attributes.
David, jump in.
I got a question, Harrison. You said it's going to go into a runoff because they didn't get 50%. I mean, is there a third-party candidate in there that was a margin of difference and they didn't get?
Yes. Well, it was. There were 2 Republicans and 2 Democrats running. So right now the Democrat is actually ahead, but just barely, and that's because
it was a margin of difference and they didn't get
22 to 29%, and then. Or 22 to 28, and then the Democrat has 29. So the Democrat is ahead right now, but I believe in Georgia you have to get 50% or it automatically goes into the runoff 9 weeks from today.
All right, so big picture, Harrison. We can focus on Texas, Alabama, whatever. What are the numbers? Owen Schroyer, what are the numbers? We have.
Trump's path to victory right now is through Wisconsin, North Carolina, and Georgia. If he can close those states, I mean, I think it's fair to give him Montana at this point. You still don't even have Billings registering, and he's now ahead in Montana. So I think where it stands right now, it's fair to say, they just got Billings in. Okay, so that's why you're seeing Trump surge ahead in Montana. So, guys, let's zoom back out here. The map as it stands right now. The sound
is back.
If Trump takes up Montana, Idaho, Wyoming, Utah, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, South Carolina, West Virginia, Michigan, Indiana. I think that those are pretty much safe to declare for Trump right now. We've also got Florida, obviously. But Trump's path to victory tonight is Wisconsin, North Carolina, and Georgia. If Trump wins Wisconsin, North Carolina, and Georgia, if they have to declare those states for Trump tonight, he has enough electoral votes to win the 2020 election.
I don't remember. Did he win in Michigan last time, or is this?
He did. Yes.
He did.
He lost, or he won Arizona. So I guess Arizona likes Biden more than Hillary. He also won in Iowa, and I guess so. Iowa, it looks like it's going to go for Biden as well. It is getting narrower though. Biden needs Iowa. Biden needs Iowa. So that margin getting narrower in Iowa is bad news for Biden. But still, for Trump, North Carolina, Georgia, Wisconsin.
Let me ask this, because you've got your head in the game. What did Trump win so far he didn't win last year versus what did Biden win he didn't win last year, or vice versa?
Everything is pretty much the same right now. The only thing that's interesting is I believe Trump, let's just see the numbers here, guys. I believe Trump still has more votes in Virginia. Trump's still up in votes in Virginia. Still not fully reported there.
So why are they showing it blue then? Just more BS?
Well, they just know that's their algorithms, Alex. You know how it goes. But we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. I mean, you look at Richmond and Roanoke.
I'm going to make myself French fries.
Maybe there is a
I'll
chance
be back.
for Trump to take Virginia. But Trump doesn't need Virginia. But here's to answer your question, Alex. Everything is pretty much the same right now. New Hampshire looks like it's going to end up with maybe a couple thousand vote victory for Biden, just like it was for Hillary. Trump is still up in Maine, I believe. Guys, let me look at Maine here. Yeah, Trump now down in Maine. So even more down now. We'll see what happens in District 2 in Maine. That's one electoral college vote he could get. Guys, let me see New Hampshire one more time.
This is like watching Krypton blow up if you're Superman. I mean, why do they even have a chance when they're Chi-Coms that hate our country? That's what's so disgusting.
Let me see,
David, how disgusting. Oh, and we'll go back to you. But how disgusting is it to know how clear this is? And we can't even get a clear victory.
Yeah, that's true. You know, here's one of the things, too, Alex. Down ballot, one of the reasons why these billionaires are pouring so much money into Texas, of course, Texas is getting a population increase, people moving here from California. We're going to get more congressional seats. 2020 is the year that you're going to have state legislatures redistrict for Congress. And that means that if you've got, whatever party is in power, always they set it up so they get the majority of seats. They know how to do that with a gerrymandering. That happened in North Carolina. In 2008, North Carolina went for Obama. And then in 2010, they went radically the other way. And everything changed in North Carolina from the Republicans lost every race except for the congressional races. They were frozen because of the districting. However, the North Carolina state legislature flipped Republican for the first time since Reconstruction, and they redrew the districting lines, and then they got a majority of Republicans, after that because of redistricting. So that's a key thing that's going to flow in here. We don't have all that information yet because you got to dig down deep on all those state races. We won't have that until tomorrow or the next day.
All we know is the Democrats literally are Chi-Com operatives.
That's right. And what is happening, too, when we look at this is going to be a key race at the state levels for control of the House coming up in the next elections.
Incredible. All right, Owen Schroyer, and jump in as well, there, Harrison Smith, about the latest numbers.
Well, let me just say real quick, Trump is extending his lead in Georgia. He's extending his lead in Pennsylvania. How many mail-in ballots there are? Who knows? How many more are they going to take by the, November 2021? Who knows? Those are going to be things to watch. But as it stands right now, Trump is really looking good in Michigan. I mean, I would even perhaps declare Trump the victor in Michigan at this point, but I guess it's still too early. Trump is pulling ahead in Wisconsin. The votes are kind of coming in a little bit slow, but Trump is still ahead in Wisconsin. So, I mean, again, North Carolina, Georgia, Wisconsin, if they go for Trump, he doesn't need Pennsylvania. He doesn't need Arizona, and he doesn't need Minnesota. They're now saying Iowa. Guys, let me look at Iowa here. Trump now with a lead in Iowa. So I think that's probably going to stay the way the rest of the night. So Trump has now overtaken Biden in Iowa. That's big.
Oh,
that's
Iowa
big
determines
Biden
it every
needed
year.
Iowa badly if he was going to have an electoral victory tonight. Right now, the momentum is really
BG, are you ready for 4 more years? You bet your ass I am. I was born ready for that.
Literally all of the states
what is happening? Your communist propaganda is falling apart.
So if a state was won in 2016, it's been won
Lil
in
Blaster,
2020.
could he really pull this off? Of course he will, Sarah, 100%.
Has declared
Jay Reese, has there ever been an election where we didn't know the winner on election night? No.
94%.
Well, that's huge.
They're saying everywhere we won't have a winner tonight. That means Trump
we
wins.
Got to go full mission, make Trump do what we want. We should talk
PA
about that
and North Carolina are coming in mail-in votes for the next couple weeks.
We've got to totally
How is this being allowed? It's madness. I heard North Carolina was called for Trump.
In
I don't
places
know.
like Iowa, the difference
Right.
is as
Agreed.
little
This
as
is BS.
changing now, but
I
as
want
little as
answers by the
12,000
morning. What
votes
the fuck?
between them. So this is a
2016, I fell asleep. I woke up. It was Donald Trump is going to be the president.
Locations that are
Let's
still,
let that happen
reports are still
tonight.
coming in.
I don't
So
know
let
what's
me
going to
ask
happen by
Owen,
the end of
and
the
then-
night, but
and
I
let
bet
me
your
ask
ass.
Harrison, let me ask
You bet
David
your ass.
Knight,
Trump
what do
better
we do?
be that guy
A minute
tomorrow
apiece.
morning.
David, start first. What do we do if Trump wins? We have a demands, just like Martin Luther put on the Catholic Church door. What is our demands?
In the lockdown, take away the executive order that is an emergency order that's allowing some of these Democrat governors in places like Montana to extend their executive tyranny beyond the legislative limit that would typically be there. There's a sunset clause on all these governors' executive orders, 30, 60, 90 days, depending on the states. That is allowed to continue forward as long as President Trump has an executive order that says we're in a state of emergency. The other thing we have to do is we have to put a lot of pressure on them to remove the masks. And as I've been saying for the longest time, when they had the White Coat Summit, President Trump should have brought them in. He should have kicked Fauci
Elevated
off the
them.
dais. Exactly. He should have brought them in. They were saying everything that needed to be said. They said, look.
Florida for Trump, Texas for Trump. Don't expect anything. Don't accept anything less. I'm sorry.
That most of the death in the
little bit
Spanish
drunk.
flu
I love
was
you guys.
pneumonia for the
That's
mask.
right. Oh, he's lied about so many
I
things.
appreciate
he
this
lied
tonight.
about
This is the best.
HCQs. Oh, I don't know about
Stream
that.
I'm done.
To destroy him. We had,
It's going to be glorious by the end. I'm going to stay with it
did a
right
study
now.
showing that it was an effective therapeutic and a preventative.
11:27. We have
it also
hours to
came
go.
out that in 2007, you got a lot of people at the NIH saying that this Ad5, the adenovirus that's being used by AstraZeneca and some of the other vaccine races, you know, you got two of them, or a couple of them are using Pfizer and Moderna are using mRNA. The other people are using the adenovirus, and it's an Ad5 strain, which I identified back in 2007 as a vector for HIV. And
That's
Fauci
good.
knows that. I mean, he's been on top of the HIV.
This is
stuff
insane, mad scientist stuff.
Exactly. So he knows.
Tell me
all of
what's
this
going
stuff.
on with
It'd be
this
easy
corner.
to kick this guy out. And frankly, if they're going to continue the bioweapon experiment, even when they were told to shut down, he ought to be brought up on charges, criminal charges, as.
And we're not just saying that. Here's the Overton window. They want us to all accept them. We say, okay, death penalty, life in prison. Like that.
Alexa, set alarm for 10 minutes. Go get Batman.
Go get Batman timer. 10 minutes. Starting now.
I know. Alexa, cancel that timer. What happened? Sorry, guys. Jesus Christ.
Go get Batman timer canceled.
I hope you stayed with me. This is easy to fix. Nope. It's easy to fix, guys. I'm here. Calm down. Thank you for everyone for joining me tonight. Please don't leave. We're the only people on Facebook telling the truth tonight. All right, hold on. All right, why did Alex Jones go off? Is he telling the truth? Oh, Florida called for... Wow. This is where the fix comes in, you guys. This is what they're doing on Fox. Maybe that's why Jones got cut off. Let me get you over to what I'm doing. I'm getting the... Nope. Okay, so that's not happening here. I'm going to do it the Donald route. You guys are getting all my secrets tonight. You guys are getting the Donald. You guys are coming on Alex Jones with me. I mean, it's almost like I don't give a fuck tonight. It's almost like I feel like I'm never going to be able to do this again after tonight. It's almost like I think they're going to ban me. All right, we're going somewhere else. Newsmax.
Church, though one of them was Congregationalist. And here came this rough Westerner, Andrew Jackson, a Presbyterian, outrageous, got into duels with people and lost his temper, and they didn't like it. He was opposed to the National Bank, the Second National Bank, and they kept him out. They threw the election into the House of Representatives. It was called the corrupt bargain, and the nation reacted to that. And
wow, there's nothing. Okay, I tried to sneak Jones back on. We haven't checked right side broadcasting all night.
This is Death Star level victory. What do you make of that?
That's what we want.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Trump has had Florida. To me, Trump's had Florida in the bag for at least an hour. I mean, you know, they may not want to declare it. They may not want to declare Texas either. But I do believe that Trump is going to win Texas. I think the numbers are obvious. But like I said, I mean, everything right now, aside from Pennsylvania, if Trump remains strong in Iowa, in Wisconsin, in Michigan, in Ohio, North Carolina, Georgia, that's his path to victory. Arizona, Nevada won't even matter. Montana will be a nice little icing on the cake for him there. But, you know, this is what it's all coming down to right here. The Rust Belt, just like it normally does. And if they declare North Carolina and Georgia tonight for Trump, it's liberal meltdown commenced. But the numbers are still coming in, so we'll continue to monitor them.
Oh, my God. I mean, this is like the suspense is way worse than 4 years ago, David.
Yeah. It's a lot closer than it was 4 years ago.
Is it closer, you think?
I don't know. It seems to me like it was because... I don't know. They were projecting again, like I said, you know, 90%.
Total Hillary victory.
Exactly. And so we saw all the same stuff being said again this time. But I was a lot more confident last time that Trump was going to win.
I was too.
Yeah.
I've had a bad feeling. That's why I'm like waiting to be proven wrong. Like I want to believe in a Trump victory, but then I have this bad feeling, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah. And maybe that's what I'm doing. I'm taking the feelings that I had about this and, you know, and projecting it in that, you know, maybe there's still something shaky. And I think it, you know, I don't know. You're saying, Owen, that according to your analysis, that Pennsylvania doesn't matter at this point?
I'm saying Trump can win tonight without Pennsylvania. If he indeed, let me pull up my other map here. If Trump wins Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina, and Georgia, and Montana, then yes, he does not need Pennsylvania to win the Electoral College.
That's good. Then we won't have another Florida thing.
But they are trying to do something similar in Georgia. So depending on the number of mail-in ballots in Georgia versus Pennsylvania, where Trump actually has a bigger lead in Pennsylvania. But, I mean, what are they going to do? 100% of the mail-in ballots are for Biden? I mean, are they going to try to pull one of those numbers?
They're crazy. I don't know.
That's what they'd have to do at this point because the margin of victory for Trump in Pennsylvania and Georgia is way too wide.
Okay, so let's go state to state. We'll focus in on the great crew in there doing a great job. Let's look at Florida. Let's look at Pennsylvania. Let's look at each state. Owen, take us through it.
So, yeah, Florida is looking really good. Like I said, I mean, there's not really going to be a surge of Biden. Most of the numbers that are coming in later up here in the Panhandle.
Blow it up. Blow it up.
That typically, do we have anybody back there, guys?
Yeah, so going to be Republican.
So as you can see here, as the Panhandle comes in, this is usually going to be strong conservative. So, yeah, you're going to have your big cities, Miami, Orlando, Tampa. They're going to slightly lean Democrat. But Florida, with the current margin right now for Trump, it's pretty safe to say that Trump is going to win Florida. I think that's why even mainstream news is admitting that. Georgia, it's kind of the same scenario. When you look at what's going on in Georgia, I mean, the only thing to watch here, this should be good for Trump.
I'm back.
These two counties right here.
Right as I came back.
In fact, it's actually odd. Now they're saying I'm getting conflicting numbers on the amounts coming in. But if you go into North Carolina here, you can see that it's pretty much what you would expect. Charlotte, Greensboro, Raleigh, Fayetteville. These are your Democrat strongholds. Up here near Virginia, you're going to have a little bit. But if the trend continues, they don't want to admit that Trump won North Carolina yet, because if they say that, Biden's path to victory is going to be a real tough one. Especially if we zoom out here again, guys, especially if, look at the current status of Iowa, especially if this trend continues, and now let's go over to Montana, and if this trend continues. Biden needed those two states. They seem irrelevant. I think maybe 9 electoral votes between the two, 6 in Iowa, 3 in Montana. Biden needed that 9. He needed it desperately because right now, like I said, Wisconsin and Michigan and North Carolina, Georgia, plus with Iowa and Montana, that gives Trump over the hump of 270. So they're going to, I mean, their only plan at this point is delay Pennsylvania, delay Georgia.
And they can only hope they win Texas. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Wow, this is huge.
They can't win Texas. There's no way they're going to win Texas. Guys, zoom into Texas here. They've pretty much got most of their returns in Houston and Austin. Fort Worth did pretty good for Trump. So we'll have to maintain. I mean, these two,
by the way,
this is a little dangerous. I'll be honest. This is a little dangerous out here, but there's still going to be conservative strongholds around here, south of Fort Worth and Dallas, that should, I think, probably mitigate whatever late night additions that Biden is going to have here south of New Mexico and the border of Texas. I think it should come out about even with these Democrat counties versus the remaining Republican counties. So I think it's safe to say I think Trump is going to win Texas.
I'm just sad that Texas is as close.
It's going to be narrow. I mean, it's going to be within 1 million votes for sure, maybe a couple 100,000. But I do think, guys, let me see Arizona here real quick. Let's just get a quick update because it does look like Biden is doing well there.
Before
guys.
you leave Texas, let me interject here. I was going to get something to eat, and I heard the NPR university radio system, and they were saying, if 4 years of Trump can't turn Texas blue, what do we do? They were not happy. So that tells you something right there.
So you heard panic.
Yeah. I heard panic. Yeah, they're panicking. Absolutely panicking. And of course, that's the other thing too. We saw all these people dumping all of that. You saw signs of panic throughout the Democrats and throughout the Biden campaign at the last minute. They didn't appear to be very confident. Certainly not as confident as all the pollsters were.
Yeah, they're definitely lusting for Texas, David. They're drooling for Texas, and I don't think they're going to get it yet. They tried to run the Beto sham on us, and it didn't work. So it is embarrassing that
Beto helped turn it red.
Yeah, I mean, it is embarrassing that it is even this close, but yet what they've done to Austin.
Well, I just say I've never been on the edge of my seat like this.
In fact, if you want to see how bad it is, guys, zoom into Austin here real quick. I mean, this is embarrassing. Guys, click into the Austin County here. Click into Travis County. It's a joke. Oh, we can't go zoom into the counties? Okay, well. If you want to look into how bad it is,
look at this.
Travis County is so pathetic that we couldn't even have people go vote for Donald Trump today. It's really embarrassing, quite frankly, in the capital of Austin. But that's all right, guys. Zoom back out. Let me look real quick, and then we'll send it back to you, Harrison, David, and Alex, and then I'll get some updates on some numbers. Let me get a real quick look at Wisconsin to see just the numbers, guys. Yeah, just leave it right there. This is really looking really good for President Trump, I think. It's very
Red
narrow.
Robin.
Guys, zoom into Wisconsin real quick. Let's see what it's looking like in Madison. Okay, so yeah, I mean, where it stands right now, it's going to be a tight one, but they've already got all the returns from their big liberal strongholds like Madison and Milwaukee. And so I think, this is going to be a tight one to watch here. So the ones to watch right now are Wisconsin. He should still be up big in Michigan. Guys, let's look at the numbers real quick in Michigan before we zoom back out here. Can I get the vote total? Let's see here. Yeah, Trump's still up over 300,000 in Michigan. That's looking good. He's extending his lead in Ohio as well, up almost to 500,000, almost fully reporting in Ohio. They may have to declare that pretty soon. Let's take a look at the Pennsylvania still. Up over 500,000 in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, remember when we had this?
So, I mean, you got to consider, let's say there's 2 million mail-in ballots for Biden. And let's say at best, it's going to be a 1.5 million advantage. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what kind of shenanigans they run in the mail-in ballots.
I agree, Owen. We're going to go to Roger Stone right now, who's out of his chair. We'll be back in a minute. We are in such an epic moment, though, Owen, and David Knight. David Knight, what would you call this moment historically? Because, I mean, this is so epic. This is so nail-biter right now.
Yeah, it's very close. And again, Roger's going to be joining us here, and he was at the center of everything that was happening in Florida. But I remember that dragging on through Thanksgiving. I remember they're still fighting about that Thanksgiving. So, this is pretty amazing. It's been a big reversal. A total discrediting.
This is with California, though. He's only got 223 with California.
So you're seeing a Trump victory in these numbers.
It looks like it, doesn't it? I mean, certainly, look, it's been a total defeat for them. Whatever happens at this point, look at how wrong they were.
I just want to say, look at Fox. They called California early, but Texas super late. They're manipulating you.
These are, for the most part, I think, push polls at this point. They can get the answer that they want, and they can try to use that to create a narrative, and I think that's exactly what they were doing.
I totally agree.
Interesting to see what
Roger Stone from right there in Trump's district in Florida. Roger, thank you so much. We really appreciate you. Tell us what you think is currently happening.
Well, Alex, this is an agonizing moment because we're sitting here, and I believe sometime in the next half hour to 45 minutes, we're going to know the story. I'm disturbed that Arizona
I can give you that.
Has been called by some of the fake news networks for Joe Biden, but my contacts in Arizona tell me that they have moved prematurely. They still believe we will squeeze Arizona, land of Barry Goldwater out. Therefore, I'm not going to throw it away in my mental calculation quite yet. We have no results from Nevada, which should be competitive. Early on, there were some indications that Ohio was problematic. That has been clarified. The president will carry the Buckeye State, another keystone in our drive to victory. Florida, where we were outspent almost 8-1. The president's incredible personal, physical, superhuman effort paid off there big time. And the Sunshine State is now in place. We need Michigan, Wisconsin, and those two need to fall in place, as well as Pennsylvania, for us to know the story tonight. And we're on the edge of our seats. It would be premature for anyone to call the election. I do find it almost comical, the posting on Twitter today by the New York Times, saying that it is left to them to declare the winner. They have the right to declare the winner. That's a joke. They have no formal role whatsoever in determining who the president is.
Well, Roger, let's stop right there, though, because that shows us
check
their mindset.
this out.
They have said that only 7 groups, ABC, CBS, NBC.
Agreed, this is BS.
AP,
I want to answer by the
Fox
morning.
News,
that was right.
And a few others can declare the victors.
Jay Reese,
And
it
so
was
they're
around 3
saying
a.m.
that
in
up front.
2016 when they
What
declared
is
the
their
winner.
plan
That's
in
true.
that? They have plan A, we talked about it on my show today, earlier today, to say that he wins, Biden wins, with no evidence. They have plan B to drag it out. What are you seeing right now?
Well, the only reason that proposal seems viable is the fact that they have censored so many of us on social media, on the internet. You can't run a PSYOP if people have an alternative to which they can tell the American people the truth.
That's why we're here.
In 2016, they made a giant mistake.
No, that's right. So if Trump loses tonight by fraud, it's his fault for not fighting censorship.
Well, you could say that, but you could also say the fight is not over because the president.
No, I agree. The fight's not over, but you're right. It comes down to that.
It's very hard to understand why no one in the Trump Justice Department understood the importance of a level playing field, and that no one at the DOJ sought to enforce the antitrust laws against Twitter and Facebook.
All that big tech money lubed it up real good.
That's a big part of it. But then the Trump Justice Department was never the Trump Justice Department. It was the Obama Justice Department with Bill Barr at the head of it. They sought to destroy me. They sought to destroy that great American patriot, General Michael Flynn, one of the greatest Americans it's ever been my privilege to know. They are epically corrupt.
And by the way, I don't bring myself into this thing like a victim. They have had some Justice Department enjoyment with us as well. They've gone out for everybody.
I understand that. Right now, unbelievably, they had Hunter Biden's laptop for 8 months, 9 months. They did nothing. But right now they're running an investigation into Michael Caputo. Michael Caputo, the former Trump aide, a great pal of mine, a great American who, as you know, has been stricken with brain cancer, is struggling for his life. Meanwhile, FBI agents are out in the field asking questions about him when Mike Caputo has done nothing whatsoever wrong. So they ignore the crimes of Hunter Biden, but they're focusing in on a man who's fighting to save his life and who's a great American patriot. Something's wrong with this picture, but I think the president will fix this if reelected.
Wow, so Caputo, who they tried to indict, who's a patriot, who warned about the takeover, he's got brain cancer?
Yes, Michael Caputo has taken a leave from the Trump administration because he has been diagnosed with brain cancer. He is fighting for his life. Those who want to help can go to GoFundMe right now. There is a GoFundMe account set up by Carl Palladino, the Republican candidate for governor in New York, the chairman of the Trump campaign in New York, a great American patriot, Carl Palladino, one of my strong supporters in my epic struggle for freedom and liberty. But Michael Caputo needs our help, folks. He's still a government employee. He's taken a leave of absence.
Let's be clear. He went through hell supporting Trump. He was a major patriot. They tried to set up, turn against Trump. He has brain cancer now. That's horrible news.
Yeah, and Alex, the sad part is that even though he has government insurance, that does not cover all of the procedures that he needs to fight his brain cancer. So we need to pray for him, number one. Number two, we need to come to his aid. Go to GoFundMe, find the Mike Caputo Cancer Cure Fund set up by Carl Palladino, and please help. I'm helping. Alex, I know you'll help. We need patriots.
Yeah, you bet. He's been a great patriot. I mean, you didn't even build that up. They tried to frame him as a Russian agent. He was a stalwart. They probably gave him that damn cancer. My God. I mean, you know,
well, he took care
of McCain too, but I mean, they shouldn't do it back to us.
Well, he went to work for the president on the COVID-19 factor. He became a real enemy of the deep state because they fear the truth coming out about it.
Yeah, now he's got brain cancer.
And now he has brain cancer. I'm not making any aspersions as to how he get it. I'm only praying fervently for his recovery. He's a great man. He's a great friend of mine. He and I were prohibited by the court from speaking for almost 2 years.
I'm here,
for
man.
No reason
I'm not
whatsoever.
going anywhere.
No reason other than the fact that they wanted to deny me the wise counsel.
Everybody else sits out there. I'm not being mean to listeners, but like, oh, this and that. We're in the arena. This is real stuff.
Yeah.
And boy, I tell you, the cancer rate with patriots is very high.
Well, Alex, we are praying for him. In the meantime, we're in this agonizing hole where we're waiting for one of the other big pieces to fall into place.
So you're there watching numbers. I'm sure you have a TV up. What's the latest numbers? How's Trump doing?
Well, you know what? We just don't have enough information to say. And we have some information that seems to be contradictory to the projection. So, for example, a number of the networks have projected Virginia for Joe Biden. Yet, with more than 50% of the vote in, the president is leading. And it appears that Mark Warner, one of the most corrupt members of the U.S. Senate, just an epic deep state criminal, they've declared him the winner, but all the counts I've seen show him behind. So it remains to be seen. Virginia still up for grabs, in my opinion. We're waiting desperately for one of these other big pieces to fall into place. Early indications from Michigan are very positive that you have the Republican candidate there, James, seeming to break out of the pack, and I think he's going to pick up a seat. Cory Gardner lost in Colorado, a good, solid libertarian Republican. The president should have come out for the taking cannabis off the Schedule 1 list, as Cory Gardner urged him to do. I think it might have made a difference, but the president still carried Colorado despite the loss of Senator Gardner. The Trump train continues to roll.
I was about to say, how epic is it? Roger Stone, David Knight, Owen Schroyer, we're all here like we were 4 years ago. It's just so insane. Roger, check in with us in an hour. We really appreciate you.
Absolutely, Alex. Look, the most important question of election 2020 is whether Owen Schroyer is going to pay off the bet that he still owns from 2018, or whether he's going to well. I'm waiting for my steak.
What is that bet?
First of all, I got the steak dinner, but this is like a Democrat trying to steal an election after the results are in. So, but you know what? I will say this: Roger Stone, without a doubt, for my betting purposes, is the #1 political analysis I've ever seen. That's why I am curious, Roger, to see what happens in Arizona, which looks strong for Biden right now. You're saying, hey, not so fast.
I love to tease you, Owen, but I love you. Nobody was more stalwart in their support for me in my ordeal. Nobody prayed more fervently. Nobody else gave me wise counsel like Owen Schroyer. He's a great American, and we just like to tease each other. But Owen, I think Arizona has been called prematurely.
Okay.
I'm very surprised by this early call, but it may be part of the PSYOP, maybe part of the
Roger Stone
media
says
effort to weave a false narrative.
Keep in mind, Roger Stone says Arizona is in play. Don't listen to the media. So that's the big one. That's big. Just keep that in mind.
I do have an update, guys, on the 3 key races right now. Let's start in Wisconsin. It's looking good for Trump. The victory margin is narrowing. But if you go into Wisconsin here, guys, you'll notice the 2 counties that it looks like maybe they're just now reporting. They were right here. In fact, guys, zoom back out. Let me get an updated number of this, because Trump's lead may have just increased in Wisconsin. Let me see this, guys. Pull this up for me, please. Okay, so he's up by over 100,000. So it did extend a little bit. I think this looks good for Trump. Now, if we go down here to North Carolina, I have to tell you I'm a little concerned. Guys, let's zoom in real quick. The lowest reporting precincts right now are Fayetteville and Charlotte. Heavy Democrat precincts. This is a tiny margin right now in North Carolina. I'm a little afraid with Fayetteville and Charlotte numbers still coming in. We're going to have to be careful here and watch North Carolina. Now, if we go down to Georgia, I think it's pretty much good news, because if we go down to Georgia, guys, zoom in. Let me see if they've counted these. Okay, if you look here, the only one that they're not getting numbers in is, I believe this is Hancock County, which did go for Hillary Clinton in the last election, but it's a very small district. It's not going to be enough to change the overall numbers. Let's zoom back out and let me see the overall numbers of Georgia right now. Let's see here, guys. Go ahead and let me look at the numbers. So, okay. So Trump's still leading, pretty safe, 300,000 in Georgia, but they said they want to delay that. Now, if Roger's analysis, as it has been from my experience all the time, is right about Arizona and that's still in play, then potentially you could see North Carolina slip and Trump get Arizona, though, and you could recover that. But again, if he wins Wisconsin, if he wins North Carolina, if he wins Georgia, that's Trump's path to victory tonight. Looking solid in Iowa. Montana's kind of going back and forth. We'll have to see. Looking solid in Michigan. But Trump's path to victory. Georgia, North Carolina, Wisconsin, that's still Trump's path to victory for right now.
And we have an update in Virginia as of just a few minutes ago. Suddenly and out of nowhere,
223 to 204.
Joe Biden.
They're keeping it less than 25 points all the way up because they declared Florida and Texas.
That was going to happen.
Wow.
Going to be a lot of special votes for
the trunk.
For old dumbass.
Yeah.
They declared Florida and
Roger,
Texas.
What do you make of this disastrous news?
That's what the numbers are.
Let's not overreact to that. Virginia went for Hillary Clinton.
That's with North Carolina and Pennsylvania being held up.
Monumental. Perhaps the timing of it is important because it's meant to create a psychological bandwagon effect. But Harrison Smith coming in with a solid necktie tonight, has just given us, I think, very important news.
We the people. Thank you, Roger. Yeah, Virginia's not looking too good. Texas still holding, and Trump's lead increasing there.
I mean, who believes Texas is really for Democrats? Give me a break. This is a goddamn fraud.
Alex, let's be candid. Texas is changing demographically. It's changing in terms of its makeup. It has been trending towards the blue. Let's remember that Ted Cruz, your senator, made it by the skin of his teeth against the odious Beto O'Rourke, a gun grabber in Texas.
Yeah, he barely won against a literal demonic retard.
Yeah, well, if you look at California, that used to be red. It changed to blue because of demographics. Virginia, as the New York Times reported.
Why don't they just move to Venezuela then?
It's a great question. But, Virginia went blue because of demographics, and now Texas is going blue because of demographics, which really emphasizes just how important tonight is. Because if Joe Biden gets in and gives amnesty to every illegal immigrant, Texas won't just be blue next time; it'll be blue for the rest of time. So, I mean, this is America's head in the guillotine right now.
I agree, David.
And we're just waiting to see if the lever drops.
Talking about Virginia, I've interviewed a guy there who's working on a political project there to try to get more local control. He pointed out that the GOP in the 2018 election didn't even field enough candidates in Virginia to have control of the House. Even
I went and voted today. Over 40% of the candidates, there was no one running against them.
That's right. Yep. And then there's another thing that happened this year in Virginia. Back in March, before all this lockdown started, they introduced a bill, and the Republicans supported it in the House even, that would extend the election, the collection of ballots 3 days after the election. They did that back in early March before the lockdown happened.
So they were getting ready for this.
Yeah. Exactly.
So let's get the tape. Owen Schroyer, Roger Stone, Harrison Smith, David Knight, your predictions, call it out tonight. I think Trump wins tonight.
If I had to make a call right now, I mean, you can't even
like
call
what you're saying, Alex.
Sadly, because they've already said they're going to delay it, even though Trump is doing very well.
He's the reasonable one,
North Carolina is going to be tough. But if they announce Georgia and Wisconsin, that gives Trump 259 in my book, and that includes Montana and Iowa. So that means all he would need is one of the following states: Arizona, North Carolina, or Pennsylvania. Trump is still leading in North Carolina as we speak, but man, oh man, that is a narrow, tiny sliver, less than 100,000 votes in North Carolina, with them still coming in the Democrat strongholds of Fayette
Roger
County
Stone looks
and
like Ric
Charlotte.
Flair.
But if Trump wins North Carolina, that's a big. That everything is kind of hinging. The next moves are all kind of hinging on what happens in North Carolina right now. I'm interested though, Alex. You talk about the fraud in Texas. I look at, for example, Williamson County, where Biden, just north of Austin, where Biden is beating Trump right now in Williamson County.
No, Williamson County is super right wing. That is ridiculous.
Exactly, because Trump beat Hillary Clinton soundly in Williamson County. Now they have almost double the votes in Williamson County, and somehow Biden is ahead. Literally, so double the votes in Williamson County, and Biden is ahead.
Well,
so, I mean, there's your hotbed of fraud.
That's just north of Austin. That's where the lakes and all the real nice real estate is. So that's where the Californians are moving to.
Ric Flair
no doubt.
Rolex.
They're bringing their.
Yeah, but I mean, Williamson County's super right wing. That's like saying
Jay Richter
Idaho
knows.
just voted Democrat.
Williamson
A
County went
literal
for Biden,
demonic
Alex.
retard.
It's, even though it went big for Trump soundly in 2016, it's going for Biden this year. But again, they had more than double the voter turnout. So magically, they had over 100,000 new voters.
Well, let's get the political expert Roger Stone's numbers. What the hell do you make of this, Roger?
I haven't had a chance to study it, but I do have concerns about the Texas Republican Party. That's why I have urged Chad Prather to challenge your governor, Governor Abbott.
I'm going to take a walk. I'll be right back.
All
Don't
in
go
on the
anywhere.
COVID shutdown, because we need Trump Republicans running the Texas Republican Party, not Bush Republicans. And I worry about being undermined by the Republican establishment in the country club precincts of Texas, like in Harris County, for example. But look, at the end of the day, I really firmly believe the president will carry Texas. That Texas will not fall to the leftists, and we should not get distracted from Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. Those are the states that I think, in North Carolina, which control the fate of the president. We could still see a callback of Arizona. I think they've moved prematurely. I'm praying that is the case. Let's watch carefully.
Yeah, and I'd also like to point out, too, as I'm kind of micro-analyzing Minnesota. Let's not call Minnesota yet either. There's 0 returns in Morrison County, Benton County, Sherburne County, North.
All right, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. Owen, let's talk about this. Roger Stone, as a political analyst, we were here 4 years ago together. By 11 o'clock at night, it looked like Trump was going to win. What are you really thinking right now? Is Trump winning or is Trump losing?
I'm still cautiously optimistic, Alex. Minnesota, I think the violence in Minneapolis has backfired very badly on the Democrats. I still think Minnesota is within our grasp. That is not a state we carried 4 years ago, I don't believe. That would change the overall calculus. All I can tell you right now, Alex, is the mail-ox is being passed around at Biden headquarters. They know the jig is up. We've already proven.
Say that again. What's being passed around?
The mail-ox.
Heartburn.
Mail-ox. Your listeners.
I got it. The heartburn, yeah.
Pepto-Bismol. You get it. The point, of course, is that we were told this was a blowout, that Trump wasn't even close, that he was going to get slaughtered in all of these states. He was going to lose Florida. He was going to lose.
And so now they're going to Plan B, that all these states, it's going to take weeks. They're going Plan B right now. That's good news. Shows they didn't try to seal it day one. Then hopefully Plan B is being launched. Then we can beat that. How do we beat Plan B when they try to keep these states open forever? And the communists are already rioting and running around, foaming at the mouth.
Look, Donald Trump is still the president until January 20th. He still has extraordinary powers. He has taken an oath to protect the safety and security of the American people from enemies, both domestic and foreign. So he has the power to put down an insurrection. Let me be very clear yet again. We renounce violence. We are not for violence. We're Americans. We don't settle things through violence. BLM, Antifa, they are the violent ones. They're the ones who burned down cities already. They're the ones who are moving pallets of bricks around.
Roger Stone, you're so eloquent.
Obviously,
I love
people
it.
should vote for Trump. Obviously, Trump's winning. Looking at the numbers right now, separate from us blocking their election, what do you really think is going on right now? Looking at this, like Roger Stone sitting there at home in Florida right now. What do you think's about to happen?
I think the president's going to pull this out. That's my hunch. But again,
this is so much fucking
scientist.
pressure.
I'm not a seer. I'm not a fortune teller.
You have no idea.
I operate on the basis of information. And as of right now, we still don't have enough of that.
All right. We'll check back with you very soon. Roger Stone of the Stone Cold Truth. Thank you so much, sir.
Great to be with you, Alex. I will talk to you shortly.
Wow. I am beyond exhausted right now, David Knight. Well, let's get your take. Let's get Owen Schroyer. Let's get.
Well, I'm glad that Roger was honest with people, saying we don't have the information yet. Because we got Fauci telling us that the virus is going to last for at least another year and a half. So he does have a crystal ball. But this is why I
Gates
feel
says
bad about
10 years.
Oh yeah, this is why I feel bad about this election and why I'm not certain about it. And that is because we've had all these different places where they have extended it. They said, well, we can keep accepting mail ballots, for several more days. Everything that every scam that the Democrats have always used to rig elections, to not have just one election day or even 2 or 3 election days, right? Which is what they do in some countries. They have elections on a Saturday and Sunday to give everybody a chance to vote. You could do something like that, but they want to stretch it out for weeks. I saw this happen in North Carolina. Stretch it out for weeks. You make sure you don't have any identification for voters. And now they've added all the drive-through voting, the instant registration, and the extension of the election. Every trick in the book has been rolled out on this, except for, I don't know how much electronic voting machine tampering is figuring into this. I mean, they've kind of focused on the mail aspect of this time around. But this is why I don't really have any projections as to what's going to happen. I think it is going to be a slow walk on this.
Owen Schroyer, I'm super exhausted at this point. I've been up since 5 a.m., but we're here on air. We love you. Owen Schroyer, Harrison Smith, what's happening?
I have some updates here just from across the nation. Unlawful assembly has been declared in L.A., so there are protesters gathering in L.A., and of course, D.C., they're attacking cameramen and members of the press there in D.C. as things have started to heat up. In terms of the race, you've got Oregon becoming the first U.S. state to decriminalize possession of all drugs, including cocaine, heroin, and meth for personal use. So now we'll see meth encouraged Antifa.
Hunter Biden just invested in property.
Yeah, Hunter Biden moving to Oregon, perhaps.
So, what's the latest election news?
Sure. CNN has called Ohio for Trump, and Fox has called Texas for Trump. According to Tom Elliott, Trump needs Iowa, Wisconsin, and then either Pennsylvania or Michigan, and then it's over, and he's currently leading in all 4 of those places. So Texas has been called by Fox News. CNN has called Ohio, both for Trump. So things are looking good there. And, I mean, as far as I can tell, the return numbers have basically stalled out. We're at Florida's at 96%, Texas 88%, Pennsylvania 54%. I've been watching these for about 30 minutes, and they've all stayed at that percentage. So I don't know if they're all just not counting votes anymore or things are just taking a little bit longer. But everything seems to have sort of slowed down here on this razor's edge.
And, that's the question I have, Harrison, is that if you've got this open-ended thing where they can keep bringing in mail ballots, I mean, how do they, is that the game that they're going to play to say that we can't call this because we don't know what's in the mail? The election is in the mail.
Well, we have Robert Barnes retweets this. Pennsylvania already saying it's going to take longer than anticipated to count their ballots, not on pace to finish by Friday. So they're expecting not to get results from Pennsylvania until at least Friday, at the earliest Friday.
And by the way, I wanted Barnes on tonight anyways. Let's get him on. But we knew how this was going. They're going to use these key states to claim the ballots haven't been counted. Now, here we are again.
That's right.
I'm super tired.
Yeah. Yeah. They're going to say it's ambiguous. We don't know. I mean, how can you say what percentage of the votes are in? You always see that. What percentage of the votes are in? Well, they don't know because, they've got these ballots out there. We've got new people that are showing up in the country all the time. They're allowed to vote. What is the 100% number? It seems like that's an open-ended thing as well as the ending date on this.
So, Owen, what is the latest numbers?
Well, as of right now, I think that, again, we're watching the next returns that we get from North Carolina are going to be very telling. We haven't really had updated numbers in North Carolina for a while. The next numbers we get from North Carolina are going to be very telling as to whether or not we can declare Trump a victor there. It's been a while since we've had updated numbers, but once
and I'm telling you from watching these things that in these urban areas that are going to go Democrat, they're holding this back. It's like, show me your hand. Okay, how many more of these have? Call up the guy who's got the voting machine in the back of his trunk and let's generate some more ballots. I mean, that's what I have seen out of these urban areas everywhere I've lived. I lived in North Carolina. I think that's what they're going to do.
Early returns in Nevada, which are still very early, we'll have to watch Nevada. It's the 6 electoral votes. Could be inconsequential, could be very important. But a path to victory for Trump could be, a combination of a couple different things right now. But it's obviously.
But the point is, last year, or 4 years ago, we were here. We kind of knew by now what was happening. When did we know Trump was winning 4 years ago? When was it, David?
Oh, it was no, it was early.
No, it was about midnight.
Yeah, it was earlier than that. But, you didn't have this whole thing about, extending the deadline by 3 days and holding it open for mail ballots that we don't know how many are out there that are coming back in.
So we knew by like 11:30, right?
Yeah, but that's where they've created this dumpster fire, this vote by mail thing has created gives them an opportunity to create chaos and confusion.
The name Josh Shapiro is going to be a household name in the next 45 hours. That's the Attorney General of Pennsylvania. He's a criminal. He was engaged in illegal electioneering in Philadelphia. He didn't allow ballot watchers and poll watchers into polling locations in Philadelphia. The Attorney General of the Attorney General of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, is a criminal, and he needs to be seriously investigated for what he's doing in Pennsylvania. If you didn't have these BS mail-in ballots, they'd probably have to call Pennsylvania for Trump tonight.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, he's been all over the news. Like, we're going to count every ballot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's
by the way, Emmett Sullivan, the judge in New York, that was going after General Flynn, he makes a declaration because he's the Lord. He says they're sending people to every post office to make sure every mail-in ballot is tabulated and counted. So, Look, I think everybody knows the writing on the wall. We're going to have to wait and see some final numbers here, but it's looking like a Trump victory. So they're just going to say, wait, no, you can't declare. So it's everything we predicted. It's pathetic. These people are so predictable in their criminal behavior that we can sit here and call it out, and they do it anyway.
Let's walk through the numbers. Oh, my God. Steven Crowder is literally on video right now in the live feed. We're about to go to him right now and get his take on all of this. Louder with Crowder is ready to go to us. We're supposed to have him on at 11:30, right? Is he ready right now? Oh, he's ready right now.
You know, the thing is, Trump has done so well.
I can't tell. It's like distorted audio I get. Is Steven Crowder ready to go on with us? All right. He's almost ready. Go ahead, David.
The thing is that Trump has outperformed their predictions so much that he's in striking distance and within fighting distance on this legal warfare, the lawfare that they're going to.
I agree. Despite all the fraud.
That's right.
All the insanity, he's like kicking their ass.
Yeah. And again, you know, you look at what the crowds were showing us. You know, at one point, I think it was about a week and a half ago, I totaled it up about 360,000 people at Trump rallies during this, virus scare. And Biden had about 600 at that point in time. I mean, that's a ridiculous ratio.
Can we punch up Steven Crowder? He's dancing in front of the camera right now, brushing his teeth, okay? I mean, I just want to get that on tape. There he is. He's putting his headset on right now.
So there have been a couple more.
Their shows are intermingling, so I just put on Steven Crowder.
It looks
they're both
like,
talking to each other
Georgia
live.
has been called for Trump by a couple media outlets. Trump wins Georgia. Fox
if you put on Steven Crowder right now, it's the same
call.
You were talking about that.
Oh, it was Roger that was talking.
Roger saying he helped me call it back.
And here's a statement about Arizona. They say it's far too early to call the election in Arizona. Election day votes are not fully reported, and we haven't even started to count.
Okay, let's go to Steven Crowder right now, and we'll go back to you guys. Steven Crowder, we appreciate you being with us at 11:12 Central Time, Texas time.
Hey, screw you! I appreciate you being with me. Yeah, I'm not on your show. You're on my show. You son of a. Can I say? I don't know. Yours is broadcast on radio too, so I can't.
You piece of filth.
Okay, you piece of glorious filth. I was just saying, sorry, I had to brush my teeth because, we don't have these commercial breaks here. And I hate the doggy pile that happens with people like you. We usually send to people, hey, promote this on social media. And I realized, sorry, you can't. And so I said, that's wrong. And even though I disagree with you more than a lot of people who used to host you, I just can't get on board with people who don't support you afterwards. So I'm glad to have you on here tonight. And what is the best site, Alex, for people who are tuning into my stream here?
That would be Infowars.com or Newswars.com or electionnight.news. But listen, you're here with us. We love you. Your bet, is Trump winning? Is Trump losing? I think Trump's winning. Put it on the line.
Yeah, so I did a whole kind of breakdown early on in the show with early voting and with the percentage of the early vote and what kind of a gap there needed to be. Thus far, I've been right about all of it except for Arizona, which seems to me like there was a little bit of an early call. Arizona's a little bit tough because there have been some serious demographic changes. But right now, I think one thing Alex Jones and everybody else sort of gets wrong is what's going on there, Quarter Black Carrot?
Nothing.
Okay, what's going on here is Joe Biden needs to run the board. People act like Donald Trump does. Donald Trump, he just needs to win Michigan or Pennsylvania, and then he can win any of the other. He can win Wisconsin and Michigan. He can win Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. Joe Biden, even at this point, let's assume he does win Arizona. He needs to win Michigan and Pennsylvania, the big, or he needs to win Minnesota, Wisconsin, and then Michigan or Pennsylvania. So there are still fewer options for Joe Biden at this point. And I will say this. I don't know, and this could go either way. It doesn't change what I do. What I do, my problem is with the media, right? No one's going to be making a highlight reel out of me because I'm going to light up a nice cigar either way. But I am surprised to see Donald Trump outpunting his coverage from 2016 in Philadelphia and seeing how he's doing better with black men, black women, Latinos, and we haven't had the same kind of demographic shifts in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin that we saw in Arizona. It bodes well for him. It's anyone's game, but it does bode well for him. Gun to my head, I still bet that Donald Trump wins.
Well, I hope that's the case. Steven Crowder is here with us on election.
What do you think?
No, I mean, I am not the mathematician like you are, but I'm seeing some of the same numbers you're seeing. What do you think is going to happen if Trump wins versus Trump loses? What does Trump need to do if he wins versus if the Democrats win? What's going to happen?
So if Donald Trump wins, we're going to see some civil unrest. Elijah Schaefer, I believe, is on the ground in D.C., who we'll be checking in with because he said that they already have. Apparently, pallets of bricks have been appearing, like power-ups in Mario 3 out of nowhere. So I think if Donald Trump actually, if he wins, I think he actually needs to probably move pretty quickly in quelling any civil unrest. And I don't mean quelling any protests, that's fine, but civil unrest that could harm fellow Americans.
You mean quelling murder and burning and death?
Primarily, yes. Yes, exactly. I have no problem if someone wants to go out with their signs and, shout that someone's a racist or wave a shaman stick over some poppies. That doesn't bother me one bit. But if they start burning down a Walgreens, I think Donald Trump's going to need to stop that pretty quickly. If Joe Biden wins, I think there's still going to be right. Here's the thing. In Los Angeles and Beverly Hills, right, they're boarding up their shops. And that's obviously not because of Trump supporters. Right. What is so shocking to me, I shouldn't say shocking, but what is very difficult for me to comprehend is that these places, right, they oppose Donald Trump and they're boarding up their stores like Austin. When has anyone ever boarded up a store because they're afraid of, quote unquote, the Proud Boys? No, they know who's rioting and looting. And they know that if Donald Trump wins this in a fair election, that they can expect their own stuff to be burned down. Please kill me last. Well, OK.
By the way, Steven Crowder, are you wearing a shoulder holster firearm right now?
I am wearing a shoulder holster right now. I'm wearing the same shoulder holster that I wore at Jared Foster's there in Austin. Yeah, it's an old 357 Magnum. That's a 7-shot or 8-shot actually. Just because I wanted to go classic. I wanted to go old Dirty Harry look. I know that you're probably carrying a firearm, but it's probably in the waistband. I said this earlier to Ben Shapiro, the Daily Wire folks. The reason I wear it is my wife likes suspenders, but I'm not Larry King. And I came home one day in this, and she got very handsy. So now I wear it at every.
No, I agree. When I come home, I have machine gun belts and hand grenades. My wife gets so excited.
Yeah, well, just don't dirty talk and tell her to pull the pin.
What is that giant bottle of liquor you've got right there?
Man.
Well, because I would say it's Wild Fowl 102 because they're not a sponsor, but it's nice. I actually haven't had that much to drink tonight. I was planning on it when Donald Trump won, but I haven't been doing that. Seems to me like you guys might have been doing a little bit of drinking tonight.
I think I've had a couple drinks, yeah.
I've been drinking.
I never know with you, Alex, because sometimes you're like, I'll talk with you. I'm like, yeah, maybe we can go grab it. You're like, no, I'm not drinking anymore. I stopped. My sleep is better. And then you're like, I'm drinking again. So I never know what it's going to be.
I did 4 months last year, drinking. I lost 30 pounds, but let's get serious. Steven Crowder, 2020 election.
He's such a beast. What a great host.
And it's so nail-biting. Is Trump going to win? What are the latest numbers? I want to hear it. I just want to be here with Steven Crowder. And we've got Owen Schroyer in the other studio. What's the latest numbers? What's happening right now?
Well, I don't know what's going on. Is there anything that's new that's developed there? Hold on. Reg the Bandit is here with me. I don't think that anything has been called right now in this period of time, but Reg the Bandit, is there something new that I should know about?
The AP did call Minnesota for Biden.
Okay.
But, that's how it was looking anyway.
Okay, so Minnesota's gone.
What a weird moment.
Really necessarily surprised
You're
me.
watching my screen
on 20 minutes ago,
playing Alex Jones, playing Steven Crowder.
Arizona's preemptive. They came out and now Arizona's not sure, right?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, some places are saying that Arizona is preemptive, but it doesn't seem. Yeah, it doesn't seem like anyone is saying that it was called wrong. They were saying that it might have been called a little bit too soon. Listen, I don't know that that's necessarily foul play. I just think people are eager to try and call something first. So it really does come down to Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And if Donald Trump wins 2 of those, he wins. It really is. Listen, it's anyone's game. They haven't called Iowa as far as I know. That's obviously Donald Trump. And they haven't called North Carolina or Georgia.
Let me ask you this question, Steven Crowder, with your great audience right now, tune in. What happens if the left wins versus what happens if Trump wins? What do they do? What's their victory dance versus their defeat event?
Well, I think, remember the song, The Mexican Hat Dance?
Senators.
It's similar, only no hat. They just dance on
Senate's
Mexicans.
going up for Republicans. That's good.
That makes sense. So what's
They
going to
just
happen?
stomp. My point is they just stomp people. That's what they do. I don't think it really matters. I think maybe they might put Eddie Haskell it and put on a nice face for a couple of days if Joe Biden wins. But I think it's pretty tough, to put that genie back in the bottle when people are ready to burn stuff down right now. If Trump wins, I think there's still going to be some destruction. I come from Montreal, where listen, if the Montreal Canadiens won the Stanley Cup, our city rioted. If
So
they
what
lost, our
happens
city
though
rioted.
if Trump wins?
If Trump wins, I expect there to be some significant violence in the street.
But you're absolutely right, because they want power. They want political domination. And so they want fascism, so they're going to do it. The only question is, how bad is it going to be?
Yeah, I don't know how bad it's going to be, but I wouldn't be surprised at all if this if it dwarfed the kind of riots that we've seen over the year of 2020, or I guess I should say earlier in the year in 2020, over the course of the next couple of weeks.
I agree with you. You can't.
Yeah, I hate it. I don't want that to be the case.
You can't have a gallon of whiskey on your desk without taking the top off and drinking at least 5 ounces right now. If you don't
I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm carrying, Alex. I'm not going to commit a crime. You should know better.
Oh, you're concealed carrying under Texas law, but you're not driving a vehicle, though.
I'm not driving a vehicle, and technically I'm open carrying. So you know what? All right.
That's right.
Hold on.
5 ounces or Trump lose.
5 ounces.
Yes.
I'm not going to
Yes.
do 5 ounces. I'm not going to open 5 ounces because I have to finish a broadcast here, Alex.
You're going to do a great job. This is what everybody wants.
Thank you for look. You know what I wish?
100 mugs. That's
I'm doing the same thing.
It's 5 shots. Okay.
That's probably 5 shots.
Yeah.
I wish that we had those big ice cubes, so it doesn't dilute over the course of the show. Yeah, I thought we had some, but unfortunately my wife used them for some kind of a project she found on Etsy. So, I beat her without mercy.
There we go. Oh.
Hey, you can see there's a little bit in there. Now, keep in mind, Joe Rogan couldn't peer pressure me to drink Gentleman Jack the way you just did for 2 reasons. 1, Gentleman Jack sucks. 2, I understand that you have my best interest at heart. I feel like Joe Rogan just wanted to argue with me about pot.
I love you.
But I think that you just want me to have a good time.
The truth is,
all right,
Stephen, we're going to get married.
Oh, hey, and by the way, Alex Jones, we do have to get going. Yeah, did you read that Bloomberg article, by the way, that came out?
No, which one?
Okay, because I was worried that you might read, because there was this Bloomberg article came out that was a hit piece where they asked me about you, and I said I said I had him on. I said I disagree with Alex Jones on a whole lot, but obviously he's an interesting character, and I don't like the doggy pile, and so I feel compelled to have him on. And then in the article, they just said Steven Crowder said he was an interesting character. So if it comes down to it, I've got the full phone call recorded. I actually was quite nice.
I disagree with me a lot. I just love your show. I watch you. Here's the thing. I watch you on my TV. I go to your channel and we watch it with the kids. So I watch you every day. So I'm like, I know you. So I don't care if you attack me. I deserve to be attacked.
No, but the point is, Alex, I didn't attack you. This whole piece was maybe Alex needs to know.
They misrepresent everything. Yeah. I get it.
Yeah. Because you are an interesting character.
Say and believe it. So.
Yeah, you are an interesting character. You know that. But that's not an insult. You are a character. And I don't mean you're playing a character. It's like you're a character. You're a guy.
We're all characters. So, gut level, is Trump going to be president tomorrow morning?
There you go.
Gut level, yes.
I agree.
What do you think? Okay, good.
He better be. My God.
I agree. Is Trump going to be president tomorrow morning? I fucking agree. I'm still wide awake.
I tell you what. Hey. Have you actually tried to watch?
I'm still wide awake. Is Trump going to be president tomorrow morning? You bet your fucking ass. Wake up if you're not already fucking awake.
Sat there 5 or 6 times and watched an hour. It's worse than the clips. It's like, what the hell is this?
And I tell you what, I know that you've had a few, Alex, and you're still far more articulate than Joe Biden when he when he's on speed. By the way, right now they're saying on CNN that Joe Biden is to make a statement shortly.
Yep.
Oh. So I wonder what that's about. Please don't tell me he's saying I'm going to pull the switcheroo with Carmella.
By the way, he said it
but I
in
wanted to accuse me of racism.
This morning in Axios, he said, I'm going to assert power and declare myself the winner, and the media is going to declare me the winner. So we're about to see history right now, Crowder. Actually, Steve,
oh my God,
drink today, okay?
Okay, well that's fair. So you haven't have any domesticated fowl 102.
And Joe Biden's not a Chi-Com agent. I've never had one drink in my life, and Joe Biden is not a traitor.
All right, Infowars.com. Alex, we do have to get going. But I appreciate you being on, brother. And
there you go. All right, folks. There you go. There goes Steven Crowder. What do you think, David Knight?
Ohio.
Well, you know, it's kind of interesting. You're talking about the demographics, and I've talked about this before in terms of vetting electronic voting. You know, the electronic voting started in Venezuela. There's a couple of pals of Hugo Chavez that set up the first electronic voting company that got big, Smartmatic. And one of the things that the U.S. State Department does, you know, we've got one organization that does the exit polls throughout the whole United States, right? And they decide what they're going to report. And they will give a demographic breakdown, which is what Steven Crowder was pointing out. But you know what they don't do is they don't tell you what the vote totals are, you know, on the exit polls, just the total votes. In other words, they'll say this percentage of females went for this candidate, this percentage of blacks or Hispanics or whatever. They'll give you that kind of demographic crosstab, but they won't give you a total, because what the State Department does to look at a dishonest vote is to do exit polls and then compare that to the reported votes. And if it's more than, I think the number is like 4%, they say this is a rigged election. So they never do that in the United States. You certainly aren't going to see it in this election. They're not going to give you anything like that at all.
So they're doing it again.
Yeah, yeah.
And we're here almost at midnight. It's 11:26 Central Time, 12:26 Eastern, 10:26 Mountain, 9:26 Pacific, and we're sitting here just waiting for the shoe to drop.
What time is it, Greenwich Mean Time?
Probably like 4 in the morning.
I don't know. I mean, we just had the clocks changed, so I'm not sure. Are we +5 or +6?
All right, let's do this. Let's bring in Owen Schroyer and Harrison Smith with David Knight, the latest numbers. And there goes Owen up to his computers. Here we go.
So let me just tell you right now, in any other situation, Trump would already be declared the winner in Pennsylvania. He's surging ahead. He's got a huge lead in Pennsylvania. So unless every mail-in ballot ever cast in the history of Pennsylvania is for Biden, I don't know how Trump doesn't win Pennsylvania. But, you know, here's what I think. The reason why Biden's about to make a statement, because it's his bedtime. He can't be up much later. So he's going to come out and make a statement so he can go to bed, because he knows they're not going to be able to call this election for another week at the pace it's at. Now, here's what's interesting. Trump's still ahead in Georgia. I don't know what's going on in North Carolina. Guys, give me North Carolina here, the numbers. Don't zoom in.
And by the way, Fox and others have called Florida, right?
Yeah, Florida's Trump. Texas is Trump. We'll wait and see if they call Georgia Trump, but he has a strong lead there. I think it's safe to say. Wisconsin is tight, but it's looking like it's going to go Trump's way. Michigan is looking good for Trump. Again, any other night, they'd already called Trump Pennsylvania and probably declared Trump the winner. Minnesota, Biden has a lead right now. I think it's going to be a lot narrower. Trump, I think, still has an outside chance in Minnesota. The districts that we have no numbers returning are strong red districts. Now, can he make up 200,000 votes? It's going to be very close. But I think Minnesota will be within 100,000 votes by the end of the night. They're flip-flopping on Arizona. We haven't had an update there in a while. Nevada's numbers are still let me see those numbers, guys, real quick. Yeah, we haven't had an update there in a while. Let me see Nevada. Still early, but okay, they're not saying results. There are some early results in that have Trump winning. For whatever reason, we're waiting to see what happens in North Carolina. It's so tight. It's a razor's edge. We haven't had an update there in a while. The next update that comes out of North Carolina is going to be the linchpin. Because, again, if Trump wins North Carolina and then can also win Wisconsin and Michigan, which he's ahead in, that's his path to victory. And he can declare victory tonight. So I think what they're going to do is they're going to come out and have Biden make a statement. Oh, you know, it's too, we can't call it. Good night for Biden. And then Trump will probably come out, if they announce North Carolina and Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin for Trump, Trump will come out maybe in an hour and make a victory speech.
So, Owen, make that prediction. What do you think this big Biden announcement is going to be?
I think he's just going to make the announcement that, yeah, we can't declare a winner tonight, and it's been nice, and they'll do a whole fluff of how great he is and everything, and then he'll go to bed. That's all it is. It's all just an act so he can go to bed. That's all it is. They just have to get Biden to bed, so they're going to say, okay, well, you can go tonight.
Look at this clown.
Alex Jones and that dude have good chemistry. Steven Crowder.
This is malarkey.
Owen,
I think that's one thing that that Biden got right. This is the malarkey spokesperson here.
Alex Jones and that dude have good chemistry. I believe it's either Steven Crowder or Owen Schroyer, and I believe it. Owen Schroyer is that guy.
Yeah, it's
looking like Trump won it. Yes.
When we look at this,
I believe it.
they can just keep rolling this thing.
The InfoWars, but this is Alex Jones.
Forest man has.
It's not the whole story.
Turn his audio up. Let's
The
hear this.
mainstream media could still declare Biden the victor.
Maybe he's not talking yet.
What the hell is this? Like a kook in a freaking mask? I mean, what the hell is this? Like, this is what we've become?
Yeah.
It's like people posing as like Secret Service with a fake Kamala Harris.
It's the lockdown election. And earlier in the day.
So this is the big Biden announcement. Is this person?
Earlier in the day, Joe Scarborough said that if Trump came on, they weren't going to put him on. So, but we can have Biden come out.
But talk about absurdist. Like, what is this? Look at this dude. I mean, this is what we've turned into? Like, this dude? Go back to him, please. Just put him on screen. The last thing you'll ever see is this. This is the end of America. Like, what the hell is that? He's wearing a mask. I'm a dirty human. I'm bad. Everyone hates me. I'm poisonous. I'm wearing a mask. I'm bad. I'm bad. They're getting the American flags already. Oh, look, we're Americans. Oh, we're nice. You can trust us. I mean, and then this guy has to sit up there in a clown mask. Like, I mean, and we buy into it. We go along with it. We deserve it all.
Yeah. He's got a ponytail, too.
What matters is the man bun.
Yeah, that's right.
Just, I'm ready for like 1 trillion years. I'm in hell right now, prison. Like, I just sit here with that dude wearing a mask forever. Let's go back to it. Actually, this is my whole future. Go back to it.
And I hope that North Carolina.
With mumbling. Listen to the audio. This is hell.
I love North Carolina. I really didn't mean to run afoul.
He's all trying to square up, look like real. He's like, oh, let me act really real, everybody, right now. Okay, this is totally normal. I'm wearing a diaper, and I've got a microphone in front of my face, and I'm here. And, oh, look, oh, Joe's coming up. Oh my gosh.
The placeholder.
I just want to say this. If I head out, I'll shut my mic off and my camera. But stay here. Watch this. It's going to stream till tomorrow morning. I love you guys. I'm out. No, I'm still here, actually.
Every millisecond.
I'm just not going to stream over shit. Scream.
We were giddy because the map felt like.
And look, they don't care they have a live mic on TV. They're like babbling about politics in front of everybody. Here, go ahead and turn this up.
And the polling was now absolutely correct. Based on polling, it looked like there were all kinds of different paths we could get there. As it turned out, the one true path is the path that they were most focused on. Give this campaign credit.
The one true path? No, we have all these satellite feeds.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is like...
We have like a satellite on the roof. This is I swear you can watch it all day in my office. I've got it in my office. I can look at Fox, CNN, like 100 channels. They'll be like going, the stuff they say on these tapes is incredible.
Oh, yeah. I had a friend that I used to work with back in the 80s, and he used to get direct satellite feeds. And, the stuff that you'd see, like the...
Well, listen to it. Here, go ahead and listen to it.
It's very promising for Joe Biden. And also in that Senate race, where it does, looks
like
very
Lone
promising.
Ranger right there.
Mark Kelly.
Looks like wiping it down all real. Oh, we're all dirty. Oh, let's wipe it all down.
They already feel like, Donald Trump is.
I'm still here.
Attacks on John McCain.
Yeah, I'm just so tired of this mask stuff.
But listen to him. Listen to him.
With the late Senator McCain may be the thing that actually...
They don't even care. They're on a live satellite feed. They're just talking shit. Delay that. They're talking all this crap. They're like on TV all over. They don't care, man. Because they know no one's going to call them. They can be Russian agents. They can be Chinese agents. They can be globalists. They can do whatever. They can be pedophiles. No one does anything to them. They have get out of jail free cards.
Yeah.
I know other places have already called Arizona for Joe Biden. I believe that will go in his column without a doubt. And so that's one.
And listen, the woman mic'd up doesn't know she's on air. She's gibbering. and doesn't even know she's mic'd up.
And I bet she doesn't know that we're feeding it out either.
They don't care. It's like, because they have no, it's like, well, who cares what we do?
Yeah.
And doesn't even know she's mic'd up.
And I bet she doesn't know that we're feeding it out either.
They don't care. It's like, because they have no, it's like, well, who cares what we do?
Yeah.
It relates to the state of Minnesota. Now, it has been too early to call there. It remains too early to call in the state of Minnesota, but NBC is now adding the characterization.
Well, that's Rachel Maddow.
Joe Biden leads.
They got a Rachel Maddow feed that they probably play.
Oh my God, Joe must be here.
So this is Joe's headquarters where they're doing Rachel Maddow. That's who they're going for.
And that's Trump supporters outside honking. You know, they circle everything. Honking. Hear it? No, everywhere on Biden, people know where they're at. They just circle it. Honk. There's Mayor Lightfoot just walked by.
Every library address in every county.
Listen to it. Crank it up.
This is someone who is very close to her state. She is very confident about what the results will be in Minnesota, and I believe Amy.
Owen Schroyer, how surreal is this? Waiting for Biden's bizarre statement.
The craziness. What is that, like D.C. or something?
I don't know. Where is Biden right now?
In the basement.
He's probably
in
in Pennsylvania or Delaware. He can't travel too far.
It's live from Joe Biden's basement. This is like hell on earth. Like, we've literally entered hell. So, Owen, we'll go back to this in a minute. What do you make of this?
Again, we can't see what you guys are seeing in there. Is that the Joe Biden about to celebrate?
Yeah, it's just horns honking. Everybody's surrounding him, I guess. And
empty podium.
Yeah, Biden is going to win Minnesota. I think we can go ahead and declare that. They're saying that he's going to win Arizona. We haven't seen any new returns in Arizona, but they are claiming he's going to win Arizona, which is odd to see that Trump would lose Arizona like that. That is a real strange thing to see there. We still don't have much coming out of Nevada. Early returns show Trump, but they're way too early.
I think they're going to steal the election.
We have nothing in Vegas or Reno, but we got Texas, we got Florida. I mean, Georgia's close. They haven't declared it yet, but looks like it's going to go Trump. Same with Wisconsin. Same with Michigan. Again, any other night you would declare Trump victorious in Pennsylvania, and that would be it.
But if you add all the numbers together, he needs Pennsylvania.
He doesn't need Pennsylvania, but he needs everything else if he doesn't get Pennsylvania. If they don't take Pennsylvania tonight, he has to take Wisconsin, Michigan, North Carolina, and Georgia, where he's ahead. He's ahead in each one of those states, but it's really tight in Wisconsin and North Carolina and Georgia. But he could take those 4 states and not even need Pennsylvania, but he's got the biggest lead in Pennsylvania than any of the other states.
Harrison Smith, what do you say?
Yeah, I have to agree with all of that. It's interesting what some places have decided to declare winners while others haven't. Of course, you have Florida and Georgia. Some people are calling for Trump. Other people aren't. Ohio's been called for Trump. Iowa's been called for Trump. It still looks like it's up in the air. You know, you ask to predict how it's going to happen. It's like, it's like you're asking to predict the end of a football game. And it's like, well, we're scoring well. Offense is good. Defense is good. But the other team might, break our quarterback's leg in the fourth quarter. So you can't really predict that. So it's like, well, if things keep going the way they are, I see a Trump victory, in the offing. But who knows what sort of shenanigans they're getting up to in Pennsylvania and elsewhere. And they're just waiting to roll out the thousands of mysteriously gathered ballots.
I agree. So when do we find out what's going to happen?
Yeah. It's really incredible.
Well, I think what Crowder had to say in terms of riots, they're going to riot if Trump has declared the winner. They're going to also riot, as I said, same thing, same sports analogy. I said, you look at these various places, they tear the town up if they win, they tear the town up if they lose. And that's what these guys are going to do. When you look at all of the pictures that people were sending me all over the country, all these different stacks of bricks and the lumber shortages as they're boarding everything up. So we got a construction boom going on here, right? If the broken window fallacy was a real thing, we'd be looking at another economic boom.
I agree. So does Trump win or lose tonight? Owen Schroyer.
Look, I'm confident enough to say Trump's won. But again, why we're not calling Pennsylvania is the whole linchpin here. And they're calling Arizona for Biden. Let's just wait and see. Let's just wait and see. Again, it does look that way. I will say Biden will take Minnesota at this point. But again, I mean, any other night, we're sitting here getting ready to celebrate because Trump is dominating in Pennsylvania. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's because he's up huge in Pennsylvania, and we just have to sit here and we're just knowing it's like, okay, well, Trump could be up 1 million in Pennsylvania, and they'll fake 1.5 million votes. I mean, It's pathetic. The Attorney General of Pennsylvania should be arrested now. Now. He was caught in illegal electioneering today in Philadelphia. This guy shouldn't even be allowed to control the results of the Pennsylvania election, but that's what he's doing. But look, eventually, Joe Biden's going to come out and say, oh, we did great. He may even declare himself the winner.
So I've been up since 4 o'clock this morning. I couldn't sleep. So I'm exhausted. If I go to sleep in my office for 2 hours, I wake up, who's the winner?
You're not going to know. I don't think you're going to know.
In 2 hours, they're going to have to make an announcement in Georgia and North Carolina. There's no way they can just delay it.
So what do you think Joe Biden's announcement is going to be?
I won, and I'm going to bed.
Yeah, it's gonna be the John Podesta of 2016. The John Podesta coming out and saying, "Go home, everyone. We'll talk to you tomorrow." I think that's gonna be about it.
Here he comes.
Oh, here he is.
Oh, turn this up. Ready to go. Oh my God, wearing the diaper. Here we go. Turn it up. Oh my God, this is. Oh my God, look at these people. The wife wearing the mask. She has like military epaulets on the mask.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Patience is commendable. We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look.
Yeah, who knew?
We feel good about where we are. We really do.
We really do. Can you imagine if they install him?
Tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election.
No, you're not.
We knew
Trump
because
say
of the
that.
unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote.
Yeah, he's not allowed to say he thinks he's winning.
Yeah.
We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted.
That's all Hillary talk. We put 80 million fake ballots out. They're going to get counted.
But we're feeling good.
Listen to all the, that's Trump supporters that are besieged them. Honking.
We believe one of the nets has suggested
Isn't that
we've
crazy,
already won
David?
Arizona, but we're
Everywhere they
confident
go,
about
they're
Arizona.
besieged.
That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected.
Honk, 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 honk.
And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan.
Why would that be? You're behind huge.
And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania.
It's going to
You're
take
down
time.
almost a million.
It's going to take time, yeah.
We're talking to the folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look,
Give it enough time.
we can know the results.
He's definitely had blood
as early as
transfusions. Look how he's
tomorrow
plumped
morning.
up.
But it may take a little longer, as I've
They're
said
putting
all
bags
along.
a day in him.
It's not
Trump
my
admitted
place,
he got a
it's not
transfusion, made him feel
Trump's place
great.
to declare
Like he was
who
honest.
won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank
Listen to the
every one of
horns.
you
That's
who came
patriot.
out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Pardon me?
And there's no media coverage.
Hey,
Like,
John,
why is everyone
you did a job.
honking?
Yeah, the whole team, man.
Ha! He doesn't even know who he's talking to. His wife has to be on the stage with him telling him what to say.
Everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all of my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I'd walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, Joey, keep the faith. And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, no, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this.
Okay, so what's happened is they were going to go plan A, announce he's the winner, and all the rest of it. That failed.
Yeah.
So they were going to announce that at the media. That failed because it's held up. Now they're going to hold up key states. They're about to lose. They're going Plan B right now.
Yeah.
It's Plan B, folks.
And Trump's not going to be allowed to do what he just did.
Yeah, Trump can't come out and talk. He's not.
See, you asked earlier, what do we do? What do we tell Trump to do? Well, I think the key thing about all of this, even the lockdown, and again, everybody says it's about the economy, but the lockdown has affected the economy. The lockdown has affected the way this election is being run.
Yeah, it's not the virus killing people or killing jobs. It's lockdown.
That's right. And the key to the lockdown was the fact that they didn't just run an information war or propaganda war. They did a blitzkrieg war, information war. I made the analogy to the fact that during World War I, they had airplanes, but they really weren't that effective. They're basically reconnaissance and strafing people and occasionally dropping a little Molotov cocktail type of thing. Nobody was expecting what Hitler had with the blitzkrieg because of the advance in the aircraft. We've seen that kind of technological advance.
I agree. The propaganda is a whole new level.
And they've taken it to a whole... That's why they've been able to do the lockdown.
Until we realize it, we can defeat it.
That's right.
But you got to realize you're under attack to do it.
And you've got to stop this lock of the corporate media on the public square. And the problem is that when Trump did his garden party about free speech and stuff, he had there the Heritage Foundation, the Cato Institute, the biggest conservative, the biggest libertarian think tanks that are out there are pushing the idea that we don't want to do anything to step on the toes of these corporations that have stolen the public
When these corporations are bigger than government,
that's right.
They violate our rights and they're out of control.
And they're actually being used by the government. The government helped to put them in place with
a fascist takeover.
Exactly. And so they're, the government can have plausible deniability that they don't really want to
censor. They've created Frankenstein.
Exactly.
So let's go to Owen Schroyer and, of course, Harrison Smith. Guys, I just pray to God, I want this to be over because I've been up since I couldn't sleep last night, and I got up at like 4 a.m. I'm exhausted. I'm going to stay up all night till this comes out. What do you make of this?
Yeah, I got to say, the Biden speech. I mean, how pathetic was that? I mean, that's just pathetic. I mean, how can this guy leave?
He's like, oh, we're going to win, and we got the.
He had to have his wife out there on the stage with
and we're going to do it.
Yeah, his wife is out there on the stage whispering like, hey, Joe.
No, but they were supposed to announce he was the winner and a dictator tonight. It didn't happen.
But look, Trump just put out a tweet saying they're trying to steal this election. It's not going to happen. He's just made another tweet saying, I will be making a statement tonight, a big win. So look, I mean, again, because we're just sitting here dealing with the Democrats raping us politically. We just have to sit here and take them raping us. Trump's won this election, folks. Okay, he's going to win Wisconsin. He's going to win Michigan. He's going to win Pennsylvania. He's already ahead in Georgia and North Carolina. That's all he needs, and it's already, he doesn't need anything else. But they're just acting like, oh, no, we're going to count votes in Georgia forever. We're going to count votes in Pennsylvania and Michigan forever. So, no, Trump can never win. I mean, it's just sick. Trump better come out tonight and say, you know what? We're going to go ahead and just arrest Joe Biden. I mean, seriously, you want to get this guy out of the way. We know of all the crimes. We know of all the payouts. This is sick. It's sick.
By the way, I'm not disagreeing with you.
Have to sit
I'm
here
not disagreeing
and
with
have
you,
Joe Biden lecture us on an election that he's stealing as he's stolen millions of dollars from us. It's sick that we have to deal with
I agree with you. Let me make this point. I agree. Biden looked like a dead animal. He looked pathetic and just trying to prop up his people a little bit longer.
You know, what's interesting about that tweet is not that President Trump said we got a big win, but that Twitter would let him say that because, they were saying earlier that they weren't going to allow that to happen. Maybe Twitter is starting to think that Trump is going to win if they allow him to put out something like that and not take it down.
I agree. We've been fighting so long, David. Don't you just want this to be over?
Yeah.
I mean, I just want it to be over, but it's not going to be over. How long, David Knight? How long, Owen Schroyer? How long, Harrison Smith, does this go on?
I don't know. And honestly, I've not been really that nervous throughout the whole night. I've been pretty sure Trump's going to win. That speech from Biden was kind of like, okay, why would they say this if he's just going to be humiliated in the morning? What does he know? What do they know that we don't. And that speech actually made me a little nervous because, as you're pointing out, with the censorship coming down the pipe or already in place, and maybe, they're going to let Donald Trump say this now, but tomorrow morning it might be a different story. Right now, Trump is ahead in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Who knows if in a couple hours, suddenly, magically, hundreds of thousands, millions of votes pour in. It can be blatant fraud, but we're not going to be able to say it, or we're all going to be kicked off of Twitter. We're not going to be able to complain about it or post proof of it or post articles breaking it down, because anybody that does will be immediately eliminated by big tech. So I'm very concerned now, especially with Donald Trump saying they're trying to steal the election, with steal in all caps.
Yeah, the president is telling us this is happening. This is an unbelievable moment. This is unbelievable.
Yeah, I completely agree with Owen. We're sitting here just being robbed blind, and I feel impotent to do anything about it. God, we can only hope that Donald Trump has his minions on the ground finding out about this, and like Owen said, just arrest these.
Wait, are they blocking Trump's tweet now?
I actually haven't seen. His tweets were able to come down, and they're still coming down. In fact, he just put another tweet out right now. We are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed. So who knows what they're doing right now in North Carolina. I think that's where there's some criminal activity is going on in North Carolina right now. They're going to try to delay Pennsylvania and Georgia, even though Trump's ahead. They may just have to sacrifice Michigan and Wisconsin because Trump is doing so well there. We'll see what happens in Nevada and Arizona. It's projected to go to Biden, but it's going to come down to Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, I believe. And just watch out, man. The Democrats, boots on the ground, engage in criminal behavior right now to steal the election. Trump knows it. It's just a joke. You asked Alex, when is this going to be in and when is it going to be over? It's going to be over when the criminals are put in jail. That's when this is going to be over. And until somebody has the balls to do it, we're going to have to deal with this crap.
Well, that's right, because they never give up. They never give up.
And they never will.
James Carville.
For God's sakes, Joe Biden is a cold-hearted criminal. I mean, everybody knows it, and he's just taking a big fat dump on us tonight.
James Carville said, we're going to know by 10 o'clock tomorrow night. And I think he said that at a point where they thought they were going to do a lot better than they did tonight. I think that because
10 tonight or 10 tomorrow?
10 tomorrow night. Yeah, 10, not tonight, but tomorrow night. And so I think that they didn't do anywhere nearly as well as they thought that they would do. So I think what's going to happen is I think you're going to see them harvesting ballots for the next 2 or 3 days. And then it's going to be a legal fight. And like President Trump is talking about, are they allowed to continue to vote after the polls have closed? So there's going to be a lot of fighting about the extension of the deadline. That's where the legal warfare is going to be. They're going to try to distinguish when these ballots came in and so forth. But they're going to be adding on to this for a couple more days. And so that's why we can't really say what's going to happen with this, because we've now, and again, it goes back to the lockdown. The lockdown trashed the economy, trashed 100,000 small businesses, and trashed this election. And, so now we have, chaos and a dumpster fire, and it's going to go for several more days.
Wow.
I mean, just think about the Project Veritas revelations in Minneapolis, in San Antonio. Just the sheer overwhelming amount of fraud that has been caught on tape. Have any of those people been arrested? Have any of them been punished? I mean, Ilhan Omar, it was a landslide today. She won, 98% or whatever it was. It's absurd. This is blatant fraud. This is blatant electioneering.
It's a total validation of the criminal takeover of America.
And nothing is being done. Absolutely nothing. So maybe it comes out that it looks like Joe Biden, won within a week or so, and Donald Trump has just a few months to literally arrest all these people, and maybe we can try the election again. I don't know how this works, but what we're seeing now is 100% the result of blatant fraud. We've seen it on tape. We've seen it on camera. We've seen the reports from Patrick Howley at National File and so many others. And as far as I can tell, we're the only ones reporting this. The alternative media is the only.
That's why they want us off air, because we're here covering it. We're so thankful to Liz for spreading the word right now.
They hedged their bets earlier. They were talking about, well, here's what you should watch. You might see a big red wave, because that's not going to include the ballots that are in the mail. So the media has already.
Yeah, I remember that was the whole Bloomberg group.
Yeah, they already put in their excuse or alibi for, you thought that Trump won, but that's because we haven't counted all the votes that are in the mail. And that really is their plan at this point. I mean, I do think this thing's going to go on for 3 days.
So how is it going for
Well, not as well as they thought it would. I mean, their best
I agree with you. So when you quantify that, how is it? You're a smart guy. How is it not going the way they wanted? I agree. It's not going the way they wanted.
That's right. I think, like I said, with Carville, he thought they were going to have it by 10 o'clock tomorrow night. But I think it's going to go longer.
But by the way, Twitter has now censored, they haven't deleted it, but they have censored Donald Trump's tweets now. You can't retweet them if you click them.
And that's why we're on air, folks. That's why you're spreading the links to the live show.
Yeah.
We knew it was coming. Big tech censors our president, saying they're trying to steal stuff. Unbelievable criminal activity in the middle of a goddamn election.
Years ago, Alex, we had a federal judge say that Donald Trump could not, I mean, this was not the POTUS account.
He couldn't block people attacking him on his own Twitter.
That's right.
It's a public forum. But when Twitter blocks him for saying they're running a scam, he can't do it.
That's right.
The fix is in, folks, but they can't stop you from sharing this live link. And I'm not just about us. I don't give a damn about me, folks. I want to win this war, okay? You've got to share these links now to say, hey, they're stealing the election. They're taking the country over. Here's the feed. This could change the future.
Yep. That's right.
Well, Alex, you said something earlier today that, I'll tell you what. If they get away with this steal, we're going next level. I mean, at this point, to quote Andrew Breitbart, war. You've taken away our First Amendment. You have shut down our economy, and now you're stealing our election? War.
Well, I mean, we knew it was coming. So when you put this tweet up, I said, or somebody said, that they're going to censor that. They did.
Yeah.
I've been saying it all week.
The most interesting thing about it, they didn't censor it yet.
They literally said during the tech hearings, what was that, last Tuesday, they all said, I will censor, Dorsey, Zuckerberg, Pichai, all said, we will censor the president on election night. This whole thing has been planned. This is a joke. I have to say, I disagree with with earlier analysis saying Trump's biggest mistake was not doing something about censorship. No, Trump's biggest mistake was Chris Wray. Trump's biggest mistake was Barr. Trump's biggest mistake was lining his pockets with the deep state. This should have never happened. Joe Biden shouldn't even be on a ticket. But because Barr and Wray stood down, we're going to have to deal with this now.
Well, Barr is the guy that went in with George H.W. Bush to rebuild the CIA after it was totally discredited. And I've never trusted Barr. And you take a look at what he hasn't done. He's a deep state operative, in my opinion. I mean, he's one of the guys that's still going after Assange, right? It's the Justice Department.
That's Trump's biggest failure.
Yeah.
Same with Pompeo.
Yeah. Pompeo even came out and said, when Trump said, well, we're going to pull troops back. Yeah, generals come out and say, no, we're not going to do that. Yeah, Pompeo come out. Yeah, he says that kind of stuff, but then we tell him what the facts are. Maybe we show him the Zapruder film, and then he changes his mind.
Yeah.
I mean, that was Pompeo said that as well. So.
No, it's disgusting. And it's all because of a fake pandemic. Any other time, Trump would already be declared the victor tonight. He's won Pennsylvania. He's won Georgia.
I just can't believe there's no closure to this. I'm so exhausted. I'm not lying to listeners. I'm exhausted. Let's play clip 1. The days of hell are upon us. And clip 2. Elite need protection from the riots they created. Let's play those clips. And I'm going to get a glass of water. We're going to come back here. Yeah, I heard double talk on my...
Yeah.
No,
By the way, Trump just went up again in Virginia. Trump just went up again in Virginia. Oh, my gosh.
Wait, Trump over Biden in Virginia?
They're still giving it to Biden. Trump is now, the numbers I have, Trump is now ahead of Biden in Virginia.
Yeah, by 12,000 votes.
The interesting thing about that was that I saw... When I went back to the hotel, by the way, they kicked me out of 2 hotels because I wouldn't wear a mask. I've just had it with this lockdown.
Just to come to town tonight.
Yeah, exactly. But I saw a little bit of Fox coverage, and they were questioning the guy who was doing the analysis, and he said, well, the people who say that Trump is up in Virginia, I hate to burst your bubble, but that means that Warner is not going to win there, and that's just not going to happen. But you heard Roger Stone say that Warner was down as well. So that, that would be consistent, but they don't want to call that, right? They just keep it going.
That's right. I couldn't hear. You guys were talking over each other in the microphone. Okay, I think you said you're ready.
They're ready. Yep.
Okay, let's play a couple of these clips. We're going to be right back. Stay with us.
I would say that globalization is inevitable unless someone really moves in to stop it.
We have all agreed to pursue the Sustainable Development Goals to 2030. The fourth industrial revolution, particularly digital technology, has fundamentally changed the global economic landscape. Globalization is an inevitable and irreversible trend.
全球化这个势头是不可能。我觉得全球化的规则也在不断的完善。
We should not avoid challenges brought by the economic globalization. Instead, we should look directly at the gap of wealth and of development.
Well, the foundation can't achieve ambitious goals in global health without deep partnerships with the rich countries that provide most of the aid.
Everything that is broken today can be fixed. And every failure can be turned into a truly great success. We must replace the present policy of globalism, which has just taken so many jobs out of our communities and so much wealth out of our country, and replace it with a new policy of Americanism. America first. Remember that.
Now the world is awakening to globalism, and the forces of globalism are striking back in incredibly vicious ways.
I hope all of your children get raped and killed! You're a disgrace to society!
And then there's the 79 days of hell that I've been talking about that start the day of the election. The Democrats have openly said, first in internal statements, then in white papers, then in war-gamed operations, then in Democrat think tank statements, then in the New York Times 3 months ago, that they are going to contest, they know Trump's going to win, and that they're going to have Western states split off, tank the dollar in the stock market, have race riots nationwide as the cover, and try to drive President Trump from office. The big corporations, the banks, Hollywood, the Chi-Coms, the Democrats, all of these systems, along with radical Islam and communist China, are allied against us right now. We told you when they were in the secret phases that this was happening, but now they've prepared themselves. They've prepared the public. That's why they flooded us with the 80 million ballots. A lot of people got 3 or 4 ballots, dead cats, dead dogs, dead people got them. So that even if Trump is winning by 3-4 points in battleground states and statistically has a majority, and you can see that there's a bunch of votes that haven't been cast, but still he'd win if all of those went Democrat, they're going to say, we don't care. They're all going to be counted. And they put out so many millions of fake ones that he may never be able to get to that number because they'll never be able to count enough of the ballots to give him that clear victory.
But the easiest thing for him to do is to stand up like a man and accept the results of an election of the American people. For him to make these kinds of statements shows his lack of patriotism.
I feel very confident that Joe Biden will be elected president on Tuesday, whatever the end count is, but on the election that occurs on Tuesday, he will be elected. On January 20th, he will be inaugurated president of the United States.
Now, notice that's not a slip. That's what she's been saying for months, that it doesn't matter what the election says. We're not going to accept it. And then we're going to have states secede. And then we will seat him geographically from another location. And that geography doesn't matter. The White House doesn't matter. It matters who they say the president is.
Why am I voting for Donald Trump? Because of you.
I'm talking to you, liberals. You're the ones doing everything you can to destroy our country.
You're the ones who want to destroy our culture, our history, and our heritage. You tear down our statues, you destroy our monuments, and you desecrate our heroes.
You encourage and participate in the rioting and the looting and destruction of our cities.
You call the protests peaceful and then turn around and release the violent criminals back onto the streets.
All charges dropped. What's wrong with you?
All this while defunding our police.
You want wide open borders and sanctuary cities for illegal migrants. What is it about illegal that you don't understand?
You say I grew up with white privilege, but you don't know anything about me, where I've been, the things I've seen. You don't know my history.
You call me a white supremacist.
You called me an Uncle Tom.
I'm a Nazi? Seriously? Get out of here.
You refuse to accept the truth. You wouldn't know the truth if it hit you in the face. But it's worse than that. You censor the truth from getting out. You ridicule the people that speak the truth. Why do you have to be like this?
You're the gullible sheep who trust the fake news mockingbird media.
You think Jeffrey Epstein really did kill himself.
You've infiltrated our universities and academia to brainwash our youth into thinking America is a racist country and that socialism is the answer. I don't think so.
When I try to talk to you, you don't listen. When I want to have a conversation, you call me names or block me out. How is that going to help anything?
I don't get it. You're embarrassed to call yourself an American. We are proud of our country and our heritage and our culture. Like it or not, we are going to make America great again, again.
Why are you voting to elect Donald Trump? Because of you.
Make America great again, again. Make America great again, again. I'm going to add another again. This way I can sell you all an extra hat. It all goes to the campaign.
Cognitive dissonance is a major issue amongst the left. It can be very stressful dealing with facts you refuse to accept. If you have a family member suffering from this degenerative mental condition, buy them a bottle of Ultimate Fish Oil from InfoWarsStore.com. Studies have suggested that fish oils and fish oil supplementation can slightly lower blood pressure, decrease triglyceride levels, decrease the growth rate of plaque, and provide a soothing reduction in inflammatory responses in joints and the digestive system. Recent studies have suggested that high EPA and DHA fish oil can stimulate immune function by increasing the concentration and activity of immune cells. Get your Ultimate Fish Oil today.
The only way our information gets out is when you spread it and when you support it by funding our operations, which are your operations, at InfoWarsStore.com.
From this day forward, it's going to be only America first. America first.
When he said today, America first, it was not just the racial, the Hitlerian background to it.
There was an America First committee. They were infiltrated by the Nazis. Many of them were anti-Semitic, part of why they weren't alarmed by Hitler's rise in Germany.
Outside of the Civil War, World War II, and including 9/11, this may be the most cataclysmic event the country's ever seen.
He's just disgusting to look at. He's obese. He's one of the repulsive, physically looking human beings I've ever seen.
Absolutely no morals. Who's a bully, who acts like a bigot and a racist, and is a sexist and a sexual harasser.
The case for impeachment has never been stronger. The evidence never so riveting.
Are you suggesting that President Trump should face impeachment?
Another member of Congress wants him impeached.
There's growing talk, at least, about impeachment.
What is your case for impeachment?
The first day of public testimony in the impeachment inquiry, opening with a bombshell.
We got the bombshell.
A bombshell.
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 One bombshell after another.
Bombshell after bombshell.
We're bracing for potentially an explosive opening statement.
Explosive week.
Explosive testimony.
Explosive.
Truly explosive.
The most explosive thing.
This is a slow motion explosion.
How explosive? Very explosive.
And I think it will be explosive.
Wow. Donald Trump feels the walls closing in.
Really kind of the walls closing in on him.
Walls closing in on him.
Walls closing in on him.
There is a non-trivial chance that if Donald Trump loses the election, he ends up
living out the rest of his days in prison.
But here's the question. Would you like to see President Trump in prison?
Do you want to see the president in prison?
Do you think Trump could end up going to jail?
He could actually face jail time.
Donald Trump could end up in jail. In prison.
If he ends up in jail, so be it.
You are pathetic.
From a journalism point of view, Donald Trump is a brain-eating disease.
How stupid can you be?
This president has radicalized so many more people than ISIS ever did.
His ignorance could pose a profound danger to every single person in this country and literally every inhabitant of the planet Earth.
No, we won't call them fascist comments. Fascism, fascist.
Xenophobic, racist, demagogic, sexist, autocratic. Donald Trump is a fascist.
Someone like a fascist or a tyrant or an autocrat.
Fascists.
Hitler. Adolf Hitler.
Hitler. He could well be just an empty man, an empty human being with no soul.
Donald Trump blows Vladimir Putin like they are illegal immigrants hiding in Putin's and he's got to suck them all out.
In fact, the only thing your mouth is good for is being Vladimir Putin's holster.
You, Donald Trump, are a horrible, horrible human being.
He said, sir, excuse me, sir, you've just tested positive. I said, tested positive for what?
And is that a socialist or progressive perspective?
True international effort to pressure, isolate, and punish China. Nobody thinks it makes any sense. Nobody. Well, I'm sick and tired of smart guys.
Trump versus Biden, 2020. ElectionNight.news.
InfoWars has been reporting on the dark, unpleasant truths of big government corruption for over 2 decades. It is why they attack us. And it is why we are now the most banned broadcast in the world. They blocked you from sharing banned.video on social media. So go to electionnight.news and share it like your lives depended on it. Go to electionnight.news and share now.
Well, the big day is here, November 3rd, 2020. Hands down the most important election in modern history, probably in world history. A referendum against globalism, against tyranny, and against our really corrupt, evil ruling class that believes this country shouldn't even exist. Tucker Carlson, when he said that last night, has never said words truer. So I'm driving over here to a local spot, one of these smaller polling places, to vote. If I won't wear a mask, the state law says I've got to drive around the back here, all part of this COVID theater, trying to keep folks from voting. And I'm going to vote straight Republican ticket, except now they don't have that on the computers. They've changed it. We've got to go right down the line and vote on each person. I'm still going to be voting a straight Republican ticket. I would not vote for a Democrat if they had a gun to my head. They are now an un-American criminal party, literally sworn to end the nation and absorb us into world government as communist China is the model. Now, Joe Biden came out today and said what we thought he was going to do. He's going to declare himself the winner and have the media declare him the winner tonight. This is going to be very, very serious. If Trump contests it anyway, they're calling him a dictator. So this country's in great peril, and I normally can handle stress. I'm literally having an anxiety attack today over this. This is the country completely and totally and absolutely on the line. Hi, how you doing?
How you doing?
Good. We're not doing the COVID theater deals. We'd like to vote out here.
Curbside?
Yes, thank you.
I never believed it would be this much in jeopardy. We launched our campaign over on the Oval back in May 9, 2019. But you know what I said then, we've been through a lot since then.
The zombie apocalypse is real, ladies and gentlemen. Seriously, I'm joking around about a lot of this. This is deadly serious. Our country's been put into a form of soft martial law. And even if Trump tries to lift it, the corporations, the universities, the blue states, the blue cities are saying the lockdown never ends. This is siege against the country. Oh, communist China? Remember them? They're wide open for business because they had a draconian lockdown and then fixed the virus, which of course they didn't. It's all made up. But as the testing goes up, the number of COVID cases go up, but the deaths don't go up because they were putting the deaths of flu and pneumonia in the list. And I know you all know that. And now all these scientists have come out, including Fauci, in a paper he wrote in 2008, and said that the main cause of death in the Spanish flu was bacterial pneumonia from the mask. Hi, how you doing?
Voting curbside?
I am voting curbside. Thank you.
All right, can I see your driver's license?
You bet. The one, the only.
Are you still on?
Yes, I am.
All right. I need you to sign here. Okay, I accept. All right.
Thank you. I'm glad folks. I'm glad folks bucked the system, because they were making you wear a mask and go inside. But because people bucked it, now they do this outside. And notice we have to sign for this. We have to do this because Texas is trying to block the fraud that in at least 16 Democrat states, they just give driver's license to illegal aliens. Lines of them around the block, as you saw in New York earlier this year, and then they're allowed to go vote. We're going to be covering this live with 24-hour coverage at electionnight.news. That's the new URL because they blocked band.video on all the big platforms, starting with Twitter. And then they blocked 2020electioncenter.com we've had the last few months, but not before you spread it. And we were getting an extra 5-10 million views a day spreading the word because of you. Two InfoWars best-selling products are now back in stock after being sold out for months. BioTrue Selenium from the mustard seed, essential in all electrochemical activity in the cells in the body. That's every human activity. And on top of it, Body's ultimate turmeric formula with 95% curcuminoid. Leading competitors have 3 to 5%. The things that turmeric does, I don't have to tell you, this is the highest quality, the strongest you're going to find. So both of these are amazing products, and they fund the InfoWar, which is a 360 win. On top of it, despite the fact they're in demand, they've been sold out for months, they're both 50% off, triple Patriot points, and free shipping at InfoWarsStore.com. That's BioTrue Selenium from the mustard seed. It's amazing. And on top of it, we also have Body's ultimate turmeric formula at InfoWarsStore.com. This sale will not last long. I want to thank you all for your support, but you really need to try these products. People absolutely love them because they really, really work. InfoWarsStore.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now past midnight Central Time here in the InfoWars World Headquarters in Austin, Texas. Owen Schroyer, Harrison Smith, we're going to be carrying the weight. Well, as long as it takes, I suppose.
Carrying the weight, is that W-E-I-G-H-T or W-A-I-T? Because we're doing both here.
It's double entendre unintentionally.
Bringing on the puns. Well, it's officially November 4th, and we have no results. We have no firm winner of the presidential election. I'm not getting less hopeful. I am getting more angry though, because the
I'm just saying, that's like earlier when I was quoting Breitbart. It's like,
yeah, it's not even, you watch the Young Turks meltdown from 2016. It goes from like, we got this in the bag to like, oh my God, Trump won. It's like, I feel like I'm going through that, but not because Trump's going to lose. I still think he's going to win. And especially if the legitimate votes are counted and the fraud isn't permitted to go, I still think for sure Trump is going to win and deserves to win. But it's like, just everything else that's coming through is so infuriating. Here's from Twitter Safety. Of course, Donald Trump tweeted out, "We are up big, but they're trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed." Twitter Safety censored that, and they say, "We placed a warning on a tweet from real Donald Trump for making a potentially misleading claim about an election. This action is in line with our civic integrity policy. More here." And it's just, I just tweeted out just saying, just jail. Just the word jail. Just send these scumbags to prison. And this is what I don't understand. These people have lied under oath. That is a crime. You can jail these people. And I'll tell you, if you put Jack Dorsey on mainstream television in handcuffs, Mark Zuckerberg makes a phone call and goes, hey, I don't want to get arrested. Why don't you fix all this up? I mean, they've got the billions of dollars. They own the islands. They have their massive compounds surrounded by walls. that's not going to help them a lot when they're sitting in a 10 by 10 steel cage, right? This is what we need. Instead, what we have are Republicans demanding to know why there isn't more censorship. Democrats saying there's no such thing as right-wing censorship. That's all a total deniers on your platform. It's like we are so screwed up as a country. I still think Trump is on the path to victory, and we'll bring you some of the latest numbers. But Twitter has censored President Trump, blatantly covered up his tweet. That being said, Trump is ahead in Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and North Carolina. But none of these have been called. Absolutely none of them have been called. Even Texas hasn't been called, according to the New York Times. Just a coincidence, I'm sure, that Trump is dominating in all of these, and not a single one has been called yet. What would you say, Owen?
You know what?
No.
Oh, geez.
Oh, no.
I was about to go to the big board, too.
Is there a baseball bat around here?
I have a gun.
Should we, I mean...
I have a gun and a really large knife.
Joe Biden said, we're going to win Pennsylvania.
You are a sick freak.
How do you think we're going to win it? We're going to make some ballots and stir them up in a pot. And then we're going to stick them in the machines and we're going to win.
This is actually accurate. This is actually what's happening.
Imagine just this in your mind for 4 years, and this is what we face if they're allowed to get out to pull this out.
And you notice they haven't called Michigan or North Carolina. We're still making ballots there too.
Yeah, we've noticed that.
Everywhere. Everybody gets a ballot. You get a ballot. Well, not you. You guys are.
I know there are weapons in this studio somewhere. I need a melee weapon.
Plenty of weapons
at hand.
No ballots for you. We get 10 ballots, you get 1.
Wow.
We get 10 ballots, you get 1. Oh, results aren't looking good, are they?
This is it. This is what we deal with.
This is it.
This is the Democrat Party, ladies and gentlemen.
This is our life from now on.
He said, we're going to win Pennsylvania.
Are you proud of yourself? Are you proud of yourself?
I'm very proud. We're going to make this country better than anyone.
This is who will dominate us.
And you're not going to have any free speech.
This is who will dominate us. If Biden wins, this is who will dominate us. This right here.
This metaphysically. This is the soul of the Democrats here haunting us.
No more free speech.
Yeah.
No more
And they're censoring
guns.
Trump.
We're going to take them all.
I see everyone on Twitter, they're like stunned. They're censoring the president. Oh my gosh, really? Who saw that coming?
Yeah, shocking.
Even Democrat baby knew that was coming.
He's only the president. We can censor him. We don't care about the Ayatollahs talking.
You know, that's actually the size they make the Biden-Harris shirts in. That's the normal size.
This is a large, or extra large.
That's what they expect.
But I'm a big boy. I'm a big boy.
Where's your mask, Democrat?
Somebody just shoot me or shoot that.
Boy, I can be a girl. I can do whatever I want.
Yeah, what is your identity? Are you male or female?
Well, sometimes I'm a boy. Sometimes I'm a girl. It doesn't matter.
How can you even vote?
Love is love.
There used to be a sword. It was like a short sword.
I have a...
It was around here, I swear.
Just wait. Everybody gets to go to sleep, and when you wake up, all the votes will be counted. It'll all be magic. And then Biden will come out and go, I'm the winner. And then we have, after that, after Biden, you know, by Diet COVID or something, we have President Kamala. She's going to step in, and she's going to make sure everybody goes to jail.
Good Lord. You have a pest removal? Calling the U.S. Marshal.
With security.
Where's your big Trump? Is he going to speak? Where's Trump at? I don't see him anywhere. Did he get censored?
Where is Trump?
Has he been censored?
Oh, my gosh. No, yes, Trump has been censored.
This is literally, metaphysically, this is what we're dealing with. Literally.
I need to call a nanny 911.
No. Keep this PG.
See, but this is it. This is actually the metaphysical thing too. See, because that's the Democrats. They're mentally ill babies we can't physically assault.
I have all the power.
Just beat him.
Well, I have to go fix some votes.
Yeah, I bet you do. Yeah, head over to Pennsylvania. Head over to Pennsylvania.
Everybody, don't worry about it.
You're going to need to...
Don't think about anything.
He's going to need to brew up about 1 million votes in Pennsylvania.
Go to
By the way, all right, hopefully Democrat baby goes to sleep with Joe Biden. By the way, folks, President Trump is set to make a statement very soon, and we'll be carrying that live, and then Roger Stone will be joining us. Let me go over to the big board here real quick just to let you know what, let me just, I'll use this as my pointer here. No, I'm just kidding. Although that sword, if we had the sword, that would actually be something. So I think that this is what we're in store for tonight, ladies and gentlemen, based off of what they already wrote into law, essentially, which is not actually into law. They just make their own dictate. I think they're going to have to declare Wisconsin for Trump tonight, but they may want to hold that back. But it won't matter, because what they want to do is they want to hold over Georgia, they want to hold over North Carolina, they want to hold over Pennsylvania, and they want to hold over Michigan. And they've already said, at least in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Georgia, they've already said that they will not have the total votes until November 6th. So if you look at the Electoral College, oh, how convenient. If we happen to hold over and everything goes as it looks right here, and Biden wins Nevada and Arizona, and Trump wins Wisconsin, and we're sitting here waiting for Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Michigan till November 6th to count the mail-in ballots. Oh, how perfectly. They're both sitting there. Neither party has 270 to win, and we're waiting for mail-in ballots. Oh, I'm sure that that's not, suspicious at all. Oh, I have no reason to be afraid of mail-in ballots magically appearing overnight that should never even have counted to begin with. But that, I think that's what their plan is going to be. Now, we'll see what Trump says in a rebuttal of that. But Trump is up 300,000 in Michigan. It's 150,000 in Wisconsin. I think they'll declare Wisconsin for Trump tonight. I think they're going to hold over Michigan. They're going to hold over Pennsylvania. They've already announced. They're already holding over North Carolina. They haven't given us an update over there in hours. So they're obviously going to hold over that, or they're just going to wait and see what happens in these other states to announce. And then they're going to hold over Georgia as well, where Trump is up 300,000. And it'll be so perfect. And so let's say Biden wins Nevada, where he's trailing Trump right now, but those are early turn-ins. We don't have Las Vegas. So, but let's say Biden wins Arizona. Let's say Biden wins Nevada. You're going to have a situation where Biden's at 244 in the House. And if they hold over Michigan, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Georgia, Trump will be at 227. Biden will be at 244. And they'll say, see, Biden's the real winner, even though Trump is leading by over 1 million votes combined in Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. But that's their plan. I think they're going to hold over these 4 states, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. They may, just to kind of, stop some of the controversy, they may announce one of these states for Trump tonight, Michigan or Georgia, just to kind of be like, okay, we're not totally stealing it from you. But I think this is their plan. I think this is their plan. They're going to hold over at least 3 of these 4 states, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, where Trump is winning. Any other election night, they've already declared him the winner, but not tonight. The Democrats are in for the big steal. So I think this is their plan, Harrison. I think they're going to hold these states over. They know that if they declared these for Trump, he wins tonight. They don't want to have that. So they're just going to delay this thing. They're probably concocting a bunch of mail-in ballots right now. They're drumming them up, as you said, drumming up the mail-in ballots. So Trump really should be the victor tonight at 294 in the Electoral College, and that's in a rigged election. But considering they're not going to give him Georgia, they're not going to give him North Carolina, they're not going to give him Pennsylvania, maybe they'll give him Michigan. I think they'll have to give him Wisconsin. But Harrison, I think that's their plan tonight. So we'll see what Trump has to say about this. I think he's well aware of it. They're now censoring the president on Twitter, just as we said they would, just as they said they would. Mm-hmm. And so we're just all sitting here, wait. Oh, hey, Trump won. Well, hold on a second. We're just going to wait, actually. We're just going to wait. I mean, can you imagine? This is like you're playing in the Super Bowl, and you win the game in the 4th quarter by 2 touchdowns, and then the league and the commissioner and the refs are like, well, head to the locker room. Yeah, head to the locker room. We're going to see what count. We'll maybe count them again. And then you're sitting in the locker room, and then the other opposing team comes on the field, scores 2 touchdowns and wins, and you're like, what? I wasn't even on the field. Oh, game over, sorry.
Yeah, or you know, to put an even finer point on it, it's like, you know, you contest, you challenge a call, and they're like, okay, we'll get back to you tomorrow. It's like, well, the game's almost over, so you got to come up with an answer here. You know, the Trump campaign was extremely angry, I guess, at Fox News for calling Arizona so early. Basically, no other network dared to do that, but Fox News, for some reason, called Arizona super early, and we're seeing the Biden lead in Arizona just absolutely tank as more and more votes come in. And of course, you know, we talk about it all the time here on InfoWars, but, you know, the presidency, hyper important, super important, and obviously more important now than ever before. But at the same time, you have stuff like this. Monica Worrell will be the next prosecutor of Orlando, and Jose Garza will be the next DA of Austin. These 2 progressive wins were expected tonight, but took tough wins in the primary. So, you know, these are people that, as on Twitter, Teddy Roosevelt points out, Garza expressed support for fully ending cash bail and not persecuting anybody with small amounts of heroin or meth. These are the same types of prosecutors like Kim Foxx, like others that have allowed the rioters to get out without any bail, eliminating bail, defunding the police. So, you know, even as we move towards victory here with Donald Trump, the cuts are continuing to slice into the American body as more and more, just on small scales, these local offices are going to be dominated by people who are not voted in on a basis of I will do this job best, but rather put me in this job and I will use whatever power you give me to destroy America and to continue just tearing down every semblance of civilization that we've ever enjoyed. Patrick Howley, at Howley Reporter on Twitter, says this: why are we being held hostage by counties declaring they won't finish their counting for long periods of time? And it's true. We're literally being held hostage. We would have had the answer. We would have had a winner of the presidency now, and not because they had to stop. They chose. People in Pennsylvania said, yeah, we're sleepy. We're a little tired.
Yeah,
we're going to go to bed.
What the hell is that?
It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Now, you tell me, and in Georgia, they're blaming a water pipe bursting. They're saying a water pipe burst in a room where
someone goes down to the water pipe and, you know, hits it with a wrench a couple times. Oh, hey, can't count ballots anymore.
Yeah. Oh, where are we keeping the ballots? We're keeping them in that closet under the toilet. Yeah.
All right. Do we need to take a break real quick, guys? Okay, we're going to take a quick break. We're anticipating President Trump to give a statement soon. We'll have Roger Stone after that. We'll continue to watch Arizona, and we'll continue to monitor Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. Everything hinges on this, ladies and gentlemen. We will be right back.
I would say that globalization is inevitable unless someone really moves in to stop it.
We have all agreed to pursue the Sustainable Development Goals to 2030. The fourth industrial revolution, particularly digital technology, has fundamentally changed the global economic landscape. Globalization is an inevitable and irreversible trend.
全球化这个势头是不可能。我觉得全球化的规则也在不断的完善。
We should not avoid challenges brought by the economic globalization. Instead, we should look directly at the gap of wealth and of development.
Well, the foundation can't achieve ambitious goals in global health without deep partnerships with the rich countries that provide most of the aid.
Everything that is broken today can be fixed, and every failure can be turned into a truly great success. We must replace the present policy of globalism, which has just taken so many jobs out of our communities and so much wealth out of our country, and replace it with a new policy of Americanism. America first. Remember that.
Now the world is awakening to globalism, and the forces of globalism are striking back in incredibly vicious ways.
I hope all of your children get raped and killed! You're a disgrace to society!
And then there's the 79 days of hell that I've been talking about that start the day of the election. The Democrats have openly said, first in internal statements, then in white papers, then in war-gamed operations, then in Democrat think tank statements, then in the New York Times 3 months ago, that they are going to contest, they know Trump's going to win, and that they're going to have Western states split off, tank the dollar in the stock market, have race riots nationwide as the cover, and try to drive President Trump from office. The big corporations, the banks, Hollywood, the Chi-Coms, the Democrats, all of these systems, along with radical Islam and communist China, are allied against us right now. We told you when they were in the secret phases that this was happening, but now they've prepared themselves. They've prepared the public. That's why they flooded us with the 80 million ballots. A lot of people got 3 or 4 ballots, dead cats, dead dogs, dead people got them. So that even if Trump is winning by 3-4 points in battleground states and statistically has a majority, and you can see that there's a bunch of votes that haven't been cast, but still he'd win if all of those went Democrat, they're going to say, we don't care, they're all going to be counted. And they put out so many millions of fake ones that he may never be able to get to that number because they'll never be able to count enough of the ballots to give him that clear victory.
But the easiest thing for him to do is to stand up like a man and accept the results of an election of the American people. For him to make these kinds of statements shows his lack of patriotism.
I feel very confident that Joe Biden will be elected president on Tuesday, whatever the end count is, but on the election that occurs on Tuesday, he will be elected. On January 20th, he will be inaugurated president of the United States.
Now, notice, that's not a slip. That's what she's been saying for months, that it doesn't matter what the election says. We're not going to accept it, and then we're going to have states secede, and then we will seat him geographically from another location, and that geography doesn't matter. The White House doesn't matter. It matters who they say the president is.
Up the fight.
Infowars.com. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back live. Owen Schroyer, Harrison Smith, and big shout out, big ups to the InfoWars crew that is still with us here into the wee hours of the night. Don't forget to support us. Support them by shopping at InfoWarsStore.com. Big ups to the crew for still being here. Numbers are finally coming in from Nevada. It does look like Joe Biden is going to cruise to a victory in Nevada. I'm hearing that Arizona, though, has a lot of uncounted ballots that they expect to be big in favor of Donald Trump. So we'll see if that comes to fruition or not. It could be consequential to Biden if Trump does win Arizona, but it would be more consequential, or it would be less consequential for Trump if Biden takes Arizona. So what we're looking at right now, ladies and gentlemen, still pretty much the same. A little nerve-wracking in Wisconsin right now. The gap is narrowing between Trump and Biden. It's just over 100,000 for Trump. Trump needs Wisconsin, and he needs it tonight. And Trump may be waiting for the results to be called in Wisconsin because that's what's going to push him where he needs to be to take 3 of the 4 states that he's currently leading in, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, where they've announced they're going to delay the results till potentially Wednesday. But, you know, sometimes, Harrison, I tend to forget that most people don't watch InfoWars, you know, and the censorship and everything, so they don't understand that we knew they were going to censor President Trump. They don't understand that we knew Pennsylvania was going to get stolen. They don't understand that we told you that the election specialist, or the guy that runs Fox's election coverage, is a Democrat, a Hillary Clinton donor. So Trump is pissed at Fox. He called them a super PAC for the Democrats tonight during a conference call with some of his top advisors. He's calling for people at Fox to be fired. Well, yeah, when you have a Democrat running their election show, what do you think is going to happen? Plus, they're part of the corrupt establishment outside of a few voices there. So people are really upset at Fox News tonight. They declared Arizona for Biden. when somebody blinked an eye, but they won't give Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin to Trump, even though he's been leading in those states for hours. And they were stunned. They were shocked, Harrison, when they saw that the president of the United States was censored by Twitter tonight. Again, even though they told you they would do it, we told you they would do it. And so this is pretty much where we're at to me right now. Guys, even I'd say you could potentially just put Georgia up there as well as a toss-up. So, I mean, really, you know what, though, Harrison? Isn't it pathetic, though? I mean, it just sucks. It's the ultimate black pill that Joe Biden, a decrepit, demented, corrupt child molester, is going to win the popular vote.
Yeah.
Our country is dead spiritually.
Yeah, it really is. And, you know, even if Trump wins and we put a stop to everything right now, a stop to the immigration, a stop to the jobs going overseas, just to stop to all the things that are destroying us, we're still dead. We're still destroyed, right? The demographics are still on a downward slope. The economy still on a downward slope. China's still on the rise. And that's if we just put a stop. And so it's like, not only do we have to put a stop to this, we have to push back. We have to turn the tide. And this is the 11th hour. It's the last possibility for us to do so. And frankly, I've been pretty optimistic this whole evening. It's not until right now that I've started to get a little bit nervous as I start to add up the what ifs to the totals that we have now. And just as a quick overview, as of right now, according to the New York Times, Joseph Biden has 224 electoral votes to Donald Trump's 213. Now, the states that have yet to be called are Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Maine, North Carolina, and Georgia. Of these, Donald Trump leads in all but Nevada, Arizona, and Maine. Donald Trump is leading in all of the others, some by fairly comfortable margins, but they have yet to be called. Alaska hasn't been called either, but that's been called in other places, and it's all a pretty solid conservative. So, you know, that means that there's still enough up in the air for either one of these guys to end, and just the sheer corruption, the fraud that we've seen able to be carried out. You know, earlier Alex was talking about Tucker Carlson, and we played that extended Tucker Carlson clip, and there's a line in that has really resonated with me, especially when you brought up the fact that the person in charge of programming for Fox's election coverage is a Democrat. And there's this line that Tucker Carlson says where it's something like, you know, these elitist, these elitist and nepotistic scumbags that seem to run everything now. And it's like, when you think about it, it's like these people literally run everything. The conservative news station, that's run by Democrats. The big tech, that's run by Democrats. The corporations, completely run by Democrats. And, you know, it's not that the Democrats have a particular monopoly on like intelligent, capable people. It's corruption. It's nepotism. It's moving into a type of world that is an authoritarian world, whether it's Nazism or communism. It all operates the same way in that what is the most important thing when considering any job application or any new movie script that comes across your desk is not whether it's actually whether somebody is actually capable of performing the job that they're being put in. It's, do they serve the system? Do they adhere to your ideology? Do they put forward the narrative? And, you know, I bring the example up all the time, but one of my favorite history books is called The Little History of the World, and it was written in the time of Nazi Germany, and they would not publish it, not because it said anything bad, not because it, was incorrect, but because it didn't do enough to uphold the Nazi standard of warmongering and celebrating physical conflict. And so they wouldn't publish it. And that's the world that we're moving into now, where you can have the best script, the best screenplay. It can be totally apolitical. It's not really conservative, but it's not about that. It's about, it has to serve the system. It can't just not be conservative. It has to be putting forward liberal ideals. And so it's been decades of this, where now, slowly but surely, all of these people have been pushed to the heads of corporations, the heads of political committees, the heads of just about everything, not because they're the best at what they do, but because they're being put there because they serve the system. The system feeds itself, it perpetuates itself, and that's how we're stuck with, as Tucker Carlson puts it, all of these elitist, coastal scumbags running literally everything, including the Fox News election coverage desk. It's really trouble, just beyond the election and the sort of dire straits we're in, where we're all sitting on pins and needles as the returns have ground to a halt pretty much. We're basically not seeing any of the numbers increase, at least not at a rate that's noticeable over many minutes. So we're just here waiting on the scumbags to commit their crimes, and we just have to shut up and be silent about it, or else Twitter will delete us. And it's like, so I'm reaching this point of desperation, not in the election solely, but just in the state of the nation, the state of the world. This is the last gasp, and no matter what happens tonight, our cities are literally filled with this human detritus, these just absolute scumbags who are literally rioting and just begging to have a collar fitted around them and to be slotted into their slave position in the globalist combine. And we've tried to save these people from themselves, but they're desperate to bring it about. So, who are we to fight against them? I don't know. I'm again, it's like the presidential race hasn't changed. I'm not more or less optimistic about that because we haven't seen new numbers in like 2 hours. So I'm still the same on that. But as we watch this footage, as I continue to watch the riots in Seattle and DC and LA and all over the country, as Twitter censors our president, as Fox News shows its true colors, it's just like, we still have a long road ahead of us. And I feel like we've kind of wasted the last 4 years because in a lot of ways, we're simply in a lot worse position than we were 4 years ago because the Republicans, the people in charge, even the people that are at least semi-awake out there have done absolutely nothing to support our president, absolutely nothing to stop the illegal immigration, absolutely nothing to stop the literal communist insurrection that we see taking over America. So there you go. That's my little rant.
Well, it's just like how desperate do we have to get until, we clean up our act here. But, I got some questions about Maricopa County in Phoenix, Arizona. This is some interesting stuff. You're going to have about a 500,000, it's about a 500,000 vote swing from 2016 to 2020 in favor of the Democrats in Maricopa County. Now, are you telling me that Biden was that convincing? Are you telling me Trump lost those votes? Are you telling me that Maricopa County is sexist? Are you telling me that that's how dumb American voters are? They just show up and pull the lever and they don't even think, they don't even know, they don't have a clue. That just is really odd to me, what we're seeing in Maricopa County, Phoenix, Arizona, that Trump won in 2016. Almost 750,000 votes. Right now, Trump is at 680,000 votes, and Biden has over 800,000. And it's not even over yet. So you're looking at a 500,000 vote switch in Maricopa County, Arizona. That reeks to me of suspicious activity. That does not seem normal. Trump is doing relatively well in Nevada, but I don't think it's going to be enough to pull it out. So, like you said, though, Harrison, no real new numbers. It continues to sit at about 100,000 of an advantage in Wisconsin for Trump. Michigan, he's about 300,000 ahead. That continues to remain. Pennsylvania, still strongly 700,000 votes ahead there. North Carolina just quit giving numbers about 3 hours ago, so who knows what kind of shenanigans they're up to in North Carolina. We continue to get numbers coming in from Georgia that most recently actually expanded the president's margin of victory currently over Biden there, over 100,000. So again, the big states, it's all coming down to 5 states, really. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia. Trump is winning all of those states, but they won't announce. They won't announce the winner. I do expect them. I think they're going to have to call Wisconsin tonight. I think they're going to call. It may not be till like 3 a.m., but I think we'll know Wisconsin essentially tonight. And then it's going to be Michigan. They're going to be counting ballots till Wednesday. Pennsylvania, they're going to be counting ballots till who knows when. North Carolina, they just have an open-ended. They're just going to, who knows what they're doing in North Carolina. They saw Trump was set to have victory, so they just said, you know what, we're just going to stop counting, and we'll come back to you. And then in Georgia, you're still getting numbers coming in, over 90% reporting now. But they won't call Georgia for Trump. And I think they'll probably delay that till later this week as well.
Yeah, this might be a reason from Patrick Howley. Once again, technical limitations in DeKalb County, Georgia. They will resume counting at 11 a.m.
Oh, technical difficulties.
Yeah, those technical difficulties.
Oh, my gosh.
Darn it.
By the way, Jim Acosta is confused right now. He thinks he's been called to the White House for a conference, and then he was told he wasn't. Then he thought he was again. So Acosta's confused as usual, but I think everybody's waiting to see what the president is going to say. He said he would make a statement tonight. He got censored by Twitter tonight. He's, I'm sure, going to mention that. I'm sure he's going to mention the fact he's winning in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, but they won't call them for him. If they did, they'd have to declare him the victor. I mean, what do you say if you're the president at this point? I mean, how do you deliver this to the American people? He's already said they're stealing it, but I mean, what do you expect to hear from the president?
Well, I like what, let's see, Darren J. Beatty, who has been really on top of things in terms of the color revolution. He just had a good statement where he said, you know, basically, Trump should let all of these places like Georgia and Pennsylvania know that they're being watched, or else they'll just keep finding ballots forever. And yeah, that's exactly what's happening. Still waiting, this is according to Will Westcott on Twitter, still waiting on an estimated 3 million votes to be counted in Pennsylvania, and who knows when they'll be counted.
3 million! Oh!
I mean...
What votes? What are they talking about? What 3 million votes? Like what? What 3 million votes? I'd like to know.
Yeah, I would too.
We've got 3 million votes we just found, and they're all for Biden. Are they mail-in ballots? Is it early voting? Well, that shouldn't be the case. If it's mail-in ballots, still shouldn't be the case. I mean, that is just, they are... God, I can't believe we're putting up with this. Again, folks, if you want to know who's behind the steal in Pennsylvania, his name is Joshua Shapiro. He's the Attorney General of Pennsylvania. He belongs in a jail cell, okay? There's your guy. You want to name the names? There's the guy. Attorney General, Pennsylvania, Shapiro, lock him up. In fact, President Trump should even say his name tonight. Yeah, here's Bev Harris, an election expert. Let me read 2 statements that she has just put out. Reminders: 1, interim results can be published as often as every few minutes. 2, number of mail-in ballots sent versus received and number counted so far is a known quantity at any point in any time. If you get number 1 and number 2, you can find which locations can be called at any point in time. Many can be. The point is, when told we cannot know results for days or weeks, that is untrue. All systems can produce interim count by candidate and total number counted, and election officials can provide number of ballots sent, received, and if those counted so far, so do it. But
they can also just count them.
But that's what I was going to say. I mean, what?
They can also just count the ballots.
Oh, okay, we've got 3 million. I mean, who knows if that number's right? But let's say, okay, we've got 3 million ballots in Pennsylvania, or 3 ballots. Okay, so what? You have the ballots. Why aren't they being counted? What do you mean? Oh, we got the ballots. We'll count them later. We'll count them now.
It's so absurd. And yeah, it looks like just under 5 million votes have been counted so far, and that's 68% of the estimated votes reported. So 3 million sounds about right. And
we haven't had an update. We have not had an update. Oh, they're going to steal this, man. They're going to steal Pennsylvania.
No, they absolutely just stopped updating any numbers. I mean, that's why. I mean, I only really started getting nervous when they sent Biden out to say we're about to win. And then you had some other outlets on the left basically repeating that and going, yeah, Trump, Biden victory. We got this wrapped up. And it's like, okay, what do they know that we don't? Because that would be a humiliating thing if, you know, he came out and said that and then was wrong the next day. You know, what do they know? Say it again.
Oh, here's Josh Shapiro, that dirtbag that I was just telling you. He says, if all the votes are added up in Pennsylvania, Trump is going to lose. Oh, how do you know that? Because you're cheating? That's why he's working overtime to subtract as many voters as possible from this process. I mean, that's That doesn't even make sense. That literally is a statement that makes no sense. For the record, he's 0-6 against us in court. We've protected voting rights. Now ignore the noise. Vote. No, you've destroyed voting rights. I want Josh Shapiro arrested immediately.
Tell me if this makes any sense at all. From Kayla McKinney. Currently, President Trump is winning the Rust Belt states by enormous margins compared to 2016. Listen to the margin differences, and I'll round off to make it easier to understand. And this is not with everybody reporting. Wisconsin 77% reporting, Michigan 61, Pennsylvania 66. Just listen to these margins that he's winning by 2016 versus 2020. In 2016, he won Wisconsin by 22,000 votes, almost 23,000. In 2020, he's now winning by 104,000. That's almost a 5-time gain, multiple of 5 gain. Michigan in 2016, he won by 10,700. Now he's winning by almost 300,000. That's like a 30 percentage gain. That's incredible. And then Pennsylvania, he went from a margin of 44,000 to this year, 2020, a margin of almost 700,000 votes. So tell me, how does he multiply his margins of victory by 30 times? Or by even more in the case of Pennsylvania, and he still hasn't won? I mean,
He has. They're just not announcing it. And who knows what they're doing in North Carolina and Pennsylvania. Those are the 2 states to watch. I don't think they're going to be able to deny him Georgia and Wisconsin or Michigan. I think they're going to have to announce those tonight. I mean, but Pennsylvania and North Carolina are going to be stolen, and they're in the process of stealing them right now, right as we speak right now. And they may even be trying in Georgia, too, with their technical difficulties. This is ridiculous. And President Trump needs to make a statement soon. He needs to make a statement soon because guess what? America is going to go to bed soon. So he needs to make a statement before people start falling asleep and then tune out of this forever. Because most Americans are going to go to bed and forget about this election tomorrow. I mean, they voted for Biden, so they're half retarded to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, my God, it's really shocking the state that our country's in. I really thought after 4 years, the Russian collusion, them literally trying to impeach Trump for something that Joe Biden did, like you would think something would pierce through, some glimmer of reality would pierce the veil of deception that the Democrats have laid over the eyes of the American people. But I guess they're just blind. I mean, I don't know. I either got to believe that there's just massive cheating going on underneath the surface. But even if that's just the case, and even if so much of what we're seeing is just because of cheating, all that means is that, we've got infiltrators in our country undermining our electoral process, and our judiciary and our legal system is so infected and infested with these people that there's nothing we can do to stop them because the law is toothless and impotent when faced with blatant corruption, illegality, crime. I mean, it's literally on tape and nothing is being done about it.
Yeah,
Kyle Rittenhouse is still in prison on a $3 million bail for murder. I mean, this is just crazy.
Trump should have been announced the winner tonight with 279 in the Electoral College. He's won Wisconsin, he's won Michigan, he's won Pennsylvania, he's won Georgia. They just won't announce it. North Carolina is like on a razor's edge right now. It could go either way. Trump is leading, but
it's been at 95% for 3 hours.
I'm telling you, they just shut it off. Yeah, they shut it off. They're going to wait. They're probably loading the ballots right now in Fayetteville, where they do have most of them in Fayetteville now, but still only 91%. So, I mean, this is just incredible. I can't believe. And again, the president has to speak soon. He has to come out and make a statement soon because America is just. I mean, we're just sitting here like
2 is about to be 2 a.m. on the East Coast. I see a lot of people on Twitter saying, yeah, I'm going to bed. Yeah, that's enough for me. So, yeah, he needs to make a statement quickly. Of course, he made that statement, but we haven't heard too much about it. We don't know how soon that statement will come or what he'll be saying. Now, I feel like I remember in 2016, I don't think we really found out. I don't think he made his speech until like 2 or 3 in the morning, right? It was pretty late when Trump came out and gave his victory speech. But, you know, at this point in the night in 2016, it was pretty well understood that Trump was the winner and everybody agreed. But now, yeah, you know, North Carolina's just sort of stopped counting votes. Pennsylvania's just stopped counting votes. Michigan and Wisconsin, also, I don't see gains in those either. So at least Arizona and Nevada are still actually producing results. The other ones seem to have just decided to take a little nap. And they'll get back to it tomorrow once all the new ballots have arrived.
But Nevada and Arizona most likely are going to be inconsequential. So, again, folks, on any other election night, Trump would have already been declared the victor. They're holding Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina and Georgia hostage. Trump is winning every single one of those states right now. And as Harrison just went over the numbers, a higher margin of victory than he had in 2016. So, and I, you know, as far as I can tell, the returns have stopped in all of those states. So now we're just waiting on Trump. The picture's been set, folks, for tonight. The picture's been set. They're not going to declare a winner. And you're going to have to wait for Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. Even though Trump won them, you're going to have to wait because that's just what we do. They just run our lives. Fake news. And I guess the Democrats or whoever the hell is behind this, like Josh Shapiro in Pennsylvania and Whitmer in Michigan. But Trump has to come out and say something because at this point they're done counting votes. They're not going to make any other announcements tonight. So now we're just waiting on the president to make a statement.
So here's the newest from DeKalb County, Georgia. They say that, quote, due to technology limitations, the precinct numbers reported 0 out of 191 until votes from all precincts were uploaded and tabulated, working diligently to compile all votes, and will continue processing absentee ballots at 11 a.m. Wednesday.
Yeah, we just stop. We just stop.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we knew they were going to do this. They've literally told us this. And that's the thing, right? It's like, you know, people are shocked that they're censoring President Trump. They're shocked that it hasn't ended tonight. I'm annoyed because, you know, they don't even have a reason to. They literally just stopped counting because Trump was winning. Absolutely infuriating. But, you know, we did know this was going to happen. Like, we told you this was going to happen, not because we have some sort of secret insight, but because if you just read what they say they're going to do, this was always the plan. It was always the plan to keep election results from coming out election night and then steal it in the morning, steal it by the next day. And then if you were to call that out or talk about it or protest, you know, and say, hey, I think this election was stolen. Hey, we don't believe these results. Hey, we literally have on video all of you cheating. Then you're a domestic terrorist. You'll be censored off of social media and possibly arrested by our great FBI that says that people like Owen and I are the biggest threat to American security because we're white and love America. It's crazy, but this is the world that we live in. And it's absolutely shocking, but there we are. We knew this was going to happen. We've been telling you this was the plan all along. It fits right in to the Color Revolution's playbook. You already have the useful idiots rioting and burning down their own cities. These people are, you know, literally funded by your tax dollars. The government comes and takes your money and gives it to people who spend their entire lives destroying the things that other people have created, providing nothing, creating nothing, only sucking your money out of your pocket and using it to destroy you. So this is America now. Year 2020 this is where we are. At least President Trump still might win, you know, a little glimmer of hope, little you know, buff and shine on the turd right before you flush it. It's, you know, this is where we are.
I hope that the White House, because you've noticed that Trump's speeches and some of the moves that they've been making lately have been more on the, you know, let's say cutting edge of the InfoWars ideology and approach. I hope they were listening when Alex has been telling them for a month, you better have a contingency plan for when they do this. Yes, here we are. So I pray to God that they didn't block that message from getting to the president, and the president either didn't take it seriously or they don't have a contingency plan, because here we are, right where we warned you you'd be. And so I hope you have a plan for the fact that you have won 5 states and the election, and they refuse to give it to you. I mean, how the hell is this? Like, what the? How do you just say we're not counting ballots anymore? I mean, what the fuck is that? Hey, we're done counting ballots tonight. Trump was going to win. Fuck you.
Yeah. It's absolutely infuriating. And I mean, I guess this is what Trump gets for playing nice. Like, is what we get for electing other Republicans that aren't America first. This is what we get for just sitting back while our cities are burned, while Trump supporters are literally assassinated in the streets, and then their assassins get fluff pieces in the mainstream media. You know, this is what we get for thinking that the system is actually going to be able to be turned around. You know, it's perhaps the awakening occurred too late. Perhaps, you know, maybe 4 years earlier. Maybe if everybody had woken up around the time Obama was elected, maybe we could have turned it around. But it seems like at this point, you can get Donald Trump into office, but that's going to be about as far as the victories go, because he'll be stymied at every turn. The Republicans will do nothing but demand more censorship. They'll do nothing but let in more immigration with the H-1B visas. You know, America's done, I guess. You know, the European people are done. the classic American people are done. The Republic is finished, and basically our entire establishment has decided to surrender on our behalf to a bunch of literal communists that are burning down our cities as we speak. America, baby.
Well, think about this. All the counties in Pennsylvania, except the ones surrounding Philadelphia, are still counting ballots. So they're literally waiting to get the results of Pennsylvania, and then they're going to see how many votes they need to stuff the ballots in Pennsylvania. I mean, they're doing this right in front of our face. But Harrison, think about, I mean, even like, this is what I was saying earlier when I was getting so frustrated, like pounding my fist on my chest, like, why are you even listening to Fox News coverage? Why are you listening to CNN's coverage? We're better than them. Don't listen to that crap. But doesn't it really show how shackled we all are as Americans? I mean, party politics aside, think about it. We have the results. Look, we literally have the election results. It's right there. We have the numbers. And they just say, nope, no declaration. Who says no? What do you mean no?
New York Times, they told us. They deleted the tweet because they realized what an absurd thing it was. But New York Times tweeted out earlier today. They said, remember, we decide. Remember, it's us that decides who wins the election. And anybody who goes against us, prepare to be deleted by Twitter. They pretty much, it's paraphrase, okay? But that's what they tweeted out earlier today. So they rule over us. They're our gods. They're our kings. We can't question them or we'll be stomped down. And, you know, if you go along with them, you can literally do coke, rape children, and sell your country out to China, and they'll cover for you. But if you dare go against them, they'll bring down the hammer full force. If you dare not go 100% with their policy, if you don't let them castrate your child, you'll be destroyed. Go with them, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah,
oppose them, you'll be destroyed. This is the world we're living in now.
I forget who it was, but that's what they said. They said the left wants to sexually rape and torture your children and murder you and throw you in a gulag. And it's just true. I mean,
they're literally advocating.
I know.
Like, that's what, you know, who's the crazy guy? Russian scum. He literally.
Keith Olbermann. No,
Keith Olbermann.
You should let the Democrat drag queen story time come to your children's school and play a you know, hop along horsey ride with you know, a tranny with a 12-inch ding dong.
Yeah. If you try to stop them, you're the hateful one.
Yeah, you're a bigot.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, and again,
it's actually a new law. I'm declaring a new law. When your child turns 6 years old, you must have at least a 30-minute transsexual drag queen story time presentation, which includes touching.
Well, they've already rolled that out with orphans in Germany, right? The old pedophile, para-pedophile with an orphan program for quite a while. We're not making this up, folks. Like, it's not.
Isn't this nice, though? We have a Trump victory, but nope.
Nope, we can't say it. We cannot say that it's a victory. It's here. We have a feast before us, and yet we can't eat it. This is
all right, we're going to take a quick break. President Trump has the podium set up. He is set to give a statement, I would guess, hopefully within 30 minutes. Because this is out of control. I mean, there's nothing really to wait for. He's won, for all intents and purposes, he's won Wisconsin. For all intents and purposes, he's won Michigan. And for all intents and purposes, he's won Pennsylvania. Folks, he's won the election, okay? In fact, you know what? President Trump should come out and declare victory. That's what he should do.
He really should, yeah. You should literally come out and say, complicated business, folks, but we won. And also, I'm the dictator now, and I'm sending all the Democrats to prison.
All right, we'll take a quick break. Hopefully, Trump is back with Harrison Smith and I and the great crew here at InfoWars soon. We'll be right back.
Are we good?
Are we off?
Well, the big day is here, November 3rd, 2020. Hands down the most important election in modern history, probably in world history. A referendum against globalism, against tyranny, and against our really corrupt, evil ruling class that believes this country shouldn't even exist. Tucker Carlson, when he said that last night, has never said words truer. So I'm driving over here to a local spot, one of these smaller polling places, to vote. If I won't wear a mask, the state law says I've got to drive around the back here, all part of this COVID theater, trying to keep folks from voting. And I'm going to vote straight Republican ticket, except now they don't have that on the computers. They've changed it where you've got to go right down the line and vote on each person. I'm still going to be voting a straight Republican ticket. I would not vote for a Democrat if they had a gun to my head. They are now an un-American criminal party, literally sworn to end the nation and absorb us into world government as communist China is the model. Now, Joe Biden came out today and said what we thought he was going to do. He's going to declare himself the winner and have the media declare him the winner tonight. This is going to be very, very serious. If Trump contests it anyway, they're calling him a dictator. So this country's in great peril, and I normally can handle stress. I'm literally having an anxiety attack today over this. This is the country completely and totally and absolutely on the line. Hi, how you doing? Good, good, good. We're not doing the COVID theater deals. We like to vote out here.
Curbside?
Yes, thank you.
I never believed it would be this much in jeopardy. We launched our campaign over on the Oval back in May 9, 2019. But you know what I said then, we've been through a lot since then.
The zombie apocalypse is real, ladies and gentlemen. Seriously, I'm joking around about a lot of this. This is deadly serious. Our country's been put into a form of soft martial law. And even if Trump tries to lift it, the corporations, the universities, the blue states, the blue cities are saying the lockdown never ends. This is siege against the country. Oh, communist China? Remember them? They're wide open for business because they had a draconian lockdown and then fixed the virus, which of course they didn't. It's all made up. But as the testing goes up, the number of COVID cases go up, but the deaths don't go up because they were putting the deaths of flu and pneumonia in the list. And I know you all know that. And all these scientists have come out, including Fauci, in a paper he wrote in 2008, and said that the main cause of death in the Spanish flu was bacterial pneumonia from the mask. Hi, how you doing?
Voting curbside?
I am voting curbside. Thank you.
All right, can I see your driver's license?
You bet. The one, the only.
Are you still on?
Yes, I am.
All right. I need you to sign here. Okay, I accept. All right.
Thank you. I'm glad, folks.
I don't know.
I'm glad folks bucked the system because they were making you wear a mask and go inside. But because people bucked it, now they do this outside. And notice we have to sign for this. We have to do this because Texas is trying to block the fraud that in at least 16 Democrat states, they just give driver's license to illegal aliens. Lines up them around the block, as you saw in New York earlier this year, and then they're allowed to go vote. We're going to be covering this live with 24-hour coverage at electionnight.news. That's the new URL because they blocked band.video on all the big platforms, starting with Twitter. And then they blocked 2020electioncenter.com we've had the last few months, but not before you spread it. And we were getting an extra 5-10 million views a day spreading the word because of you. Two InfoWars best-selling products are now back in stock for being sold out.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back live inside the InfoWars World Headquarters in Austin, Texas. You know what? It's 1:15.
It's getting late.
All right. It's 1:15 in the morning. The crew's been here since 6 a.m.
The crew is falling asleep on the control boards back there.
Big salute to the crew. Actually, that sounded kind of fun.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. Yeah.
All right, folks. President Trump is about to make a statement any minute now, and we're going to be live at least through that. I don't know if Roger Stone is still awake or not. He was going to come on with us after Trump made his statement, but we're going to definitely, at the very minimum, be here with you through President Trump's statement. We'll see what he says, and then we'll have to, dip our toes in the water to see what the temperature is and gauge how late we need to be up here with you. But, folks, for all intents and purposes, President Trump has won, okay? He's won. And, I mean, legitimately, I would say, let me just pull up my my map here. I would say that Trump won the 2020 election with 294 electoral votes to 244 for Biden. That's what we have right now. Aside from the shenanigans and just deciding we're done counting ballots, we're done counting tonight in Georgia and North Carolina and Pennsylvania, okay. It's like, hey, yeah, we're in the middle of the Super Bowl, but you know what? We're just not going to, we're not going to count your field goals. We're not going to count your touchdowns anymore. So, whatever, just kind of hang around, I guess. But we're not keeping score anymore. But that's where we're at, folks. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. Trump is up he's up 300,000 still in Michigan with the numbers still coming in and that remaining strong. He's up over 100,000 in Wisconsin with numbers still coming in. That hasn't fluctuated. We're still getting the numbers coming in from Pennsylvania where he's up 700,000. That hasn't changed. So they're just waiting in Pennsylvania to see how many. They're waiting in Philadelphia to see how many votes Trump is up at the end of the night. And then they'll have magically that many +1 mail-in ballots ready to go. North Carolina, we still haven't gotten numbers for hours, so they just decided they're done counting there because Trump was going to win. Georgia numbers are slowly still trickling in, and Trump remains up by over 100,000 votes there. So, I mean, all of these should have been declared, all of them. By the way, Trump managing decently in Nevada, but it does look like it will be going to Biden. But Trump does decent in Oregon and decent in Nevada. So, but obviously it doesn't really matter because he lost the state. So this is just incredible. I mean, I don't know what else I can say, folks. You're witnessing a complete theft of our election. You're witnessing a complete fraud over the American people. You're witnessing, your team win the Super Bowl by 3 touchdowns, but then they say, oh, wait, nope, those 3 touchdowns don't count, and the other team is going to be allowed to play after the game with you not on the field, and if they score 4 touchdowns, then you lose. I mean, that's what I don't know how else could you explain this, Harrison?
Yeah, no, that sounds pretty accurate. I mean, essentially, it's like you're going to play the Super Bowl, and it's whatever, Texans versus Cowboys, and we're the Texans going into to do our best. We've trained all year. We've really blood, sweat, and tears. Oh, but the Cowboys are going to provide the refs. and they're huge cowboy. You know, they all have cowboy tattoos on their arms. The scorekeepers are Cowboys fans. All the fans in the stadium are Cowboys fans. It's like, and then they're saying, you lost. It's like, no, you cheated. You're big cheaters.
But we still won.
But we still won.
Like we didn't even lose. We
That's
still
even
have
better
a
point.
victory.
That's an even better point. Yeah, we still won. It's totally outrageous. But you know, they just stopped counting. That's it. They just stopped counting. They went to sleep. Good night. They're tired.
I'm just curious. Like, what do you think America is thinking right now? I mean, because even the most brainwashed or disconnected Americans have to be sitting here thinking, okay, well, I mean, we're just not declaring an election winner, even though we have the results?
Yeah, this is part of the brainwashing, right? They've been brainwashed into adherence to whatever the authorities say. The authorities say, oh, well, we stopped counting, and everybody goes, okay. And that's as far as their thinking goes, right? I mean, the authority tells them, you believe in science, right? There's no such thing as boys and girls. And people go, okay. It's just like, no, you're a zombie. You're not really a human. You're a brainwashed amalgamation of lies. Essentially, that's your soul, and it's rotten from the inside out. And it's a huge amount of our citizens. I really, you know, I'm America, you're kind of raining on my parade today. I really thought that after 4 years of the BS, after all of what they have put all of us through with the lockdown, I mean, the fact that you have Joe Biden both criticizing Trump for the economy because of the lockdown while simultaneously promising to lock down even more, you know, a normal human should be able to see this inconsistency and make some sort of observation about it. But instead, I guess, you know, what I'm seeing is that America is literally just filled with people who you can literally tell sit down and stand up at the same time, and they try to do it somehow. I mean, it's cognitive dissonance to a level I really thought we'd broken through. I really thought the American people would not be fooled by this. But it looks like President Trump is now making his way to the stage there at the White House. This is what we've all been waiting for.
Get the audio queued up, guys. President Trump making a statement live from the White House after being censored by Twitter.
Remarks of the White House on HD1, CNN Grid 1, the sources pool.
Thank you. I'll do a lip reading then. I appreciate that very much. I want to thank the people here. So much support. It means a lot to me. And
I appreciate it very much. And I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. And we won't stand for it. We will not stand. The First Lady, my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us all through this. And we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good. And we were getting ready for a big celebration. Oh, yeah. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good. Such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement, we won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. The great state of Ohio. We won Texas. 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. Yeah. 2.5% for 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Yeah. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina. 1.4% for 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. A small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes. We're up 600. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000. These aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. I mean, so we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan, but I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes, and 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin, so we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. That's Michigan. So when you take those three states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many, we had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win. So they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory, 377,000. Texas, as we said. Ohio, think of this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 461,000. Think of it. Almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left. And all of a sudden, everything just stopped. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
There you go.
So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this, and as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it. So I just want to thank you, and I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us, and Mr. Vice President, say a few words, please. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to join you in thanking more than 60 million Americans who have already cast their vote for 4 more years for President Donald Trump in the White House. And while the votes continue to be counted, we're going to remain vigilant, as the President said. The right to vote has been at the center of our democracy since the founding of this nation, and we're going to protect the integrity of the vote. But I really believe with all of my heart, with the extraordinary margins, Mr. President, that you've inspired in the states that you just described, and the way that you launched this movement across the country to make America great again, I truly do believe, as you do, that we are on the road to victory and we will make America great again. Thank you, Mr. President.
Oh, geez. Oh, boy. I don't have much, that did not give me much solace, Harrison. I don't know about you.
Hey, he said the thing.
I mean, he did
claimed
say
victory,
the thing, but I don't know. Honestly, the president, and you know, maybe he really is just so hurt by the fact that we have to go through this, but he seemed kind of down and defeated, quite frankly. I don't know if that was his approach by design. He didn't really kind of convey any anger or frustration tonight. And I was worried, like, did he have a plan? Maybe he had a plan. Maybe he didn't. He said he expected this. Well, let's see. Let's see how ready he was for this. Because, you know, and I'm looking at the total turnout. And, of course, we don't have all the numbers from tonight's election. They're still coming in from pretty much all over the nation still. I mean, we're looking at an increase of voter turnout from 2016 to 2020 of potentially 5 million votes, or maybe even more. I mean, I'm just looking at the total vote for President Trump in 2016. He had just under 63 million. Hillary Clinton had just about 66 million. Right now, Biden is at just about 66 million, and Trump is almost to 64 million. So Trump's already up 1 million votes from 2016. We haven't counted all the ballots. And Biden is right already on pace with what Hillary Clinton had from 2016. So, I mean, what is this? Is this the mail-in ballots? I mean, I don't want to hear a damn argument about Biden having more voter turnout than Hillary Clinton, because that is just a lie. There is no way in hell. Hillary Clinton could at least have a couple hundred people at a rally. Biden couldn't gather mice with a mousetrap and cheese. So, I mean, this is just rampant with, oh my God, it's so rampant with fraud. And the president said it. This is it. I mean, they're just going to torture us for the next 3 months, Harrison. They're just going to torture us.
Yep. And, you know, or it's just going to go to court and just, oh my God. They've just got us in this lose-lose situation. It's really incredible.
Such a joke. Oh, I'm going to court over the results of an election. Meanwhile, Biden has literally taken tens of millions of dollars with his rat hole brother and his mule son, and we're going to court over the election. I'm sorry, but you know what? I'm ticked at President Trump for this. And I know it's not all his fault, and I love him, but I mean, I mean, my God, you're sitting here playing tiddlywinks with these people, and they're about to drop a nuclear bomb on this country politically.
Yeah.
It's just stunning. I can't believe that they're getting away with this. It's a joke. We're a joke. Our country's a joke. And I'm embarrassed, man. I'm just embarrassed that we're letting this happen.
And again, it's not even just the presidential race. I almost hesitate to bring this up, but all around the country, there are lots of little things on different ballots, little propositions of different sorts. In Austin, we just approved $7.3 billion to expand the Metro Rail. Yeah.
Oh, kill me now.
Yeah. Here's the interesting thing. In this $7.3 billion light rail project that's just been approved by the voters
Which no
of Austin,
one will use, by the way.
Oh, you want to hear the numbers? We already have a Metro Rail. This is
that no one uses.
You want to know how many people used it in July 2020? 41 riders per day.
No.
41 riders per day. So average about 50 riders a day, and we're going to spend $7.3 billion. But here's the interesting thing about this. The actual light rail will cost about $4 billion. $3 billion of that fund is going to make sure that the neighborhoods don't improve. They're worried about gentrification that the new light rail will create, so they're going to pour almost half the money for this proposition into making sure that the neighborhoods that the light rail now will run into do not improve. They don't gentrify. And this is just a nice little example of all of the probably tens of thousands of cities and townships in America that voted on propositions where your neighbors, I mean, my taxes now are going to go up 23%. Austin taxes for
but you'll use that light rail.
Yeah, no.
Nobody will.
Time. Who's going to use a light rail?
This is a commuter town. Nobody rides rails. Nobody rides the bus.
But
nobody.
This is where we are. You know, Austin City Council voted to defund the police. A citywide poll said that only 15% of the population approved of that. 85% said no. It doesn't matter. They're the socialist gods. They're going to do whatever they want, regardless of what the people feel. So, again, this is just the country that we live in now. We're being ruled. We're controlled. Every decision of importance is made by people that literally hate us and want us destroyed and are just salivating at the idea of tearing apart our entire country. And again, it's not like, you know, some sort of conspiracy theory. They just literally, if you just listen to them, they hate this country. They hate the people of the country. They literally want to destroy it, and they'll do anything they can. And yet they get voted into office. So, like, I don't know. I guess that's just what the American people want. It's just a death cult. We have been indoctrinated into a death cult, and we're the only ones here looking around going, hey, maybe we shouldn't drink the Kool-Aid. And if you watch the Jonestown tapes of the night everybody killed themselves, people stood up and said, hey, let's not drink the Kool-Aid. Let's not kill ourselves. And they would be shouted down by their fellow cult members. And that's where we are now, is we're being shouted down by our fellow cult members, and we're the only ones standing up and going, hey, maybe we shouldn't kill ourselves.
All right, this is a stunning night here. Roger Stone is with us now. Well, Roger, Trump won, but he didn't win. What do you make of this?
It's an extraordinary night. If you read my extended piece at InfoWars the other day, none of this is surprising. This is precisely what I predicted would happen. The president seemed to indicate in his comments that he was going to move directly to the U.S. Supreme Court. I'm not an attorney, and therefore I don't know what the mechanism is. He would need, of course, to have substantial evidence of voter fraud. But it is interesting to me that the count stopped in multiple states just as the president was about to roll up massive victories. The president, I think his statement was right on the money. We know how several of these states are going to come out if there is a count that's honest and has integrity. If you want to go to that piece at InfoWars, it tells you exactly what will happen. My fear, of course, now is that Black Lives Matter, Antifa, these other radical terrorist organizations who threaten to burn down America if Donald Trump fought for election integrity will now do so. This is a very sad day in America if that is the case.
What is the feeling in your gut right now, Roger? What emotions are running through you?
Geez, I feel like it's 2000 all over again. I mean, I think I've seen this movie, but I also know how it comes out. This is the slow motion steal that I predicted, but we also need a lot more information. Again, the fake news media has played this cat and mouse game all night where they don't show all their cards. The Democratic machines in places like Philadelphia slow down the count. Let me explain how this works. In Pennsylvania, where the courts have said that votes can come in as long as 9 days after the election, the machine sees how much they have lost by, and then they go out and fabricate those votes. They tried to do this in Florida last year, as you know. That is what's going on right now.
Trump's margin of defeat is narrowing in Arizona. That would be an interesting development because they're not stopping the count in Arizona. They stopped the count in Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. How convenient for them. And they'll, who knows, when, like you said, they'll wait to start counting again until they know how many votes they need to get ahead of President Trump. But, I mean, how, it's just like, what? This is just insane, Roger. I mean, America here is sitting on the balance. Trump won the election, but they just said, you know what, we're just going to stop counting because we don't want Trump to win. I mean, how do we put up with this as a country, Roger?
Well, first of all, let's go through what happens now. Now the mainstream media will go out and claim definitively that Joe Biden won, that the president is just being stubborn, or that he's trying to pull off some kind of coup. You know, facts matter, votes matter, the votes matter. But I think it was Joseph Stalin who said the votes don't really matter. It's who counts the votes that matter. And I think that's what we're seeing.
Have you ever seen anything like this? I mean, you say it reminds you of 2000, but I mean, where states just decide, oh, they don't like the way the election is going, so they just decide, well, we're just going to stop counting. Have you ever heard of anything like that?
Yes, I have. It is a staple of the Democratic Party in this country, which is the party of ballot fraud. Look, ballot fraud happens in those jurisdictions in which there is one-party rule, or in those jurisdictions where there's one-party rule and the opposition of the other party is essentially nominal. That's what happens in cities like Milwaukee and Detroit and Philadelphia. A perfect example. So, look, all of this was predicted days ago. Let's see what the country is doing tomorrow morning. The mainstream media will endeavor in the morning to claim that the election's over and Joe Biden won. I don't think that's true, but we no longer have the bully pulpit of internet-based media because of the censorship. The president is going to have a tougher time getting his argument before the people. On the other hand, there's no way for the networks not to cover a presidential news conference at 2 o'clock, 2:30 in the morning. And I thought the president did a very good job of summing the situation up.
It's late over there, Roger. I want to get you out of here, but I just want to ask you two more things, logistics-wise here. What do you make of Maricopa County flipping from a Trump county in 2016 to now a resounding Biden victory? And what do you make of the numbers coming in? I mean, we're looking at maybe 5 million more votes total than 2016. What do you make of those two numbers, Roger?
Well, it's my understanding that there are still precincts out in Maricopa County, and I think Arizona was called prematurely. I know the Trump campaign believes that also. Again, I'm operating on the basis of what I'm seeing and hearing in the media. I don't have the hard facts. I've tried to reach one of my contacts in Arizona who would have a better idea of exactly what's happening, but we haven't connected. We will be able to bring you that news on InfoWars tomorrow. I still believe that, in essence here, the president has already won for two reasons. First of all, let's remember the prediction of the fake news media. This was supposed to be a blowout. Donald Trump was supposed to get trounced. He was supposed to lose every swing state where he was trailing. Well, that clearly hasn't happened. He's winning in Pennsylvania. I think when the smoke clears, he will win in Michigan. He will win in Wisconsin. Arizona is a question mark in my view. I never had Nevada in my count because of the practice under state law now of mailing a ballot to everybody on the voter registration list, whether they voted in the last 3 years or not. That means you're mailing ballots to a very, very substantial number of people who are either deceased or no longer live in the state. But those loose ballots are out there and they can be voted. There's no question, by the way, that when it comes to voter fraud, Nevada could be the capital of the world with a Democratic governor and 2 Democratic houses of the legislature. They have really stretched the state election law to make voter theft, which is, of course, you know, the signature card of Senator Harry Reid, acceptable. I believe that Reid stole his last Senate term. I think he was actually defeated in that election. But the machine in Clark County, that's Las Vegas, is extraordinarily efficient.
Final question, Roger. Trump, by just existing and being the president of the United States, has exposed almost every level of corruption in this country. Is this the final expose of President Trump's presidency? Just the total election theft the Democrats engage in and year out?
I think it is epic. I think it's extraordinarily important. As you know, Owen, last night at midnight, long after anybody who was awake, the Department of Justice released the now completely unredacted Mueller report, including all of the previously hidden sections about me. And what did it prove? That there was never any evidence about me. No, not insufficient. There was no evidence whatsoever that I was involved in any illegal activity pertaining to the WikiLeaks disclosures. This is what I've been saying for 2 years. Why would you release that at midnight on Election Day, at a time when it was certain to get no coverage whatsoever? But instead, when I said on a radio program, which I stand by, that I believe that Comey, Brennan, Clapper, Rosenstein et al. Engaged in treason, that they should be charged with treason, that they should get a fair trial, which I was not afforded, and if they're convicted, they should face the penalty. If you will check what the penalty is for treason, under U.S. law, it is capital punishment. So I know that heads are exploding at the Media Matters, but the context has been, once again, completely distorted. No, I never said those men should be taken out and hung unilaterally. I said they should be charged, and they should. Why is it that only people like General Michael Flynn are being charged with crimes, or Roger Stone, when you have the largest political scandal in American history, uncovered thanks to the excellent work of Rick Grinnell, the acting director of information under President Trump? We've now seen the declassified documents that show us without dispute that the entire Russian collusion narrative was a fraud and that it was based on fabricated information, and those who launched it knew that the information on which they based their illegal witch hunt was fabricated. They are so busted. But you won't read anywhere tomorrow about the fact that I've been vindicated. You won't read anywhere that I have been exonerated. No, instead, you're going to read that I said that those men should be charged with treason. I stand by that. They should. I think an excellent legal case could be made.
Yeah, I was jumping out of my seat when I heard you say that. And you know what? We also won't see in the papers tomorrow, Trump won the 2020 election, even though he did. Roger Stone, God bless you. Godspeed. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Many thanks, guys. And Harrison, excellent work on that necktie. Excellent.
That's high praise. I'm very proud. Thank you, sir. My dad got it for me for my birthday. It's actually got the Declaration of Independence on it, so
very classy.
Very important.
I love it.
And
Owen, you owe me a steak, but I love you.
Next time I see you, we'll have a juicy steak dinner, Roger.
Excellent. But we're not talking about Wendy's here. We're not talking about
Tomahawk 72-ounce bone in.
Excellent.
All right, Roger. Thank you, Roger.
Godspeed.
All right. Well, I think it's fair to probably conclude tonight's coverage. I don't think there's going to be any more developments. The only thing I could see maybe developing is maybe a flip in Arizona overnight. Sure. Let's do this. In fact, we'll just go to break with that, guys. So this is what we'll do. We'll get final commentary from Harrison and myself, and then we'll take it to break with President Trump's speech tonight. But ladies and gentlemen, just here's where it stands. Again, we've already have more voter turnout than we did in 2016, and still probably millions of votes to be tabulated. Trump is closing ground rapidly on Biden in Arizona. You haven't had anything come out of North Carolina or Georgia for hours. Trump maintains his lead there. Trump's lead in Pennsylvania remains strong at 700,000. That's, I believe, bigger than where he was at in 2016. He maintains a 300,000 vote lead in Michigan. Again, stronger than he was in 2016. And he continues to maintain just a hair over 100,000 edge in Wisconsin, which would once again be bigger than where he was at in 2016. So, ladies and gentlemen, any other night, I would be coming to you telling you President Trump has just been reelected, but it's just incredible. And, you know, I don't want to get too upset here at 2 a.m. in the morning, Harrison, but I mean, my God, the amount of crime and deception that we put up with in this country, it's embarrassing. It's pathetic. It's like watching Mike Tyson get picked on, you know, by a 2-year-old in a diaper with a binky in his mouth.
I keep saying it. It's like watching a...
Do it, please.
No, God, no. It's like watching a Chihuahua, you know, harass and menace a pit bull. And this is, we're the American people, we're the pit bull, and now the Chihuahua is telling us to sit down and shut up, and we're listening for some bizarre reason. I think, honestly, the Roger Stone case is almost the perfect way to illustrate this, because there's a certain level of acceptance that Republicans have had. I don't know if it has to do with just the way the left frames everything, their sort of ability to control the minds of the American people through their control of the media. I don't know what it is, but Roger Stone was framed. He was basically bankrupted. He had his door kicked down by FBI agents in the middle of the night, essentially early in the morning, with CNN cameras there rolling. They did everything they could to destroy this guy. They convicted him totally illegitimately, and then they tried to send him to prison. Now, he is not in prison right now because of Donald Trump and him commuting that sentence, or I can't remember what the exact word is, clemency, granting him clemency. And maybe it's just like the Republican thing, like we've been so cowed, we've been so beaten that it's just like the fact that Roger Stone isn't in prison seems like a victory to us. And I think that's the mindset that we need to change, that says, no, just because, you know, if someone tries to victimize you, you don't just stop them from victimizing you and then consider that a victory. You have to punish them for that. You have to go back against them. It's not good enough that Roger Stone is just not in prison right now. The people that tried to put him in prison, the people that ruined his life, the people that bankrupted him and humiliated him and tried to destroy him need to be held to account. And when you extrapolate that and you understand that what they were doing was abusing the power that they've been given as members and agents of our government to attempt to tear down our very establishment is a treasonous act and must be punished to the fullest extent of the law. The punishment for treason is death. That's on the law books. We haven't all fallen into this modernity of just like, oh, nothing matters. We'll just do whatever we want, whenever we want, and punishments are here or there. No. Let's stick to the letter of the law. Let's punish these treasonous actors to the fullest extent and not just accept the idea that, oh, well, he's not in prison, so that's a victory. Oh, well, you know, Joe Biden didn't win, so that's a victory. No. Those aren't victories. Those are just less than losses. I don't know.
Well, and keep in mind, too, I mean, it's kind of like what happens when a dog attacks a child. You know, a dog attacks a child. It could have been a good dog its whole life. It attacks a child, they put the dog down. It's a law in most states. That dog's getting put down. I mean, these rabid dogs are attacking us. So we're about to sign off. We're going to go back to President Trump. But just before we sign off, folks, right now, we go to bed tonight with 88 electoral votes still available. I think Arizona is still very much in play, ladies and gentlemen. Don't be convinced that it's not. But Wisconsin, Trump is leading. Michigan, Trump is leading. Pennsylvania, Trump is leading. North Carolina, Trump is leading. Georgia, Trump is leading. He's really won those states. They just won't declare it. But that's where we're at. In fact, if Trump wins Arizona and District 2 in Maine, it's 306 again for President Trump. I mean, literally the same as 2016. So it's just incredible. You've certainly witnessed a historic night. Sadly, the champagne remains on ice because we're not allowed to celebrate when we win an election, because that's how corrupt our country is. My God, have we hit rock bottom?
Can I say something on? I've just received my first death threat of my entire career.
Well, don't bother filing a report. The police
finally
won't
have
hear
a
it.
death threat. Yeah. No one's going to care, but apparently I've made some new fans today.
Congratulations. That means you did a good job. All right. President Trump wins, but we're not allowed to have victory because we're dominated by a bunch of tyrant criminals, and we just put up with it. That does it for InfoWars election coverage tonight. Obviously, David Knight back on 8 a.m., the Alex Jones Show, the War Room with myself, and I guess the 2020 election countdown show continues since we're still counting it down.
We're still counting down.
So that's that. All right, big ups to the crew. Seriously, big ups to the crew all around, staying here up all night. Big ups to the audience sticking around with us. Remember, InfoWarsStore.com, ladies and gentlemen. Please continue to support us at InfoWarsStore.com because I'm sure you learned tonight, InfoWars election coverage is we are lapping the competition as far as the spot-on nature of our coverage. So it's really quite incredible. And we wouldn't even have a platform. We wouldn't even have a voice if it wasn't for your support at InfoWarsStore.com. So thank you so much. We go to the conclusion of tonight's election coverage with President Trump's victory speech tonight from the White House.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you. This is without question the latest news conference I've ever had.
We love you.
Thank you. I appreciate it very much. And I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. And we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it. I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us, all three of us. And we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good. Such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement, we won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. We won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina. We're up 1.4%. or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters. And that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight, he said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount. We're up 600. Think of this. Think of this. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000. These aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. Yes. So we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan, but I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes. And 65% of the voters in it. And we're winning Wisconsin, so we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. That's Michigan. So when you take those three states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many, we had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight. And then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win. So they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory, 377,000. Texas, as we said. Ohio, think of this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 460. Almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left. And all of a sudden, everything just stopped. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay? It's a very sad It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment. And we will win this. And as far as I'm concerned, we already have won. So I just want to thank you. And I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us. And Mr. Vice President, say a few words, please. Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please sit. Thank you. This is without question the latest news conference I've ever had. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. And I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. And we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it. I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us all through this. And we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good, such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement. We won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. And we won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina, where we're up 1.4% or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see, Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters. And that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight, he said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes. We're up 600. Think of this. Think of this. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000. These aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. I mean, it's like very good. So we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan, but I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes, and 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin. So we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. That's Michigan. So when you take those three states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many, we had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win. So they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory, 377,000. Texas, as we said. Ohio, think of this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 461,000. Think of it. Almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left. And all of a sudden, everything just stopped. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. We did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this, and as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it. So I just want to thank you, and I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us, and Mr. Vice President, say a few words, please. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to join you in thanking more than 60 million Americans who have already cast their vote for 4 more years for President Donald Trump in the White House. And while the votes continue to be counted, we're going to remain vigilant, as the President said. The right to vote has been at the center of our democracy since the founding of this nation, and we're going to protect the integrity of the vote. But I really believe with all of my heart, with the extraordinary margins, Mr. President, that you've inspired in the states that you just described, and the way that you launched this movement across the country to make America great again, I truly do believe, as you do, that we are on the road to victory and we will make America great again. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, President. He
is 1776.
InfoWars has been banned, arrested, attacked, and threatened because we are effective. The Great Awakening is here. Go to banned.video, download the videos, and share. Support the information war at InfoWarsStore.com. And never give up the fight.
InfoWars.com. The answer to 1984 is 1776.
Just because he might not want to move out of the White House doesn't mean we won't have an inauguration ceremony.
Did you hear what that demonic old globalist witch just said? They're going to install Joe Biden into the White House, and they're going to inaugurate him even if President Trump wins the election. And the Clintons have been saying that for months. They're going to contest it when Trump wins and use that to break the country up. Well, we talked about this months ago. Now we are on the eve of the election. How are they going to pull that off? By having big tech censor everybody, not just off their platforms, but even your emails, your text messages. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the few ways we can still get to people under this internet kill switch that they're slowly activating is by email if you're not with one of the big carriers like Gmail. You can go to Infowars.com/newsletter. Just put in your email and we will send you breaking videos, breaking articles, breaking information that Big Brother doesn't want you to have, so you can then look at the information, research it, verify it, and then share it. And that's the most important part. If InfoWars is here breaking all this huge news and what's really in Hunter Biden's laptop and how the Chi-Coms have taken over the Democratic Party and so much more, and how they plan to destroy the dollar and break us financially, if we're not on air and if you don't share the information, they will win. If we stay on air but you don't share it, they will still win. It's got to be us getting the intel, you doing the intel, the research, InfoWars staying on air, and then you carrying the ball down the field. You are just as important as the coach, as the quarterback, as the running back. You're the whole damn shooting match. So again, Infowars.com/newsletter, and then get our emails and send them off to everybody you know, telling them this is the forbidden information that the communist Chinese and the globalists are fighting so hard to keep you from getting. People deserve the truth, but it's up to myself and all of you to make sure it happens. So folks, let's saddle up, let's take action, and let's defeat the New World Order.
He said, sir, excuse me, sir, you've just tested positive. I said, tested positive for what?
And is that a socialist or progressive perspective?
No. True international effort to pressure, isolate, and punish China.
Nobody thinks it makes any sense. Nobody.
Well, I'm sick and tired of smart guys.
Trump versus Biden, 2020. Election Night.News.
James in FEMA Region 1, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Hey, God bless you, brother. How you doing?
Man, you can cut the suspense with a knife, brother.
Right on, man. Hey, first of all, product plug. Vitamin Mineral Fusion basically turned my life around, man. I've never felt better in my life. I'm 50. I feel 30. So kudos to you. I hope you keep cranking that product out.
Tell us what Vitamin Mineral Fusion did for you, James.
Well, like I said, I'm 50 years old. I'm a single dad of 2 teen boys, and life just drags you down. No energy, just feeling lethargic all the time. And I tried over-the-counter or, CVS type of vitamins. Didn't do anything. I started watching your show and decided I'd try it out. And man, I tell you what, I just feel so invigorated. Just lots of energy. I'm sleeping well. I don't get sick ever. Just an amazing, amazing product. I truly love it.
Well, just so you know, we go to top nutritionists, top doctors, top scientists, top firms that are the best known, and we say, what is the best vitamin, mineral, amino acid thing for us to take and for us to sell to our audience, and it has a big cost in product for us. So again, the synthetic vitamins, the other stuff, they do nothing. That's what gives them a bad name. Good ones do incredible things. It's got the zinc, the vitamin D3, it's got everything in it. InfoWarsStore.com, Vitamin Mineral Fusion. We'll be right back.
You're listening to The David Knight Show.
Joe Biden says, well, here's the difference between President Trump and I. President Trump wants to get rid of Fauci. Well, if he does, I'm going to hire him. Well, he's been there. He's been there for 35 years. And he's never done anything like this with a pandemic. And so I guess, is this an admission from Biden at the last minute that he agrees with the Trump lockdown? That he agrees with all this stuff that Fauci has done? Because it was Trump who gave Fauci the platform. It was Trump who gave Fauci the authority. And it was because of these two smart people, Fauci and Birx, that President Trump issued the guidelines, recommendations, and the state of emergency executive order that's allowed these Democrats and Republicans to continue this. So is Biden saying that he agrees with Fauci? Evidently, yes. Evidently, yes. So I don't know. I guess I think we've got a clip now of the new simulator that Fauci is going to use because they're able to predict the future, right? There it is right there. How long will the COVID crisis last? And there it is. Will it last into next year? Oh, yes, it says. The magic 8 ball. There it is. You thought it was just a kid's toy. Early training with Ouija boards and this to get into the occult and divination. But, Fauci's been doing divination the whole year. Yeah, he's able to tell exactly how long this is going to last. And he just said, I played for you a couple of weeks ago. He went to a conference in Australia where everything is so bad. And he was bragging about the fact, it ain't going to be over by second, third quarter next year. Even if we got a vaccine, it ain't going to be over. Probably go into 2022. How did he know that? Well, he's got one of those magic 8 ball things, right? I saw a story yesterday. Some doctor was defrauded by a couple of, actually it was in India, but I thought, well, maybe Fauci's there with the Gates Foundation pushing some vaccines or something. But this doctor was defrauded by a couple of con men who convinced him that they had an Aladdin's lamp that actually had a genie attached to it. And I thought, that sounds like Fauci. But I think actually the magic 8 ball is really more his style. And it puts us behind the 8 ball as well, doesn't it? We had a judge in California who has limited Governor Newsom's powers during the coronavirus pandemic. This judge, and this was a lawsuit that was brought by a couple of Republican assemblymen. And these guys are good guys, James Gallagher and Kevin Kiley, because they can't do anything in the California House. Because, if you're in a legislative body like that, you can't You have no power because everything is not even going to come to the floor unless the Democrat majority agrees. So what they did was they went outside, they filed a lawsuit to stop the California governor, Newsom, and the judge agreed with them, said that he had and has restrained him from issuing any further unconstitutional orders. Oh, he's done a lot. And so the judge limited his powers during the so-called pandemic. And I have to ask, where is Attorney General Barr in all this? Where has President Trump been? We have different branches of government, as the lawmaker said in a joint statement. This is a victory for separation of powers. Newsom has continued to create and to change state law without public input, without the deliberative process provided by the legislature. So he shut down the state legislature. He's just acting as a dictatorial governor. But see, we have all these different branches of government. The whole design of the Constitution was so that you had power distributed by competing branches who could come against each other. And we've seen that type of thing in the past. We've seen Eisenhower, for example, come against state judges who were denying civil liberties to people in their states, saying, well, you can't go to this school because you're black or whatever. And so Eisenhower said, no, you can't deny basic civil liberties because we have a Constitution. You swore to this Constitution, so did I. I'm going to enforce the Constitution, equal protection under the law. Not happening now, is it? We don't have Congress calling these people out. We don't have the president, the executive branch. We don't have the Supreme Court, that's for sure, not calling these people out. And so, the question is, as we look at this, as we have the DNA vaccine being set up to be delivered by the military, they're bragging about that, saying this is not going to be a pull model. This is not going to be based on demand. It's going to be pushed. It's going to be pushed. And the CDC is putting out questionnaires to all these different governors saying, report to us. You report to us. You tell us how you're going to store, distribute this vaccine. And I want to know what the structures are for you to report everybody who's had it, who they are, all their personal details, when and where they had the vaccine, and if these people refused. I want to know that information within 24 hours. But don't worry, because it's not going to be mandatory. No. Let me tell you something. If President Trump wins, if he fires Fauci, he'll put somebody in that is just as bad. It'll be another bureaucrat. As I played yesterday, the shut down D.C. bureaucrats talking about how we can do whatever we want in our position as bureaucrats. We can slow walk this stuff. We can make sure it doesn't happen. As I tweeted out this morning, you're worried about all these punks on the street? Well, they're easily enough dealt with. The big enemy is the one that you don't see. But now we've seen them bragging about what they do on Zoom. And I've been telling you that the real government is a permanently entrenched bureaucracy. And it is. The bureaucracy, the CIA, the military industrial surveillance complex behind all of them, they're the ones. When President Trump says, well, I think we'll pull the troops home from such and such a country, the generals will come out and say, no, that's not happening. Pompeo came out and said, well, the president says these things from time to time, but we then talk to him and he realizes that he's not going to do it. What do? They show him the Zapruder film? What do? So when we look at this, we have a tenured New York University professor under fire for making mask comments. This is a guy, and I've talked about this before, but I just remind you again, Mark Crispin Miller teaches a course on propaganda. He's a tenured professor who teaches a course on propaganda at New York University in the Media, Culture, and Communication Department. And he was telling the class, he spent an entire class period telling students that wearing masks doesn't prevent the spread of COVID-19. He told them hydroxychloroquine trials are made to fail so that more people would be given the vaccine and have their DNA changed. And they said, well, we got to get rid of this guy. Because let me tell you, he knows propaganda when he sees it. He's been talking about this for a long time. He's been there since 1997. In 1988, he wrote a book, Boxed In, The Culture of Television. In 1990, he wrote Seeing Through Movies, Then he wrote the Bush Dyslexicon, Observations on National Disorder, 2001. Cruel and Unusual, Bush Cheney's New World Order, 2004. Fooled Again, How the Right Stole the 2004 election, why they'll steal it the next one too, unless we stop them. And again, they'll steal all of those. We've got a report coming up from Alex Jones. And by the way, as they try to shut us down, remember, you're going to be able to find us. We've got a new URL, electionnight.news.
I'm back. It's Leanne McAdoo. Jones put out the bat signal and said he needed all hands on deck. This is going to be a massive, game-changing election. We're going to find out, is the United States of America going to remain a constitutional republic, or are we descending down the slippery slope of communism? Now, I was here with you all in 2016. Again, no one knew what was going to happen. Was it going to be Hillary Clinton? Was it going to be President Trump? Up until about the last hour, no one knew. But I think the difference this time around is that last time they didn't think they needed to steal the election. In fact, Hillary Clinton didn't even make the rounds in most of the pivotal states. She thought she had it in the bag. Well, this time around, they know that there's no way they can win fair and square, so they're doing all sorts of things to set up for a cheat and a steal.
The whole thing, they're going to try and steal the election.
All of our election coverage can be found at electionnight.news. Don't forget, ban.video has already been censored by Twitter. They're already trying to stymie your ability to access truthful news and information. They're going to be the unelected bureaucrats who decide that, communism is great for your children. And so you need to go to electionnight.news. That's the shareable link. You can share that with everyone and do it as much as you possibly can to get this information out there and give people the news that they need. Now, I've got a very short list of some of the guests that we already have booked for our election night coverage. Hotep Jesus is going to be here, David Icke, Paul Joseph Watson, the Drinkin' Bros, Robert Barnes is going to be on with Owen Schroyer, Roger Stone, of course, Count Dankula, Sargon of Akkad, Louder with Crowder, Matt Bracken, Stuart Rhodes, Tom Pappert, and Patrick Howley. So that's all going to kick off tomorrow starting at 8 a.m. I will be here through the duration of this thing. I didn't really want to be in Austin, Texas for the 2020 election. I thought this was going to be a crazy place to be. But hey, if you got to be in a building full of men with guns when the stuff hits the fan, at least this is the place to be. Electionnight.news.
There are many references in the Holy Bible to the mustard seed. And why is that? It's one of the tiniest seeds out there, but a giant tree-like bush grows from it that produces more mustard seeds. Mustard was known by the ancients around the world to have amazing health effects. They didn't know why. Well, with modern science, we know it's one of the purest, cleanest organic forms of selenium. We have BioTrue Selenium sold out for months, back in stock at InfoWarsStore.com at 50% off, store-wide free shipping, and triple Patriot points. BioTrue Selenium at InfoWarsStore.com is an amazing product, and it's even more amazing in that it funds our operation. But if you don't know about selenium, research it. It is an essential nutrient in the body that you absolutely have to have. It's back in stock, 50% off, triple Patriot points at InfoWarsStore.com and with free shipping.
Cognitive dissonance is a major issue amongst the left. It can be very stressful dealing with facts you refuse to accept. If you have a family member suffering from this degenerative mental condition, buy them a bottle of Ultimate Fish Oil from InfoWarsStore.com. Studies have suggested that fish oils and fish oil supplementation can slightly lower blood pressure, decrease triglyceride levels, decrease the growth rate of plaque, and provide a soothing reduction in inflammatory responses in joints and the digestive system. Recent studies have suggested that high EPA and DHA fish oil can stimulate immune function by increasing the concentration and activity of immune cells. It worked for my family, and now I can have a logical and calm discussion about actual facts that pertain to reality. Get your Ultimate Fish Oil for a friend, family member, or yourself at InfoWarsStore.com.
You're listening to The David Knight Show. Analyzing the globalists' next move. It's The David Knight Show.
worst fears have now been confirmed. It is Election Day, November 3rd, 2020. Paul Joseph Watson has the article with the statements by the Joe Biden campaign in Axios. Biden plans to assert control as president-elect if declared winner by news organizations. And they've been laying this out for months, that only 7 trusted news agencies are allowed to even show you election numbers. They clearly are going to try to steal it in one fell swoop tonight. That's plan A. If that fails, and it's clear that Trump is the overwhelming winner, they then plan to lock down D.C., start fires, and attack people all over the United States, try to kill the stock market, hold up the results for months, and try to drive Trump from power. This is the official Democratic Party stratagem. Documents have now come out with a large group of federal employees led by U.S. intelligence analysts that are working on the dark side to carry out Plan B. This is our country absolutely surrounded by traitorous enemies. But if we wake up and if we speak up, we're going to be able to override this. This is a very, very important time, obviously, for not just the United States, but the entire world. This is a major crossroads. Can the corporate global media and the communist Chinese and the authoritarian EU and the God-hating Hollywood trash, along with the communist academia and others, with all these big banking financiers and big tech allied with radical Islam, crush what's left of the West and Christianity that threatens their godless globalist system? That's what this is a giant battle in the history of human liberty. And they are now publicly saying, we're going to have the media declare Joe Biden the winner prematurely and then cut Trump off if he contests it, because only ABC, CBS, NBC, Fox, of course, and AP are trusted. Think about that. Now, look for Fox to be the Judas Iscariot here, or the Brutus. I would look for Fox to be the ones that will declare Biden the winner. This is following past activities where they put out some of the fakest polls. But they will be seen as having credibility because they're, quote, Fox and pro-Trump, which they're not really. They have a few pro-Trump hosts like Tucker Carlson, Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, but that's about it. So we'll have live coverage today with David Knight, right through my broadcast with Alex Jones, right through Owen Schroyer, right through 24 hours as this unfolds. Trump needs to challenge the media if it's clear that they're lying. Trump needs to challenge them when they try to hold up the election, or they go with Plan B. But it is so critical to get the article from Infowars.com and Newswars.com and to share it. And remember, they're blocking our URLs on most big platforms, so you can use the new URL, electionnight.news, where on the front page we have the live feeds of our election coverage that all kicked off with David Knight at 8 a.m. this morning. The censorship is intensifying because they're getting ready to have what I'm calling their media coup, where the media comes in and declares Joe Biden the winner. They are criminals. They're engaged in fraud. They're foreign-owned. They're mercenaries. They're PR hacks for totalitarian regimes and evil corporations. And they can't stand the populist movement worldwide that's spreading. And so they need this decisive victory, though fake. And they've never gotten in trouble for all their other coup attempts, all their other frauds. That's why past behavior is the most indicative of future behavior and future outcomes. I'm expecting them to try to steal this with massive election fraud and the mail-in ballots today. And if it's even close, they're going to declare Biden the winner prematurely and then shut everybody down and then activate their forces to basically go around and thug the general population into submission. This is not going to go well. In fact, this is the worst possible path for the globalists, but they just can't help themselves. If they let the people elect Trump, let him try to turn the country around, they can creep around behind the scenes and try to reorganize the New World Order. But having this decisive fraud here, their global lockdown and all of it, they have reached too far. And if they really are stupid enough to kill Trump or remove him or cheat us, it's going to cause a chain reaction that down the road will be even more destructive to the globalists and the so-called elites. All right, back to David Knight, live on air with the kickoff of our election coverage 2020. You are just as important as David Knight or myself or anybody. You have the power to share intel, to get news out that no one else is able to see because you're on the ground, and to spread the word, Paul Revere's, right now about election coverage that's happening at band.video, Infowars.com, and newswars.com, and of course, electionnight.news. Please pray for President Trump, pray for Providence, pray for America. God bless.
Yeah, that's right. And who are those blessed 7 news organizations that are going to tell you what to do? Well, it's the same big 3 that were always there as part of Operation Mockingbird, ABC, CBS, NBC. They always said, so I was growing up, it was always the same news on every channel. It was just, which anchor you liked. And they would tell you, just as Walter Cronkite did, and that's the way it is, because we all agree. And that's what they're trying to recreate again. That's why you have the big 3 social media companies. Everybody come here, it's all free, and now they've locked everything down. And now that everybody goes to those sites to get their news, they can give them a consistent, uniform narrative that has been carefully constructed by the government. So you have ABC, CBS, NBC. Then you have AP, the Associated Press, also left-wing. As a matter of fact, I've got an article here from another trusted source, although they will not be the ones calling this, but Reuters. They have FactBox. A Biden presidency could bring better gas mileage, cheaper drugs, and less doom scrolling. I'm not really sure what they mean by doom scrolling, but I know you'll get your free vaccines. They'll be free, quote unquote free. And, gas mileage, you won't be going anywhere. You won't have any engines. You will have electric cars, if you can get one, if you can afford one, that will be tightly controlled by their 5G grid, and you'll have limited range, limited charging abilities. Yeah, it's just a control tactic. But that's the facts as put out by Reuters. And so you have ABC, CBS, NBC, AP. You have 2 from Fox. Fox has 2. They're 2 of the 7. It's Fox News in general, and then Decision Desk HQ. See, Fox gets double. I think Alex is right. I think they are going to be the Judas goat that is going to do the actual declaration. See, even the conservative Fox News channel said so. And then, of course, CNN, the Soros Democrat Propaganda Network. So that's it. ABC, CBS, NBC. Fox twice, CNN once, and AP. And yet we have to keep creating URLs so that you can get to band.video, so that you can share information at band.video. We have to keep creating URLs because the social censors, the social media companies that are antisocial, the search engines that are designed to keep you from finding things, those 2 groups are doing everything they can to keep anybody outside of these 7 from having a say about anything. They don't want you, they got to control what you see, hear, and say. So the social media is there to control your speech, but not only that, they're there to monitor what you say about what they put out. They've been able to close the loop, the feedback loop on their propaganda. It was an open loop system for the longest time, broadcast. They could put it out there, but it really wasn't that easy for them to tell. I mean, they had to do their polls, and we all know how accurate their polls are. But now they can very accurately look at your comments, and they can see whether or not their propaganda is working. So Election Night News is where you'll find us. That's our newest URL to get around the censorship. It's NewsGuard right now that is very, very active. That's a Microsoft organization. Heavy funding from the U.S. government, NewsGuard. They're going to guard the news that you're allowed to see. And, of course, I've talked about this for a long time. I expected this to be a hacked election in a different way. I expected it to be more about cyber hacking, electronic voting. But they have Election Guard. That's also a Microsoft company. Heavily funded by DARPA, their subsidiary, their sole grant was a $10 million grant from DARPA to guard the elections, of course. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
The miraculous.
He said, sir, excuse me, sir, you've just tested positive. I said, tested positive for what?
And is that a socialist or progressive perspective?
True international effort to pressure, isolate, and punish China.
Nobody thinks it makes any sense. Nobody.
Well, I'm sick and tired of smart guys.
Trump versus Biden, 2020. Electionnight.news.
Election 2020 is here, and whether Trump wins or loses, We have all won by exposing the communist Chinese, by exposing the globalists, by exposing the pedophile rings, by exposing the fact this is really a fight between good versus evil. Now, I'm personally a Christian, and I believe in God, and I know God's real, and I've experienced it in my life. But even if you don't believe in God, it's important to recognize that there is good in this world, there is evil. And there are people out there that want to do you harm because they enjoy doing bad. And what I see happening across the spectrum of different political views is people finally get that. They finally understand that. They're not being naive anymore. Don't ever project your decency and your goodness onto other people until they've proven what they stand for and who they are, or you're going to get hurt. But those of you out there who have done your own research and discovered who's good and who is faithful, will then come together with those organizations and support them like InfoWars. Because without your support, InfoWars would not exist. 2 InfoWars best-selling products are now back in stock after being sold out for months. BioTrue Selenium from the mustard seed, essential in all electrochemical activity in the cells in the body. That's every human activity. And on top of it, Body's ultimate turmeric formula with 95% curcuminoid. Leading competitors have 3 to 5%. The things that turmeric does, I don't have to tell you, this is the highest quality, the strongest you're going to find. So both of these are amazing products, and they fund the InfoWar, which is a 360 win. On top of it, despite the fact they're in demand, they've been sold out for months, they're both 50% off, triple Patriot points, and free shipping at InfoWarsStore.com. That's BioTrue Selenium from the mustard seed. It's amazing. And on top of it, we also have Body's ultimate turmeric formula at InfoWarsStore.com. This sale will not last long. I want to thank you all for your support, but you really need to try these products. People absolutely love them because they really, really work. InfoWarsStore.com. I get asked all the time by listeners and by the media, what am I most proud of when it comes to the show? And it's the fact that InfoWars, more than 25 years ago, doing basic research with what the Club of Rome and the CFR and others were actually saying, developed the hypothesis that communist China had been set up to take our jobs and transfer them to China and then make us economically destitute and position us into debt. Well, now China owns the debt. Now China owns Hollywood, all the one-sided trading deals. It turns out our analysis was absolutely dead on. But again, it wasn't that hard. The CFR and others admitted what they were doing, but still, others didn't want to focus on that issue. We did, and you focused on it by supporting us at InfoWars. So when you go to InfoWarsStore.com and get all the great supplements, books, T-shirts, films, water filtration, air filtration, all of it, you're funding the organization that literally helped wake up the world to what's really happening. So that's a big accomplishment for all of you. I want to thank you for your support.
It's about giving people the resources and the support they need so that everyone can be on equal footing and then compete on equal footing. Equitable treatment means we all end up at the same place.
You're listening to The David Knight Show.
You'll know that I am called the Count because I really love to count. Sometimes I sit and count all day. But sometimes I get carried away. I count slowly, 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 getting faster. Once I start counting.
Yeah, the Philadelphia mayor has said counting mail-in ballots will take several days. We're counting. 1 ballot, 2 ballot. Let's see, where did I want? Oh, 1 ballot, 2 ballot. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, we don't know when this is ever going to be done, right? Never know. Philadelphia election officials said they've received more than 400,000 absentee and mail-in ballots. The delay in counting votes in Democrat-heavy Philadelphia could mean that President Trump may open up a huge lead in Pennsylvania over Joe Biden, only to see it disappear. How about that? Well, they may have a fake blue wave that's coming in as well. Because also in Pennsylvania, in a heavily Republican county, here they've got massive store, hundreds of thousands of these things here in Philadelphia. And we're counting everywhere, day after day. But in Pennsylvania, they got 187,853 people, 129,762 registered voters, reports the New American. And yet, the county elections director, Aaron Sheasley, not Sleasley, but Sheasley, says that only 21,000 ballots have been returned as of last Thursday, and they have more than 10,000 phone calls saying people never received the ballots that they wanted. Yeah, because they're afraid. They're locked down because they're afraid to come out. The virus might get them, right? Yeah, they just need to dress up like a zombie nurse. They'll be okay, like the people in Wuhan. They got the right idea, except they're not mocking their dictator. They're mocking our dictators. They're mocking us for being suckers and allowing this whole thing to be shut down and turned into a dumpster fire. Again, 232 days we've been locked down. People are scared to death, even Republican voters, to go out in person and vote in person. And so we have this garbage election that is going to be contested, not believed by either side. And this summer, as New American is pointing out, top Democratic operative who specializes in mail-in voter fraud spoke to the New York Post under the condition of anonymity. And he said, quote, well, you got a postman who is a rabid anti-Trump guy. And let's say that he's working in Bedminster or some other Republican stronghold. Well, he can just take those filled out ballots, knowing that 95% of them are going to be Republican. He can just throw those in the garbage. Newman, is that you? Newman? Oh, gee, Jerry, I had him in my closet here. Yeah, that's it. So, yeah, just another puppet singing, we're counting everywhere, we're counting. And as we pointed out, we have the story up, Infowars.com. Biden plans to, quote, assert control if the election is declared by the news organizations. They're going to be the ones who are going to decide. It isn't going to be these counts who are going on in the local. The local count is not going to have any authority in this. Remember, it's not who votes that counts. It's who counts the votes. And the counter is not going to be the count. It's going to be Fox or CNN or ABC, CBS, NBC. They will decide who counts, whose votes count. They will declare a winner. And Axios reports, quote, if news organizations declare Joe Biden the mathematical president-elect, look, we've had 232 days of lockdown based on a computer model at the Imperial College of London that completely ignored the curve that was supposed to be flattened, right? You're supposed to have a curve, right? Farr's Law, 1840. Every epidemiologist knows about Farr's Law, the bell-shaped curve. Whenever you have a population that is exposed to a new virus, the number of casualties rapidly escalate, they plateau, and then they decline, like a bell-shaped curve. And yet, in the model, they didn't have that. In the model, it was a straight line going up forever. Ioannidis, a scientist at Stanford who debunks junk science, called them on that at the very beginning. I've been talking about this for 232 days. But, we didn't have Ioannidis in the White House telling us what to do. We had Fauci telling us what to do. He's the one that counts. We didn't have Scott Atlas until recently, but Scott Atlas has been cowered into the corner over a credentials issue and over the fact that he actually talked to RT, who will tell you the truth about America. They won't tell you the truth about Russia, but they'll tell you the truth about America. More so than ABC, CBS, NBC, CNN, Fox News. You can get straighter dope from RT than you get from those guys when it talks what's happening here in America. But he had to apologize because he actually gave them an interview. He talked to them. This is a sad state of affairs about free speech in the Trump White House. Even a guy who is very bold about telling the truth when he gets a moment, and he's the only one who does about this disease, even he is shamed into an apology because he actually gave an interview to somebody that is not blessed by Bill Gates' organization called NewsGuard or Google or Twitter or Facebook. They don't like that. And of course, if you think that you're not going to get a mandatory vaccine, just look at who pays for the commercials on ABC, CBS, NBC, Fox, and CNN. It's the big pharmaceutical companies. So they said, if news organizations declare Joe Biden the mathematical president-elect, and remember, we don't know about math anymore, right? Don't know much about history. Don't know much about science books. Don't know much about the French we took or math either. He plans to address the nation as its new leader if the news organizations declare him as such. Even if President Trump continues to fight in court, reports Axios. It doesn't matter. You want to have a recount? It doesn't matter. The press said that Joe Biden is president. Joe Biden is president. The press said, don't pay attention to those Biden laptops. You don't pay attention to those Biden laptops. So you have not just broadcast media consolidation, you have consolidation with the technocracy, the search engines, social media. That's why we had to set up another URL so that you could get to band.video. It's electionnight.news, electionnight.news. So if you go there, you'll be able to see all the live broadcasts. You'll be able to see the archives of this show and all the videos there. And you'll be able to share that with people. And then they'll figure it out, and then they'll shut that down, and we'll have to create another one. And this is the way it goes. Welcome to 2020, when we no longer have free speech or freedom of the press, and nothing was done over the last 4 years to defend it. And as we have locked everything down, that's why we have this dumpster fire election. Never forget how this happened. Biden will immediately begin making senior staff appointments after the news organizations declare him. And that will move with unprecedented speed, quote unquote, according to Axios, who has been given some inside information from the Biden organization. Under no scenario will Donald Trump be declared a victor on election night, said Biden's campaign manager yesterday. And Pennsylvania Attorney General Josh Shapiro publicly indicated that his state will not be releasing final election results until 3 days after the election. I could care less what Donald Trump says. We will count these ballots in a proper way to be certified. But of course, if the news organizations say that those ballots go for Biden, he will announce that as well. And Biden will begin his governing process. All right, folks, we've got to take a break. We're going to be right back. We'll have more news about the election, more news about what is going on with the lockdown, news about what is happening in Australia. Australia is your future, especially under a Biden presidency. But if you want to support us here, as we stand here alone against the biggest corporations the world has ever seen, all allied against us, along with the government, we have some specials to help you do that. Our 2020 election super sale, up to 60% off, free shipping. We have Bod Ease, 50% off, BioTrue Selenium. Both of those have been out of stock. They're now back in stock. Bod Ease has turmeric and other natural ingredients to help your body naturally fight inflammation. BioTrue Selenium, you know that you need selenium. It is an essential mineral that everybody should have. And we call it BioTrue because it is non-GMO. It's organic. BioTrue Selenium, 50% off, free shipping, triple Patriot points for discounts in the future. Ultra 12, our vitamin B12, 50% off. Kava Chill, it's Kava Root for relaxation, 50% off. Extendawise, now 60% off. Knockout, our all-natural sleep aid, 50% off. Our new Nascent Iodine Surface Spray, 50% off. All of those, free shipping, triple Patriot points for discounts in the future. InfoWarsStore.com. And don't forget, electionnight.news.
Make an entrance. Make a run. And then make history. Make a difference. Make good on your word. Make it big league. But most of all, make it great again.
The pro-human resistance lives at Infowars.com. But only you can give this operation wings. Only you can stand in defiance to the destruction of humanity. The miraculous properties of turmeric have been admired and even worshipped for thousands of years by ancient civilizations. But with modern science, we know why turmeric is so popular. Its antioxidant effect, its anti-inflammatory effect, everything it does is simply amazing. And most turmerics out there are simply food products. They're 3 to 5% curcuminoid, but we have Body's ultimate turmeric formula with a 95% curcuminoid level. And we have other organic products in there that accelerate it and bring it into the cells of the body. It's been sold out for months. It's back in stock. And despite that, Body's ultimate turmeric formula at InfoWarsStore.com is 50% off with free shipping and triple Patriot points at InfoWarsStore.com. It's Body's ultimate turmeric formula. If you haven't tried it, learn why it's got thousands of 5-star reviews at InfoWarsStore.com. And you can't lose. It funds the InfoWar.
You're listening to The David Knight Show. Analyzing the globalists' next move. It's The David Knight Show.
Welcome back. We're talking about what is coming up, of course, today in the aftermath of the election. The election's been going on for quite some time. Vote early, vote often, they say. That's what this is really about. My brother-in-law saw that there was an opportunity to vote when he was driving by the polling place the other day. There wasn't a line, so he decided he would go in there. But he said he wanted to just ask them a question about where he could change his registration because he had moved recently. And in North Carolina, they said, no problem, we'll just sign you up right here. You need any ID? No, we don't need ID. Don't need any of that. We don't need no stinking badges. We don't need no photo ID. I told you back in 2012, a friend of his went in to vote. And you know what? North Carolina is proud of the fact they had the longest voting period of anybody at that time. And of course, no picture ID necessary. Just go in, give them a name and address, which you can vote the phone book, essentially. And his friend went in, gave him his name and address. I said, you've already voted. And so is this other person at your address. Well, that's my mother. She's been dead for several years. Well, you've both voted. There you go. So Biden claims again at a Pennsylvania rally that he never opposed fracking. Well, of course, he would be lying. These are some of the last-minute lies that they're getting out. Last-minute lies and threats that we're seeing put out by the politicians. I'll tell you what is happening. He's backing off of the fracking stuff. And you've got Kamala nervously laughing on 60 Minutes about progressive? I don't know what you mean by that word. Progressive? What? Oh, yeah, I like progress. I'm not a radical leftist by any means at all. And so they're trying to back off of all this stuff. But, of course, Biden has openly talked about how he would shut down fracking. The way that they're going about this, though, for example, here in Texas, the railroad commissioner is the one who is doesn't have anything to do with railroads anymore. But the railroad commissioner now presides over the petroleum industry, over the oil drilling industry. And so you've got Soros and Bloomberg pouring a lot of money into the Democrat candidate. That's the way they're going to shut this down. In the same way that Soros has poured in millions of dollars into state attorneys general races across the country. And also millions of dollars even into local district attorney races in past elections and in this election. And that's why you see the kinds of stuff that's happening in some of these areas where Antifa and radicals are rioting in the streets and nothing is being done about it. We had, about a week ago, Soros hit the panic button and poured another $68.5 million into getting rid of President Trump. But that's not the only thing that they're doing. They're big political action committees. They can have unlimited amounts of money that they can spend as long as they do it through a political action committee. The only reason they have that structure there is so that they can trap people who are just want to get involved in the political process. Oh, you gave more than $2,500, Dinesh D'Souza. It's straight to jail for you. But, you know, Soros and these guys, they know how to play the game. They can donate hundreds of millions of dollars, and no problem at all for them. So when we look at what is happening, yeah, he's desperate to get President Trump out. Maybe they didn't believe that Biden was going to win, you know. Maybe Soros didn't believe the polls either. Maybe Soros was looking at the rallies like Michael Moore and saying, wait a minute, we've got less than 10 people showing up to almost all of these Biden and Kamala rallies, and we've got tens of thousands showing up to all of these Trump rallies. Maybe we need to pour some more money in. But, you know, they also have the ability to tell you what you can say, what you can see on social media and on the mainstream press. You know, those 7 companies, they won't have any restrictions put on them on Twitter at all.
There are...
Everybody say Black boys round from every city and town. We know the haters keep us down. Everybody say MAGA. Come on, man. Let them hear our voice, all you girls and boys. Stand up and make some noise.
Bing, bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing.
Here's how you can spot a zombie. Look for someone who has a corpse-like appearance, exhibits aggressive behavior, craves human flesh, and utters incoherent moans and groans.
I don't know.
With your help, we can prevent the zombie uprising.
I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message.
In a world of deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. And now, The David Knight Show.
Welcome back. What we are seeing here is a radical shutdown and the consequences of not only shutting down the country, but shutting down the Bill of Rights, the First Amendment. You know, that troublesome document that Amy Coney Barrett couldn't name all the different sections of, and when, you know, she drew a blank on one of them and was reminded, then I think it was Josh Hawley, was it, that was talking to her? I don't know who it was, but it was a guy who was trying to, no, it wasn't Josh Hawley. It was a little brown-nosing guy from the Midwest. I can't remember his name. But anyway, he he then says, well, what do you think the significance is of having those different components there? You know, we have free speech and free religion and right to assemble and all these different things. Why do you think those are all put together in one? Well, gee, I really don't know. Really don't know. Well, you're about to find out. We're all about to find out. See, when you lock down all those things, you lock down the free exercise of religion, you lock down free speech, you lock down the free press, you lock down the freedom to assemble and to speak out and to see information, all that stuff. Well, that's what it looks like is a dumpster fire election. That's what we've got right now. So I hope that Amy Barrett is watching today. It will be an interesting lesson for her as to why you don't want to pick and choose the First Amendment, which parts of it, and why she should not have shut down the First Amendment for people in that court case that she shut it down. You know, she let the virus rule the election, just like the rest of these people. And at the same time she shut it down, she referred back to a 115-year-old Supreme Court decision about a mandatory vaccination. Actually, it wasn't a mandatory vaccination. They didn't make the guy get the vaccine, they wanted to fine him $5. And 115 years ago, $5 was something to talk about. It'd be equivalent, since we've lost over 99% of the purchasing power of the dollar since the Federal Reserve was created, and that was well after 1905, 1913. And so, you know, since we've lost so much of that, that'd be worth about a $500 fine because he didn't get his vaccine. And the Supreme Court upheld that fine. And so you've got people like Alan Dershowitz, who wants the government to drag you out of your house, strap you down, and like you've seen these pictures in Melbourne, Australia, where they grab it's a group of weaponized cops in military uniform, holding somebody down and putting a mask on them. Well, Alan Dershowitz wants that done with vaccines. And he said he would argue that before the Supreme Court. And he probably would have Barrett agree with him, because she agreed with this decision, this troublesome decision. She went back and referred to that, saying, well, because of this decision where they enacted a fine on somebody for not getting his vaccination, we can tell the Republican Party that they can't have a political meeting in this particular state. So Facebook is a super spreader of election misinformation. Well, I agree with that headline, but then when you look at it, it's Newsweek. And what they're complaining about is the fact that Facebook has allowed some information to be reported. They want them to censor more. This is where we are in 2020. This is why Glenn Greenwald resigned from The Intercept and talked about that. He said, this is pathetic. We now have journalists who, instead of talking about the absolute value of free speech and a free press, you have journalists who are cheering for censorship. And that's basically what we've seen for the last several years. We had people at CNN like Oliver Darcy and Brian Stelter, who made it their life's work to get InfoWars and Alex Jones taken off of social media. And when Alex Jones confronted Oliver Darcy at that show trial run by Marco Rubio, that's when they pulled Alex off of Twitter. You know, because he actually talked to this guy. The guy just sat over there, passively, aggressively, wouldn't say anything. And because of that, that was supposedly bullying. Well, I'll tell you who was bullying who. Yeah, it was CNN. But here's what Newsweek says. Newsweek, trying to get back some of their credibility. You know, I have on my desk in my office, I have a couple of Newsweek issues from 1979 talking about how we were going to be out of oil and gas and coal. Coal, they said we have another 500 years of that, so that has to be shut down. That's why the Democrats are trying to shut that down by fiat. But they were telling everybody back in 1979 when we had the energy crisis, good job, guys. Found that pretty quick. You must have found that on the internet. Anyway, it's that issue right there. And I bring that on the show from time to time and show people the dire predictions and just how wrong Newsweek was. At that time, people wanted energy. Now they just want to kill everything and everybody. They want to kill every business and everybody. And so they were telling everybody, well, we got about another 5 years of oil and about another 8 years of natural gas, and then we're done. Then we're done. And they couldn't have been more wrong. But here we have Newsweek now. They are now the arbiters of all truth, this laughing stock. I mean, I laughed when I saw that in 1979. I said, I got to save this. Never thought I'd be reading it to people on the air. But anyway, this is what they're saying about Facebook being a super spreader of election misinformation. The false stories that NewsGuard identifies sometimes include multiple election myths. So this whole thing is talking about how wonderful NewsGuard is. And remember, NewsGuard is a Microsoft-created filter to keep you from seeing things. Tied and connected and funded to DARPA and the other people. By the way, you know, it was DARPA that created the internet. It was the brainchild, the project of J.C.R. Licklider, a psychologist in the 1960s. He envisioned it. They called it the Intergalactic Computer Network. We just shortened that up. We called it Internet. For a while, the Internet was a loose collection of different bulletin board services, DARPANet, if you will. That's where I first came to see it in the 1980s. But after it got to be practical in terms of bandwidth, that's when In-Q-Tel and these other venture capital firms that had all of these spooks on the board from the NSA, from the Geospatial Intelligence, that's when they all got on board. And they made sure that that Google and Facebook and especially Microsoft were going to be there for them. And of course, Microsoft, the first company part of the PRISM program that was exposed by Snowden. And NewsGuard and Election Guard also, both done by Microsoft and DARPA. So they're talking in this story, and again, NewsGuard is the authority. NewsGuard will guard you from the lies, and they talk about this. You know, all this election misinformation, you have, people talking about absentee ballots that are sent out without any verification, sent out without any signature line. Well, that's coming from these sites. And if you just looked at NewsGuard, they would red flag this for you and you would be protected from that. And Facebook is not protecting you from that. So you need to not pay attention to Facebook. They're not censoring enough. You need to pay attention to the military-industrial complex's NewsGuard. You need to let the CIA and the military-industrial complex tell you what to read about the election. That's exactly what this is. So, yeah, when it comes to fracking, when it even comes to the laptop, Lindsey Graham has said that he knew about the Hunter laptop thing all the way back during the Trump impeachment, and he's upset that the FBI didn't do anything about that. Well, what were you doing, Lindsey? Why didn't you say anything about this? It's a good old boys club. That's why. He's not going to talk about that, just like he defended Menendez, the Democrat senator, for corruption charges. He was in his corner the entire time. He's probably in Biden's corner and Hunter Biden. This is a guy, he knows how to get what he wants out of both sides. He's in a tight race today, Lindsey Graham. Gee, I don't know who to root for. Seriously, I don't. I despise Lindsey Graham. The other guy that's there is going to be every bit as bad, perhaps worse, in different ways. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
It was him. Let's go to Meg in Oregon. Meg, thanks for holding. You're awesome. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Alex. This is my first time calling, and I want to just say something that nobody's talking about. And I listen to a lot of conservative media, and I drive a truck. I transport hay for a living between Northern Oregon and Central California, and I want people to really hear me. The breadbasket of the world, which is that valley, is empty, and I see it. My car, my rig is covered in ash. It's not just the fires. It's the ash, it's the smoke, the fish hatcheries are destroyed, and that's where the salmon comes from. The olives are gone, the grapes from the wineries are gone, the marijuana's gone, the rice crop is here, the tomatoes are covered in ash. Things can be salvaged, some of them, but it's going to be expensive to the farmers, and that's going to be passed on to you. The grazing lands for the cattle up here.
Sure, so a lot of the country gets fed by California. Some numbers are, the 20% of our food comes from there. And imagine all of that with the rest of the lockdown and the shutdown and farms destroying their crops because they can't even sell them. No one will even take them. That's a great point. This is really going to add to the economy in crisis.
Nobody's talking about the destruction of food in the Central Valley of California with ash and smoke alone, not to mention the fires. So those tomatoes are covered in ash, the nectarines, the peaches, the olives, and they can't salvage, they can't pressure wash a crop full of fruit or tomatoes. It'll turn into tomato sauce. And it's
sure, and most things can't be clean once ash is on them and sits on them. It tastes horrible.
What about the fish hatcheries that feed most of the salmon to our nation throughout Oregon? Those fish are choking on ash, and ash in water turns to lye. And if they're doing like I am, the rice and beans and all of that, they need to get the nutritional products you sell as a supplement. If they thought they were going to go out and get a buck in Northern California or Oregon, those animals are gone. The livestock has no more grazing ground. I'm telling you, the food is destroyed. And so people need to not go get that new pair of Nikes for $200, but buy storable food, buy nutritional products.
Listen, I never go on air just to sell products to try to scare people. I mean, I'm selling the products to fund ourselves and it's good products. But yeah, you look at every economic metric going on, and this country's under attack. And they don't want people to be self-sufficient or to be ready. And you're absolutely right. Election 2020 is here, and whether Trump wins or loses, we have all won by exposing the communist Chinese, by exposing the globalists, by exposing the pedophile rings, by exposing the fact this is really a fight between good versus evil. Now, I'm personally a Christian, and I believe in God, and I know God's real, and I've experienced it in my life. But even if you don't believe in God, it's important to recognize that there is good in this world, there is evil. And there are people out there that want to do you harm because they enjoy doing bad. And what I see happening across the spectrum of different political views is people finally get that. They finally understand that. They're not being naive anymore. Don't ever project your decency and your goodness onto other people until they've proven what they stand for and who they are, or you're going to get hurt. But those of you out there that have done your own research and discovered who's good and who is faithful will then come together with those organizations and support them like InfoWars. Because without your support, InfoWars would not exist.
It's about giving people the resources and the support they need so that everyone can be on equal footing and then compete on equal footing. Equitable treatment means we all end up at the same place.
You're listening to The David Knight Show.
On. The men who told us, be careful, there's a mysterious pandemic. You got to lock down the elections, the political conventions. We got to lock down free speech. Can't have you talking about treatments. Can't have you criticizing the rush to vaccines. No. We got to have more chaos. We want you fighting each other in your families over Trump versus Biden. We want you fighting each other in the streets because the men who rule us all have decided that they're going to let the shotgun sing the song. So we've got the National Guard now activated in 10 states. 14 more states are expected. So if you're anybody other than Obama, you realize that's about half of the states. Maybe he thinks we have 57 states. But no, we only got 50, and we got 24 of them expected to have National Guard. Already 10 of them have it. You can see the National Guard rolling into Chicago right there. That's just one of them. But as the National Guard is rolling into the cities, guess what the elites are doing? Well, they're taking private jets out. They're going somewhere else for the election. Maybe they're going to go to Wuhan and have a costume party. A little bit late for Halloween, but they can still probably find a discount on some zombie nurse costumes that were used last weekend for the Halloween parties that they had in Wuhan that we're not allowed to have anywhere else. Private jet traffic soars as the elites panic and exit cities. This is from Zero Hedge. They said, and here's some of the numbers. We got some numbers here for you, right? Stay tuned. We got numbers. Okay, here's the numbers right here. Out of New York, we got 172% increase in private flights here. Out of Aspen, oh yes, Aspen, Colorado. They've surged 135%. Vail, Colorado flights are up by 95%. And so, yeah, they're getting out of town. They're bugging out. But as they're bugging out, the stores across the country are boarding up. I mean, why wouldn't you board up your store, right? Most of these places, you can't really open up profitably for business anyway. And they got everybody, afraid. You got masks and all this other kind of stuff. I'm not going to the stores. Oh, there he's wearing a mask because he's doing sawdust, which, people used to do that. There used to be OSHA regulations saying you can't do that all day, but now they're required all day from retail workers. So there they are, boarding up everywhere across the country. Shops in San Francisco, Beverly Hills, Washington, D.C., Atlantic City, Chicago, Boston, Indianapolis, Denver. It's kind of hard to tell whether they're boarding up because of the lockdown or the election. But I think in this case, they're more concerned about the Antifa mobs throwing a temper tantrum. Or, look, it doesn't even have to be President Trump winning. It might be that they will, burn everything down like football fans do after their team wins, right? They go in the streets and they tear stuff up. Or basketball fans or whatever. We see sports fans doing that all the time. Our team won, burn it down. We lost, burn it down. Doesn't matter. They just want to burn it down. They just want an excuse. Downtown Dallas businesses are boarding up. As a matter of fact, we had a listener send a picture in. He said, I thought this was kind of interesting. You guys got that picture? The listener sent in. They put up a kind of a horror picture poster. There you go. Freaky. Yeah, there you go. Somebody, a woman with a shaving cream on her face, and she got like a butcher knife held up to it. So yeah, let's put that up, board up the stores. We don't want to incite anybody to any violence or anything, so let's not put up anything crazy, but we'll just put up this freaky horror film to slit people's throats because, we've got Antifa going around talking about how they need to make the guillotines red again. Yeah. So they've always been red. Those folks have always been red. That's one of the things that really amazes me is how we allow the Democrats to have power over us. They name us, and we say, okay, well, so now we're red? Oh, okay. I thought you guys were always red. Oh, you said we're red. All right, we'll be red. We'll be red states. How about that? The Marxists and the communists who have flown red flags for 100 years as the blood flowed in the streets of their victims, they're not red anymore. We're red, and we're proud of it. And then what are you? Oh, that's right. You're progressive. You're not a Marxist. You're not a communist. You're not even a socialist. You're progressive now. Okay, we'll call you progressive. How about that? Are they just, you're woke? Oh, you're awake. That must mean that I'm asleep. No, they're not awake. And then we let them call us all kinds of names and let it stick. I guess that kind of tells us that they're in charge, doesn't it? They're not just in charge of the media. They're not just in charge of free speech and the free press. No. They're in charge even of the naming process. They get to name everybody and everything to their advantage. That's how you get the high ground in a debate. You put the names out. Liberal used to mean somebody who supported liberty. And in some countries, the people who are liberals are libertarians who are focused on liberty. That's why some people used to say, well, I'm not a libertarian, I'm a classical liberal, because they don't want to associate themselves with some of the more libertine aspects of the Libertarian Party that had rejected the Christian principles. The founders had warned us that if we reject Christian principles, we will not have liberty. And so some people said, well, I want to call myself a classical liberal, but it was too late. The liberals had already poisoned that word. We used to talk about a liberal education. That would be an education that would give you the tools of learning, as Dorothy Sayers used to say. A liberal education would liberate your mind. It would liberate you to be able to think critically and understand how you get information and think for yourself. But no. Now liberal education is indoctrination, Marxist indoctrination. But we call it liberal because, everybody liked that term. It used to mean freedom. Plywood is running low as retailers board up the storefronts ahead of Election Day. But The Atlantic is claiming that they're boarding up because of Trump. It's going to be President Trump who's going to be running around Molotov cocktails. Only on their satires. So, and then we have a lot of people putting out, saying as they are, a lot of construction going on. You got to understand, a lot of construction. And this is good. This is economic recovery. We have plywood shortages because everybody's, fixing up their storefronts. And then we have lots of piles of bricks. Pictures are being sent to me from everybody everywhere. Look at this. You got a stockpile. So massive construction projects going on. Plywood, piles of bricks. This is good news. Even if they don't build anything, right? The same economists who have told us that set up magic money theory, the monetary theory and so forth, they agree with the broken window fallacy. Well, it's good if we break the windows because then we get to build it back. I just don't know if these businesses that are struggling to stay open are going to be able to build it back regardless. We'll be right back.
This president deserves the support of the black community because he's earned it.
There is a silent majority of us that see you, see what you're doing, see what you did for HBCU schools. That was actually the deal for us.
I wager to say that there is no American president since Lincoln that has had the impact for black America that President Trump has had.
Joe Biden supported the crime bill in '94.
He has imprisoned black America, basically.
Trump supported the NAACP and black youth like myself in '87.
He's a businessman. He's bringing businesses back into America.
Bringing jobs back to America. Bringing the truth back, and he's stopping needless wars.
My day is going to be, amazing. I'm never going to forget this day. This day is historic.
In 2016, I made you a solemn pledge. I would be your greatest champion. In the first 3 years, we achieved the lowest black unemployment rate in history. We achieved the largest job gains for African Americans on record. The poverty rate for African Americans reached the lowest level ever recorded. I did more for the black community in 47 months than Joe Biden did in 47 years.
We cannot deny that man has done everything that he has set out to do in record-breaking time. Can we say 3 years? Can we say 3 years?
We will create 3 million new jobs for the black community, open 500,000 new black-owned businesses, bring even greater fairness to the justice system. We did criminal justice reform.
I want to thank President Donald John Trump.
Create a ladder of opportunity for African American children by delivering school choice to every parent in America. Together we made unbelievable progress and achieved once unimaginable success. And with your support, your vote, and your voice, the best is yet to come.
You can expect us to come out in droves in your support.
No one can deny that humanity is awakening and that the globalists are in trouble, but they're counter-striking right now. That's why your action, spreading the word about Infowars.com and buying products at InfoWarsStore.com to fund our operation is so critical. You've been on the front lines for a long time. You've supported us. You brought all of us this far together. You have done this. All of Infowars' successes are your successes, but the enemy isn't going to give it to us easy. Now they're scared. They're fighting the hardest they've ever fought. So I need you right now to pray for us and pray for yourself. Buy products and spread the word about the broadcast. Do it right now. Take action.
I want them shut down. I want them silenced. I want them muted. I think they are horrible for our society.
There are many references in the Holy Bible to the mustard seed. And why is that? It's one of the tiniest seeds out there, but a giant tree-like bush grows from it that produces more mustard seeds. Mustard was known by the ancients around the world to have amazing health effects. They didn't know why. Well, with modern science, we know it's one of the purest, cleanest organic forms of selenium. We have BioTrue Selenium sold out for months, back in stock at InfoWarsStore.com at 50% off, store-wide free shipping, and triple Patriot points. BioTrue Selenium at InfoWarsStore.com is an amazing product, and it's even more amazing in that it funds our operation. But if you don't know about selenium, research it. It is an essential nutrient in the body that you absolutely have to have. It's back in stock, 50% off, triple Patriot points at InfoWarsStore.com and with free shipping.
You're listening to The David Knight Show.
Tax the rich, feed the poor, tell there are no rich no more.
You're listening to The David David Knight Show.
All right, so leftists say they plan unrest in the District of Columbia. You know, Soros has been funding this. They warn of a potential Trump coup after the election, you know, because if President Trump, this is what the Washington Times reports, they say they have plans that they published online to wreak havoc in the streets of Washington if President Trump refuses to abide by the results of Tuesday's presidential election. Now, they've been telling us for months, we won't know. We won't know for weeks. And for the longest time, I figured that the process, you know, Richard Proctor and I are wargaming this. It's like, well, maybe what they're going to do, because Nancy Pelosi alluded to this, maybe what they're going to do is they're going to tie everything up with delayed counts. We're counting. We're still counting. It's been days, but we're still counting. And then they're going to have lawfare, suits, countersuits, suits, all that. Delay it until January the 20th, and then by the 20th Amendment, Nancy Pelosi gets to pick the president, right? But now they've said that they came up with an alternative plan, I think, and that is to use 7 sanctified media outlets, ABC, CBS, NBC, Fox News twice. Fox News gets 2 votes, CNN 1, and the Associated Press. So, you know, we're supposed to believe that 2 Fox News sites balance out 5 hardcore left mainstream media sites. And I think that it'll be the people at Fox News. Again, it's typically the Shepard Smiths, the people who are running Fox News now. Rupert Murdoch and his sons. His sons are openly Democrat. And, you know, when you look at Fox News, just go back a few years. Remember what Rupert Murdoch was doing. When he created Fox News Channel as a conservative channel, it was because he realized there was a market opportunity out there. It wasn't because he was a conservative, not at all. He created Fox. He went out and he got Roger Ailes, who is conservative, to put together a news channel here. So they got a lot of conservatives like Sean Hannity and others. Now it's very big with Tucker Carlson. But outside of the commentators in the evening, the rest of Fox News is pretty much openly contemptuous of them. You know, Shepard Smith was, and he's now gone to, I think it's MSNBC or something. But, you know, they're not really, the news organization isn't really any different from CNN. And to give you an example of this, at the time that Fox News was so conservative, I remember Christian friends saying, you know, what's going on? You know, Fox News is so conservative, and yet look at Fox's cable channel. You know, you got Married with Children and all these other, you know, really over the top, you know, pushing the culture in an anti-Christian, anti-family way. Over the top. How is that? And I said, it's simply for money. You know, because he could do things on his cable channel that ABC, CBS, and NBC wanted to do, but that they couldn't do. And so he saw that as an opportunity. So it's like, yeah, I can use language, sexual situations. I can deconstruct and destroy the family, which they can't do. Well, they can. You know, they were doing it, but he could step it up. He could make it edgier and make money out of that. And then to further illustrate the point, Rupert Murdoch decided that he would go hardcore left on talk radio, since everybody on talk radio was pretty much conservative or libertarian, mostly conservative. So he took Alan Colmes out of the Hannity and Colmes thing, and a bunch of other people tried to create a competing left-wing radio, simply because he's out there trying to figure out, you know, okay, everybody is over doing this, I'm going to do this other thing. He has absolutely no moral or political compass. It is about money. And he's perhaps one of the most ruthless people out there. See, the left would never, all these years, they would never create a conservative news organization simply to make money and to serve an unserved market segment. Just like all the Hollywood studios would never do Christian movies to make money. No. As a matter of fact, I remember when we were in the video business, we'd get together and we'd get the studio heads' ears, you know, once a year. And we'd tell them, you know, there's really a big demand out there for family films and Christian films. Nah, they would never do that. You saw when Mel Gibson did it. Of course, that made him a pariah. but he still has the most profitable R-rated film, you know, the Passion of the Christ. But they didn't want to do that. As a matter of fact, this is kind of an aside, but I just got to say this while I'm talking about it. After DVDs came out, I remember it very distinctly, went to Atlantic City, and the New Line studio executive head of the home video department was there. And he was trying to sell everybody on DVDs. Well, we'd been carrying DVDs in our stores for over a year. And as this technology is being talked about and people were selling it, they said, you know, one of the things that you can do, and we might do this with the DVD format, you can set up a family version of an R-rated film, you know, because they would gratuitously throw in sex and violence just to get an R-rated film because they figured that would make more money. If people looked at it, saw it's a PG film, and this is for kids, I don't want to go see that. And so they would throw that stuff in there gratuitously. And so they said, you know, we do this for the airlines, and we could put different scenes on there, and you could jump around that. And we could have an alternative scene, just like we shoot for the airlines, so we can show it on an airplane. And so I was telling people that, you know, trying to sell them on the technology. I said, I think this is coming. That's a smart move. But, of course, they're not going to do that. They were all about just the opposite. And I pigeonholed this guy from New Line Cinema, and I talked to him about that. I said, you know, this is what people want to see. Why don't you do that? And, you know, within 2 months, they did do that. But they went the other direction. They took a film that was pretty hardcore rated R, and they went the other direction. And you had a choice of watching something that was even more hardcore, even more sex, even more bloody violence in it. That's the way these people are. They just... so it was hopeless. It absolutely was hopeless. But... I don't know how I got into that tangent there. I'm all completely off of the election. But as we look at this, this is the same monolithic media that has now been pushing the lockdown and the fear of the mandates for 232 days. And they're telling us that the leftists are going to have unrest in D.C. Oh, really? CNS News points out that Shutdown D.C. plans to hold an election result watching gathering on the evening of Election Day at the Black Lives Matter Plaza across from the White House. I just reported on these people yesterday. Shutdown D.C. Shutdown D.C. That was the bureaucrats. And if you want to see this report, it's pretty amazing. I'm not going to play it again today. I'm not going to play the same thing twice in a row, 2 different days. So if you want to see it, it hasn't been discovered by the writers at InfoWars. But bureaucrats, the title of it at band.video is Bureaucrats Zoom Conference Openly Calls for a Coup. You got all these different bureaucrats and some lawyers who work for the federal government, their organization, Shutdown D.C. They had a Zoom chat. They're having a training session for how, if by some chance Trump retains office, here's how we've been shutting him down for the last 4 years, how we can slow walk things, how we can shunt this off to the side. And this, we all need to organize about this. We need to actively talk about this. These people are going to be holding an election result watching gathering at the Black Lives Matter Plaza. These same people that I showed you this Zoom conference yesterday, talking about how they're going to stage a coup against the Trump presidency. Now, this is a coup against you. It's a coup against the people. It's a coup against the election. It's a coup against the Constitution and our Bill of Rights. These are the same people, just like the media, that have locked you down for 230 days, 32 days. And we need to understand what's going on. It's a threatening message. And you need to take a look at that. Again, you can find that on my channel at band.video. Bureaucrats Zoom Conference. You know, Twitter blocks it. I tweeted it out. My Twitter account is Libertarian. Twitter will block stuff occasionally. We keep changing our URLs. If you get that, by the way, it'll just tell you it's a scary site. Maybe you shouldn't go there. But if you look down in the lower right-hand corner, there is still an option at the time being where you can say, well, go ahead anyway. So click that and go ahead anyway. Watch it.
Why am I voting for Donald Trump? Because of you.
I'm talking to you, liberals.
You're the ones doing everything you can to destroy our country.
You're the ones who want to destroy our culture, our history, and our heritage. You tear down our statues, you destroy our monuments, and you desecrate our heroes.
You encourage and participate in the rioting and the looting and destruction of our cities.
You call the protests peaceful, and then turn around and release the violent criminals back onto the streets.
All charges dropped. What's wrong with you?
All this while defunding our police.
You want wide open borders and sanctuary cities for illegal migrants. What is it about illegal that you don't understand?
You say I grew up with white privilege, but you don't know anything about me, where I've been, the things I've seen. You don't know my history.
You call me a white supremacist.
You called me an Uncle Tom.
I'm a Nazi? Seriously? Get out of here.
You refuse to accept the truth. You wouldn't know the truth if it hit you in the face. But it's worse than that. You censored the truth from getting out. You ridicule the people that speak the truth. Why do you have to be like this?
You're the gullible sheep who trust the fake news mockingbird media.
You think Jeffrey Epstein really did kill himself.
You've infiltrated our universities and academia to brainwash our youth into thinking America is a racist country and that socialism is the answer. I don't think so.
When I try to talk to you, you don't listen. When I want to have a conversation, you call me names or block me out. How is that going to help anything?
I don't get it. You're embarrassed to call yourself an American. We are proud of our country and our heritage and our culture. Like it or not, we are going to make America great again, again.
Why are you voting to elect Donald Trump? Because of you.
I'm back. It's Leanne McAdoo. Jones put out the bat signal and said he needed all hands on deck. This is going to be a massive, game-changing election. We're going to find out, is the United States of America going to remain a constitutional republic, or are we descending down the slippery slope of communism? Now, I was here with you all in 2016. Again, no one knew what was going to happen. Was it going to be Hillary Clinton? Was it going to be President Trump? Up until about the last hour, no one knew. But I think the difference this time around is that last time they didn't think they needed to steal the election. In fact, Hillary Clinton didn't even make the rounds in most of the pivotal states. She thought she had it in the bag. Well, this time around, they know that there's no way they can win fair and square, so they're doing all sorts of things to set up for a cheat and a steal.
The whole thing, they're going to try and steal the election.
All of our election coverage can be found at electionnight.news. Don't forget, ban.video has already been censored by Twitter. They're already trying to stymie your ability to access truthful news and information. They're going to be the unelected bureaucrats who decide that, communism is great for your children. And so you need to go to electionnight.news. That's the shareable link. You can share that with everyone and do it as much as you possibly can to get this information out there and give people the news that they need. Now, I've got a very short list of some of the guests that we already have booked for our election night coverage. Hotep Jesus is going to be here, David Icke, Paul Joseph Watson, the Drinkin' Bros, Robert Barnes is going to be on with Owen Schroyer, Roger Stone, of course, Count Dankula, Sargon of Akkad, Louder with Crowder, Matt Bracken, Stuart Rhodes, Tom Pappert, and Patrick Howley. So that's all going to kick off tomorrow starting at 8 a.m. I will be here through the duration of